History's Strongest Husband Chapter 561 to Chapter 588. The former Prime Minister of the State of Yu, the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, Xianxia, was still busy with work. This old man was even older than Zhu Hongzhu. He had already retired from his official post more than 10 years ago. Of course, this was just a polite way of saying that he had lost to Zhu Hongzhu and had no choice but to abdicate. To a certain extent, Zhu Hongzhu was his lifelong enemy. Now that he was in his 80s, it was as if he had a second spring in his career. Every year, he would wake up at 5 in the morning to work and only rest at 10 at night. He alone supported half of the internal affairs of the great Qian dynasty. His entire family was here. 5 sons and 23 grandsons. Half of them were officials in the state of Yu and the other half were officials in the raging tide city. Of course, this old prime minister still felt a little regretful because His Majesty Xianxia would never attend court sessions. In fact, he didn't even see himself as the great Qian emperor. This was truly too regretful. Otherwise, even though the raging tide city was small, it was the highest level court in the entire Eastern world. It was almost on the same level as the great Yan Empire. This meant that Xianxia had finally defeated Zhu Hongzhu. Zhu Hongzhu's highest achievement was at most becoming the prime minister of the state of Yu. Xianxia was the prime minister of the great Qian dynasty. He was one level higher. If he went to the state of Yu with Zhu Hongzhu's identity, he would only be a minister. Of course, it was a pity that Xianxia didn't have a real minister of the great Qian dynasty and the Privy Council. Crown princes, why are you so distracted? Xianxia frowned and said, you have to know that this is equivalent to the empire's minister of the great Qian dynasty. Your every move could affect the fate of the kingdoms under Wu Chu and Yu. If I remember correctly, your work should be about the reorganization of the armies of the 3 kingdoms, right? This is so important that you can actually be distracted? The crown princes of Wu and Chu were still in the raging tide city. If they had to be given an identity, it would be that they were the secretaries of the great Qian dynasty's minister of the great Qian dynasty, assisting Xianxia and the others in handling internal affairs. Currently, the most important matter for the great Qian dynasty was indeed to help the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms train new armies. The number of these armies was temporarily set at 200,000. Among them, the Chu kingdom had 100,000, the state of Yu had 60,000, and the Wu kingdom had 40,000. This new army was very thorough. There were cannons and cavalry, and they were all equipped with paper cartridge rifles developed by Raging Tide City. Xianxia, I'm sorry. The Crown Prince of Chu said, however, the war is imminent. Yingguang and the allied forces of Stupa Mountain are only 1,000 li away. We are all martial artists, so we should be at the front lines of the battlefield, defending against the enemy. Xianxia said, it's good that the 2 princes have such thoughts, but His Majesty said that there is no war in Raging Tide City. If he says there will be no war, then there will be no war. So all of you should just stay here and deal with government affairs. Crown Prince Zhong, don't you think so? Zhong Yao and Zhong Yi were still in the royal court of the state of Yu, but their son was sent to Raging Tide City and became a subject of the great Qian dynasty. He could be considered to be studying in the Privy Council. However, the Privy Council of the great Qian dynasty hadn't been established yet, and no one knew when it would be established. So, the 2 parties worked together. This Crown Prince Zhong's task was also very heavy. He had to assist General Lan Feng in organizing and designating the new army, and he even had to investigate where the new army was stationed. This required him to constantly travel back and forth between the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms to conduct field investigations. Crown Prince Zhong looked at the 2 princes and said, Xianxia, actually, I also want to go to the front lines to watch the war. I feel that if the 2 of you can experience such a grand atmosphere, it will be very useful for your governance in the future. Xianxia frowned. At this moment, Jin Zhuo walked in and said, Your Highnesses, Crown Prince Zhong, perhaps the 2 of you want to come and experience the atmosphere before the war. I'll ask for half a day's leave from Xianxia. In Xianxia's heart, Jin Zhuo didn't have this right, but he was the father-in-law of the great Gan Emperor and should be given the title of Duke. Forget it, since you're not here and Duke Jin Zhuo is pleading for you, then go. Xianxia waved his hand. Instantly, the Crown Prince of Chu, Crown Prince Zhong, and Crown Prince Xiong charged out. Even though Shenlang said that there was no war going on in Raging Tide City, the entire city was still enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. For a long time, Raging Tide City didn't have any city walls, but now there were. Moreover, it was a new type of city wall. It was made of reinforced concrete and had a circumference of over 60 miles, a height of over 19 meters, and a thickness of over 10 meters. They used a total of 110,000 people and took close to a year to complete it. Most of these people were provided by the state of Yu. With such a long city wall, there weren't many people in the city, less than 150,000. Moreover, half of them were from the army, and the rest were related researchers, craftsmen, and family members. Within the city walls, there were more than 13 fortresses, 600 shooting holes, and hundreds of cannons, hundreds of ancient crossbows, and ancient crossbows. Moreover, each of the giant cannons was built with a specialized fort. It could be said that if it wasn't for the secret army of the Transcendent faction, this city would be impregnable. Unfortunately, in front of the special forces of the Transcendent faction, this impregnable defense was meaningless. It couldn't even stop the Hell Army of Stupa Mountain. At this time, the total number of soldiers in the Raging Tide City was only about 70,000, including close to 200 special warriors and close to 10,000 super soldiers equipped with the armor of the Blood Soul Army. There were also more than 35 grandmasters. At this time, the army of 50,000 had already climbed up the city wall and was ready for a grand battle. Out of a total of 9 ancient energy cores, 3 of them had been activated. After the 2 crown princes arrived at the city wall, they gazed at the sea. At this time, the skeleton warriors had already boarded the ancient warship. Over 100 warships had also been assembled and were ready to set sail at any time. Half of the 100 warships were already equipped with iron armor. 3 of them were battleships that had just been launched and had a displacement of more than 4,000 tons. After more than a year, most of these warships were equipped with new howitzers. Your Majesty, will Raging Tide City become a battlefield? Will we have a chance to start a war? Wu Kingdom's crown prince asked excitedly. The Chong Kingdom was originally not part of the Eastern Dynasty, and Aru Nana had already lost the Chong Kingdom. Now, the Chong Kingdom had become a vassal of the new Qian Kingdom. However, the Great Qian Dynasty not only included the Chong Kingdom, but also the Danan Kingdom. Although there was no clear decree, everyone in Raging Tide City called Aru Nana the Queen of the Chong Kingdom. Her status was on par with the King of Yu, King of Chu, and King of Wu. Aru Nana said, "Our Majesty said that there will be no war in Raging Tide City. Although I have my doubts, you should know that his words are rarely wrong." Wu Kingdom's crown prince said, "That's a pity. I feel that our Raging Tide City is already strong enough to face all enemies." Aru Nana said, "Preparing for war is always the right thing to do. Prepare for war." Suddenly, a child's voice came from the side. Wu Kingdom's crown prince was startled because this person was fully clad in armor and was already 1.7 meters tall. Everyone thought that he was an adult. Crown Prince Aruzwang? The warrior took off his mask, revealing a young face that didn't match his height at all. He was the big fool's son, Aruzwang. At the age of 8, he had already followed his mother to the battlefield. What was more frightening was that his strength had already surpassed that of a normal general. New Raging Tide Army, march forward. Following the order, an army marched orderly along the passage and climbed up the city wall. This new army of Raging Tide City was the prototype of the Wu, Chu, and Yu Kingdom's new armies in the future. It was completely experimental. They weren't equipped with swords, only rifles and bayonets. They practiced shooting every day and didn't touch bows at all. Currently, this new army only had 10,000 people. Everyone, get into position and prepare for battle. Following the order, the 10,000 new army entered their respective positions and guarded a section of the city wall that was over 5,000 meters tall. Wu Kingdom's crown prince said in a low voice, "Elder brother, actually, we feel that we are already prepared. If it is really as His Majesty said and there is no war in Raging Tide City, then it would be a pity." Chu Kingdom's crown prince said, "You want to fight? There will be plenty of opportunities. Once the 200,000 new army is trained, His Majesty will go on a northern expedition." A northern expedition? Wu Kingdom's crown prince said, "I really hope that day comes soon." When the time comes, our great Gon dynasty will unite the world. Raging Tide City Castle. Over 30 grandmasters, all wearing ancient armor, stood guard around Shenlang. Shenlang, on the other hand, wore a rare full-body armor. Even his face was covered, so it was impossible to tell it was him just from his appearance. Your Majesty, the airship in front has sent a signal. The enemy's main force is 800 miles away from Raging Tide City. Shenlang nodded and said, Equipment number 1, False Dragon's Regret. Following Shenlang's order, a dozen warriors carried over a False Dragon's Regret and placed it on the dragon's power launcher. Although it was a fake, it was almost the same as the real one. Your Majesty, if the enemy's fleet is scattered, it will be very disadvantageous to our regret, Princess Dora said. Indeed, a regret of the dragon's attack radius was around 3,000 meters. This was already very terrifying, which meant that an army within 30 square kilometers could suffer a fatal blow. Yinguang and Stupa Mountain's fleet had a total of 100,000 people and 500 ships. If they were all gathered together, the area would not exceed 30 square kilometers. But once they were scattered, it would be very difficult for the regret of the dragon to completely destroy them. However, there was another point. Most of Stupa Mountain and Yinguang's combined fleet were ancient warships, and the majority of the army of 100,000 had ancient equipment. Therefore, they definitely needed an ancient energy control center, and every ancient energy control center had a limited radius. Our Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs, how's the progress? Shenlang asked. Very, Princess Dora said. But it's not enough to paralyze the enemy's energy control center. We didn't surround them. These fake regret of the dragon actually contained a large number of Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs. In the past, they would not have been willing to use so many resources to create these things, but after the Great Comet impact, they had brought an astronomical number of nightmare crystals, and they were all very high-grade crystals. It was still the Doomsday Project team. They had not made any progress in their research on the regret of the dragon, but they had made progress on the dragon's power launcher, and they had made great progress on the Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs. However, the principle of this bomb was still the same as Shenlang's, except that its power was about 100 times stronger. Stupa Mountain's energy control center definitely had several layers of protective barriers, and they definitely had a lot of backup energy cores, so it was not certain if it would be effective. Get ready. We'll launch the first fake regret of the dragon in 15 minutes. 800 kilometers away from Raging Tidewater, Yinguang and Stupa Mountain's fleet was still cruising at 35 kilometers per hour, heading straight for Raging Tidewater. Your Highness, we have discovered a special type of hot air balloon in Raging Tidewater. They are no longer drifting with the wind, but can control their flight. Moreover, they are flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters, exceeding the flying altitude limit of our snow eagles. Should we think of a way to attack them? Yinguang said, how many in total? So far, only 6 have been discovered. Yinguang said, do they have any intention of attacking us? No, and it seems that they lack offensive weapons. They are only monitoring us. Yinguang said, then let them be. Has the Raging Tidewater fleet been deployed? According to the reports of our aerial scouts, the Raging Tidewater's tens of thousands of troops are all in position, and the advanced warships are all ready to fight at any time, including the ancient warship that captured the Sky Sea Pavilion. However, it is still in the port and has not set sail. Yinguang said, poor thing. They want to show their courage, but they dare not leave the protection of the Raging Tidewater's turtle shell. They hope that the giant cannons can give them a sense of security, even though the seemingly impregnable defense of the Raging Tidewater is meaningless against us. Suddenly, Commandery Prince Min of the Great Yen Empire said, Second Prince, I heard that the Raging Tidewater has regret of the dragon. So, in order to be safe, should we disperse our fleet? If the Raging Tidewater shoots the regret of the dragon, we won't be completely annihilated. Yinguang said, first of all, this is completely a rumor. There is no evidence that the Raging Tidewater has regret of the dragon. Secondly, our fleet is propelled by the ancient Nightmare Stone. Once we disperse, our speed will be greatly reduced. This is because our warships will leave the radiation radius of each other's energy cores. At the same time, the power of our ancient crossbows will be reduced to a certain extent. Of course, for safety reasons, we will still disperse our fleet. Once we are 700 kilometers away from the raging tidewater, our fleet will immediately split into 3 subfleets. Ingwuk felt that this was completely unnecessary. This was because Xianxia was still in the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak. Even if the raging tidewater had regretted the dragon, they would not be able to shoot it. However, it was still necessary to disperse just in case. Don't be impatient, Your Highness. We are only 800 kilometers away from the raging tidewater. We will soon be able to kill them all and destroy the entire raging tidewater from this world. Ingwuk smiled. At this time, the 3 snow eagle knights in the sky suddenly accelerated and flew toward the fleet. Clang 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 clang, bang, 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 these snow eagle knights all fired black gunpowder signal flares in the sky. Regret of the dragon is attacking. Regret of the dragon is attacking. One of the snow eagle knights swooped down and landed directly on Ingwuk's flagship. Elder Wu, second prince, regret of the dragon is attacking. Everyone on the ship was shocked, including Elder Wu, Ingwuk, and the Empire's monarch Min. There really was regret of the dragon? What was going on? Wasn't Xianxia not in the raging tidewater city? Ingwuk's hair stood on end, but he quickly remembered the scene that night. The raging tidewater city had fired a fake regret of the dragon and tricked the real one out of it. Calm down, calm down. The raging tidewater city can't fire a regret of the dragon, so this is definitely a fake one, Ingwuk shouted. How fast is it? The Snow Eagle Knight said, very fast, Ingwuk said, how fast? Is it as fast as the real one? The Snow Eagle Knight was stunned because he had never seen the real regret of the dragon in flight. There was no need to ask him, because Ingwuk had already seen it. A meteor seemed to be flying over from the northern sky, leaving a green tail of flame behind. That's right, it looked exactly like the regret of the dragon. Looking through binoculars, it still looked like the regret of the dragon, but it was very slow, only a third of the speed of the real one. This is a fake regret of the dragon, a fake, Ingwuk said loudly. Ingwuk said loudly, but just in case, everyone should be prepared. Once he lands, jump into the sea. Everyone, put on your armor and bring your breathing equipment. Following Ingwuk's order, all the flag bearers waved their flags. Dozens of Snow Eagle Knights flew above each ship to relay Ingwuk's order. In fact, the 100,000 people had already practiced this many times. Everyone who didn't need to control the ships came to the deck, put on all their equipment, and stared at the sky. As soon as the regret of the dragon flew above and started to land, they would immediately jump into the sea and hide from the carnage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, this regret of the dragon was really slow. It didn't even exceed 200 meters per second. When the people on the ship saw it with their eyes, it was more than 30,000 meters away. It would take a whole 3 minutes to fly. Finally, it flew above the fleet and suddenly descended from the sky. Whoosh! Jump! Ingguang and the 100,000 people of the Stupa Mountain Alliance jumped into the sea and dived into the deep sea. 10 seconds later. The fake regret of the dragon smashed into the sea. Boom 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 boom, there was a violent explosion. However, it wasn't a mushroom cloud, nor was it a light more astonishing than the sun. It was just a blue light. Ingwuk rushed out of the sea. As he expected, this regret of the dragon was fake. A minute later, everyone was back on the ship. Your Highness, Raging Tide City fired a fake regret of the dragon and detonated a nightmare stone magnetic bomb. It's very, very powerful. Ingwuk said, what happened? Our energy control cores are protected by a basic barrier, so they weren't paralyzed. However, they were affected, and our efficiency has decreased. Ingwuk said, what do you mean by decreased efficiency? In other words, our fleet's speed will be reduced, and the power of our ancient crossbows will be affected. Of course, it won't be that big because we have a total of 9 energy cores and 7 backup energy cores. Ingwuk said, in that case, won't our combat power be weakened if we split up? Yes, Your Highness. That's because the energy cores can cover each other and complement each other, enhancing the combat environment. The Great Yan Empire's monarch Min said, even if our fleet is scattered, we can still easily destroy Raging Tide City, right? Ingwuk said, prepare to split up. However, at this moment, the Snow Eagle Knight in the sky sent another warning. Regret of the dragon is attacking, regret of the dragon is attacking. After a while, everyone looked up and saw another regret of the dragon flying over from the north. It was still very slow, traveling no more than 2,000 meters per second. Ingwek sneered. What's the point? What's the point? However, he had no choice but to issue another order. Everyone prepared to dive into the sea to avoid the regret of the dragons. Explosion. Another few minutes later. The second fake regret of the dragon descended from the sky once again. Bang! The second fake dragon's remorse exploded again, but this time, it was still a nightmare stone magnetic bomb. A few minutes later, Ingwek and the others returned to the deck like drowned rats. Your Highness, Raging Tide City is still firing magnetic bombs this time. They've attacked the efficiency of our energy cores again and caused us to suffer losses again, Ingwek ordered. Ingwek gave the order, the fleet will officially disperse. Make your calculations. If this continues, our fleet will be scattered to this extent. Our combat strength will be greatly affected. Your Highness, this depends on how many times Raging Tide City will fire, Ingwek said. Let's split the fleet into two and attack Raging Tide City from the east and west. What do you think, Elder Wu? All right. Immediately, Stupa Mountain and Ingwang's fleet officially split into two. The distance between the two fleets gradually increased, eventually exceeding 20,000 meters, far beyond the regret of the dragon's killing range. Someone asked why the enemy fleet hadn't fired the regret of the dragon before they split up. First and foremost, the real regret of the dragon was too heavy, so it couldn't be fired more than 250 kilometers away. The fake regret of the dragon was very light, so it could be fired much farther. Secondly, once the real regret of the dragon was fired, the enemy's 100,000 samurai would jump into the sea and dive to the bottom of the sea to avoid the explosion. That way, many would survive, and only the ship would be destroyed. Another half an hour passed. The Snow Eagle Knight in the sky sent out a warning again. Regret of the dragon is attacking, regret of the dragon is attacking, but no one cared anymore. It was like the story of the wolf. The first time the wolf was here, the villagers rushed out, but the wolf didn't come. The second time the wolf was here, the villagers rushed out to fight, but the wolf still didn't come. And the third time the wolf was here, no one believed it. As expected, a moment later, Ingwek saw another regret of the dragon flying over from the northern horizon, but it was still very slow. Another fake dragon's remorse. F***ck your Raging Tide City, is there any point in playing like this? When my fleet arrives, I will definitely kill all of you. Actually, Stupa Mountain and Ingwang had fake regret of the dragon, and they also had several dragon force firing devices. But was there any point? Of course there was. Stupa Mountain's fake regret of the dragon was loaded with goo worm weapons. But to ensure sufficient destructive power, Ingwek would fire from a distance of 300 kilometers. The third remorse of the dragon shot from Raging Tide arrived above Indomitable Victory's B Squadron and descended from the sky. Jump! Along with the order. All the warriors in this fleet jumped into the sea again, diving into the water. More than 10 seconds later. Bang! Raging Tide City's third fake regret of the dragon exploded, another nightmare stone magnetic bomb. Tens of thousands of people returned to their disguises like drowned rats. A scholar from Stupa Mountain came to Ingwek and said, Your Highness, I have something to report to you. The nightmare stone magnetic bomb fired by Raging Tide City is very powerful, and our fleet is split into two, so the damage from the magnetic force is stronger, so our fleet speed will decrease, and our ancient weapons will also weaken. Most importantly, our dragon force firing devices can only fire goo worm weapons at a distance of 300 kilometers. Ingwek nodded. So be it, it wasn't a big deal. Because he was now sure that the regret of the dragon fired by Raging Tide City was fake, and their goal was to paralyze his fleet and ancient weapons. It was impossible for the real regret of the dragon to be fired. Another half an hour passed. The Snow Eagle warrior above Stupa Mountain warned again, Regret of the dragon is attacking, regret of the dragon is attacking. F***ck. This time, it wasn't just Ingwek cursing, the entire fleet was cursing. Raging Tide City, are you done? Is it fun to keep firing fake regret of the dragon like this? Everyone couldn't help but look at Ingwek and Elder Wu. Commanders, are we still jumping into the sea? We know this is fake regret of the dragon, so jumping into the sea to avoid it is meaningless. Jump! Ingwuk shouted. Then, over 50,000 people jumped into the sea again, diving into the sea to avoid regret of the dragon, even though they knew the one flying in the sky was fake. A few seconds later. Bang! The fourth fake regret of the dragon from Raging Tide City exploded again, another nightmare stone magnetic bomb. At this time Ingwuk's fleet was only 530 kilometers away from Raging Tide City. Your Highness, because we jumped into the sea 4 times and dove deep into the sea, most of our air reserves have been used up. Only the ancient armor can provide a lot of air. Ingwuk said, "What do you mean?" The Grand Scholar said, "Next, we need to reduce the time we spend jumping into the sea. In fact, there is no need for us to jump into the sea or dive into the sea, right?" Ingwuk nodded. They knew that Xianxia was still in the ancient ruins of Mt. Gang, and they knew that Raging Tide City couldn't fire regret of the dragon, but they still wanted to jump into the sea to escape. It was too stupid. The fleet sailed for another half an hour. "Your Highness, we are 500 kilometers away from Raging Tide City," the Grand Scholar said. Ingwuk said, "Can we fire the parasite bomb with our dragon power?" The Grand Scholar said, "To be on the safe side, it's best to fire it after 490 kilometers. Our energy core has been greatly damaged." Inside Raging Tide City's castle, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. It really wasn't easy to fire 4 fake regret of the dragon in a row. Now, he could finally play for real. "First regret of the dragon, in position," Xianxia ordered. A dozen warriors used all their strength to place the shockingly heavy true regret of the dragon on the launch device. This time, Xianxia didn't need to mix the blood. He just used his finger to lightly swipe the words "regret of the dragon" and it was activated. Because he had the ancient king's ring. After it was activated, the entire Raging Tide City's castle was shrouded in a terrifying aura of destruction, as if a giant dragon was whispering. Xianxia set the launch target and distance. Then, he suddenly twisted the switch of the Nightmare Dream Stone. A dragon roar. The real regret of the dragon was fired. Whoosh! After flying for a few hundred meters, the regret of the dragon spat out plasma flames, but there was no sonic boom or 3 times the speed of sound. Because Xianxia had set the launch speed at 290 meters per second, which was about the same as the fake regret of the dragon. The Snow Eagle warrior from Stupa Mountain once again discovered the meteor-like trajectory in the northern sky. The speed was still very slow, and it was another fake regret of the dragon, but he had to sound the alarm. "Regret of the dragon is attacking. Regret of the dragon is attacking." Ingwuk was about to explode. Was there an end to this? He was also operating the Dragon Power launch device, about to launch the Goo missile at Raging Tide City, and the process was rather complicated for him. He had to set the launch target and distance in the Dragon Power. "Your Highness, it's getting closer," the Grand Scholar said. Ingwuk looked up at the horizon. The regret of the dragon was indeed getting closer, and it was still so slow. But now, he really didn't feel nervous at all. Anyone who had experienced the attacks of the fake regret of the dragon 4 times wouldn't feel nervous. "Your Highness, do you want to jump into the sea again?" the Grand Scholar asked. "Elder Wu, do you want to jump into the sea?" "King Min?" No one answered. They really didn't know whether to jump or not, because it was obviously another fake regret of the dragon. Xianxia wasn't even in Raging Tide City, so there couldn't be a real regret of the dragon. But what if it was real? No rush, no rush. Ingwuk kept setting the Dragon Power launch device. Everything was set up, and it was already aimed in the direction of Raging Tide City. "Raging Tide City, feel the wrath of Stupa Mountain next. The endless goo missile can kill you all, and you will face a hellish death. These goo worms will devour every single one of your lives and turn you into a pile of mush." At this moment, the regret of the dragon shot by Raging Tide City had already descended from the sky. "Your Highness, if you want to jump into the sea, you have to hurry." Ingwuk fiercely twisted the Nightmare Dreamstone switch, and immediately, Stupa Mountain's goo missile shot out. The regret of the dragon in the sky fell faster and faster, faster and faster. Everyone was disdainful. Another fake regret of the dragon. Raging Tide City was really at its wits' end. What a joke. Ingwuk didn't know why he felt his heart palpitate. Then, he jumped directly into the sea and shouted, "Jump, jump, jump." The other tens of thousands of warriors were startled, and then they also jumped off the deck. But it was too late. The regret of the dragon exploded when it was dozens of meters away from the sea. An earth-shattering explosion. Heaven and earth were destroyed. In an instant, a light many times brighter than the sun lit up, and a shocking green mushroom cloud of flames appeared. The entire B squadron and countless warriors of Stupa Mountain and Ingguang were instantly turned into ashes. Note, the first update will be sent to you. My benefactors, please give me your monthly tickets. The Hell's Lotus bloomed once again. The temperature in the center was over 100 million degrees Celsius, instantly vaporizing everything nearby. A bone-chilling scene appeared once again. All the warships in the center of the explosion, even the ancient ones, disappeared from the world. The seawater in the center even skipped the boiling and sublimation process and directly disappeared. It was as if a huge gap had appeared in the middle of the sea. At this moment, the allied warriors of Stupa Mountain and Ingguang all jumped into the sea. It was a very strange and stunning scene, just like a photo. Many people on Earth liked to capture moments. They would either jump up or jump down. In short, they would be flying in the air. And these tens of thousands of people disappeared the moment they jumped into the sea. After the fireball, there was another hellstorm. The temperature and energy were shocking. It was like a real hurricane of death spreading in all directions. One after another, the warships were flipped over and instantly burned to ashes in the air. They were heated into molten iron and then torn apart by the terrifying shockwave. Almost everyone was too late to jump into the sea, including Ingwuk. His reaction was the fastest, but the moment he jumped into the sea, the dragon's regret had already exploded. He saw this scene with his own eyes, and then, even though he immediately closed his eyes and jumped into the sea, he still lost all his vision in an instant. "Shenlang, you bastard, you bastard. You must have returned to Raging Tide City. You must have returned. When are you returning to Raging Tide City? How is that possible? Do you know how to fly? It's a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers. Do you know how to fly in less than 10 days, Ingwuk cursed furiously in his heart. All of this seemed to be the despicable and vicious work of Shenlang. He knew that although regret of the dragon was extremely powerful, as long as he dove into the sea, he could still avoid it. Therefore, he shot the fake regret of the dragon over and over again, making Ingwuk and the others believe that the Fury Tide City couldn't shoot the real regret of the dragon. They jumped into the sea again, and finally stopped. Then, the real regret of the dragon came, and it was shot at a very slow speed, looking exactly the same as the fake one. Now, the entire B squadron was within the explosion radius of regret of the dragon. They were almost completely wiped out. "Shenlang, you're so evil, so evil." Of course, Ingwuk's mental state only lasted for a very short period of time. Then, the explosive storm of the dragon's regret swept over in an instant. His luck was pretty good. He was about 1,500 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion. Boom boom boom, when the terrifying shockwave swept over, Ingwuk could clearly see that his flagship was instantly burned red and turned into molten iron. He dived as hard as he could, and dived. But it was too late. When the hellstorm of regret of the dragon swept over, the surface of the seawater instantly boiled and turned into water vapor. Ingwuk, who was originally submerged in the seawater, was directly exposed to the air. The ancient armor on his body was very, very powerful, but it couldn't withstand the shockingly high temperature. It was directly burned red, and began to melt and distort. Ingwuk let out a series of miserable screams. Then, in the next second, there was an explosion. The nightmare stone in his ancient armor exploded. Of course, he had fired a parasite missile at Raging Tide City at the last moment. If it had hit the critical core of Raging Tide City, it would have been shockingly destructive. However, he had thought too much. This goo missile had been launched too late. It had only flown for less than 1,500 meters before regret of the dragon exploded. This goo missile had shattered in the air, and all the goo inside had been reduced to ashes in an instant. Stupa Mountain's defense hall's elder Wu was trembling all over. He couldn't even breathe. He was originally on Ingwuk's flagship, and so was the Empire's monarch Min. But for some reason, Elder Wu felt inexplicably uneasy. He couldn't explain the reason at all. Was he worried about the other B squadron? That shouldn't be the case. The leader of the other B squadron was his son, Wu Ju. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a problem. This son of his had dealt with Xianxia for a long time, and he was extremely cunning. Elder Wu had purposely let him take charge alone. But when he saw Xianxia firing Regret of the Dragon after Regret of the Dragon, his inexplicable unease grew stronger and stronger. But he knew that Xianxia should be at the ancient ruins of Mount Jingang. Even if he had escaped, there was no way he could have returned to Raging Tide City so quickly. Unable to find a reason to feel uneasy, Elder Wu rode his snow eagle into the sky and flew towards the other B squadron. He felt that it might be the reason for his uneasiness. His son was powerful, but he was still only 39 years old. He still needed him to take charge of the situation. That was why Elder Wu left on his snow eagle not long after Xianxia fired the fourth Regret of the Dragon. He saw the fifth Regret of the Dragon flying towards him from the sky, but he didn't pay it much attention because he thought it was also fake. Then, the Regret of the Dragon exploded and lit up a Hell's Lotus. At the time, he was riding a snow eagle about 15,000 meters away from the explosion and flying at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Even at this distance, he couldn't look directly at the terrifying light of the explosion. He had no choice but to close his eyes because of the intense shock. He only opened his eyes after a long while. At that time, the giant fireball had risen to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Then, he saw dozens of Snow Eagle warriors screaming in pain in the sky and falling to the ground as torches. With his own eyes, he saw those powerful ancient warships being torn apart like toys. Xianxia, it's Xianxia again? He's back. He's back at Raging Tide City. Not long after, the hellstorm of the dragon's Regret of the Dragon swept over. Even at this distance, he could feel the intense heat. The snow eagle he was riding sensed the danger and flew towards the east with all its might to avoid the shockwaves of the dragon's Regret of the Dragon. Instantly, its feathers curled up and it let out a series of painful screams. But it was still very impressive. It endured the pain and flew until it reached the sky above the other B squadron. Then, it began to descend. When it was a few hundred meters away from the sea, it finally couldn't take it anymore and fell. Like a kite, Elder Wu jumped down lightly and landed on the deck of the Stupa Mountain B squadron. His son Wu Ju and a few other Hell Army generals rushed up to him. The two fleets were 30,000 meters away from each other. At this distance, they could feel the terrible storm and the clear heat, but they couldn't deal any damage. However, they could still clearly see the shocking fireball erupting from the western side of the sea. Although they could not see the scene of the other B squadron being destroyed, they could already guess the result. "Father, the other B squadron is finished," Wu Ju said in a trembling voice. Elder Wu nodded and said in a trembling voice, "Xianxia is back. I don't know how he came back, but he's already back at Raging Tide City." Speaking of which, Wu Ju and Xianxia had known each other for several years. They even pretended to be sworn brothers. Of course, Wu Ju knew that while he might not be on Xianxia's list of enemies, he was definitely on the latter's list. How many times had he opposed Xianxia over the years? How many times had he framed Xianxia? Xianxia still has one more Regret of the Dragon. What should we do next? Wu Ju asked. Elder Wu frowned. Even his breathing wasn't very smooth. Yes, Xianxia had stolen 2 Regret of the Dragon and fired one. There was still one left. Wu Ju said, "Xianxia definitely doesn't want to fire it because he wants to keep it as a strategic deterrent. But, if our B squadron continues to charge toward Raging Tide City, he will still fire the Regret of the Dragon if he senses fatal danger." Elder Wu asked, "Can our remaining B squadron still destroy Raging Tide City?" "Yes, it's more than enough," Wu Ju said. "The problem is, can we take the risk of being attacked by the Regret of the Dragon?" Elder Wu was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't advance, but he couldn't retreat either. It was at this moment an ear-piercing alarm came from the sky. "Regret of the Dragon is attacking. Regret of the Dragon will make it in time." Then, all the bells in the B squadron rang at the same time. Tens of thousands of warriors jumped into the sea without any orders, even though the regret of the dragon flying in from the north was still very far away. Wu Ju said, "This regret of the dragon is fake." Elder Wu nodded. He had also determined that it was fake, but who would dare bet on the possibility of it being true, and so, when they were still several thousand meters away, Elder Wu and Wu Ju jumped into the sea and dove to the bottom. A full minute later. Bang, the fake regret of the dragon finally exploded. It was still a nightmare stone magnetic bomb. Everyone once again climbed onto the deck of the spaceship. Wu Ju said, "Father, we can't go on like this. I have an idea." Elder Wu said, "I know what you're thinking, but just say it." Wu Ju said, "We have 300 Sky Riders in total. Of course, only half of them are left now. Even if the special warriors are fine, their snow eagles have fallen. 150 Sky Riders are enough. We can launch an airstrike on Raging Tide City. Although we can't use Regret of the Dragon, we have goo bombs that can destroy Raging Tide City and even kill them all." Elder Wu was silent. Wu Ju said, "Meanwhile, our fleet needs to retreat immediately. It's best if we stay away from Shenlang's Regret of the Dragon. Its magnetic bombs are very powerful and will continuously consume the power of our fleet's energy core." Elder Wu had already made up his mind. He was just weighing the various possibilities. Wu Ju said, "Shenlang has a type of hot air balloon that can fly, but it's very slow and not very flexible. Although it can fly very high, it's no threat to our Snow Eagle riders. Moreover, there are very few of them and they can only be used for observation. Also, although Raging Tide City has many giant crossbows, our Snow Eagles can fly up to 5,000 meters. They're completely out of range of any anti-air weapons. 150 Snow Eagle riders with thousands of goo bombs should be enough to kill tens of thousands of Raging Tide City's people. No armor can block the goo, even Choyao Air will die. And the best part is that Shenlang can defend against all goo, he won't die. After we kill everyone in Raging Tide City, we can easily capture Shenlang again." Elder Wu was still silent. Wu Ju said, "Father, do you not agree? Or do you have a better idea?" Elder Wu shook his head, "No, your idea is very good. It's the only way. I'm thinking if I should complete this mission myself." Wu Ju said, "Of course you don't have to do it yourself." Elder Wu said, "But if it's someone else, even if they kill everyone in Raging Tide City, can they successfully capture Shenlang? This person is cunning, vicious, and despicable. He can't be described with words. Do you think others are his match in terms of scheming?" Wu Ju shook his head. "Only those who have fought with Shenlang know how monstrous he is. This person had once been held captive by Stupa Mountain, but he had forcefully escaped. He clearly didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, but not only did he easily escape, he even stole 2 dragons' regrets. What else could he not do? Send someone else to capture Shenlang? Kill everyone in Raging Tide City? He really doesn't feel at ease. I'll go myself." Elder Wu gritted his teeth. "The other B squadron is almost completely destroyed. Ingwek is probably dead, and so is Monarch Min. But we are still alive. If we don't kill everyone in Raging Tide City, if we don't capture Shenlang, we won't be able to hand over the mission." Wu Ju said, "I'll immediately lead the B squadron to retreat 300 miles and send a small fleet to the west to search for survivors." 15 minutes later. Elder Wu gathered the special warriors in the air. There were a total of 189, more than expected. Of the 300 Snow Eagle cavalrymen, only a few dozen were killed by Regret Dragon, but a few dozen had lost their mounts. "I'll give you 39 Snow Eagle cavalrymen, I'll take the remaining 150 to destroy Raging Tide City." Elder Wu said, "These 39 Snow Eagle cavalrymen will be used to monitor this area and ensure the safety of the fleet. Don't carry out any other missions." Wu Ju said, "Understood." Elder Wu shouted, "All Snow Eagle cavalrymen, have you brought the goo worm bombs?" "All of them." He said 1,000 before, but in the end, he brought 1,500, which was almost all he had. Each bomb contained billions of goo worms, an astronomical number. Using trillions of goo worms to slaughter Raging Tide City was truly an astronomical number. Of course, trillions sounded terrifying, but it was only equivalent to a year's supply of 100 adult men. Of course, goo worms were slightly different from those things, they were more like mayflies. But once these 1,500 goo worm bombs exploded, it would be enough to cover the entire Raging Tide City and carry out a tragic massacre. Moreover, these 1,500 goo worm bombs contained more than 100 different kinds of goo worms. Of course, the goo worm bomb was a very dangerous thing at any time, so it had to be completely sealed before it was thrown. It could not be leaked at all. These hundreds of special warriors could be considered the top experts of Stupa Mountain, but there were more than a few thousand special warriors on Stupa Mountain, so it was impossible to be completely immune to all the goo worms. You must remember, after flying above Raging Tide City, each person will be in charge of an area and throw the goo worm bombs down. Once you're done, you must leave immediately, don't stay for any longer, or else there might be a risk of backlash. Of course, the lifespan of these goo worms is very short. Once they leave the nutrient solution, they will all die in 15 minutes at most, losing all their lethality. So half an hour after throwing the bombs, we will try to land in Raging Tide City and capture Xianxia. Do you understand? You are going to carry out a great mission. This is the first large-scale air raid in the Eastern world, and also the first time Stupa Mountain has used such a large-scale goo worm weapon to carry out a destructive attack. You must succeed in one go, kill everyone in Raging Tide City, and take revenge for the victims of the explosion of Regret of the Dragon. Annihilate Raging Tide City. Annihilate Raging Tide City. Amidst waves of angry shouts, one after another, the snow eagles spread their wings and soared into the sky, forming a neat battle formation in the air. The head of the military department, Stupa Mountain Elder, personally led the team. Move out. Following Elder Wu's order, 150 Snow Eagle warriors carried 1,500 terrifying goo worm bombs and flew into the air above Raging Tide City. Damn it, this scene was somewhat familiar. The explosion of Regret of the Dragon was a bit like a sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, and now Stupa Mountain Elder Wu was leading 150 Snow Eagle warriors to Raging Tide City to launch an air raid. It was a bit like the US military's revenge bombing of Tokyo. This world was really interesting. Xianxia was always thinking about staging a large-scale air raid. For this, he had created hot air balloons a few years ago, and recently, he had even created airships. However, the first large-scale air raid was actually done by the enemy. 5,000 meters in the air. Elder Wu led the 150 Snow Eagle warriors, flying in the air like a real fighter jet formation. Of course, the speed of the Snow Eagles was far slower than the ultrasonic flying beasts, their cruising speed not exceeding 200 km per hour, but even so, it was already very fast. In just an hour, they were already in the air above Raging Tide City, less than 100 kilometers away. Today's weather was very clear, and Elder Wu could already see the entire Raging Tide City, as well as the Raging Tide City fleet on the sea. Things were really changing with each passing day. It had only been a year and a half since Xianxia's return, and Raging Tide City was already like a tiger or a dragon coiled around Liuzhou Island. The huge city walls were like a huge beast protecting the entire Raging Tide City. Moreover, the Raging Tide City's tens of thousands of troops were on the city walls. It was too perfect, simply the best place for a massacre. Along the way, Elder Wu had already discovered 4 Raging Tide City airships, but they didn't have any offensive capabilities and were very slow, clearly not a threat to the Snow Eagle warriors. At least the sky above Raging Tide City completely belonged to Stupa Mountain and the Snow Eagle warriors. Elder Wu's breathing quickened. The massacre was about to begin. Xianxia, very soon, you will feel the wrath of Stupa Mountain. Watching tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people die in front of you without being able to do anything, it must be incomparably painful. You, Xianxia, used the Black Death Bomb to wipe out a few cities. Although it was very scary, no one saw it, and the speed was slow. Today, at most a quarter of an hour, the hundreds of thousands of people in Raging Tide City will be wiped out. This scene will definitely be unprecedented, cruel, and shocking. Speed up, wipe out the Raging Tide City. Following Elder Wu's order, the 150 Snow Eagle warriors accelerated crazily, forming an absolutely neat formation, like a sharp sword pouncing towards the sky above Raging Tide City. Massacre, massacre. Kill them all. In the huge castle of Raging Tide City, Xianxia used a high-powered telescope to look at the sky. The weather today was really good. This scene was too breathtaking, a truly grand scene. Although 150 enemies in the sky couldn't be said to cover the sky, it still stretched for dozens of miles. Even in the movies on Earth, it was not very common to see 150 fighter jets at once. Xianxia even felt envious. Stupa Mountain had such a large-scale air force, but of course, the Great Yan Empire had even more. Stupa Mountain will launch an air attack on us. What weapons do you think they will use? Hila asked. Xianxia replied, goo-worm weapons to carry out a massacre on Raging Tide City. If they succeed, I guarantee that they will kill tens of thousands of our people within a quarter of an hour. Against the air force of Stupa Mountain, Xianxia originally planned to use the dragon's power launcher, even using up an energy core. However, even then, there would still be fish that escaped the net, because these snow eagles were also very fast. Once they discovered an energy core being launched into the sky, they would quickly avoid it and escape the radius of the explosion. But now that they had Dachao, everything would not be a problem. Dachao, it's time for your performance, Xianxia said slowly. Just as he finished speaking, Ga. With a cheer, a 30-meter-long super beast suddenly flew into the sky like a large fighter jet. Then, it directly flew in front of Xianxia, and Chou Yaoer, who was wearing ancient armor, rode on the back of the ultrasonic flying beast. Xianxia scratched Dachao's chin and said, remember two things. First, you must attack when the wind is with you. Second, you must be more than 300 meters away from the enemy. These days, Dachao had always been in the huge pond. For many people, this was the first time they had seen it, and they were immediately shocked. There was actually such a huge flying beast? Moreover, its shape was simply too perfect, absolutely streamlined. It was like a fighter jet. All-powerful fighter jets must be very beautiful, and they must conform to the aesthetic of streamlining. Dachao was extremely proud. It enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention the most. Go! Xianxia said. Dachao let out another cry, and then quickly rose into the sky, its entire body almost vertical. If it were Xianxia, he would have fallen long ago. Even with the protection of the ancient king ring, he did not have enough strength to hug Dachao's neck. But Chou Yaoer had no problem, and could easily stick to Dachao's back. Lift off, lift off, lift off, Dachao directly flew to the sky, and then rushed towards the 150 Snow Eagle Knights of Stupa Mountain. Its speed reached an astonishing 600 kilometers per hour, it was simply terrifying. Chou Yaoer was extremely happy. This feeling was too good, second only to having an affair with Xianxia. This feeling of flying freely in the sky, it was as if her entire body and mind had merged with the sky, and she could see the world with unprecedented vision and speed. In just a few minutes, Dachao flew in front of the enemy air force. Then, it once again began its proudest, most exciting performance. It dived rapidly, its speed increasing once again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In this instant, because of the free fall, coupled with its acceleration, it directly broke through the speed of sound. In just a few seconds, Dachao dived 5,000 meters, directly appearing in front of the Stupa Mountain Air Force, it alone blocked in front of 150 Snow Eagles. Stupa Mountain's Elder Wu and the other Snow Eagle Knights were completely stunned, and their eyes were even filled with incomparable jealousy. Now he knew why Xianxia was able to return to Raging Tide City so quickly. It turned out that he really did fly back. On what basis? On what basis could he tame such a flying beast? This flying beast was simply too much stronger than the Snow Eagles, and too much more perfect. But, aren't you being too arrogant? You only have one, yet you want to block our 150 Snow Eagles and 150 special warriors? Are you seeking death? Just from the scene alone, Dachao indeed looked like he was seeking death. No matter how strong it was, one could not block more than 100. Stupa Mountain's Elder Wu ordered, slow down, slow down. Instantly, the 150 Snow Eagle warriors slowed down, and once again formed a formation in the air, slowly approaching the ultrasonic flying beast. Dachao still floated in the air, not moving an inch. This posture was too pretentious, too powerful. One to block 150. Ready! Stupa Mountain's Elder Wu roared. Instantly, 150 special warriors raised their ancient crossbows. But didn't ancient crossbows, nightmare stone, and ancient battle sabers need energy control centers? Why didn't they need them? As mentioned before, there were independent ancient equipment, but they needed very high-grade nightmare stone crystals. For example, Adolf's set of ancient equipment did not need energy control centers. This kind of independent ancient equipment was very precious even in Stupa Mountain. Elder Wu's gaze once again looked in the direction of Raging Tide City, which was less than 70 miles away. Shenlang, you actually want to use a flying beast to stop us? That's a complete fool's dream. But he was really a bit reluctant. After all, this flying beast was too precious, and it would be best if he could capture it. But right now, exterminating Raging Tide City and capturing Shenlang was the most important. Kill this flying beast first, and then exterminate Raging Tide City. At this time, the flying beast Dachao was also charging his ultrasonic attack. Charging to the extreme. Elder Wu suddenly roared, "Fire!" A breathtaking scene appeared. The ancient crossbows of the 150 special warriors fired wildly. So. Countless ancient arrows shot toward Dachao like a rainstorm. The distance between the two sides was only 500 meters, and the ancient crossbows could easily shoot through any creature at this distance. At this time, Dachao had also finished charging, and with a roar, a powerful ultrasonic attack shot out. Bang, 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 it was a silent supersonic attack. But this scene was indeed like the ultimate killing technique of the generals in the Legend of the Three Kingdoms. This ultrasonic attack was like an invisible shadow, instantly cutting through the air, and all the ancient arrows in front of it were blown away, falling one after another. But that was far from it. This ultrasonic attack suddenly shot into the body of one of the Stupa Mountain Snow Eagle warriors. In an instant, the Snow Eagle warrior on its back was directly smashed into pieces, and the Snow Eagle warrior on its back was directly sent flying. Its armor was fine, but the person inside was directly smashed into pieces. But that was far from it, there was something even more perfect. This Snow Eagle warrior was carrying 10 parasite bombs, all of which were sealed in a sturdy porcelain container. But could porcelain block Dachao's ultrasonic attack? Completely impossible. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 parasite bombs suddenly exploded, and over tens of billions of parasites spread out in the air like a terrifying death storm, instantly covering the sky above thousands of square meters. As the countless parasites spread, one Snow Eagle warrior after another turned into pus, then into flames. One after another, the Snow Eagle warriors let out miserable screams as they were swallowed alive by the parasites. What a tragedy. Note, the second update will be delivered. I beg for your monthly votes. Please, thank you, everyone. What happened next was Dachao's crazy performance. It displayed insane mobility, and it could breathe 360 degrees. Waves of terrifying ultrasonic attacks shot out. Stupa Mountain special warriors might not die if they were hit, but their Snow Eagle mounts would definitely die. They would disintegrate in the air, and the goo worm bombs they carried would definitely explode. This was simply a terrifying exhibition of death, and it was simply breathtaking. No one had expected that Stupa Mountain would have so many goo worms, and they were so terrifyingly powerful. In just a few minutes, more than half of the 150 Snow Eagle riders had been killed. Stupa Mountain's fifth elder desperately shouted, "Scatter, scatter." Actually, there was no need for him to give the order. When the goo worm bombs exploded, the Snow Eagle warriors had already fled in all directions. It was an absolute disaster, and they all flew away, their formation falling apart. Thus, Dachao started to attack them one by one. This was even more tragic for the enemy because Dachao's mobility and flying speed far surpassed the Snow Eagles, and his long-range attacks were also far superior. To use a very famous term, it was generation gap. Thus, this aerial battle became absolutely unfair. This was no longer a fourth-generation fighter against a second-generation fighter, but a J-20 chasing a World War II propeller fighter. Dachao started his real performance. He crazily accelerated, dove, and moved like a cobra, and was simply having a lot of fun. Because his speed was too fast, he could easily catch up with any target, and he could also shake off any pursuers. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Stupa Mountain Snow Eagle warriors' ancient crossbows shot out crazily. These crossbow bolts were extremely fast, more than 300 meters per second. A distance of 800 meters could be covered in less than 3 seconds. But what was even more tragic was that when Dachau flew, his speed was more than 600 kilometers per hour, more than 100 meters per second. Thus, even with his 30-meter-long body, he could easily dodge any crossbow bolts. But even if he could not dodge, it did not matter. On his back was Chou Yao, who had heaven-defying martial arts and could deflect any crossbow bolts. The people in the sky above Furious Tide City would be in for a treat if they had binoculars. Stupa Mountain Snow Eagle warriors were crushed into pieces in the air, followed by the explosion of a strange smoke. These were countless goo worms. Pung! A Snow Eagle warrior's body was burning fiercely as it fell from the sky. It had been devoured by a special goo, similar to the hellfire bug. Shen Lang watched as the enemies fell from the sky one after another. Furthermore, they were all bursting into flames. It really felt like an illusion. This was an aerial battle on modern Earth, and the sky was filled with fighter jets. Bang, bang, the Dachau's ultrasonic waves continuously shot out, and every time, it would definitely shoot down at least one enemy air force. It was really gorgeous and exciting. It was really like the enemy's fighter jets were falling one after another. A short 10 minutes later, the 150 Snow Eagle warriors of Stupa Mountain were almost completely annihilated. What about Stupa Mountain's Elder Wu? When more than half of the Snow Eagle warrior fell to the ground, he felt that something was wrong. And fled. By the time Dachau killed all 150 Snow Eagle warriors of Stupa Mountain, he had already flown dozens of miles away. Fly, fly, fly. Elder Wu knew that as long as he flew above the fleet, he would be safe. This was because the supergiant crossbows on the fleet had amazing anti-air capabilities, and their shooting speed could exceed 400 to 500 meters per second. This amazing flying beast, Shen Lang, would not be able to dodge them. After Dachau killed all the other Snow Eagle warriors, it madly chased after them. It once again displayed its extreme speed, absolute sprinting, and actually reached a shocking 700 kilometers per hour. Of course, this was sprinting speed, not cruising speed. In just 3 minutes, Stupa Mountain's Elder Wu's Snow Eagle was caught. This feeling was really despairing. Even if his Snow Eagle flew with all its might, its speed could only reach a third of Dachau's. He desperately controlled this school, wanting to use its mobility to get rid of Dachau's pursuit. However, this was completely asking to be humiliated. Dachau's mobility was even more amazing than its flying speed. Pung! After Dachau finished charging, it suddenly shot out an ultrasonic wave attack. Elder Wu was very sharp. Even if he did not turn his head, he could feel the dangerous aura. He controlled the Snow Eagle to dodge, but it was impossible to dodge. Ultrasonic waves were still sound waves, and the speed could reach 300 meters per second. A distance of 500 meters would only take a little more than a second. Jie. This Snow Eagle desperately fell down. This was the fastest way to dodge. However, it was a pity that Dachau was too cunning. When it shot out the ultrasonic wave, it actually knew how to measure it in advance. When Elder Wu's Snow Eagle fell, it happened to be hit by the ultrasonic wave. In an instant, this huge Snow Eagle suddenly shattered in the air. At the same time, Elder Wu suddenly jumped in the air, dodging Dachau's ultrasonic wave attack, and then he suddenly fell down towards the sea. Dachau swooped down and continued to shoot ultrasonic waves at Elder Wu. Pung, 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 however, all of them failed. This was because Elder Wu's martial arts were too high, and he had ancient equipment that was not inferior to Adolf's. He could move more than 10 meters in an instant, directly dodging the ultrasonic wave. His body fell faster and faster, faster and faster. Pung! Finally, he suddenly jumped into the sea. Leave it to me. Chou Yao patted Dachau's shoulder, and then she also suddenly jumped down from the sky, diving into the sea. Thus, Dachau circled above the sea, searching for his target. After Chou Yao jumped into the sea, she began to search for Elder Wu's location. Very soon, she found him. At this moment, Elder Wu was quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea, looking at Chou Yao as if to provoke her. Do you dare to come over? Chou Yao also dived into the sea, slowly walking towards Elder Wu. The other party still did not move. Chou Yaoer slowly pulled out her sword, and continued to walk. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Suddenly, Elder Wu revealed a sinister smile, and shouted, "Die, die, die, be devoured by countless goo worms and die." In the next second, the 10 goo worm bombs that he brought with him suddenly exploded at the bottom of the sea. It was a breathtaking scene. Countless goo worms instantly spread in the sea, completely enveloping the seawater within a few hundred meters. At the same time, all the creatures in the sea's brain were completely wiped out. Chou Yaoer also directly disappeared. Because she was the only human in the area apart from Elder Wu, most of the goo worms crazily pounced towards her. Bang 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 bang, these countless goo worms interacted with each other, producing bursts of explosive sounds and even emitting sparks. Of course, the goo worms could only survive in the sea for a short time, not more than a few minutes. However, it was more than enough to devour Chou Yaoer. And as an elder of Stupa Mountain, Elder Wu was definitely immune to most goo worms. The area within 100 meters of the sea had become a death zone. Countless goo worms crazily slaughtered everything, including corals and even the smallest mayfly. Elder Wu laughed wildly. "Chou Yaoer, you are indeed as upright as I imagined. You would rather be upright than submit. Even though you know that I have a plot, you still rushed towards me. There are at least 100 goo worms devouring you. Aren't you a pirate? This sea will become your grave. Very good, very good." Next, he was not in a hurry to leave. Because there was only one truly terrifying expert in the entire Raging Tide City, Chou Yaoer. Not only was she a top-notch martial expert, she was also a top-notch battlefield expert. The big fool was also very terrifying, but he was still a monstrous battlefield killing machine. His martial attainment was not at the peak. As for Li Qianxiu, Shuiyin, and the others, Elder Wu did not fear them. Although they were all grandmasters, there was still a world of difference between them. After waiting for a long time, all the goo worms at the bottom of the sea had died and sunk to the bottom. The seawater became clear again. Elder Wu activated the light-emitting device on his ancient armor and shone it on the sea. He wanted to find traces of Chou Yaoer, but he could not find anything. She had disappeared, and only a few pieces of cloth were left floating in the sea. Even the armor had disappeared, because many goo worms could devour metal. Elder Wu searched the entire sea again, but he still could not find anything. Chou Yaoer was most likely dead. This woman was very upright, and she was not Shenlang, so she did not know how to scheme. Elder Wu stealthily floated to the surface of the sea, but he did not reveal himself at all. He wanted to hunt Dachao. This flying beast was too amazing, and now that it had lost its master, as long as he could capture it, the loss of 150 snow eagles would be worth it. At this time, Dachao was still circling above the sea, as if he was looking for an enemy. However, his speed was extremely slow. Elder Wu silently swam in the sea, and he stealthily approached Dachao. The current him was like a giant crocodile in the water, hunting for prey in the air. He continuously approached Dachao, 300 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Then, he controlled the ancient armor on his body, gathering the energy to the extreme. This ancient armor could shoot into the sky, and it could reach over 50 meters in one go. Furthermore, its speed was extremely fast. When Dachao was unprepared, he would definitely be able to capture him in one fell swoop. Almost there, Elder Wu even prepared an ancient crossbow. If he failed to capture Dachao, he would immediately shoot an arrow. Bang! Like a cannonball, Elder Wu ferociously rushed out of the sea, shooting towards Dachao in the sky. Bang! But immediately after, there was another loud sound, and another humanoid cannonball shot towards him. Chou Yaoer suddenly appeared tens of meters behind him, and the nightmare stone in her hand slashed towards him. Elder Wu was completely shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He no longer cared about capturing Dachao, and controlled the ancient armor to flash around crazily, dodging Chou Yaoer's fatal attack. This old bastard was very cunning. He was able to dodge such a fatal attack from Chou Yaoer. Then, the two experts in ancient armor began to fight crazily on the sea. This was a classic fight between immortals. The two of them had completely turned into ghostly shadows, flying crazily on the sea. Zhu Hongxue was no match for Chou Yaoer, and Ming Han was slightly stronger. On the other hand, Elder Wu and Chou Yaoer were almost equally matched, and their ancient weapons and equipment were also equally matched. Therefore, this was a true match, and they fought crazily for 300 rounds. However, Chou Yaoer still had a comrade, De Chao. Its huge body flew in the air with incredible agility, and it madly shot sound waves towards Elder Wu. Bang bang bang, of course, Elder Wu could easily dodge De Chao's sound waves every time. But it was 1 against 2, and he was completely distracted. Moreover, he could not understand why Chou Yaoer was also immune to these goo worms. Of course, the most direct reason was that before Chou Yaoer fought, Xianxia had transfused 50 milliliters of blood into her body. But unfortunately, the immunity from goo worms brought by Xianxia's blood was not permanent, and the effect would fade in at most 3 days. Of course, it would not completely fade, and Chou Yaoer would still be immune to some goo worms, but the defense of some of the top goo worms would decrease. As De Chao's sound waves attacked, holes appeared on the sea surface, and the seawater directly exploded. Moreover, De Chao was very smart, and as they fought, his coordination with Chou Yaoer became better and better. A pincer attack from the front and back, left and right. Elder Wu felt that something was wrong, and immediately dove into the sea. Chou Yaoer and De Chao also dove into the sea, and continued to fight crazily. Suddenly, the sea was filled with sword light, and countless rocks were silently broken and shattered. Both of them were wielding ancient battle swords. Every time they slashed out, the surrounding seawater would be completely boiled. 500 moves. 1,000 moves. 2,000 moves. Finally, Elder Wu gradually fell into a disadvantage. Because he still relied on inner strength, and Chou Yaoer not only had inner strength and true qi, she also had the power of her bloodline, which was almost endless. This was her absolute advantage, and she could exhaust her opponent to death. Everyone knew what would happen next. Elder Wu would lose in another 500 moves or so. He fiercely rushed to the surface of the sea, and directly stepped on the waves, retreating rapidly, giving up the battle. Chou Yaoer, if you have the guts, then come after me. A few 100 kilometers ahead is my Stupa Mountains fleet. There are at least a few dozen martial masters on board, as well as a few dozen special warriors. There are also countless ancient equipment. Elder Wu lost to Chou Yaoer and De Chao, and it was indeed humiliating, but if his life was in danger, he would still give up his honor and escape. Whoosh, 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 Elder Wu unleashed the power of his ancient equipment to the limit, and almost like a flash, he quickly retreated on the sea surface, madly escaping. Bang! De Chao fiercely rushed out of the sea, and directly flew into the air to pursue. Chou Yaoer stepped on the waves of the sea in pursuit. Whoosh 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 whoosh, De Chao was still madly releasing ultrasonic attacks, but Elder Wu's martial arts were too high, and too agile, and all of them were dodged. If this continued, Elder Wu would indeed be able to escape, but once he escaped back to the fleet, they would completely lose the chance to kill him. As long as they got close to Wu Ju's fleet, Chou Yaoer and De Chao would be in danger. But at this moment, whoosh, a small fake dragon's regret flew over from the horizon, and its speed was extremely fast, directly exceeding twice the speed of sound, about 700 meters per second, and it was flying at a low altitude, almost touching the sea surface. By the time Elder Wu noticed it, it was already very close. F***ck, Elder Wu suddenly wanted to dive into the sea. Boom! This fake small dragon's regret exploded, and it was still the Nightmare Stone electromagnetic bomb. In an instant, Elder Wu's ancient armor was temporarily paralyzed, and its speed directly slowed down, almost to the point of being frozen. Chou Yaoer's ancient armor was also temporarily paralyzed, but her speed was still extremely fast, because the power of her bloodline was too shocking. However, De Chao was also affected, and the Nightmare Stone in his brain also temporarily paused, losing a lot of information. But its flight, and its ultrasonic attacks, were completely a property of its body, and had nothing to do with the Nightmare Stone. So even though its mind was temporarily blank, it still continued to fly according to inertia, and the ultrasonic attacks in the air still shot out fiercely. Bang! The powerful ultrasonic attack fiercely hit Elder Wu. This ancient armor was really amazing, even the ultrasonic attacks could not break it. But the ultrasonic waves had a powerful penetrating power, and while it could not destroy the ancient armor, it could pass through and directly hit Elder Wu's body. Elder Wu felt a great sense of danger, and immediately gathered all of his inner strength and true qi, and fiercely blocked the terrifying ultrasonic attack. Bang! Elder Wu's inner strength and De Chao's ultrasonic attack fiercely collided. This power was not that shocking, and if it was in the air, it could still be released, but the entire space was sealed by the ancient armor, so the power directly exploded inside. Pfft! Elder Wu's body felt like it was hit by a giant hammer, and he flew out like a straw, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And in the next second, Chou Yaoer rushed forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh, her ancient battle sword fiercely slashed down, and madly slashed. In a short few seconds, she had slashed hundreds of times, and half of the first half were ineffective, because her ancient armor's energy had not recovered, but the last few were effective. So, both of Elder Wu's arms were cut off, like a knife cutting through tofu. The Nightmare Stone ancient battle sword was forged with blue secret gold, and when it slashed, it could release an astonishing high temperature, and the edge of the blade was over 10,000 degrees Celsius, enough to cut through most materials. Elder Wu even felt like his limbs were going to be crippled, and he wanted to wave the battle sword in his arms to resist, but he could only watch as his arms flew away. Then, he suddenly let out an incomparably mournful scream. Ah! 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 He was a big shot, but also a big shot who cherished his life. Chou Yaoer stepped forward, and with a fierce thrust of the ancient battle sword, she destroyed the control center of Elder Wu's ancient armor. In any case, it could be repaired when the time came, but at least for now, this ancient armor would become Elder Wu's iron coffin. Then, Chou Yaoer carried Elder Wu's body, and like a dead dog, she ran towards the raging Tide City, capturing this old dog, and did not forget to take his 2 severed arms. This was because Xianxia had a new plan. Young Hall Master, should we go and save the Hall Master? Elder Wu finally escaped to about 100 kilometers away from Wu Ju's fleet, so everything that happened on the surface of the sea was seen by the fleet's Snow Eagle warriors. They saw with their own eyes that Elder Wu's 2 arms were cut off, and then he was captured like a dead dog. Of course, the Snow Eagle warriors did not dare to chase, so they quickly caught up to Wu Ju's fleet, and asked if they should save him. To Wu Ju, Elder Wu was not only his father, but also his backer. If not for his father, would he have been able to smoothly inherit the position of Hall Master, and the position of Stupa Mountain Elder? There would always be variables. But now, he only had 39 Snow Eagle warriors, and no more than 70 special warriors. Of course, he still had tens of thousands of Hell army, and a powerful fleet. But Xianxia still had regret of the dragon. Who would have thought that Xianxia would actually obtain such a powerful flying beast? Even more unexpectedly, the 1,500 goo bombs that were supposed to be used to massacre Raging Tide City had unexpectedly become the culprit behind the massacre of their own people. More than 80% of the Snow Eagle warriors had died to their own goo bombs. If not for these goo bombs, the 150 Snow Eagle warriors would not have been annihilated. No matter how powerful Xianxia's super flying beast was, it could not defeat 150 Snow Eagle warriors. Previously, the Shui clan had been like this in Nanzhou City, and their powerful army had all died to Stupa Mountain's goo bugs. This time, it was the same. Could it be that Stupa Mountain's goo bugs were the nemesis of Xianxia? Retreat at full speed. Wu Ju clenched his teeth and said, "Have you found Prince Min and Prince Ingwuk?" "No," Wu Ju said, "stop the search and rescue, retreat at full speed." "But," the Hell Army General said. "No buts." Wu Ju said, "We have already lost all our aerial forces, and Xianxia still has regret of the dragon. Do you want us to be annihilated? Go, go, go." Following Wu Ju's order, the entire B squadron frantically retreated, ignoring Elder Wu. The search and rescue of Prince Min and Ingwuk had completely stopped. In the sky, Raging Tide City's airship discovered Wu Ju's full retreat and immediately reported to Raging Tide City. Retreated? Escaped? As expected of Wu Ju. Xianxia said, "But this is the best result. Don't give chase, let him escape." On the surface, the allied forces of Stupa Mountain and Ingguang had lost all of their air forces, Ingwuk's fate was unknown, Elder Wu was captured, and Great Yan Empire's Prince Min's fate was unknown. One of their subfleets was almost completely annihilated. However, the enemy's remaining 50,000 people were still extremely powerful. They were only afraid of his remaining regret of the dragon. Did Xianlang want to give chase? That was impossible. His navy definitely couldn't catch up. Even if he did, he only had one ancient warship. The rest were all ordinary warships. So this was the best result. Raging Tide City wouldn't have to fight. Once Wuju's fleet has completely retreated, our fleet will head to the area where Regret of the Dragon exploded and search for survivors. Seize the enemy's equipment. Xianlang ordered. Yes. Before Xianlang's fleet had even set off, Chou Yaoer once again rode out on her big super. She had truly fallen in love with the feeling of flying freely in the sky. The last time Regret of the Dragon exploded, Xianlang had seized an ancient warship. This time, there were more than 10 ancient warships floating on the surface of the sea. Of course, almost all of them were twisted. When Regret of the Dragon exploded, the metal on their surface had all melted, and all the energy control centers had been paralyzed. However, more than half of these ancient warships could still be used after some repairs. This time, Stupa Mountain and Yinguang Alliance had brought 9 energy cores and 7 backup energy cores. Now, 2 of the energy cores had been at the center of Regret of the Dragon's explosion and directly exploded. Another had its outer shell shattered and also exploded. The remaining 5 were still intact, quietly floating on the surface of the sea. Conservatively speaking, Xianlang would be able to seize 10 ancient warships and 5 energy cores. He had really struck it rich. There was also a large amount of ancient armor and equipment from the Hell Army. After some repairs, some of them should be usable. Now, it seemed that Sky Sea Pavilion was not the only transport captain. Stupa Mountain was also one. Yingwuk was not dead yet, but he was in great pain. Even though he had the protection of the ancient armor, even though he had dived into the sea in time, a large part of his body was still charred, and the nightmare stone in the ancient armor had exploded. He used the last of his willpower to climb onto a twisted ancient warship and wait for rescue. After a long wait, the other B Squadron's rescue finally arrived. A Snow Eagle warrior flew over from the sky. He wanted to scream with all his might, but no sound came out. He wanted to wave his arms, but there was a heart-wrenching pain. Someone come quickly, someone come quickly. Seeing the rescue fleet approaching, Yingwuk let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally going to be saved. As long as he survived, he would be able to continue fighting with Xianlang. He still had a B Squadron, a few hundred Sky Knights, and 2,000 goo bombs. He could still launch a destructive attack on Xianlang's Fury Tide City. Then, he lay there quietly, waiting for the rescue fleet to approach. But, for some reason, when the rescue fleet was a few thousand meters away from him, they actually left again. Instantly, he was about to go crazy. You bastards, are you just going to abandon me here? I am the second prince of the Nuqian kingdom, and you actually abandoned me here. He wanted to stand up and shout, but he was a few thousand meters away, and there was only a pair of abandoned ships floating on the sea. How could they discover him? Moreover, he could not move at all. After a while, a huge flying beast circled in the sky. Yingwuk hurriedly waved his arms with all his might. As expected, the other party discovered him and directly swooped down. What kind of flying beast was this? It was actually so awesome, as if it was not from Stupa Mountain. A warrior wearing ancient armor jumped down from the flying beast and took off his mask, revealing Chou Yaoer's beautiful face. Yingwuk? I am not Yingwuk, Yingwuk said, trembling. But was there any use in denying it? His ancient armor was very special, and it was unique in this army. Chou Yaoer came up and slapped the back of his head. Instantly, he fainted. Before he fainted, he heard a sentence. Yingwuk, you have been captured. Note, first update delivered. Monthly votes are urgently needed. Please help me out, benefactor. Please kowtow and thanks. There was no battle in Raging Tide City. Just as Xianlang had said, the battle had ended before it had even truly begun. The entire Raging Tide City army was quite excited but also a bit disappointed. They really wanted to fight openly, but it was a pity that they were not strong enough. After Stupa Mountain and the other half of Yingguang's fleet retreated, no one cheered or celebrated. Instead, they silently picked up their weapons and trained with all their might. After receiving the report, Shen Lang only gave an "oh" before returning to his room and continuing with his most important task. In the stone coffin in the primordial square, Shen Lang had obtained an ancient king's scroll. This scroll was most likely very important, or else it would not have been buried with that ancient king. As such, Shen Lang had to study it as quickly as possible, but before that, he had to record it down. As such, he used his X-ray eyes to scan it layer by layer before storing it in his brain. He did not need to read it yet and only needed to continuously store it. Shen Lang had never thought that there would be so much content in this scroll. Before, it had been said that there might be a few thousand pages, but as he continued to scan, it seemed to be endless. He had already scanned through 30,000 pages, but it was still not over. Not only that, but this ancient king's scroll was even more complicated than all the ancient records he had read before. In fact, it was much more complicated. Even Shen Lang found it a little hard to understand. He might need to work with other ancient records to decipher it. After a few hours, Shen Lang finally finished scanning through all of the 53,000 pages. Following this, Shen Lang tried to read the contents of the ancient king's scroll, and his scalp went numb. It was simply too cryptic, and it was filled with the terminology of the primordial civilization. Within Paradise Manor, the children were all laughing and playing crazily. Even Yao Yao was extremely excited. Because the flying beast Big Chow had also come to the manor, under Qiu Yaoer's protection, all of the children tried to ride on Big Chow to fly. At first, Bianfei was quite worried that Big Chow would scare the children if it flew too fast. However, Big Chow was too smart and flew very steadily. It was even more comfortable than riding a horse. I never expected that there would actually be an ancient beast with such intelligence, Ning Yuanxian said with a smile. At this time, Shen Mo finally woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze and desperately stared in the direction of his brothers' and sisters' laughter. However, he was still too young and his eyesight was still very weak. He couldn't see clearly. Shen Lang asked, "Father-in-law, have you heard of any ancient beasts before?" Ning Yuanxian nodded and said, "Yes, but the term is more profound. It's called an ancient divine beast." Speaking of ancient divine beasts, Shen Lang couldn't help but think of the vermilion bird Xuanwu. Ning Yuanxian said, "Of course, they might not be as powerful as the vermilion bird Xuanwu, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. However, the few transcendent forces, including the Great Yan Empire, all had their own ancient divine beasts. They were known as the national treasures." "Isn't there a rumor that the Great Yan Empire has a dragon?" Shen Lang nodded. This was not the first time he had heard of this legend. The great super in front of him was certainly powerful, but it wasn't qualified to be a divine beast. Ning Yuanxian said, "The Stupa Mountain, the Sky Sea Pavilion, the Execution Sky Pavilion, and the White Jade Jing all have ancient divine beasts. However, this kind of thing can be real or fake. If they have one, they will deny it and say that they don't have one. However, those who don't have one will try their best to make others think that they have one." Shen Lang understood this all too well. For example, Shen Lang clearly didn't have the dragon's regret, but he insisted that he had it. Yingguang obviously had it, but he insisted that he didn't have it. "As expected, there is no war in the Fury Tide City," Ning Yuanxian said, "but you probably won't be able to stop, right?" Shen Lang nodded. Indeed, he wouldn't be able to stop. This time, the allied forces of the Stupa Mountain and Yingguang suffered heavy casualties. Both their commanders had fallen into Shen Lang's hands. Ning Yuanxian said, "If Yingguang and the Stupa Mountain want to negotiate with you and exchange Prince Jin for Elder Wu and Yingwuk, what will you do?" Shen Lang said, "Prince Jin and the other tens of thousands of people aren't in their hands. What's the point of talking about an exchange? It's impossible to return what is already in my hands." Ning Yuanxian said, "This time, the Stupa Mountain and Yingguang suffered a great loss. Because you still have the dragon's regret, they probably won't attack the Fury Tide City again. But what if the new Qian Kingdom attacks the Wu Kingdom, Chu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom? The Empire of Great Yan will be happy to see this happen, right?" Shen Lang said, "So, we can't fall into the enemy's rhythm. We can't be passive." Ning Yuanxian said, "Are you ready for the next war?" Shen Lang said, "More or less." Ning Yuanxian said. At that time, the Sky Sea pavilions with CI retreated and decisively stopped the war after suffering heavy losses. He also withdrew from the state of Yu and staked everything on the Great Desert. But I don't think Yinguang and the Stupa Mountain are that broad-minded. The world was divided into 3 parts. The second and third brother would join forces against the eldest. This was usually the most normal and stable situation. But unfortunately, there was almost no room for compromise between Shenlang and Yinguang. Ning Yuanxian said, if I'm not wrong, you might want to take the initiative to attack again and let the enemy fall into your rhythm? Shenlang said, father-in-law, you are wise, even wiser than when you were the king. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand and said, although I'm not a fatuous king, I'm not very smart either. I have good foresight, but I don't have a strong will, can't endure hardship, and is not broad-minded enough. Unlike you, who appears to be narrow-minded on the surface but has no desires in reality. Shenlang placed his chess piece. The 2 of them were playing Chinese chess. With a radius of 8 tails, they were evenly matched. Your next target should be the New Qian Kingdom. It should be time to build momentum, right? Ning Yuanxian said with a smile. Yes. Shenlang said, if it wasn't for the situation, I really wouldn't have set my target on the New Qian Kingdom so quickly. After the New Qian Kingdom is the Stupa Mountain, and then the Great Yan Empire. That elusive emperor really makes my scalp tingle. Ning Yuanxian said, even I, who doesn't care about worldly affairs, feel my scalp tingle when I think of that person, let alone you. Elder Wu finally woke up and instinctively raised his hands. This was because in his last memory, his hands had been chopped off by Chou Yaoer. He didn't expect that he could actually raise his hands slightly, and it wasn't the feeling of losing his limbs. Shenlang said, Elder Wu, you've finally woken up. The medicine I used was truly too strong, and I even used a nightmare stone to make you fall asleep. Don't worry, I was the one who stitched up your arms. I made sure that every nerve was stitched up very well. Because they weren't severed for a long time, the survival rate of the nerves is very high. Your hands will soon be able to move normally, and even your martial arts won't be affected much. Shenlang was wearing a white coat, a mask, and a pair of glasses. He didn't look like the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty at all. He was more like a doctor. He wore a pair of rubber gloves to check Elder Wu's stitched-up wounds. That's right, Raging Tide City finally produced rubber on a large scale, even though it wasn't very useful at the moment. The wounds are recovering very well. There's a little redness at the stitches, but that's normal. There's no obvious swelling, and there's almost no inflammation. We gave you the best medicine, and your body is very strong. Shenlang said, Elder Wu, I'm sure that you'll recover in 2 to 3 months at most. Elder Wu moved his legs, wanting to know if his martial arts tendons and meridians had been severed. In the end, he discovered that they were not. Shenlang, you're a smart person, Elder Wu said. An extremely smart person. Shenlang nodded. Elder Wu said, I'm relieved that you're a smart person. Actually, I'm not on your enemy list at all. Actually, you're right, our Stupa Mountain has plenty of room for cooperation with the Great Qian dynasty. You won't get to know each other if you don't fight. Pavilion Master Sweatsi had a very good talk with you before and signed a truce agreement. Shenlang said, yes, Pavilion Master Sweatsi's wisdom is really admirable. Elder Wu said, if I'm not wrong, you came out of the ancient ruins on that flying beast, right? And Prince Jean and the tens of thousands of people are still in the ancient ruins, still surrounded by us. That's good, we can totally make a deal. A deal? Shenlang asked, what do you mean? Elder Wu said, of course, 1 person for 1 person. I'll exchange for Prince Jean. You let me go back, and Stupa Mountain will let Prince Jean come back. Oh. Shenlang took out a special nightmare stone device and placed it on Elder Wu's head. Elder Wu trembled, what are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Shenlang said, Elder Wu. Your martial arts are really good. Chou Yaoer is already the best on our side, and you're on par with her. I'm really thirsty for talent. I wonder if you've ever thought of changing sides and pledging your loyalty to me? When Elder Wu heard this, he was instantly stunned. Has Shenlang gone mad? Who did he think he was? A plaything that might not have a tomorrow, and might even be destroyed one day, actually wanted him, a dignified elder of Stupa Mountain, to surrender? Was he out of his mind? And he was trying to persuade him to surrender, Xianlang said. Elder Wu, the bitter joy has fallen into your hands, and it has mutated. Its martial arts have become very strong, but it has also lost its mind. It has actually become a fighting monster, a powerful walking corpse. I'm really sad. However, I still covet this technique from Stupa Mountain very much. Therefore, I feel that with your high level of martial arts, I must not let it go to waste. Next, I will conduct a few experiments on you, Xianlang. I want to tame you into a powerful walking corpse. I want to turn you into a fighting monster that has completely lost its mind and completely obeys orders. I hope you don't mind. Elder Wu's body began to tremble. He didn't think that Xianlang would actually have such a plan. He was an elder of Stupa Mountain, a person of high status and power. Xianlang, you dare, Elder Wu let out an incomparably mournful howl. But in an instant, he completely fainted. This was because of the special nightmare stone device that Xianlang had developed. A few needles pierced into his brain, then released a terrifying electric current that struck his brain. This should be a super electric shock from another world. Seeing that Elder Wu had completely fainted and was bleeding from his nostrils, Xianlang was stunned. Did I set the energy output too high? Don't kill him. Stupa Mountain's device was very advanced. It was that fake energy vortex that could destroy the brain's memory and mind, turning a person into a reflexive walking corpse. Therefore, Xianlang also wanted to start this project. He would capture many martial arts experts every time, but they wouldn't really surrender. Therefore, wouldn't it be better to transform them into walking corpse warriors? However, his first experiment seemed to have failed. The electric current overloaded. Aren't we acting a little too early? Let's wait until his arms are fully healed before we start the experiment, Zhang Chunhua said. It would be a pity if such a peerless expert were to die. Compared to Elder Wu, Yingwuk wasn't as lucky. His entire body was burned, and he only woke up after a few days and nights. However, when he woke up, he really didn't feel any pain. His whole body felt lazy and very comfortable. It was still Xianlang who personally treated him. He applied the burn ointment and fed him a special kind of milk, causing the pain to almost disappear after he drank it. Xianlang, you're ruthless. Yingwuk sneered. If I'm not wrong, Prince Jin and the rest should still be in the ancient ruins of MT King Kong, right? Also, let me tell you that your teacher, Wu Tuzi, is still in our hands. He's a captive. You're a smart person, so you should know how to treat me. Because the damage you've inflicted on me will be returned to Wu Tuzi and bitter joy by 10 times, or even 100 times. Xianlang said slowly, Yingwuk, I was once in your hands for a few months. To be honest, you treated me pretty well. At least, you didn't hurt a single hair on me. You once wanted to chop off my finger, but you didn't do it in the end. Brother Yingwuk, I owe you for that. Yingwuk said, you're smart, very smart. Now, you can send someone to negotiate with my father and exchange hostages. You can use me to exchange for Wu Tuzi, Bitter Joy, or Prince Jin. Xianlang asked, can't we exchange for 3? Yingwuk said, Xianlang, don't push your luck. It's true that you still have a dragon's regret that you haven't used, so we won't attack your Fury-Tide city anymore. However, we can attack the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Do you have any way to stop us? We can easily wipe them out. Therefore, if you negotiate with my father now, you might be able to exchange for Wu Tuzi. Otherwise, when the new Qian kingdom gathers its army to wipe out the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, you won't have a chance anymore. Xianlang said, Yingwuk, after I stole 2 of your dragon's regret, you actually wanted to cut off my finger. Although you didn't cut it off in the end, you threatened me and caused great trauma to my heart. You know that I'm a very narrow-minded person. Therefore, before we negotiate, I have to take revenge first. I definitely won't be satisfied if I don't get my revenge. Following that, Xianlang waved his hand, and someone helped Yingwuk to sit up. Then, they placed his intact right hand on the table. Xianlang, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yingwuk asked in a trembling voice. Xianlang took out an extremely sharp cleaver and placed it on Yingwuk's palm. He said slowly, Ingwuk, this is how you threatened me back then, right? Ingwuk said sternly, Shenlang, don't go crazy. Don't forget that Wutuzi is still in our hands. We can wipe out the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms anytime. If you dare to hurt me, my father. Ah. Before he could finish his threat, Shenlang slashed down, and Ingwuk's right hand became bald. Actually, Ingwuk didn't feel much pain. However, it was too horrifying to watch everything unfold before his eyes. He immediately let out a series of shrill cries. Shenlang said, let me tell you something. Ingwuk, don't be so wishy-washy. If you want to do something, just do it. Don't be overcautious. Look at your posture at that time. You didn't even want to cut it. What's going on? I'm so decisive in killing and directly stomped you into a real broken palm. Ingwuk roared, Shenlang, you're finished. You're finished. Your teacher, Wu Tuzi, will definitely suffer hellish torture. He'll definitely beg for death. Then, he let out another shrill cry. This was because Shenlang's kitchen knife had already stabbed down between his legs. There was no warning or threat. Ingwuk had become a eunuch. Haven't you heard that I have another nickname? The Eunuch of the East? Shenlang said. Ingwuk's body trembled. He had actually been castrated. His great life was directly over. He had actually become a eunuch. What was the point of living like this? Madman, madman. Shenlang, you're a madman. Ingwuk wailed. Shenlang said, Brother Wuk, are you sure you want to scold me? Do you really want to anger me? Ingwuk wanted to curse Shenlang's entire clan. He wanted to make all kinds of threats and attack Shenlang with the most venomous tone. However, he really didn't dare to do it anymore. Shenlang was a madman, a complete madman. There was no reasoning with a madman. Who knew, the kitchen knife might directly slash at Ingwuk's neck in the next second. As expected, Shenlang placed the kitchen knife on Ingwuk's neck and said slowly, Ingwuk, I remember now. Didn't you place your sword on my neck a few times to threaten me? Was it once or twice? Also, you slapped the back of my head to make me faint. Sometimes, you even slapped me twice a day. Ingwuk desperately twitched and clenched his teeth. Shenlang asked, do you want to live? Ingwuk desperately nodded. Speak. If you want to live, just speak. Who knows what you mean by nodding? Maybe you want to die? Shenlang said. I want to live, I want to live. Ingwuk trembled. Shenlang said, then beg me. Beg me and I will let you live. Ingwuk clenched his teeth and wanted to curse again. However, the sharp kitchen knife on his neck told him that Shenlang was a madman. If he dared to curse again, his head would be separated from his neck. Shenlang, I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me. Ingwuk trembled. Shenlang said, I said that you were wrong. Ingwuk said, I was wrong, I was wrong. Shenlang said, this is still not sincere enough. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow, cry and say that you were wrong, and then beg me to spare your dog life and not kill you? Ingwuk clenched his teeth. He really wanted to rush up and knock Shenlang to death. He wanted to die together with him. But was he someone who would rather die than submit? No, that was not the case. He trembled as he used his burnt left hand to support himself on the back of the chair and stood up with difficulty. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed to the ground while trembling as he said, Shenlang, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life. I have value. You can negotiate with my father and use me to exchange for Jingjun and Wutuzi. I beg you, please spare me. Qiu Yaoer, Hila, and Princess Duo La quietly watched everything without saying a word. Only Ingwuk's mournful cries could be heard in the room. Shenlang said, I didn't kowtow loudly enough. At this moment, no words could describe the humiliation Ingwuk was feeling. Neither could he describe his regret. When Shenlang fell into their hands, why didn't they just kill him? Otherwise, why would they be humiliated today? How regretful, how regretful. Father, sect leader Ren, why didn't you listen to me? Why didn't you just chop off Shenlang's arms and even behead him? Even though Ingwuk was roaring in his heart, in reality, if they could do it all over again, they still wouldn't kill Shenlang. This was because benefits were paramount. Only Shenlang could activate the regret of the dragon. Controlling Shenlang was equivalent to controlling strategic deterrence. Shenlang said, Ingwuk, I didn't kowtow loudly enough. However, a man has gold under his knees. I understand. I would rather die than submit. I admire you for being a good man. I will be very decisive and won't let you feel any pain. Then, he raised the kitchen knife in his hand high. Bam, bam, bam. Ingwuk kowtowed desperately and wailed, Shenlang, spare my dog life. I will kowtow to you. He kowtowed more than 10 times until his forehead started to bleed. Shenlang sighed and said, all right, that's enough. Ingwuk, I can see your sincerity. You have really moved me. Very good, very good. But I'm sorry, I still can't let you go. Men, execute Ingwuk by dismembering him. Tell that executioner that he has a chance to live. Execute him by dismembering him. Ingwuk's entire body was shaking. His brain was about to explode. Bastard, shameless bastard. You want me to beg for mercy, kneel, and kowtow, but you still won't let me go. Shenlang, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Just as Ingwuk was about to curse, Hila's dagger flashed, and his tongue disappeared. He couldn't even curse if he wanted to. Then, the executioner walked in, playing with a knife in his hand, and said slowly, Prince Ingwuk, the two of us will have a good time next. Please hold on a little longer, at least 10,000 cuts. Whether this old fellow can keep his face or not, it all depends on you. Then, Ingwuk was dragged out. He desperately held in his heart. Shenlang, F***ck your mother, F***ck your mother, Southern Sea's Black Rock Island Castle. Ingwang and Prince Lian were playing chess. For a few days, neither of them talked about the battle at Raging Tide City. It was an allied army of 100,000. Massacring Raging Tide City was already a foregone conclusion. As for capturing everyone in Paradise Manor, it would be even easier. The crux of the matter was still how to force Shenlang out of the ancient ruins after capturing Shenlang's family. Prince Lian suddenly said, Prince Ing, you guys lost Shenlang, right? Ingguang said, no, we didn't capture Shenlang at all. Where did Prince Lian hear this rumor? Prince Lian said, if we didn't lose Shenlang, there would be no need to attack Raging Tide City. Our great Yan Empire has more authority than Stupa Mountain in certain aspects. You can tell me where you lost Shenlang. Maybe we can help you dig him out. Ingguang said, Prince Lian is thinking too much. Let's play chess. Alright, I hope so. Prince Lian said, what do you plan to do after destroying Raging Tide City? Continue attacking the Wu, Chu, and Yu dynasties? Wipe them out in one fell swoop and erase the so-called Great Gone dynasty from existence? Ingguang said, we destroyed Raging Tide City because Shenlang used Dragon's regret to destroy Huanlu City. Countless people will never be able to rest in peace if we don't destroy Raging Tide City. But we wouldn't dare to attack the Wu, Chu, and Yu dynasties without His Majesty's decree. Prince Lian sneered. Ingguang is a little Jiangli, but Jiangli isn't as cunning as you. Let's not talk about this. Let's play chess. Prince Lian smiled. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing bell sounds rang out from outside. Ingguang could not help but frown. This was Dark Castle, the entrance to the ancient ruins. Why would they need to ring the bell? Was it because of the battle at Raging Tide City? Even if they killed everyone in Raging Tide City and captured all of Shenlang's family, it wasn't a victory. There was no need to make such a big fuss. Outside, Wu Ju charged into Dark Castle on his snow eagle. He ignored all the rules and went straight to the most prestigious hall in the castle. Prince Ing, where's the headmaster? Wu Ju asked with a trembling voice. The headmaster of Stupa Mountain was an arrogant man. He didn't even accompany Prince Lian for the past few days and remained in the ancient ruins. What happened? Ingguang's heart skipped a beat. Wu Ju gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. Prince Ing, Shenlang is at Raging Tide City. He launched Dragon's regret. Half of our army and the ancient fleet were destroyed. My father led 150 snow eagles and used parasite bombs to attack Raging Tide City, but the entire army was wiped out. Prince Ingwuk and Prince Min of the Empire are all dead. The moment he said that, the king of the New Qian kingdom, Ingguang, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His majestic body could not move at all. Prince Lian shuddered and fell back into his chair. The chess pieces in his hand fell to the ground. Note, the second watch will be delivered. My benefactors, please check your pockets. If you have a monthly ticket, please vote for me. I'm crying piteously for food. Thank you Shuyu 201905190023262246 for the 20,000 renminbi tip. Thank you. After a long while, Ingguang let out a long sigh and slowly sat down. The grievous news this time was much worse. When he first heard it, he felt as though his mind was about to explode. His mind went blank and he could not even breathe. The last time he was so shocked was when Xianxia openly stole 2 regret of the dragon. This time, it was even more shocking. 50,000 of the 100,000 allied troops were lost. Half of the powerful fleet was destroyed. Most importantly, his son, Ingwuk, was also dead. Prince Lian said, Prince Ing, perhaps the second prince was only captured and is still alive. Ingguang shook his head. Xianxia is a lunatic. He is different from others. My men will definitely die in his hands. He poured himself a cup of tea and quickly calmed down. So what if he was shocked? Could it be compared to the shock 20 years ago, Jiang Li's sudden death and the Great Qian Empire's destruction? What else could be compared to that? It was a pity that his son, Ingwuk, was dead. However, he still had a few sons, especially Ing Wuming. He was his true pride and heir. Prince Lian, do you want to stay here or return to the capital immediately? Ing Guang asked calmly. Ingguang did not show any signs of grief. Even his shock had disappeared without a trace. There was even a hint of mockery in his words. The Great Yan Empire was probably the most optimistic about the outcome of this war. Raging Tide City was not destroyed. Instead, Ingguang and Stupa Mountain suffered heavy casualties. The Great Yan Empire was most worried about one thing. First, Xianxia had fallen into the hands of Stupa Mountain and Ingguang. That way, Stupa Mountain would have absolute strategic deterrence. Now that Xianxia had returned to Raging Tide City, he was completely out of Stupa Mountain and Ingguang's control. From now on, the Great Yan Empire would no longer be threatened by Ingguang. The one thing that the Great Yan Empire hoped for the most was for Xianxia, Stupa Mountain, and Ingguang to mutually injure each other or even perish together. Prince Lian said, Prince Ing, do you have anything to discuss with me? His meaning was very clear. Now that the Great Yan Empire has lost the battle at Raging Tide City, is there a need to renegotiate some things with the Great Yan Empire? For example, a signal of political compromise, Ingguang said, there's nothing to discuss. He didn't even express his condolences for Commandery Prince Min's death, which made him look extremely arrogant. I'll take my leave then, Prince Lian said. After that, he rode on the eagle and left Dark Castle with the envoys heading north. Inside the giant ancient relic, in front of the energy whirlpool, Stupa Mountain sect Master Ren stared at the flickering and rolling vortex. On the other side of this vortex was the Vidra Peak's ancient ruins, where tens of thousands of Prince Jin's men were trapped. Xianxia fled back to Raging Tide City and fired a regret of the dragon. Half of our 100,000 soldiers died, and half of our fleet was lost. Elder Wu, Ingwuk, and the Empire's prince men are all dead. Stupa Mountain's lord's face twitched. He had already heard Wu Ju's report, and now that he heard Ingguang repeat it, he closed his eyes. That Xianxia kid is incredible. Stupa Mountain's lord said, Brother Ingguang, do you think Jiangli would have lost if he was as shameless and vicious as he is now? A monstrous mind and an invincible martial art. Perhaps there's only one choice. If Jiangli was as shameless and vicious as he is now, he wouldn't have reached his current level of cultivation, nor would he have earned his reputation. Stupa Mountain's lord took another deep breath. The air he inhaled was so cold that it felt like it could cut a person's heart. Out of 100,000 soldiers, 50,000 were lost. That was half of the fleet. Even for the wealthy Stupa Mountain, this was a heart-wrenching loss. The past is the past. The most important thing now is what to do next. Sect Master Ren said. Xianxia rode a very special flying beast out of the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. That exit should be a few hundred li around Vedra Peak. Because Xianxia's physical strength is too weak, he can't walk more than 300 li. Moreover, he was the only one who came out. That proves that the passage he took is very special, and no one else can pass through it. Therefore, Prince Jin and the tens of thousands of people should still be in the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. Everyone present nodded. Stupa Mountain's lord said, based on Xianxia's personality, he will definitely think of a way to rescue Prince Jin. He definitely will. Yingguang said, the key is which method he will use to rescue Prince Jin and the others. Stupa Mountain's lord said, no matter what method he uses, he will have to come personally. Because only he can enter and exit these ancient ruins, and only he can open the entrance and exit of these ancient ruins. For us, the most important thing is to capture him again. This was especially important. Right now, both Yingguang and Stupa Mountain were in a dangerous situation. The Great Yan Empire already knew that Xianxia had escaped, so they no longer had the ability to launch Regret of the Dragon. They could no longer use it as a strategic deterrent against the Great Yan Empire. Right now, everything else is not important. The 50,000 people who died in battle are not important, and the half of the fleet that we lost is also not important. Stupa Mountain's lord said, whether Elder Wu was killed or captured, or Yingwuk, none of it is important. Capturing Xianxia is the most important thing. We must capture Xianxia at all costs. Outside Vedra Peak, we have deployed a large number of troops. Thoroughly search the area within 300 li of Vedra Peak. We must find the exit that Xianxia escaped through, and then continue to deploy the heavily injured troops. Monitor the sea and the sky. Once you find any traces of Xianxia, report immediately. Right now, I really want to know what method Xianxia will use to rescue Prince Jin. In just 2 days, Stupa Mountain's men had already discovered the exit. It was the exit that Xianxia had escaped from on Big Chow. As expected, it was very well hidden. It looked exactly like an ordinary rock surface. Stupa Mountain's lord ordered, send 300 special warriors and 10,000 soldiers from hell to guard this secret exit. Also, lay an ambush underground. Yes. After the Battle of Raging Tide City, Yingguang and Stupa Mountain did not retreat. Instead, they deployed even more troops to seal off the 3 exits of the Vedra Peak ruins. Following that, Yingguang issued another order. Assemble the army and prepare to attack the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Ask Crown Prince Yingwuming to return and prepare to lead the war against the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Following Yingguang's order, hundreds of Snow Eagle cavalrymen flew out in all directions. Some went to Stupa Mountain to assemble the army, while others went to the New Qian kingdom to convey Yingguang's order and assemble the army. Another group flew to the Flame capital to ask Crown Prince Yingwuming to return. Following Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's orders, the world was in turmoil once again. The Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms that had just been at peace for more than half a year were once again engulfed in the clouds of war. Of course, the New Qian kingdom was not as powerful as the Great Yan Empire. It could not directly deploy 1,000,000 soldiers to surround the 3 kingdoms. However, the New Qian kingdom had an astonishing number of soldiers from hell and all kinds of ancient weapons and equipment. The Great Yan Empire was like a giant dragon that shook the heavens and earth when it went to war. The New Qian kingdom was like a poisonous snake. Once the war started, it would immediately launch a surprise attack and wipe out the entire kingdom. Even the armies of the Xingqian kingdom and Stupa Mountain were assembled in silence. It was impossible to know when they had finished assembling, when they would launch an attack, or which country they were going to attack. On the 28th of November, the crown prince of the New Qian kingdom, Yingwuming, left the Flame capital and returned to the Qian capital. Before leaving, Yingwuming hosted a banquet and publicly announced that the New Qian kingdom would forever be loyal to the Great Yan Empire. There was only one Great Yan Empire and one emperor in the world. However, after Yingwuming returned to the New Qian kingdom, he disappeared without a trace. This news made people even more uneasy. Soon after, many obscure pieces of information were leaked. The New Qian kingdom and Stupa Mountain's armies were gathering more and more troops. It seemed like they were preparing for a war of annihilation. However, no one knew which kingdom would be annihilated. The Wu Kingdom, the Chu Kingdom, or the state of Yu, Yinguang and Stupa Mountain had already set up an inescapable net outside Vajra Peak. Now, it was not only Yinguang and sect leader Ren who were curious about how Shenlang would save Prince Jin and the others. The three entrances had been heavily guarded and were just waiting for Shenlang to walk into the trap. Moreover, Prince Jin had tens of thousands of subordinates. Once they left the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak, Shenlang could not possibly put them in a bag and bring them away secretly. Initially, he thought that Stupa Mountain would retreat once the battle at Raging Tide City ended. However, not only did they not retreat, but they even reinforced Vajra Peak. Now, it seemed like it would be harder for Shenlang to save Prince Jin and the others than to ascend to the heavens. From the enemy's point of view, Stupa Mountain and Yinguang racked their brains to come up with a solution for Shenlang. Then, they checked the loopholes and made up for it. It wasn't just Yinguang and sect leader Ren. Even Shenlang's subordinates could not think of a way for Shenlang to save Prince Jin. Zhang Chunhua said, "Husband, I know you value relationships. I also know that Prince Jin's subordinates are the most loyal to you, but I don't want you to put yourself in danger for them. I'm a petty person, so I can speak more clearly. Jun Jin's tens of thousands of people are very valuable to us, but without them, our business can still continue. One more thing, Prince Jin and the others are very safe in the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak. They can wait for a few years. After we defeat Stupa Mountain and Yinguang, we can rescue them." Zhang Chunhua added. Shenlang said, "They don't have a few years left, at most 3 months. That's because the energy core of the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak is about to be exhausted. Once it's exhausted, there will be no air inside, and everyone will die. Prince Jin, Lan Bao, Lunatic Lan, Wu Lai, and baby Lan Mu, who is a few months old." Zhang Chunhua fell silent. No matter how realistic she was, she couldn't say the words to send these people to their deaths, especially when there were few children among them. Moreover, she was prepared to get pregnant and give birth to a baby once she was done with her work. All of Shenlang's subordinates were trying their best to come up with a plan to rescue Jin Jun. However, none of their plans were feasible. No matter what, they would all end up in a dead end, and there would always be great danger. "No matter what, we definitely won't let you put yourself in danger again," Zhang Chunhua said. Shenlang smiled. "Don't worry, I won't." Black water platforms Wu knelt in front of Shenlang and said, "Your Majesty, the new Qian Kingdom has gathered more than 350,000 soldiers, including a considerable number of Hell's troops. Stupa Mountain has also gathered a shocking number of special troops, but the specific target is unknown. We don't know if it's Wu Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, or the state of Yu. That's because we have very few spies in the new Qian Kingdom, and none in Stupa Mountain. However, I feel that Chu Kingdom is the most dangerous because it's bordered by Stupa Mountain and the new Qian Kingdom." General Lan Feng said, "According to our simulations, once the new Qian Kingdom starts a war, they might use a blitzkrieg to wipe out the Chu Kingdom's capital. It'll be like a sudden clap of thunder. Only then will they be able to shock us and the entire world." In the eyes of everyone in the world, especially those in Raging Tide City, Shenlang was definitely facing great pressure. Stupa Mountain and Yinguang had just suffered great losses, losing tens of thousands of people, Yingwuk, and Elder Wu. They would definitely retaliate crazily. Now, not only did Shenlang have to save Prince Jin, but he also had to protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. There was nothing he could do. Moreover, under the new Qian Kingdom's deliberate manipulation, public opinion had already started to ferment. Countless people already knew that Prince Jin and the tens of thousands of people were currently trapped in Vajra Peak, waiting for Shenlang to rescue them. These people were the most loyal to Shenlang. When Shenlang's identity was exposed, they traveled thousands of miles to pledge their loyalty to Shenlang. Later on, they followed Prince Jin and risked their lives for Shenlang. If Shenlang abandoned them, he wouldn't be worthy of being the great Qian emperor and wouldn't be worthy of the loyalty of everyone in the world. If there were no surprises, this battle of public opinion should be directed by the new Qian crown prince, Ying Wuming. He was the best at this. The news spread very quickly, and they all used a tone that sympathized with Shenlang's side. They said how pitiful and loyal the people in the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak were. There were even thousands of children among them. If Xianlang didn't rescue them, they would all die inside. On one hand, they used public opinion to attack the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. On top of that, they adopted a blitzkrieg stance. It was as if they could easily take down any of the capital cities of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms if they wanted to. For a time, countless people's gazes were focused on the new Qiao city and Xianlang. How should Xianlang deal with the Ying father and son's counterattack and this crisis? Finally, it feels like a game of the world. Xianlang smiled and said, the Ying father and son have made two moves, one in the south and one in the north. The move in the north was Stupa Mountain and Ying Wuming's army maintaining a huge deterrent against the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. They were prepared to launch a blitzkrieg attack and destroy one of the capital cities. The move in the south was Prince Jin, who was trapped in Vajra Peak. As long as Xianlang lost one of these two moves, his legend would be shattered. Moreover, he would have to suffer an immeasurable loss. Tens of thousands of Prince Jin's people would die? Xianlang couldn't bear it. One of the capital cities of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms would be destroyed? Xianlang couldn't bear it either. Their goal is very simple. They want to force me to appear and make me a prisoner of Stupa Mountain again. I will continue to fire Regret of the Dragon for them and maintain a strategic deterrent, Xianlang said. The current development was something that Xianlang and Ning Yuanxian had discussed previously. It was almost the same. Your Majesty, we don't have much time. Zhang Chong said, His Majesty, King Yu, asked me to bring a message. If necessary, he can make any sacrifice. He can transfer the State of Yu Secretariat and Bureau of Military Affairs to New Tiao City. Li Xuanqi, the tutor of the Chu Crown Prince, said, His Majesty, King Chu, also asked me to bring a message. If necessary, he can also make any sacrifice. In any case, the Chu kingdom has already fallen once. It doesn't matter if it falls again. The Wu Kingdom's Bureau of Military Affairs, Wu Ji, said, His Majesty, King Wu, also asked me to bring a message. If necessary, he can also make any sacrifice. Since the Wu Kingdom has already fallen once, it doesn't matter even if it falls again. The stance of the three kings was very touching. They were definitely not willing to put Xianlang in a passive position or even in danger because of them. From the looks of it, the Xingqian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain were using the three kingdoms as hostages to force Xianlang to compromise. And these three kings would rather die than become hostages. From the start, they didn't lack the determination to fight to the death. Xianlang smiled and said, Not necessarily, not necessarily. On the 5th day of the 12th month, Xianlang sent a messenger to the castle on the Black Rock Island. I am the messenger of the Great Qian Kingdom. Greetings to sect leader Ren and Prince Ying. Ying Guang said plainly. What is your name? The messenger replied, I am Zhu Wenhua. Ying Guang had never heard of this name because Zhu Wenhua was indeed a small character to him. Immediately, someone beside him whispered and revealed the background of Zhu Wenhua. Ying Guang was stunned. This Zhu Wenhua was actually Xianlang's enemy and even had a feud with him for killing his father. Furthermore, this Zhu Wenhua was castrated by Xianlang. Now, he actually became the messenger of the Great Qian Kingdom? Zhu Wenhua said, I am an official from Yu, the Chamberlain of Chamberlain. His Majesty Xianlang needs a messenger and His Majesty, King Yu, recommended me. I have already been stripped of my power and my life is the most worthless and worthless. Therefore, I will be the messenger. The meaning was very clear. If he was a very valuable messenger, he might have already been detained by Stupa Mountain. Ying Guang said, Speak, what does Xianlang want me to say? Zhu Wenhua said, His Majesty wants me to tell Prince Ying to unconditionally withdraw all your troops from Jingang Peak before the 29th of December. When Prince Jin and his men leave, you are not to send any troops to stop or follow them. Otherwise, you will suffer a destructive attack. Don't say that I didn't warn you. On the 29th of December, withdraw from Jingang Peak and lift the siege on Prince Jin and his men? Ying Guang said, Is this what you mean? Yes. Zhu Wenhua said. Ying Guang said, If we don't withdraw our troops and release Prince Jin and his men, they will carry out a destructive attack on us. May I ask what kind of destructive attack it is? If I remember correctly, Xianlang only has one Regret of the Dragon, which is used to protect New Tiao City. It can't be used anymore. Zhu Wenhua said, This is a secret. It's not something a lowly subject like me should know. But I do know that all of His Majesty Shenlang's threats have come true. His Majesty never makes empty threats. Ying Guang said, 29th of December, right? Zhu Wenhua said, yes. Ying Guang said, then please tell Shenlang to appear before us before the 29th of December. Bring the remaining regret of the dragon to Dark Castle and become our captive again. Otherwise, we will carry out a destructive attack on any city in the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Zhu Wenhua said, I'll tell His Majesty. If there's nothing else, or if you don't plan to detain me, kill me, or humiliate me, I'll go back to report. Ying Guang said, please. Zhu Wenhua left Black Rock Island and rode on a snow eagle back to New Tiao City. There are snow eagles in New Tiao City too. There were about a dozen of them, spoils of war from the last battle. Many of the eagles were far away when the regret of the dragon exploded, but they were still injured and died. Only a dozen of them were rescued. In order to create a strong pressure on Shenlang, Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain immediately publicized the negotiations and even used Snow Eagle Knights to teleport people all over the world. Everyone knew that Shenlang was going to threaten them again. On the 29th of December, Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain had to retreat from King Kong Peak and lift the siege on Prince Jin's army. Otherwise, they would be dealt a devastating blow. Under the influence of the New Qian kingdom, the rumors became more and more heated. Everyone was waiting for the 29th day of the 12th month. If Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain did not retreat by then, and Shenlang was powerless to do anything, then his reputation would be ruined, and he would become a braggart. On the 7th of December, Zhu Wenhua returned to New Tiao City. Your Majesty, Ying Guang said that on the 29th of December, if you don't appear before him with the dragon's regret and become a captive of Stupa Mountain again, the New Qian kingdom's army will destroy any of the cities in the 3 countries. The 29th of December, right? Shenlang asked. There are only 22 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. The Grand Chancellor of the Great Qian Empire, Xianxia, wanted to say something but hesitated. Your Majesty, this is too risky. If you don't fulfill your promise on the 29th of December, it will be a devastating blow to your prestige. The Great Qian Emperor's words are like gold and jade. This concerns the prestige of the entire Great Qian Empire. Shenlang nodded. Xianxia continued, I have no intention of spying on the Empire's secrets, but the entire world is saying that we only have one regret of the dragon left, right? Shenlang smiled noncommittally. Indeed, he only had one dragon's remorse left, and it was impossible for him to fire it. Xianxia said, and this regret of the dragon is to protect New Tiao City, so it's impossible to fire it. So, how will your Majesty fulfill your promise and deal a devastating blow to the New Qian kingdom? In my opinion, this devastating blow must be of a very high level and definitely not inferior to the regret of the dragon. Otherwise, it won't be able to bring about deterrence, right? Yes, it must be a devastating blow with shocking power, Shenlang said. Since your Majesty is so confident, then I'll wait and see. Note, I'm sending the first update, begging for my brother's monthly votes. Thank you so much, please, please. Yao you can't beat Ying Wuming? Shenlang asked. Chou Yao nodded. Yes, I can't beat him. Although Shenlang's capture in the Great Comet Impact Crater was part of the plan, Chou Yao had fought Ying Wuming with everything she had, and she still lost. Just as Ying Wuming had said, he had everything Chou Yao had, and everything she didn't have. Ying Wuming was Jiang Li's only direct disciple. He had the most powerful bloodline, the most powerful ancient equipment, and the most powerful ancient techniques. Thus, it was normal that Chou Yao couldn't beat him. Shenlang played with the ancient king ring in his hand. He even took it off and put it on Chou Yao's finger. Don't mess around, Chou Yao said. Shenlang picked up Chou Yao's hand. It was empty, not even an ordinary ring. Shenlang placed it in his mouth and gently chewed on it. Yao do you think I can beat Ying Wuming? Shenlang suddenly asked. Chou Yao turned and looked at Shenlang for a long time. Are you serious? Shenlang said, how do you think I can beat Wuming? What if he defeated him fair and square in a one-on-one fight? Is that even possible? Chou Yao thought for a very, very long time. Shen Lang thought that she would say something sarcastic, but Chou Yaoer said, "You are indeed different from everyone else. You want to defeat an extremely powerful enemy without even the strength to truss a chicken, and you don't even know how strong he is." Shen Lang smiled. "That's right. But a person should always have dreams. What if they come true?" For a long time, Shen Lang had been thinking about one question. How could he defeat the New Qian kingdom in the shortest time possible? Could he directly transfer the manpower of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, train a new army, and then attack the New Qian kingdom? This was the worst plan. He might launch a northern expedition in the future, but his target should be the Great Yan Empire. The New Qian kingdom was originally a part of the Great Qian Empire. Many officials and citizens there still had deep memories of the Great Qian Empire. They still had feelings for Jiangli. Ming Yuanxian had repeatedly said that the officials and people of the New Qian kingdom had very complicated feelings for Shen Lang. They were full of sympathy and even a little affection for him, but they kept a respectful distance from him. They were afraid of war and did not want to change the status quo. Therefore, if one were to ask who they were more affectionate towards, it would definitely be Jiangli's faction. However, if one were to ask Shen Lang and Ying Guang, who would they choose to be loyal to? They would choose Ying Guang and his son. Shen Lang had said a long time ago that he had no interest in conquering the world. His only goal was to have no enmity with the world. There were only a few names left on his list of enemies. Ying Guang and his son, the master of Stupa Mountain, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Killing Ying Guang and his son would not only allow him to take revenge, but it would also be the best way to resolve the New Qian kingdom. First of all, the officials and citizens of the New Qian kingdom were filled with hatred towards the Great Yan Empire. After Jiang Li's sudden death more than 20 years ago, the Great Yan Empire's army became beasts. They ravaged the lands of the Great Qian Empire for more than half a year, killing millions of people and defiling millions of women. Therefore, when Ying Guang and his son declared that they wanted to leave the Great Yan Empire, the people and citizens of the New Qian kingdom were very calm. As long as he defeated Ying Guang and his son, the officials and citizens of the New Qian kingdom would have no choice but to be loyal to Shen Lang. Shen Lang had already set up a vicious plan to kill Ying Guang. It was that dragon egg, which contained terrifying radioactive substances. After years of exposure to radiation, Ying Guang's body would suffer a fatal blow. However, how was he going to kill Ying Wuming, especially to defeat Ying Wuming fair and square? That was indeed a wild fantasy. However, Shen Lang had always been this unconstrained. He never cared whether he could achieve it or not. He would always set a goal and then try his best to achieve it. He would even do anything to achieve it. Of course, he was completely helpless now. He didn't even have the slightest sense of direction. Of course, it couldn't be said that he didn't have the slightest sense of direction. It could only be said that he had a vague sense of direction. However, the path leading to this direction was completely dark. "Your Majesty, someone has come to visit in secret." Zhang Chunhua directly entered the room and looked at Chou Yaoer with eyes full of jealousy. Shen Lang got up from the bed and entered the bathtub to take a bath and change his clothes. Zhang Chunhua followed him and helped Shen Lang bathe and change him into a new robe. "Your Majesty, you definitely won't know who this visitor is," Zhang Chunhua said as she combed Shen Lang's hair. Then, she couldn't help but kiss his lips for a long time. She seemed very mysterious. "Who was it that would make Zhang Chunhua act like this?" Shen Lang said. "It's the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian, right?" Zhang Chunhua was immediately stunned. She stared at Shen Lang for a long time, then sat on his lap and said coquettishly, "You've made me fall in love with you again. Can you still do it? I'm starting to miss you." Shen Lang shook his head. "I can't. Your big sister Chou Yaoer tormented me 3 times just now." Chou Yaoer, who was lying on the bed, rolled her eyes and turned her face to the side. Her back was facing Shen Lang. This man really knows how to brag. After Prince Lian left Dark Castle in the Southern Sea region, he didn't immediately return to the Flame capital. Instead, he secretly visited Raging Tide City. "Your Majesty Shen Lang, we finally meet again. It's been so many years since we last met. How have you been?" Prince Lian smiled. Shen Lang couldn't help but recall for a long time. Only then did he remember where he had met Prince Lian. This was something that happened several years ago. It was when the old king of Chu and the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, were hunting at the border. At that time, Prince Lian was also present. However, Shen Lang was just a nobody at that time. Shen Lang said, "How have you been, Your Highness? How is my brother Yunmingzi?" Prince Lian said, "You should know about this. He's too close to you, so he'll definitely be implicated. I can only say that he's still alive." Shen Lang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly tossed the thought aside. He couldn't talk about this matter now. It would put him in a very passive position. It was no wonder Zhang Chenhua had a mysterious look on her face. Prince Lian's arrival was indeed surprising. The Great Yan Empire and Shen Lang were sworn enemies. What was there to talk about? Prince Lian asked. "Where's Prince Min?" Shen Lang said, "He's dead. He died when the dragon's remorse exploded." "I see." Prince Lian nodded, then picked up a cup of tea and drank it. He never mentioned Prince Min again, as if Prince Min's death was just an insignificant person. "Do I look like a jinx to you?" Prince Lian smiled. "Before the battle at Skyway City, I visited Skyway City and met with King Yu, who was a monk at the Tongtian Temple. King Yu and Zhu Hongxue were defeated. After that, I visited King Wu and tried to force him to compromise. King Wu went on a killing spree and wiped out the entire cabinet. This time Ying Guang and the allied army of Stupa Mountain wanted to attack your Raging Tide City. I went to pay a visit, but Elder Wu and Ying Wuk died in battle." Shen Lang replied, "Prince Lian, this is probably more in line with your intentions. I'm sure the Yan capital would be more than happy to see Stupa Mountain and Ying Guang defeated." Prince Lian said, "It can't be considered a defeat. Their battle prowess far exceeds yours. However, I never expected you to escape from them and fire the dragon's regret. Shen Lang, if Ying Wuk and Elder Wu achieve an overwhelming victory in this battle, wiping out my Raging Tidewater City and capturing my entire family, I will definitely be able to protect them. What about the Great Yan Empire? Will they directly launch Dragon's Regret to annihilate Elder Wu and Ying Wuk's troops while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind? I've been staying in Dark Citadel on Stupa Mountain as a hostage. I didn't leave until the war ended. If I don't go, they won't be able to focus on attacking Raging Tide City." Shen Lang said, "Prince Lian is really frank." Prince Lian said, "Come to think of it, that son of mine was also killed by Dragon's Regret." "Shen Lang, you mean that freak Ning Yan married? Was he also an observer on Ning Han's flagship?" "Yes, that's him," Prince Lian said. "Shen Lang, I don't think you're too sad that he's dead. After all, he tarnished your family's reputation." Prince Lian drank another half a cup of tea and didn't respond. "Your Majesty Shen Lang, do you always think of yourself as a righteous person?" Prince Lian suddenly asked, "Do you think that everything you do is as bright as the sun and that our empire is evil?" Shen Lang shook his head. "I don't care about that. I've always said that I only have one goal, and that is to have no enmity with the world. I have no interest in becoming the Eastern Human Emperor. As long as I get rid of everyone on my list of enemies, my mission will be complete. I'm going to roam the world. I wouldn't believe it if someone else told me this, but since it's your Majesty Shen Lang, I believe it." Prince Lian said, "You really don't have any political ambitions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only controlled Raging Tide City and completely ignored the power of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms." Shen Lang filled Prince Lian's teacup and asked, "Prince Lian, you're now a core member of the Great Yan Empire's upper echelon. Moreover, your mother is my grandmother's younger sister, right?" "Yes." Prince Lian said, "The surnames Jiang and Ji are the most honorable surnames in the world. We've been connected by marriage for generations, and there's almost no distinction between us. It wasn't until His Majesty Jiang Li's generation that the two families fell out. Shen Lang, there aren't many people on my list of enemies anymore. However, I don't even know who he is. Can you tell me? Who killed His Majesty Jiang Li back then?" Prince Lian said, "His Majesty Jiang Li was the greatest expert under the heavens, and your mother was the second strongest expert under the heavens. However, both of them died a sudden death. This has been an unsolved mystery for 100 years, and you're asking me? You're overestimating me. Shen Lang, you don't know as well?" "Prince Lian, I really don't know." Shen Lang, does His Majesty Great Yan's Emperor know? Prince Lian thought for a moment and said, His Majesty should know. No, he definitely knows. Shen Lang, that's troublesome. He won't tell me, will he? He'll only tell me if I defeat him and kill my way into the Flame Capital's imperial palace, right? Prince Lian, something like that. Shen Lang, but now, I don't even have the right to be his enemy, right? I have to kill Ingguang and his son and destroy Stupa Mountain before I can be his enemy, right? Prince Lian, you can put it that way. Shen Lang asked, then what advice does Prince Lian have for you this time? Prince Lian, back then, Zhu Hongxue led the Blood Soul army to pursue Prince Jin all the way to the southernmost peak of the Sand Barbaric tribe, Adamantine Peak. Prince Jin's tens of thousands of men fled into the ancient ruin on Adamantine Peak. They should still be there, right? Shen Lang, that's an open secret. Prince Lian said, Ingguang and Stupa Mountain have amassed a massive army around the ancient ruin on Adamantine Peak. They've set up an inescapable trap and are just waiting for you to fall into it. This is their chess game in the south. In the north, Ing Wuming has gathered the Xingqian Kingdom's army and Stupa Mountain's army. They can launch a surprise attack at any time and destroy any of the capital cities of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. How does His Majesty Shen Lang intend to resolve this chess game between north and south? Shen Lang, aren't you here now, Prince Lian? Prince Lian, let's not beat around the bush. First of all, we will not allow you to fall into the hands of Ingguang and Stupa Mountain again. Your previous actions have put the Great Yan Empire in a passive position. Without you, Ing Wuming would not have been able to represent Stupa Mountain in the Transcendental Powers Conference. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. Prince Lian, there is only one thing that can stop Ing Wuming's army from launching a surprise attack on the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. There is also only one thing that can force Ingguang and Stupa Mountain's army to retreat from Adamantine Peak. That is the regret of the dragon, and one is not enough. As everyone knows, His Majesty Shen Lang only has one regret of the dragon left, and it must be used to protect Raging Tidewater City. In that case, we are the only ones who can truly possess the regret of the dragon. Shen Lang, could it be that Yan Capital wants to lend me the regret of the dragon? Thank you very much. Let's sign a contract. Lend me 10 regret of the dragon, and I will return you 100 within a year. At this moment, Prince Lian's face darkened. Your Majesty Shen Lang, you are no longer the little ruffian son-in-law you were back then. How can you still spout such nonsense? Can't you have a little of the solemn demeanor of a ruler, hee? Shen Lang would even dare to return 1,000 regret of the dragon, let alone 100. This was just like some older brothers who took out small loans and never thought about returning the money. Even if it was 10,000% interest, the older brother would still dare to borrow money. It was impossible for him to return the money. If he returned the money, who would dare to lend him money in the future? This was the creed of an older brother. Prince Lian, it is impossible to borrow the regret of the dragon, but we can fire it on your behalf. We will attack the new Qian Kingdom or Stupa Mountain. Moreover, we will fire 2 regret of the dragon at once. Of course, you will be the one to decide the target, but we will have to get Yan Capital's approval first. Even though Shen Lang had expected this, he was still a little shocked. This world was too dark. The Great Yan Empire had actually joined forces with Shen Lang to screw over Ingguang. This was probably like the US Empire lending a nuclear bomb to bomb a certain country. Shen Lang, even though it would be better to lend me the regret of the dragon, I can still accept it. I am not a picky person. Prince Lian, Your Majesty Shen Lang knows very well that the regret of the dragon is the world's most powerful strategic weapon of mass destruction. It is priceless. Previously, you were willing to risk your life for just 1 or 2 regret of the dragon. So, what price are you willing to pay for 2 regret of the dragon this time? Shen Lang slammed the table and said, I am the most generous person. 1 million gold coins. Prince Lian's face twitched. Shen Lang, *CK your mother. Why don't you try buying 2 dragons' regrets with 1 million gold coins? How about I give you 2 million gold coins and you sell me your regret of the dragon? This price is not acceptable? Shen Lang, it is a little low. Then I will give you a higher price, one that will make your heart jump. Prince Lian, go ahead. Shenlang, I will cede a province to the east of the Great Qian Kingdom to the Great Yan Empire. Huh? Is this a humiliating surrender? Is he really that wasteful? This is even worse than Yuan Shirkai's 21 demands. Prince Lian, are you talking about the Great Qian Kingdom's East River province? Shenlang nodded and said, yes, this province is 190,000 square kilometers. I will use it to exchange for 2 Regret of the Dragon. This price is shocking enough, isn't it? Prince Lian, that's right, this price is indeed shocking. However, Your Majesty Shenlang, the East River province now belongs to Yingguang and his son. Are you ceding the Ying clan's territory to the Great Yan Empire to repay the Regret of the Dragon? Shenlang, the new Qian Kingdom is also an inseparable part of the Great Qian Empire. So, the East River province also belongs to me? Prince Lian's face twitched again. His chest was so tight that he felt like it was about to explode. He already knew that Shenlang was shameless, but he didn't expect him to still be so shameless after becoming the Great Qian Emperor. This price was shocking enough. This was probably the same as Russia telling the European Union that they would cede the entire eastern half of Germany to the European Union as long as they paid 100 billion euros. What? What do you think the eastern half of Germany has to do with Russia? A few decades ago, East Germany belonged to the Soviet Union and was part of the Warsaw Pact. Prince Lian finally understood that normal negotiations with Shenlang were completely out of the question. You want to play that kind of bargaining? Impossible. If you dare to ask for a sky-high price, Shenlang will dare to agree without hesitation. Therefore, Prince Lian directly stated his price. We want one thing, that special flying beast of yours. As long as you agree, we are willing to shoot 2 Regret of the Dragon for you to attack the new Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain. This price shouldn't be too high. No matter how precious your flying beast is, it can't compare to 2 Regret of the Dragon. Shenlang smiled and said, you're right, but you wanted to shoot these 2 Regret of the Dragon. You know that I have broken away from Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's control, so you know that they can no longer shoot Regret of the Dragon and can no longer threaten the Great Yan Empire. Therefore, the Flame Capital wants to punish Yingguang. This is why you want to shoot 2 Regret of the Dragon to attack the new Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain. Moreover, you are not willing to openly fall out with Yingguang, nor are you willing to publicly admit that you used Regret of the Dragon to destroy the Great Yan Empire. Therefore, you used my name to shoot them. I can't bear the blame for nothing. Therefore, not only can I not pay, but you also have to pay me. Only then can I lend you my name to shoot Regret of the Dragon. Ugh, Prince Lian wanted to vomit blood. Shenlang was really shameless. The Great Yan Empire still has to pay you for shooting Regret of the Dragon to attack Yingguang and Stupa Mountain? Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Shenlang, you can't be so shameless. Shenlang said, Prince Lian, please get this straight. You were the one who wanted to shoot Regret of the Dragon to attack Yingguang and Stupa Mountain, and then you made me the scapegoat. Am I, Shenlang, a terrorist? I am like a brick in a revolution, moving it wherever it is needed. Moreover, after I rescued Prince Jean, I became even stronger. Won't I be able to fight Yingguang and Stupa Mountain to a stalemate? This is completely in line with the Great Yan Empire's interests. Prince Lian stared at Shenlang for a long time before he said, in that case, there is no need for further discussion. We can choose not to shoot those 2 Regret of the Dragon. We can watch as tens of thousands of Prince Jean and his men die in the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. We can also watch as Ying Wuming's army destroys the Great Chu capital. After that, you, Your Majesty Shenlang, will be powerless and lose your reputation. Shenlang said, Are you kidding me, Prince Lian? Right now, the Great Yan Empire wants to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils. Supporting the weak and trampling on the strong is what you should do. Who asked you to be the overlord? Since you can't increase my strength, then it is necessary to weaken Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's strength. In this regard, my interests and those of the Flame Capital are aligned. Yet, you are willing to disrupt the Great Yan Empire's strategic plan for such a small profit? Are you so short-sighted? Prince Lian roared, Your Majesty Shenlang, are you saying that we are still asking you to let us shoot 2 Regret of the Dragon to attack Yingguang and Stupa Mountain on your behalf? Are we still begging you to let us save the Great Chu capital and Prince Jean? Shenlang said, You don't have to beg. Although the Flame Capital and I are enemies, we occasionally have common interests. Since we are heading in the same direction, why don't we have sex? Everyone is willing. Men are thieves and women are prostitutes. What's there to beg for? Huh? Prince Lian was speechless for a long while. It was the kind of I know you're spouting nonsense, but you're so shameless that I can't refute you. Then there's no need for further discussion. Farewell, Prince Lian said. He immediately stood up and left. I won't see you out, Shenlang said. Your Majesty Shenlang, I hope you have a way to save Prince Jin, the Great Chu capital, or even the Great Chu capital. You don't have much time left. Once you lose your reputation, there's no turning back, Prince Lian said. Shenlang said, I've already lost my reputation several times. I don't care at all. Then, Prince Lian really left. Has Prince Lian left, or is he just pretending to leave? Shenlang asked. Zhang Chunhua said, it looks like he's really gone. Shenlang said, he'll come back. Zhang Chunhua asked, why? Shenlang said, His Majesty is in seclusion. The Crown Prince is currently overseeing the Flame Capital. Although he's outstanding, he can't compare to Great Yan's Emperor. Previously, when Yingguang fired the remorse of the dragon and destroyed the main city of the Yulan nation, the Crown Prince of Great Yan said it was an earthquake. After that, Ying Wuming represented Stupa Mountain at the Transcendental Forces meeting and slapped the Flame Capital in the face. When I was in Yingguang's hands, the new Qian Kingdom was able to fire the remorse of the dragon to intimidate the Flame Capital. Great Yan's Crown Prince could only swallow his anger because his main strategy was to watch us and Yingguang suffer while the Flame Capital reaped the benefits. Now that I'm out of Yingguang's control, will the Crown Prince of Great Yan not seek revenge? Will he be able to swallow his anger? Do you know how many people in the Flame Capital have their eyes on the Crown Prince now? They're all wondering if he can inherit the throne. Zhang Chunhua nodded in agreement. Shenlang said, so, no matter what, the Flame Capital wants to deal a fatal blow to Yingguang and Stupa Mountain. They need to use my name to do so. Ying Wuming says he supports the Great Yan Empire, and the Flame Capital also talks about the Ying family's loyalty. So, they have to wear this mask. Whether I agree or not, the Flame Capital is going to fire the two remorse of the dragon. Why should I pay for it? It's good enough that I'm not asking them for money. It's good enough that I'm the scapegoat. Zhang Chunhua said, so, we're in cahoots with the Flame Capital this time? Shenlang said, yes, that's right. Zhang Chunhua said, Your Majesty, your shameless charm is too tempting. Why don't we take advantage of our free time and have a real affair? What kind of illicit activity are you doing in broad daylight? Shenlang hurriedly shook his head. No. Chou Yaoer just tortured me 4 times. Even if my body is made of steel, I can't take it. Zhang Chunhua was stunned. Didn't he say 3 times? Why did it change to 4 times? Husband, do you think you can boast with the wind? Husband, what should we do next? Zhang Chunhua asked, should we send someone to the Flame Capital? Shenlang said, there's no need. Prince Lian will come looking for us again soon. When that time comes, we'll open our mouths wide and designate 2 targets to destroy. We can also test how strong the Great Yan Empire is, especially if it can launch a super long-range attack. Sure enough, 2 days later, the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian once again secretly appeared in the Raging Tide City's great castle. Where's His Majesty Shenlang? I need to start a new negotiation with him, Prince Lian said. Zhang Chunhua said, I'm very sorry, Your Highness. His Majesty is not here. Prince Lian trembled. Don't push your luck, and don't trample on the Great Yan Empire's patience. This kind of loosening the reins is a complete joke. Just as Shenlang had predicted, the Flame Capital's intention to launch a strategic attack on Yingguang and Stupa Mountain was very strong. They would do it with or without Shenlang. But where would the Flame Capital's regret of the dragon be aimed at? This required a negotiation with Shenlang. If Shenlang wanted to shoot at a fixed target, such as Stupa Mountain and Yingguang's army outside Vitra Peak, he could completely erase that powerful main force from this world. To completely break free from Prince Jin's encirclement, he would have to pay a certain price. Hence, Prince Lian came to negotiate again. Of course, there was a fatal problem. The dragon power's firing mechanism was huge and cumbersome. Flame Capital was more than 10,000 miles away from Vedra Peak, and the regret of the dragon could not shoot more than 500 miles away. To bypass the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain's sphere of influence and transport the dragon power and regret of the dragon to 500 miles away from Vedra Peak. That was almost impossible. Hence, Xianlang wanted to test if the Great Yan Empire had the ability to launch long-range strategic attacks. In reality, the concept of long-range strategic attacks did not exist in this world. Xianlang came from modern Earth, which was why he had such an opinion. Because the most important thing on modern Earth was the ability to launch long-range nuclear attacks. However, Xianlang did not know if the Great Yan Empire had such an ability. If they did, it would be too terrifying. Of course, if they could really destroy Yinguang and Stupa Mountain's main force outside Vedra Peak, it would be enough to shock the entire world, including Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. It would be enough to shock the world. I'm very sorry, Prince Lian. Our emperor really did not mean to play any tricks on you. He really is not in Raging Tide City. Can you please wait for 2 or 3 days? Zhang Chunhua said, he will definitely come to negotiate with you soon. In that case, was Xianlang playing hard to get and deliberately avoiding meeting Prince Lian? That was not the case. There was an accident, and it was a huge surprise. He actually discovered an ancient relic. To be precise, it was not him who discovered it. It was Big Chow. It had nothing to do recently, so it played at the bottom of the sea every day. In the end, it discovered a shocking whirlpool a few hundred miles away from Raging Tide City. There seemed to be an ancient relic hidden in it. Hence, Xianlang hurriedly abandoned everything else to explore. He had a feeling that he was going to make a fortune again. Note, I spent a long time thinking about this chapter. I didn't sleep until 7 in the morning. I apologize to everyone with tears streaming down my face. Also, please give me the monthly votes. Pastries really depend on the support of my brothers. Thank you to Lonely Grave Dust and Pig Riding Tiger for your 10,000 coins. When he had nothing to do, Da Chao's private life was very rich. He went up to the 9th heaven to pluck the moon, and went down to the sea to fish for turtles. It liked the sea more than a pond, and the deeper, the better. If it wasn't for the fact that the salt content of fish was too high, it would have already fallen in love with the taste of fish. In less than half a month, it had already swept through the hundreds of kilometers around the Raging Tide City, defeated a massive octopus, and became the overlord of this ocean. Every day, it would summon the wind and summon the rain in this area, looking very awe-inspiring. Amphibians could live in the water and on the ground, and Big Chow was even more amazing. It could live in the sea, on the ground, and in the air. No one knew how its ancestors had been nurtured, but it could be seen that the ancient civilization's biological research was simply too advanced. Speaking of which, Big Chow's discovery of the whirlpool at the bottom of the sea was not a coincidence. Rather, it had been tipped off by a certain marine creature, as it had become the new overlord of the sea. As such, when it brought Xianlang and Chou Yaoer to the bottom of the sea, a group of marine creatures followed behind them, including the former overlord octopus. Big Chow dived deeper and deeper. He had never thought that there would be such a deep ravine in this area. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom, and it was so well hidden that Xianlang's fleet had not discovered it even after going back and forth hundreds or thousands of times. Fortunately, he had the ancient king's ring, or else he would not have been able to withstand the water pressure at the bottom of the sea. After diving thousands of meters into the ravine, he saw a massive whirlpool. Da Chao suddenly became excited, because it had already tried passing through this whirlpool. It was very exciting. Of course, this was an extremely dangerous process. If not for Big Chow being so powerful, other marine creatures would not dare to enter. It was because the whirlpool's devouring power was too great, and once one was devoured, one would not be able to come out. Whoosh, after entering the whirlpool, they continued to spin and fall, and fall, and fall. After an unknown period of time, it suddenly reached the end and fell. There was no longer any seawater here. Instead, there was a very ancient and majestic building, which was most likely a temple. Xianlang found that the temple's architecture was quite interesting. Not only did it have the architectural style of the ancient Eastern Empire, but it also had the architectural style of the Lost Kingdom ruins and the Devil's Triangle. Moreover, there was still air in the temple, but it was already very thin. Clearly, the energy core here was also about to be exhausted. Xianxia scrutinized the temple, trying to determine its age and function. Once an ancient tomb was discovered on modern Earth, the first thing to do was to determine its era. Although they were all ancient tombs, they were probably built over 2,000 years ago. Just like the secret base where Xianxia discovered Regret of the Dragon and the ancient ruins of Mt. King Kong, they were from a completely different era. It seems like someone has been here before. Qiu Yao suddenly said, although this person didn't leave anything behind, there are traces of his movements. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Someone had been here? In other words, this ancient relic had already been discovered? Then why not develop it? Was it because it was too close to Raging Tide City, or was there no value in developing it? Next, Xianxia began to search every corner of the temple, trying to find any entrances, secret laboratories, secret warehouses, etc. However, he found nothing. It was just a lonely temple, and it was empty inside. However, there was something strange. The ground of the temple and the pillars didn't feel like they were from the same era. The pillars seemed to be older, but the rocks on the ground were slightly newer. Of course, this was a very subtle feeling. Then, Xianxia used his X-ray eyes to scan the ground of the temple very carefully. In the end, he found some clues in the center of the temple. Under the thick layer of rocks, there seemed to be a trace of a special light. Dachao, here. Xianxia pointed at the ground in the center. Dachao walked over and began to condense. When condensed to the extreme, the ultrasonic energy suddenly shot out. Bang! With a loud explosion, a hole was blasted out of the solid rock ground. Dachao was simply an amazing ultrasonic stone crusher. Using it to dig a tunnel would definitely be amazing. Bang, 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 the rocks on the ground were really special. Even with Dachao's amazing ultrasonic waves, it took him more than 10 times to completely create a huge hole that was 3 meters deep and 3 meters wide. This layer of rock had indeed been created later on. Below it was the real floor of the temple. It was the same age as the pillars, and the energy aura it emitted was similar. Even the sculptures were of the same style. In the center of the ground in front of them, there was a huge circular door with a diameter of about 30 meters. There was a relief sculpture on the door that looked very familiar. It was a male with a human face and a snake body. It was exactly the same sculpture that they had seen in the temple in the ancient ruins of Mount Jinggang. This door should be the entrance, but it wasn't an energy whirlpool, and there were no hints. Without saying anything, Dachao directly condensed an ultrasonic wave attack and blasted it. Boom! With a loud sound, the powerful ultrasonic wave energy slammed into the circular door in the center of the ground. However, it was not damaged at all, and the ultrasonic wave energy even bounced back. This entrance was indeed amazing. Even Dachao's ultrasonic wave attack was completely useless. There's a switch here. It's a circular switch that can be turned, Qiu Yao said. Then, she went forward and turned the switch. Of course, it couldn't be turned. It couldn't be opened at all. You do it, Qiu Yao said. Xianxia went forward and turned the circular switch. It easily turned. It didn't even use a pound of strength. Xianxia was surprised. Could it be related to this ancient king's ring? So, he turned the circular switch with his left hand, but it was still easily turned. Xianxia said, "Why don't you try again?" Qiu Yao went forward and turned the circular switch again, but it still didn't move. Then, a huge claw reached over. It was Dachao. It grabbed the circular switch and used all its strength to turn it. But it still didn't move. So, it gave up and walked to the side to sulk. Xianxia made another move, and easily turned the circular switch to the end. Rumble. The circular door with a human face and a snake body opened, revealing a deep staircase that seemed bottomless. Xianxia couldn't help but become excited. Perhaps people had come to this temple before, but no one had ever opened the entrance to this ancient ruin. He was the first to open it, which meant that this was an ancient ruin that had never been explored before. He didn't dare to imagine that there was an ancient ruin so close to Raging Tide City. He had gone back and forth so many times without finding it. It's all thanks to Dachao. Xianxia couldn't help but give Dachao a thumbs up. Dachao, do you want to come in? Shenlang asked. Da Chao suddenly stood up, gathered energy, and began to crazily spit again. Because it had only spat out a hole that was 3 meters in diameter, this entrance was 30 meters in diameter. The outside was blocked by a layer of rock, so Da Chao's body couldn't enter. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of ultrasonic waves shot out. The rock outside shattered, and after a few minutes, the entire entrance appeared in front of them. It was 30 meters in diameter. Shenlang, Chou Yao and Da Chao walked into the entrance of the primordial ruins and followed the stairs to the depths of the primordial ruins. After walking for a few thousand meters in the completely dark tunnel, they finally reached the end. A familiar thing appeared in front of them. It was an energy whirlpool, about 35 meters in diameter. What was behind this energy whirlpool? Were there treasures? Was there a secret laboratory? A secret warehouse? I want the regret of the dragon, I really need it. Shenlang reached out to touch the energy whirlpool, and with a thought, closed. Immediately, the huge energy whirlpool closed. This ancient king ring was still so amazing. Shenlang closed his eyes, filled with infinite anticipation. There must be treasures behind this energy whirlpool, and very precious ones at that. Maybe there were 100 regret of the dragon, he first prayed in his heart, 100 regret of the dragon, 100 regret of the dragon. Then, he opened his eyes, and he couldn't see his fingers in front of him. He carefully took a step forward and entered the ancient ruin. Whoosh! Suddenly, the surroundings lit up, and the pitch-black darkness became as bright as day. Everything inside could be seen clearly. What was this thing? Shenlang was completely shocked. This ancient ruin was completely different from what he had imagined. It wasn't an ancient laboratory, an ancient warehouse, or even a temple. This was a prison, because what entered Shenlang's eyes was a cell, and a tightly shut one at that. How many cells were there? There were 5 in total. The smallest cell was about 100 square meters in area, and 4 to 5 meters tall. The largest cell was tens of thousands of square meters, and 100 meters tall. And in front of Shenlang was the smallest prison cell of all. Why was Shenlang so sure that this was a prison? Because it was clearly written on it. The first cell had the words Jiang Clan's Trader's Prison. Shenlang couldn't help but look at Xiao Yao and said, Yao in a way, we both have the surname Jiang. Shenlang arrived in front of the first cell and looked at the inscription on it. The person locked in here is the greatest shame of my Jiang dynasty, the greatest traitor of the entire Eastern civilization. He was infatuated with the Western Medusa's appearance, and told my Eastern Empire's greatest secret to Medusa. He was sentenced to imprisonment for all life, never to be pardoned. It was the first time Shenlang had seen such a clear narrative of the ancient civilization. Moreover, the amount of information within was too great. First, this was indeed the Eastern world's prison, and it was the Jiang dynasty. What did that mean? The ancient Eastern Empire's imperial family was surnamed Jiang? Where did the Ji dynasty go? The cell's door was tightly shut, and it was a cell made of a special type of black rock. Da Chao, you come. Shenlang said. Da Chao condensed his power, then suddenly shot out an ultrasonic wave. Bang ! A huge sound rang out. The ultrasonic wave fiercely smashed into the wall, then, it actually bounced back. Were the walls of this prison so impressive? Da Chao's ultrasonic wave attack was still ineffective, Da Chao was doubting its life. The ultrasonic wave was its greatest pride, but in the end, it couldn't break this, couldn't break that, and now, it couldn't even blast open a small door. What was the point of my ultrasonic wave attack? Therefore, it directly lay on the ground and buried its head under its chest, feeling sad. Shenlang ignored it. Instead, Chou Yao went up and stroked its neck to comfort it. Shenlang looked at the cell's door. Locked inside was the greatest traitor of the ancient Jiang dynasty, and at that time, the ancient Eastern Empire was indeed at war with the Western Lost Empire. Because the person inside fell in love with a certain Medusa, he betrayed his own race and his own empire. Could it be that he leaked the relevant secrets to the Western Lost Empire? Shenlang really wanted to know what the traitor looked like. Shenlang didn't do anything. The history of this ancient prison was a bit earlier than the Vajra Peak ancient ruins. According to Shenlang's understanding, there was a large-scale war between the ancient Eastern world and the Western Lost Empire. In the end, no one knew who won. However, this war shouldn't have a final ending. At least, the ancient Eastern Empire wasn't occupied by the Medusas, because there were no traces of the Medusas in the known ancient ruins. After the war between the ancient Eastern world and the ancient Western world, who knew how many years had passed before the great destruction of the ancient civilization occurred? No one knew what kind of secrets were hidden within. However, speaking of adultery, as a member of the Jiang Kingdom's royal family, Xianxia seemed to have a small adultery with a certain Queen Medusa from the Lost Empire in the West. In fact, there was even a powerful aura of Queen Medusa's energy on his body. How could he open the door of this prison? Xianxia pressed his palm on the door. Whoosh! Instantly, a light appeared on the door, and a word appeared. The ancient Eastern Empire loved this word so much. Their strategic weapon was named Dragon's Regret. Now, there was also a word on the door of this prison. Xianxia noticed that the last point of the word was indented. He put the ancient king ring on it. Whoosh the door disappeared and became an energy whirlpool. An energy whirlpool with a diameter of 2 meters. Close. Xianxia wore the ancient king ring and gave the order. Instantly, the energy whirlpool closed, revealing the prison room of around 100 square meters. The prison room was empty. There was only one person kneeling on the ground, not moving. Xianxia slowly walked in and arrived in front of the prisoner. He was the greatest trader of the ancient Jiang dynasty? He looked a bit familiar. Qiao said, He's a pretty boy like you. And he doesn't seem to know any martial arts. Oh, no wonder he looked familiar. Xianxia looked at him even more carefully. This ancient Jiang dynasty was definitely the #1 handsome man back then. He was so handsome that it made people feel suffocated. It also seemed to have become a fossil, but it was vivid and lifelike. It wasn't like the other ancient human fossils, which were just rocks and didn't have their original skin color. The prisoner in front of him, no matter if it was skin or hair, was still vivid and lifelike. He looked the same as he did tens of thousands of years ago. However, when he reached out and touched them, they were all fossils. Others were human fossils, but he was human jade. Not only that, there was a mark on his face, a mark of a woman's lips. Someone kissed him on his face. The kiss mark also became a bright red fossil. Who was it that kissed him? Was it the Medusa that he loved? The prisoner was still talking before he died. Xianxia used the brain to record his scene and analyzed it. He seemed to be saying, I don't regret it. The clothes of the other ancient human fossils also became stone, completely fusing with the fossil body. The clothes of the prisoner in front of him were still complete. It was just a simple robe. It wasn't luxurious at all. It was simple and elegant. Without saying a word, Xianxia immediately tore off the clothes on his body. Qiao mouth trembled slightly, but she had nothing to say. She was a man who had no respect for ancient humans, and her first thought was to get rich. Of course, Xianxia wanted to get rich. He had already entered 3 ancient ruins, but what was the result? A temple, a plaza, and a prison. The ancient ruins that other people found were either libraries, huge cities, or countless secret warehouses and laboratories. The ancient ruins that he had discovered were completely empty. After taking off the prisoner's clothes, his white jade-like body was revealed. As expected, he wasn't strong at all. He was even fairer than a woman. If he dressed up as a woman, he would definitely be prettier. Xianxia landed on his chest, where his heart was. What was that? It looked like an ornament. Was it a breastplate? There were beautiful gems embedded on it, and it looked very exquisite. Moreover, it was embedded directly into his body. It looked like the energy reaction center in Iron Man's chest. This was a treasure, this was definitely a treasure. The trader of the ancient empire in front of him was a pretty boy, and he also seemed to be powerless. The device on his chest was definitely very important to him. Xianxia tried to take it off, but he couldn't. Yaoer, come help, Xianxia said. Yaoer went up, grabbed the device, and tried to pull it off. But she also failed. She couldn't take it off. I can't take it off. If I use more strength, there might be huge consequences, Chou Yaoer said. What should he do? Shenlang had a premonition that this thing was definitely a treasure that would be very useful to him. They were both pretty boys, and this Jiang clan prisoner relied on it to travel the world. He even hooked up with Queen Medusa. That meant that this treasure was most suitable for Shenlang. Then, Shenlang tried everything he could, but he couldn't take the device off. Even the ancient king ring was useless. What should he do? Should he give up? Return empty-handed? Absolutely not. Shenlang closed his eyes and observed the entire body of the traitor of the ancient Jiang dynasty. His gaze landed on his finger. Indeed, there was a mark on the ring finger of his right hand. It was the mark of a ring, but it was empty. What did this prove? This person was once the crown prince of the Jiang dynasty. He betrayed his own empire for Medusa, was imprisoned, and was stripped of his position as crown prince? But when he was the crown prince, he didn't have the right to wear the ancient king ring, right? Then what was his identity when he was imprisoned? Shenlang suddenly had a thought. He took off his ancient king ring. The ancient king ring was very strange. If he wanted to take it off, a thought must appear in his head. Otherwise, it was as if it grew on his finger and he couldn't take it off. After taking off the ancient king ring, Shenlang was going to put it on the ancient prisoner's finger. Chou Yaoer said, "Think carefully. This is very risky. If you put it on and you can't take it off, it'll be troublesome." Shenlang nodded, and then directly put the ancient king's ring on the ancient prisoner's finger. Instantly, the special device on the ancient prisoner's chest lit up, emitting a dazzling light. Shenlang stretched out his hand again, gently twisted it, and directly took it down. This was definitely a treasure. It was indeed a nightmare stone equipment, and a very, very high-grade nightmare stone crystal at that. Not only that, but it also had its own energy core, and it was not the kind of energy core of metallic hydrogen, but the energy core of dragon blood marrow. Through the crystal, Shenlang could see that the dragon blood marrow was flowing inside, and it was reacting and continuously releasing energy. This was truly a treasure, and a super ancient treasure at that. There were two types of ancient equipment that Shenlang had seen so far. One completely relied on metal hydrogen energy cores. The other was an independent ancient equipment. This ancient equipment had a very high-grade nightmare stone device that could store energy. Thus, it could produce battle power without the ancient energy core. It was like carrying a battery on his back. The device in front of him was equivalent to a nuclear power core. The dragon blood marrow was a material used to create the dragon's regret. Using it to power this small device, the energy would be almost endless. Shenlang was currently starting the doomsday plan in order to create the dragon's regret. However, he didn't even have the slightest bit of theoretical knowledge. He had no direction at all. As long as he thoroughly researched this small device, he would be able to make a huge breakthrough in the principles of creating the dragon's regret. So, such a small device completely represented the peak of the ancient civilization. Why did the traitor of the ancient Jiang dynasty bring it with him at all times? It definitely had a huge use, and even had shocking power. Then, how should he name it? The strategic killing weapon was named Dragon's Regret, and the launching device was named Dragon's Power. Then, this thing should be named Dragon's Heart, or Dragon's Core. Shenlang tried to put the dragon's core where his heart was, but there was no reaction at all. "Ancestor, I brought this ring back," Shenlang said. Then, he removed the ancient king ring from the Jiang dynasty prisoner's finger. Indeed, there were no obstructions. Shenlang once again put the ancient king ring on his finger. Instantly, the dragon's core flashed with light again. Then, several needles drilled out and fiercely smashed into Shenlang's chest. It didn't hurt, but it looked very horrifying. And it seemed like it was still drawing blood. The dragon's core continuously drew blood from Shenlang's chest. It drew a whole dozen milliliters of blood, then poured into the core and started to react with some of the liquids inside. Bang! Shenlang felt a sharp pain in his chest. The dragon's core fiercely embedded into his chest and started to spin. In the end, it was as if it had completely grown into his body. This wasn't the end. After it was embedded into Shenlang's chest, it continuously released all kinds of energy aura, which surged into Shenlang's brain, into Shenlang's veins, and into his blood vessels. In an instant, the energy aura was too strong. Shenlang's mind went blank, then, he fainted. Sigh, fainting every time? Is there any meaning in that? Is your body so fragile? But this time, before he fainted, Chou Yao directly hugged him and made him sit on the ground. Her body leaned into his embrace. And during this entire process, Shenlang's body was trembling slightly. The dragon's core on his chest and the ancient king ring on his finger were all emitting a strange light. Even Shenlang's entire body was glowing. To be more precise, it wasn't his body that was glowing. Rather, a ray of light was flowing from his brain to his blood vessels, through the ancient king ring, and finally back to the dragon's core on his chest. Was this like signing a contract, or was Shenlang fusing with the dragon's core? In other words, was he installing a system? Just like that, Chou Yao hugged Shenlang, not moving in the slightest. Her eyes, however, were staring unblinkingly at the ancient Jiang dynasty traitor in the prison. It wasn't because he was too handsome, but because he was turning into stone inch by inch. Before, he was very lifelike. He had his original skin color, his hair color, and his eyes were like gemstones. But now, after losing the dragon's core, his body was gradually turning into stone like everyone else. A stone of pure color. After who knew how long, Shenlang and Yu woke up. Realizing that they were lying in Chou Yao's embrace, they couldn't help but rub their faces in happiness. Then, Shenlang sat up from Chou Yao's embrace. He looked down at the dragon's core on his chest, then at his hand. I feel like I've changed. I've definitely become stronger, Shenlang said. I can feel powerful energy in my body. I've definitely become stronger. Chou Yao said, why don't you give it a try? Shenlang said, I can clearly feel the change. I've definitely become very strong. Then, Shenlang began to do push-ups. 10, 13, 15, 16, ugh. He had reached his limit. His power hadn't increased at all. He still didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. What was going on? But Shenlang clearly felt that he had become stronger. After the dragon's core had fused with his body, it had brought him some sort of powerful power. He had definitely become stronger. But, how was he strong? Yao, I have a feeling that I've become very strong. You might not even be able to defeat me, really, Shenlang said with a serious expression. But I don't know how I'm strong. Shenlang wasn't joking. He truly felt that there was some sort of power in his body. It was very strong. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't know how to use it. This is really F***ket up, note, first update, benefactors, begging for your monthly votes. Give it to me. Shenlang was a bold and imaginative person. Because he had seen too many movies, no matter what happened, he would not be too surprised. Even if he patted his chest and a nano armor appeared on his body, he would still be able to accept it if he transformed into Iron Man. In the end, nothing happened, just like when he wore the ancient king's ring. No, it was even different from when he wore the ancient king's ring. After wearing the ancient king's ring, Shenlang could at least turn on and off the energy whirlpool. But now, after this dragon core was embedded in his chest, he could clearly feel a very magical power, but he could not use it at all. Following that, Shenlang tried again and again. However, he was still unable to obtain any results. He was still as weak and powerless as before. This was really not right. He could 100% feel a strange energy in his body. But this thing was like love. He could clearly feel it, but he could not see it or touch it. This should be a very powerful and advanced ancient equipment, and it is very profound. You will probably need some time to dig out its power, Chou Yao said. Shenlang could not help but think of Adolf's ancient equipment. It was truly super awesome. His martial arts were clearly slightly weaker than Queen Aida's, but with this ancient equipment, Queen Aida and Gila could not even harm a single hair on Adolf's body. At that time, it had really given Shenlang an unparalleled shock. And Adolf's ancient equipment seemed to be embedded in his chest where his heart was. Let's put it aside for now. Shenlang, maybe it will give me a great surprise in the future. Yao, I'm not lying to you. I really feel that I have become much stronger. Maybe even you are no longer my opponent. Why don't we go back tonight and try? Sure, Cho Yaoer said. Then, Shenlang looked at the ancient prisoner. At this time, he had completely turned into stone, no different from the ancient human fossils from before. He was like a stone statue. Sorry. Shenlang said, I really want to know exactly how beautiful that Queen Medusa who charmed you is to actually make you betray your own empire. And this ancient prisoner seemed to be saying the same words, I don't regret it. Although he had already obtained the dragon's core, Shenlang decided to continue exploring. He finally knew that there was no way the dragon's regret could be found in this prison. But this prison was definitely very impressive, because only the first prison cell locked such an impressive invader. The number one traitor of the Jiang dynasty. There were still 3 more prison cells, so what kind of impressive prisoners were locked in there? Shenlang arrived in front of the second cell, which was slightly larger than the first. The sign outside read, Queen of Darkness Cell. Below, there was a sign explaining the prisoner's crimes. This person created natural disasters and plagues, slaughtered millions of people, and committed heinous crimes. Shenlang sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw it. Sure enough, the prisoners in this prison were more powerful than the other. The greatest traitor of the Jiang dynasty just now was already horrifying enough. As the successor of the ancient empire, he betrayed his own country. And this second Queen of Darkness had actually slaughtered millions? This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the words natural disasters and plagues made one's blood run cold. Cho Yaoer couldn't help but glance at Shenlang because Shenlang had also used plagues to exterminate several cities. From a certain perspective, he was a bit similar to this Queen of Darkness. And there was only one thought in Shenlang's mind. The plague that this Queen of Darkness grasped was definitely super terrifying, or else how could she slaughter millions? Shenlang hesitated for a moment, then pressed his hand on the door of the second prison cell. Immediately, a word appeared on it, sin. Finally, it wasn't the word regret. The last stroke of the word also had the indent of an ancient king's ring. Shenlang extended his hand and placed the king's ring on the indent. Cho Yaoer lightly held Shenlang's hand and said, You know that I never stop you from doing anything, but, this time, I advise you to be careful. Shenlang nodded. Whoosh instantly, the word sin on the door disappeared, and in its place was an energy vortex. Moreover, the color of this energy vortex was different from the one on the first prison cell. The color was different. This energy vortex was purple. Shenlang took a deep breath, then placed his hand on the energy vortex, and a thought appeared in his mind. Close. Then, he closed his eyes, waiting to see the so-called Queen of Darkness in the second prison cell, the woman who had committed heinous crimes. But when he opened his eyes, he found that there was still an energy vortex in front of him. What was going on? After wearing the ancient king's ring, Shenlang could open and close any energy vortex, right? Why couldn't he open and close it now? Shut it down, Shenlang ordered once again. But the energy vortex continued to ripple, and there were no changes. Shenlang was puzzled, then slowly walked towards the energy vortex. Since I can't close it, I should be able to pass through it, right? In the end, it still didn't work. Shenlang was directly blocked outside, unable to enter at all. What in the world is going on? Shenlang was surprised. Before, he could clearly pass through any energy vortex, so why couldn't he do it now? Was it because his authority was not enough? Was it because the level of this energy vortex was higher? Or was it because the dragon core was embedded in his chest, so he lost the authority to pass through the energy vortex? That's impossible. Next, Shenlang tried many times, but he couldn't pass through at all. Da Chao, on the other hand, became more spirited. Once again, he prepared an ultrasonic wave, then shot it directly at the energy vortex. Whoosh the result was as if it had sunk into the sea. Da Chao's ultrasonic wave hit the energy vortex, but there was no reaction, and it directly disappeared without a trace. Cho Yaoer took out a dagger and threw it at the energy vortex. In an instant, the dagger was directly turned into ashes, showing the destructive power of the energy vortex. Who would have thought that even with Shenlang's ancient king's ring, he could only open the first prison cell, and couldn't even open the second one. Then, Shenlang came to the third prison cell. This prison cell was extremely large. It was a full few thousand square meters, and just the height alone was about 50 meters. There was also a sign outside the third prison cell, which stated the prisoner's identity and crimes. However, Xianlang couldn't understand these words at all. Even when Xianlang used the AI to search, he couldn't find these words at all. These were not Chinese characters, Greek characters, Roman characters, Latin characters, cuneiform characters, or hieroglyphics. These words were very profound, and Xianlang almost became addicted to them after studying them for a little bit. Of course, it wasn't because he was addicted to the meaning of these words, but because even after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand the meaning of these words. What he was addicted to was the logic of these words. It was as if it wasn't just a written language, but a very mysterious logic. These words were very advanced, at least more advanced than the existing words that Xianlang knew. They could use the shortest words to describe the most content. Just like that, Xianlang stood under these words, thinking and thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yao lightly patted Xianlang's face and said, "We've been gone for a long time. Prince Lian should be here by now." Xianlang suddenly came to his senses and said, "How long have I been in deep thought?" 10 hours, Zhou Yao said. Xianlang was given a big fright. 10 hours, he clearly felt that it hadn't even been 5 minutes, but in that instant, 10 hours had passed. However, he was only addicted to studying these words, and he still couldn't understand what they meant. What kind of words were these? How strange. After coming to this world, all of the ancient texts that Xianlang had seen had come from Earth. There were Chinese characters, Arabic characters, Latin characters, Greek characters, and so on. This almost made him think that no other characters would appear, but suddenly, such profound and mysterious characters appeared. Could this be the real ancient characters? Then why hadn't he seen them in any of the ancient texts? Moreover, these ancient words seemed to have some sort of magical power that could completely immerse one's mind and soul. It was as if these were not just words, but also a special way of thinking that represented another civilization. Since he couldn't even enter the second prison, the third definitely couldn't be entered either. Xianlang arrived in front of the fourth prison. This prison was very, very large, with an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and the walls were more than 200 meters tall. He couldn't imagine what was locked up in this fourth prison. Was it a group of prisoners, or was it just one prisoner? If it was just one prisoner, then the size of the prisoner was simply too shocking. This was because this prison was tens of thousands of square meters wide and hundreds of meters tall. Of course, the sign outside the fourth prison also had ancient words written on it. Xianlang still couldn't understand them, so he could only use the AI to record them. This time, he didn't study the words on the fourth prison sign. Instead, he directly arrived in front of the fifth prison. There were a total of 5 prison cells in this ancient prison. The identities of the prisoners here were each more terrifying than the other. The second prisoner was already the Queen of Darkness, who had slaughtered millions. The fourth prisoner's size should be shocking. Then this fifth prisoner should be the most terrifying. He either had the highest status or had committed the greatest crimes. To use a very stupid term to describe this fifth prisoner, the strongest ancient boss? The ultimate ancient prisoner, however, this fifth prison cell wasn't big at all. It was even smaller than the first prison cell. Not only that, there was also a sign on the wall of the fifth prison cell, but it was empty. There were no words on it, be it Chinese or ancient words. The name and identity of this person were not written down, nor were their charges written down. This made it even more mysterious. A prisoner without a name was really the ultimate boss. Next, Xianlang tried to press his hand on the door of the fifth prison cell. In the end, there was no reaction. Even if the previous prison cell doors couldn't be opened, light and shadow words would appear. But this fifth prison cell had no reaction at all. Xianlang didn't even have the authority to activate this door, and he couldn't even awaken the energy whirlpool. Xianlang and Zhou Yao looked at each other, exchanging a serious look. They had thought that this was an ancient ruin and that they would be able to make a fortune, but it turned out to be an ancient prison. Of course, he had still made a fortune, because he had obtained a super awesome dragon core, even though Xianlang had no idea how to use it. But now, Xianlang could clearly feel that in this ancient prison, even the dragon core was not important. What was important were the prisoners here, especially the last 3 prisoners. Most importantly, the last prisoner was nameless, but in Xianlang's eyes, he was almost the ultimate boss. He felt that he was very close to the truth of this world, especially the truth about the ancient civilization. He might even be able to obtain the truth about the destruction of the ancient civilization in this ancient prison. It was a pity that Xianlang didn't have the authority to open these prison doors yet. Perhaps he was still far from that. But at the very least, he had opened a small corner of the truth of this world. Even though he couldn't see anything, he could feel the boundless sky. Xianlang didn't know what the ultimate truth was, but just sensing the aura of this truth was enough to make his entire body tremble, and he didn't even want to think about it too deeply. Xianlang pressed his forehead against the door of the fifth prison. He couldn't feel anything, only endless emptiness. Yaoer, what do you think is the most shocking truth you can think of? The truth about this world, the truth about the destruction of the ancient civilization? Xianlang asked. Zhou Yaoer shook her head. I won't think about it. Xianlang asked, then you won't try to think about it? Zhou Yaoer said, when you think deeply about it, your heart will lean towards certain things, and that might lead you down the wrong path. Xianlang couldn't help but feel surprised. Zhou Yaoer's words were very simple, but they contained a very, very important philosophy. Should he take a stance? Let's go. Xianlang said, let's go back. The future is very important, but the current situation is even more important. Prince Lian is probably going crazy from waiting. At this moment, Big Chow was already lying on the ground, snoring loudly out of boredom. Xianlang walked up and scratched its chin. Let's go home, let's go home. Da Chao opened his eyes abruptly. He grabbed Xianlang and dashed outside. It really didn't want to stay here at all, because the energy aura in this ancient prison made Big Chow very uncomfortable, and even very afraid. However, it couldn't tell what exactly it was afraid of. After exploring this place for an entire day, Xianlang left this ancient prison at the bottom of the sea and once again completely closed the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. This was because he could sense that this ancient prison was very, very important, even more so than the massive ancient ruins on Stupa Mountain. Even though it didn't contain any ancient equipment, ancient weapons, or dragon's remorse, it contained secrets and the ultimate truth. Prince Lian finally saw Xianlang again. He was originally very angry, but in just a moment, his anger disappeared without a trace, because it was meaningless. Your Majesty Xianlang, the reason why we want that flying beast of yours isn't just to get our hands on it, Prince Lian said. Xianlang said, I understand. You don't need us to have a high mobility, high speed, and high altitude air force. Even if there's only one, if I go crazy and launch an air attack on the Great Yan Empire, it would be impossible to defend against it. Prince Lian said, talking to smart people is indeed very easy. So, since you don't want to hand over this flying beast, we can break its wings. That way, we won't have to worry about its ability to fly. Xianlang raised his teacup and said, Prince Lian, if you say another word, I'm going to chase you away. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire immediately stopped this topic. Xianlang said, Prince Lian, I've already made myself very clear. Regardless of whether our negotiation is successful or not, Yan Capital will still launch 2 Dragon's Remorse at Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. Firstly, it will serve as a deterrent, and secondly, it will show the Yan Capital officials and the rest of the world that the Great Yan Empire's dignity cannot be violated. Prince Lian said, that's right, we will definitely launch these 2 Dragon's Remorse. However, the timing of the launch and the target location are very important, aren't they? We can delay the launch for a few months. For example, we can wait until Ing Wuming's army destroys the Chu royal capital, or until all tens of thousands of Prince Jin's men are dead. Xianlang said, that's right, that's what we want to talk about. When do we launch? Where is the target? Why don't I give Yan Capital 2 suggestions? Launch on the 29th of December. Launch one outside Vitra Peak and destroy the allied army of Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. Because they have set up an inescapable trap there, they have mobilized an astonishing martial arts army, Hell Army, and Secret Army. Therefore, this Dragon's Remorse will be even more destructive than the previous one. As for the second one, why don't we launch it at the headquarters of Stupa Mountain? Prince Lian said, that's a good idea. However, what price can His Majesty Xianlang offer? I'll keep it a secret, Xianxia said. Prince Lian said, a secret? What secret? Xianxia said, the master of the Punishing Heaven Pavilion obtained a fake dragon egg. Prince Lian shuddered when he heard this. Then, he exclaimed, what dragon egg? I don't understand at all. Are there still dragon eggs in this world? Xianxia said, I've always been very confused about this. The Punishing Heaven Pavilion is completely under the direct command of the Great Yan Empire. Even the past masters of the All Heavens Pavilion all bear the surname Ji. They are clearly one family. When the comet hit Dingyuan City, it killed more than 600,000 soldiers from the Great Yan Empire's Western Army. Most of them were soldiers from the Great Jin Nation and its vassal states. I can understand this, and I can even understand the secret army of the Heavenly Temple. However, what happened to the 20,000 soldiers of the Punishing Heaven Pavilion? Did they die in there as well? His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince should know about the comet's impact. They should know that I don't have dozens of dragons' remorse. Prince Lian remained silent. Xianxia continued, there's one more thing. I obtained a fake dragon egg. Of course, at that time, no one knew whether this dragon egg was real or fake. A dragon egg was priceless. Not to mention this dragon egg, just the other treasures were priceless. The Great Yan Empire has countless peerless elites. Why did they send someone from the Punishing Heaven Pavilion to intercept the dragon egg? Was there a true dragon egg after the comet's impact? Others might not know, but His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince should know. If they knew, why did they let the fake dragon egg fall into the hands of the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's master? Prince Lian remained silent. Xianxia said, of course, this is a top secret. Apart from Great Yan's Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, no one else in Yan capital knows about it. I believe Prince Lian only found out about it recently. Since you're here to negotiate with me, His Highness the Crown Prince had to let you know about it. After a long while, Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Xianxia, you're a scoundrel, and a stingy one at that. Before I came to negotiate, His Highness the Crown Prince had a conversation with me. He said that you might use this matter to blackmail Yan capital. I didn't expect you to actually do it. You were the one who wanted to kill the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's master, and yet you're using this as a bargaining chip? How shameless can you be? Xianxia said, I wanted to use this dragon egg to harm someone in Yan capital. Unfortunately, the Yan capital's paragon is too smart and knows too much. Even so, His Highness the Crown Prince still allowed the fake dragon egg to fall into the hands of the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's master. He has ulterior motives. What will happen if I tell this secret to the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's master? Prince Lian wanted to threaten him, but he gave up in the end. Because Xianxia was so shameless that he didn't have any secrets. It was normal for him to harm anyone. Furthermore, Yan capital would be more than happy to see the person he wanted to harm. However, Xianxia was using this matter to threaten Yan capital. It was really shameless. It made people's hair stand on end. Alright, your blackmail is a success. We will send the first regret of the dragon to the Stupa Mountain headquarters. Prince Lian said, then let's talk about the target of the second regret of the dragon. You want to send it out of Vajra Peak. You want to destroy Yinguang's Stupa Mountain coalition army that is surrounding Prince Jin? You want to use our power to brag and shock the world. You want to deal a fatal blow to Yinguang? You can, but you have to pay a price, a huge price. Xianxia said, the launcher for the dragon's power is huge and cumbersome. Moreover, the range of the regret of the dragon is only 250 kilometers. Therefore, it is impossible to transport the regret of the dragon and the dragon's power to a location 250 kilometers away from Vajra Peak. This is because you will have to pass through Yinguang and Stupa Mountains territories. That is more than 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers. Prince Lian said, you don't have to worry about that. We said we can do it, and we will definitely do it. Xianxia said, super long-range strategic strike? A strategic strike with a range of more than 15,000 kilometers? Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Xianxia, that's a good term. Super long-range strategic strike. Almost no one in this world has such a concept, but you were able to bring it up and even use it to test the Great Yan Empire's strategic strike capabilities. You are indeed smart. Let me tell you now that the Great Yan Empire can do it, and we are very happy to let you see it. F***. CK, this was good news, but it was also very bad news. However, this was good news for the current situation. Once they could launch an ultra-long-range strategic strike and completely wipe out the enemy forces outside Vajra Peak from this world, it would deal a fatal blow to Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. Moreover, they could also save tens of thousands of people. Shenlang said, "What does Yan Capital want? Just tell me. Of course, don't mention anything that doesn't fit the bill. You said that I am a very stingy person, and I am very prideful." Prince Lian said, "What we need is very simple. Ask Your Majesty Shenlang to open a box for us." Open a box? To think that it was actually this condition. Shenlang had not expected it at all. What kind of box was it? Why was it so important? What could be inside? Why would Yan Capital compromise with Shenlang? Shenlang was taken aback. Yan Capital should have people with high bloodline privileges. What box can't be opened? Why do you need me to do it? Prince Lian said, "There are some boxes that cannot be opened by those with high bloodline privileges. For example, the entrance to the ancient ruins on the Black Rock Island in the Southern Sea. All the powers in the world tried their best but were still unable to open it. It was His Majesty Shenlang who used the 4 colors to help Stupa Mountain open the ancient ruins, which slightly changed the world." Shenlang asked, "This box is very important? Very important? The lifeline of the Yan country?" "I have no comment." Prince Lian said, "I think this has nothing to do with Your Majesty Shenlang. We came with great sincerity. And we can do the work first and collect the money later. Of course, we are not worried that you will not pay up. No one in the world can renege on their debt to Yan Capital." Shenlang said, "I firmly believe that." Prince Lian said, "Will Your Majesty Shenlang agree to this condition? You should not have to pay any price for this." Shenlang poured himself a cup of tea, his mind racing. After finishing the cup, he smiled and said, "Isn't it just opening a box? I love opening chests the most." "I agree, I definitely agree." Prince Lian said, "All right, it's a deal." Shenlang said, "On the 29th of December, you will fire 2 Regret of the Dragon. The first will be aimed at Stupa Mountain headquarters. The second will be aimed at the foot of Vajra Peak for a super long-range strategic strike." Prince Lian replied, "After these 2 strikes, we'll deliver this chest to you for you to open. That is, on the 30th of December. Of course, in order to express our sincerity, I'll stay in Raging Tide City as a hostage until our deal is completed." Shenlang said, "It's a deal. Happy working with you." Prince Lian stood up and said, "Happy working with you." Shenlang said, "The 29th of December, the time to witness a miracle." Prince Lian said, "Let's wait and see." The 2 men stood up and shook hands. The evil deal was officially completed. Note, delivered on the second update. Brothers, if you have any monthly votes, please send them to me. It's a little empty, thank you little star for the 20,000 coins tip. After that, Prince Lian stayed in the Raging Tide City as a hostage. He was very self-aware and did not meet with anyone, including Sua Xian and Zhang Chunhua. Shenlang continued to study the dragon core. Because it had already fused with his body, Shenlang could not disassemble it. He could only feel it. However, it was like love. Even if he could feel it, he could not describe it. No matter how many times Shenlang tried, he could not use the power of the dragon core. After a few days and nights, there was still no breakthrough. Thus, Shenlang changed his way of thinking. He once again studied the ancient king's scroll. Anyway, it was all stored in the artificial intelligence system, and there were more than 50,000 pages in total. However, this thing was really not an ordinary ancient book. Instead, it was similar to an ancient scripture, and it was extremely obscure. Thus, Shenlang still did not gain anything. The biggest function of Adolf's ancient equipment was to allow him to teleport. Shenlang's dragon core was so powerful, so it should have more advanced functions. The next day, Shenlang arrived at a secret training ground. This place had been completely cleared, and there were only 3 people left. Chou Yaoer stood behind Shenlang, and Hila stood in front of her. "Little brother, are you sure you want to try this?" Hila asked. Shenlang nodded. Yes. Hila picked up an ancient bow, equipped the ancient arrow, and shot it at Shenlang. So. After flying for a few dozen meters, the ancient arrow suddenly accelerated, leaving a trail of flames behind it. In an instant, its speed reached 400 meters per second as it shot towards Shenlang. In an instant, Shenlang's mental power was condensed to the extreme. His entire body seemed to have fused with the dragon core and the ancient king's ring. Freeze! Shenlang let out a loud roar and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a miracle happened. The ancient arrow that was about to reach Shenlang was frozen in the air. Fall! Shenlang waved his hand and the ancient arrow fell to the ground. Both Chou Yaoer and Hila were shocked. They did not expect the dragon core to be so powerful. It was actually able to freeze the ancient arrows in midair, even rendering them ineffective. Again. This time, use the ancient crossbow, Shenlang said. The ancient crossbow could fire continuously, so its power was much stronger than the ancient bow. Hila picked up an ancient crossbow, loaded it with a dozen bolts, and aimed at Shenlang. Then, she pressed the button on the nightmare stone. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the speed at which these ancient crossbow bolts were shot was like that of a machine gun. In just over a second, more than a dozen crossbow bolts poured out and instantly arrived in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Shenlang would have been shot to death and turned into a porcupine. However, Shenlang didn't use as much force this time. He still extended his palm, and with a thought, a powerful and mysterious force was released from the dragon core device. Freeze! The dozen or so ancient crossbow bolts were completely frozen in midair. Then, with a wave of Shenlang's hand, they all fell to the ground. Third experiment. For the third time, she took out a normal bow, aimed at Shenlang, and fired. Whoosh! Shenlang once again gathered the power of the dragon core and suddenly stretched out his hand. Freeze! But it failed. The arrow still flew over, and it was about to pierce a hole through Shenlang's body. Chou Yaoer's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the arrow. Now we can prove that this dragon core of Shenlang, together with the ancient king's ring, can deal with all kinds of elemental damage in hell. It can also freeze ancient weapons in midair, or more accurately, any weapon with the nightmare stone, Chou Yaoer said. It can freeze in midair and then fall. Hila said, that's why people are full of imagination. Since it can stop the ancient arrows, can it stop even more powerful ancient weapons like the regret of the dragon? This thought indeed made one's body heat up. Stop the regret of the dragon. Everyone knew that the regret of the dragon was almost impossible to stop. Basically, the only thing that could stop it was the regret of the dragon itself, and it could only stop it in the middle. Stopping it at the end was meaningless because it had already exploded. But if this dragon core of Shenlang could stop it at the end, then it would be really awesome. Not only would it stop the destructive attack, but it would also be possible to obtain a regret of the dragon. Do you think you have the ability to do that? Hila asked. To stop the regret of the dragon in midair and then directly fall without exploding. Shenlang shook his head. I don't. No, but this is at least the research direction of the heart of the dragon. But it definitely can't be done now. My understanding of this dragon core is really too little. Hila said, try using the ancient giant arrow, the kind used to destroy warships, and the kind that can also explode. Also, shoot it with the power of the dragon, and try to stop it. Shenlang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Next, he put on the ancient armor, and Chou Yaoer followed closely beside him to protect him. If Shenlang failed to stop it, she would be able to protect him immediately. Furthermore, Shenlang was wearing the ancient armor, so he should not be in any danger. Since it was an experiment with the power of the dragon, it would have to be very, very far away, more than 4,000 meters. Hila set the target and speed, and the dragon power launch device was complete. Even if it was absolutely safe, Hila could not help but take a deep breath, feeling a little uneasy. After all, this was her beloved brother. Ready, launch. Hila suddenly twisted the switch of the dragon power launch device. Whoosh! This ancient giant arrow was launched, and after flying for 100 meters, it left a trail of flames. Its flying speed reached an astonishing 500 meters per second, directly exceeding the speed of sound. It was not the regret of the dragon, and it only weighed 1,000 pounds, but it was already very shocking. Therefore, when it flew through the air, it really looked like a small regret of the dragon. The distance of 4,000 meters could be covered in only 8 seconds. Xianxia held his breath, staring at the ancient giant arrow in the sky that was getting closer and closer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This ancient giant arrow was like a meteor, whistling through the air, instantly appearing in front of his eyes. This aura was already very shocking, far surpassing the normal ancient bow and arrow from before. Freeze! Xianxia suddenly roared, stretching out his palm towards the sky. In an instant, a powerful force burst out of Xianxia's body. This force was very complicated. There was the heart of the dragon, the ancient king's ring, and Xianxia's mental energy. In an instant, this ancient giant arrow that flew at supersonic speed was really frozen in the air. This was really amazing. This was an ancient giant arrow that weighed 1,000 pounds, and it was traveling at more than 500 meters per second, yet it could still be intercepted in the air. But in the next second, Xianxia felt his mind go blank, and he directly fainted. The ancient giant arrow fell, smashing into the ground, and then exploding. At this time, Chou Yaoer had already spread out her body, completely protecting Xianxia. About 4 hours later, Xianxia and Yu woke up. They had a slight headache, and they were very tired, as if they had not slept for several days. It was obvious that they had overdrawn their mental energy. This heart of the dragon is very powerful. It is completely fused with its owner's will, and can intercept all weapons and equipment with nightmare stones, but it consumes your mental energy, Chou Yaoer said. Right now, the limit of your mental energy is to intercept an ancient giant arrow in the air. As long as you have enough mental energy, it is completely possible to intercept the regret of the dragon in the future. Of course, that way, your mental energy will at least increase by 10 times, or even 100 times. At least 100 times, because the regret of the dragon weighed more than 10,000 pounds, and it could fly at 3 times, or even 4 times the speed of sound. With Xianxia's current mental energy, intercepting an ancient giant arrow was already completely exhausted, so intercepting the regret of the dragon was still a distant goal, unless he could increase his mental energy. However, psychic power was also a very mysterious thing. Everyone knew of its existence, and even battles needed to use it. However, there were currently no secret manuals that specialized in training psychic power, whether it was martial arts or ancient secret manuals. Almost everyone cultivated mental energy while cultivating inner strength and true qi, or they were born with it, just like Chou Yaoer. But usually, mental energy and inner strength were proportional. But what about Xianxia's inner strength and true qi? Everyone knew that it could not even be described as trash. It was completely zero. So the next step is how to increase mental energy, Chou Yaoer said. But there are no secret manuals in Raging Tide City. Xianxia shook his head. I don't need any secret manuals. I have a way to cultivate mental energy. Chou Yaoer said, the special characters in the ancient prison? Ancient characters? Xianxia said, yes, I only studied the logic of its structure. I thought that only 5 minutes had passed, but it turned out that 5 hours had passed. Moreover, I wasn't tired at all from being immersed in it. Instead, I was full of energy. So this type of characters was very advanced in the ancient civilization, because it might represent another direction of civilization. It's not a martial arts civilization, nor an ancient energy civilization, but a pure mental energy civilization. This was too profound for others, and even Xianxia knew nothing about these ancient characters. Also, I can feel that the dragon's core and the ancient king's ring are actually a set. Xianxia said, the ancient king's ring will protect the owner in any kind of bad illusion, and it has all kinds of permissions to open it. And the dragon's core will automatically defend against all kinds of powerful attacks. But I think it's still missing something that can attack. This set of equipment should have 3 parts, and I've already obtained 2. There's only 1 left, and it's the most important one, offensive equipment. Xianxia said, it might be a sword, and I'll call it the ancient king's sword for now. As long as I get this sword, combined with the dragon's core and the ancient king's ring, I'll be able to release shocking attacks. At this point, Xianxia couldn't help but think of the king's stone coffin in the ancient plaza. There was a dazzling treasured sword that was held in the hands of the ancient king when he was buried. At that time, Xianxia had scanned the sword, and apart from being a little beautiful, there was nothing special about it. And because it was too heavy, a few hundred kilograms, Xianxia couldn't carry it at all, nor could he take it with him. So, he kept it in the stone coffin. Was that thing the ancient king's sword? It didn't look like it, and it looked more like a decoration. And if it really was so precious, would it have been buried with him? But among all the swords, it was the one that most resembled the ancient king's sword that Xianxia had guessed. After all, it was held in the hands of an ancient king, and it seemed to match the ancient king's ring very well. If that was the case, then Xianxia would have to go in again and retrieve the sword. Moreover, he would have to have Chou Yao accompany him, or else the sword would be too heavy for him to carry. But if it really was the ancient king's sword, then perhaps it would be easy for Xianxia to pick it up. After all, he already had the dragon's core, and the set of equipment should have a strength bonus. Chou Yao said, "You said that if we want to publicly defeating Wuming, perhaps the set of equipment is the only way." Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course, all of this is just my guess. I don't even know if this ancient king's sword really exists. This is just my intuition. This set of equipment is complete with 3 parts. Alright, let's put the ancient king's sword aside for now, and also put aside how to defeating Wuming. The 29th of December is almost here." The 29th of December was the day before New Year's Eve. This world also celebrated the Spring Festival, but Xianxia had almost never celebrated it, as he was simply too busy. In fact, the entire Eastern world had not celebrated the New Year in the past few years either. This was because many things happened every year, and the entire world was in turmoil, so the common people could not celebrate the New Year. And this year, the entire Eastern world was still in no mood to celebrate the New Year. Everyone was waiting for the 29th of December to arrive. After more than 20 days of fermenting, and this public opinion had truly grown wings, the pinnacle battle between Yinguang and Xianxia had spread to almost every corner of the Eastern world. Xianxia wanted Yinguang to issue an imperial edict, ordering him to withdraw all the troops outside of Mt. King Kong on the 29th of December and lift the siege on Prince Jin's tens of thousands of soldiers. Otherwise, they would be dealt a devastating blow. Yinguang also announced to the world that he had ordered Xianxia to appear before him with the dragon's regret on the 29th of December. Xianxia was to become a prisoner of the New Qian kingdom as a war criminal, or else he would launch a surprise attack on the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. As time passed, this matter became more and more serious. Almost everyone held their breaths and waited anxiously. The closer it was to the 29th of December, the more the atmosphere in the world became tense. This was not even the calm before the storm, but the dark clouds that hung over the sky. It was as if a shocking thunderbolt could descend at any time, or the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack, or a shocking tsunami would destroy everything. But this time, the people of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms did not flee. The probability of the Wu kingdom's capital being attacked was the lowest, and the people of the Wu kingdom were also the weakest. However, most of them had fled, and those who remained in the Wu kingdom's capital were all unyielding people. It was even more impossible for the people of the state of Yu's capital to flee. They were all witnesses of Xianxia's miracle and believed in him unreservedly, treating themselves as the absolute subordinates of His Majesty Xianxia. As for the Chu kingdom's capital, they didn't even flee when they encountered the calamity previously, let alone this time. Even the Chu kingdom's capital was in good order. The children were studying, and the merchants were doing their business. The Chu kingdom also had no intention of leaving the capital. It was just that they appeared relaxed on the outside and were very tense on the inside. All the troops in the Chu kingdom's capital had already been assembled. All holidays had been cancelled, and they were ready for battle at any time. An army from Furious Tide City had also been stationed in the Chu kingdom's capital. Once Wuming's army and Stupa Mountain's army launched a sudden attack, their target would most likely be the Chu kingdom's capital. And once the attack happened, it would fall instantly. The Chu kingdom appeared very relaxed. Firstly, I have complete faith in His Majesty Xianxia. Secondly, even if the Chu kingdom falls, it doesn't matter. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. I should have died in the previous battle of Dingyuan City. It was His Majesty Xianxia who created a miracle and saved the Chu kingdom, as well as my life. Being able to live for more than half a year is already a blessing. Seeing His Majesty Xianxia grow stronger with each passing day, even if I die, I can still smile in the underworld. In the previous battle of Dingyuan City, the Great Comet Collision had wiped out more than 600,000 soldiers from the Great Yan Empire's Western Army. It was truly a miracle, and everyone was completely stunned. Therefore, this time, the entire Chu kingdom firmly believed that His Majesty Xianxia could create another miracle and protect the Chu kingdom. But, even if he failed, even if the Chu kingdom fell, they would not blame Xianxia, and they would not even change their loyalty. This was because they had not contributed anything to His Majesty Xianxia until now. Was it enough for His Majesty Xianxia to save the Chu kingdom once? One should not forget one's roots. The people of the Chu kingdom had one thought, but the people of the Xianxia kingdom had another. It was extremely complicated. Their emotions were biased towards Zhongli and his son, but their rationality was biased towards Yingguang and his son. This was because they were afraid that another war would break out, and they were afraid that the people of the Xianxia kingdom would be plunged into misery and suffering once again. Even though the tens of millions of people of the Xianxia kingdom did not make a sound, they were constantly watching the entire battle, waiting for the 29th of December. Would Yingguang and his son win this battle? Or would it be Xianxia who would win, or rather, deep down in their hearts, who did they hope to win? They really could not tell. However, one thing was for sure. Once Xianxia lost, his reputation would suffer a fatal blow. His previous miracles that had always been successful would come to an end. Even though his reputation would not be ruined, the people of the Great Qian Empire, as well as the faith that countless people had in Xianxia, would suffer a huge blow. Time flowed like water, and the days when he could not act tough flew by. In the blink of an eye, the 29th of December had arrived. Ying Wuming and the secret army of the Stupa Mountain had finally appeared. They were like a terrifying poisonous snake that had finally crawled out, revealing its terrifying triangular head. His army was said to have 350,000 people, and it was indeed that many. However, most of the troops were used to carry out the occupation order. As for the real assault, there were only a mere 50,000 to 60,000 people. They were all part of the Hell Army. The Special Warrior Army was equipped with countless ancient equipment, and there were more than a few hundred Snow Eagle Knights. This was an incomparably powerful army. There were as many as 8 ancient energy control cores, and each of them was equipped with absolute protection that could withstand Xianxia's nightmare stone magnetic bombs. There were more than a few thousand ancient crossbows, and more than a few hundred ancient giant crossbows. This secret army had an astonishing marching speed, and could travel hundreds of miles in a day. At this moment, this secret army was already at the border of the new Chu country. Once the time was up, they would be able to kill their way into the Chu country. The strongest Hell Army, the Special Warrior Army, would be able to kill their way into the capital of the Chu country in a day. It would be an absolute lightning attack. From the time they set out to the time they captured the capital of the Chu country, it would not take more than 3 days. Moreover, this army was very scattered. The 50,000 secret army was actually divided into more than a dozen teams, and they were scattered across the hundreds of miles of the border. Even if they deployed a team of Regret of the Dragon, they would only be able to destroy 1/10 of them. Yingguang's orders were very simple. Before sunset, as long as there were no new orders, Ying Wuming's secret army would immediately kill their way into the Chu country and attack the capital. Outside the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak. This was the true inescapable trap. In order to capture Xianxia, Yingguang and the Stupa Mountain Master had deployed an astonishing number of troops here. An army of more than 100,000 stretched out for dozens of miles. The land to the north and the navy to the south surrounded the entire Vajra Peak. Once Prince Jin and his tens of thousands of men came out, they would immediately be destroyed. Not only that, but this time, Stupa Mountain had deployed an astonishing number of Snow Eagle Army to monitor every airspace. Countless scouts and countless lines of defense were deployed in every corner within 500 miles of Vajra Peak. As everyone knew, the furthest the Regret of the Dragon could be fired was not more than 500 miles, and it also required a huge dragon power to be fired. But now, Yingguang and the allied forces of Stupa Mountain had more than 500 miles of defense. All the land and air within 600 miles of Vajra Peak were completely under their control. So if they wanted to fire the dragon power and regret of the dragon within 500 miles of Vajra Peak, that was completely impossible. It was absolutely a fool's dream. The sun gradually rose. Another few hours passed. The sun was already in the middle of the sky. Xianxia, you don't have much time left. Your bragging will soon be shattered. Completely annihilate the 100,000 troops outside Vajra Peak? Carry out a destructive attack? Let's see how you do it. Once you fail, Xianxia's miracle will be over. The Great Qian Empire's miracle will also be over. Ying Wuming rode on a snow eagle, looking at the sun on the horizon. At this time, the sun was gradually setting in the west. But Xianxia's so-called destructive attack had yet to arrive. As soon as the sun set, Ying Wuming would lead a secret army to attack the Chu kingdom. At that time, Xianxia's imperial edict would become a laughingstock. This meant that he could no longer protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Xianxia, you only have one regret of the dragon, which is used to defend the Fury Tide city. I want to see how you carry out a destructive attack. Moreover, the dragon power is hundreds of thousands of kilograms. How are you going to transport it over such a long distance? Of course, this world hated last-minute rescues and last-minute destruction the most. There were still 4 hours before the sun set. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky above Stupa Mountain's waters. From somewhere, a regret of the dragon whizzed over at 5 times the speed of sound, shooting toward the headquarters of Stupa Mountain. At the same time, tens of thousands of meters above Vajra Peak, he didn't know from which direction a dragon's regret suddenly shot over. Moreover, this regret of the dragon was very different. It was much larger than the ones they had seen before. Its flying speed was also 5 times the speed of sound. It was as if it had come from the 9 heavens. Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's so-called 600-mile defensive perimeter had become a complete joke. In an instant, this regret of the dragon flew outside Vajra Peak, above the allied forces of Yingguang and Stupa Mountain. Then, it swooped down. Its speed increased. Under the acceleration of gravity, it reached a shocking 6 times, 7 times, 8 times the speed of sound. This was a super long-range strategic attack. Note, first update sent, begging brothers for monthly votes, kowtowing to express their thanks, please, please. Of the 2 remorse of the dragon, the first was aimed at the Stupa Mountain headquarters, while the second was aimed at the base of Vajra Peak. Where did they come from? No idea. Were they fired from tens of thousands of miles away? If that was the case, then the maximum range of the remorse of the dragon was 500 miles. But that should not be the case. How did the Great Yan Empire achieve such a long-range strategic strike? Perhaps it was an airstrike, but the Great Yan Empire's flying objects were too high up in the sky. Even the snow eagles in the sky could not detect them. Moreover, the 2 remorse of the dragon were fired from tens of thousands of meters up in the sky. The Stupa Mountain headquarters was located on the central island of the floating sea. It was less than a few hundred square kilometers. This remorse of the dragon was much larger than the usual ones. It would be more powerful as well. Therefore, it would be devastating if it exploded. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the remorse of the dragon was getting closer and closer to the Stupa Mountain headquarters. 50,000 meters. 30,000 meters. At this moment, it was already diving down. At this moment, countless snow eagles suddenly emerged from the headquarters of Stupa Mountain and soared into the sky. It was really like startled birds coming out of the forest. The destruction of the Stupa Mountain headquarters was getting closer and closer. However, at this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, 5 ancient arrows were fired from the Stupa Mountain headquarters. The 5 ancient arrows were almost identical to the remorse of the dragon. After they were fired into the sky, they flew at an astonishing speed. The Stupa Mountain headquarters had specialized ancient intercepting weapons. Whoosh, the first ancient arrow failed to intercept. The second failed to intercept. The third successfully intercepted. It slammed into the giant remorse of the dragon. Boom 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 boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The super remorse of the dragon was detonated in the sky. A shocking mushroom cloud rose into the air, and the light it emitted was many times brighter than the sun. Because it exploded at an altitude of 20,000 meters, and the fireball was so shocking, it could be seen clearly even from a few hundred miles away. Therefore, the first super remorse of the dragon that was fired at Stupa Mountain had officially failed. They did not expect the Stupa Mountain headquarters to have such an advanced intercepting system. The second remorse of the dragon targeted Yinguang and the Stupa Mountain coalition army at the foot of Vajra Peak. It fell at 8 or 9 times the speed of sound. Everyone saw this scene, which was exactly the same as the Great Comet impact. The Stupa Mountain master looked up at the sky. Yinguang looked up at the sky, his entire body trembling in disbelief. Where did this dragon's remorse come from? Did he come from the 9 heavens? There weren't any dragon power launchers within 1,000 miles. Intercept, intercept, following the order. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless ancient giant crossbows and ancient giant crossbows were fired. Hundreds of ancient giant arrows shot towards the sky like raindrops, desperately trying to stop this super regret of the dragon that was descending from the sky. On the ground, Yinguang and the allied army of Stupa Mountain stared at the sky in horror. Their bodies were ice cold as they prayed incessantly. He had to succeed in his interception. He had to succeed in his interception. Bang, 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 indeed, the interception was successful. At least a dozen ancient giant arrows had hit the super regret of the dragon that was descending from the sky. But it was all meaningless. These ancient giant arrows were too small, and their power was too weak. After colliding with the super regret of the dragon, they shattered immediately. They only slightly slowed down the speed of the dragon's descent and slightly changed its flight path, but they couldn't cause it to explode. The Stupa Mountain master and Yinguang were tens of thousands of meters away from the dragon's remorse. He closed his eyes in pain. They couldn't stop it anymore. He had the ancient equipment to intercept the dragon's remorse, which he had obtained from the giant ancient ruins in the southern sea. But there were only 3 of them. One protected the entrance to the giant ancient ruins, one protected the headquarters of Stupa Mountain, and one protected Qian capital. Although Vajra Peak was important, it was far inferior to those 3 places. The 2 leaders didn't speak. But the elders of Stupa Mountain and the generals of the Hell Army were frantically giving orders. Enter the underground, quickly enter the underground fortress. Then, countless soldiers from the Hell Army and special forces rushed towards the underground fortress. But it actually didn't make much sense. This was land, not the bottom of the sea. Even if there was an underground fortress, it was a temporary excavation. How big could it be, and how deep could it be? If it was in the sea, they could even dive to the bottom of the sea and use the seawater to buffer the terrifying temperature of the dragon's remorse. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless ancient giant crossbows and ancient crossbows continued to fire wildly in an attempt to intercept the dragon's remorse. But it was destined to be futile. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The super dragon's remorse smashed into the ground. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion. The power to destroy heaven and earth. An earth-shattering hell's flower fireball. An earth-shattering mushroom cloud rose into the sky once again. The land below Vajra Peak was originally a primeval forest, but Zhu Hongshui had burned it all down. But now, the land was once again baptized by an earth-shattering flame. It was indeed the super dragon's remorse. Ordinary dragon's remorse only had a killing radius of about 3,000 meters, but the super dragon's remorse had a killing radius of about 5,000 meters. All the armies within 80 square kilometers were completely erased from this world, completely disappearing. Countless hellish legions, countless secret warriors, all of them dead. Countless ancient giant crossbows and ancient equipment were instantly melted into molten iron. Vajra Peak was only about 3,500 meters away from the center of the explosion. Therefore, it was as if it had been hit by a huge shock. The front that was swept by the hellish storm of the dragon's remorse immediately turned red, and the entire mountain trembled. But, that was all. After all, this was a super mountain, thousands of meters above sea level. The surface of the mountain was as hard as steel, which was why it was called Vajra Peak. It was not something that could be shaken by a single dragon's remorse. Stupa Mountain Master and Yinguang were very far from the center of the explosion, because they were standing at the top of Vajra Peak and could see the entire explosion from above. Therefore, even when the explosion happened, they stood motionless in the same place. They could only watch helplessly as everything happened. At the moment of the explosion, the light was so shocking that both of them squinted their eyes. After a long while, a terrifying shockwave swept over. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, the shockwave was still shocking, like a scorching hurricane. The two giants stood motionless. After a long while, the shocking flames dissipated. The fireworks dispersed. Both of them could clearly see that the center of the army camp at the foot of Vedra Peak was completely empty, and the ground was blown into an incomparably huge crater. Everything within a kilometer radius of the explosion had been reduced to ashes, and not even a corpse was left behind. Only outside the 2-kilometer radius of the explosion could countless charred corpses be seen. Just how many soldiers had been lost, only the heavens knew. Just how many ancient equipment had been lost? Only the heavens knew. Stupa Mountain Master Ren and Yinguang looked at each other. Yinguang's body began to tremble, his eyes began to twitch, and his breathing began to quicken. After a long while, pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out like an arrow, directly shooting several meters away. Yinguang had actually vomited blood on the raging Tide City's great castle. Xianxia looked at the sun in the west. At this time, there were still 2 to 3 hours before the sun set. But whether it was the Stupa Mountain headquarters or Vedra Peak, they were both too far away. No matter how powerful the explosion was, he could not see it at all. But for some reason, he seemed to be able to feel, at a certain moment, his body tremble slightly. Cho Yaoer said, "Say, do you think the ancient world was destroyed by this dragon's remorse?" Modern Earth had always said that the world could be destroyed by a nuclear explosion. Xianxia thought for a while and shook his head. The great destruction of the ancient era was too complete, and it was not something that dragon's remorse could achieve. Gila said, "If this continues, I really suspect that our world will be destroyed by dragon's remorse." It has only been about a year. How many dragon's remorse have exploded already? That's right, if these 2 dragon's remorse detonated successfully today, there would be a total of 6 dragon's remorse explosions. Modern Earth, although there had been many nuclear explosions, there had only been 2 nuclear bombs that had actually been used in actual combat. And so far, this world had already used 6. Hopefully, this world will enter a new strategic balance. If this keeps up, even I am a little afraid. Xianxia said, "If today's detonation is successful, then it will be good news, but also very bad news." At this time, Zhang Chunhua walked over and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Lian requests an audience." Xianxia nodded, then looked at the setting sun in the sky again, and then looked in the direction of Vedra Peak in the southwest. In the basement of the raging Tide City's castle, the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, "Your Majesty Xianxia, if I count the time, the 2 dragons' remorse should have already exploded. Next, you can receive the cheers and worship of the entire world." Xianxia smiled. The Empire's Prince Lian said, "At most, in a day, we will have accurate news." "Your Majesty Xianxia, do you still remember our bet?" Xianxia said, "Open the box?" Even now, Xianxia was filled with curiosity. What kind of box was it that even the Great Yan Empire could not open? What kind of treasure was inside? To make Flame Capital pay such a price? The Empire's Prince Lian said, "Yes, open the box. This incomparably precious box should be on its way. Your Majesty Xianxia, please make the preparations." Note, I have not slept for 20 hours. I have been organizing the manuscript for publication. I originally wanted to apply for leave for 1 chapter, but I gritted my teeth and finished it. However, this chapter only has 3,000 words. Sorry. Can I still ask for monthly votes? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, but you can't live without books. Little Star is so handsome. At the northern border of Chu Nation, Crown Prince Yingwuming stood at the top of the mountain, quietly watching the setting sun. No one knew what he was thinking. He was waiting quietly for news from the north or south. This should be the first time they and Xianxia were having an open game. It was of great significance to Yingguang and his son. The appearance of Jiangli's son, Xianxia, was a bad thing for the Ying family. But it was also a good thing. Yingguang and his son were usurpers and traitors. Although many people didn't say it, in everyone's eyes, they were traitors. Not only did the people of the other countries think so, but even the people of the new Qian kingdom thought so. Although they still supported the Ying family because the Ying family could protect them, the most important thing in the world was a legitimate reason. However, the most important thing in the world was to have a legitimate reputation. If this were to continue, even after a few hundred years, even if the new Qian kingdom was destroyed, they would still be unable to get rid of the reputation of being rebels. In fact, it might even be recorded in the history books of many countries. If the Ying family wanted a legitimate reason, there were only two ways. The first was to destroy the Ji family and replace them as the human emperor of the Eastern world. This was a greater achievement, enough to cover up the reputation of betraying the Jiang family. The second was to destroy Xianlang's Deqian Empire openly. In this way, the people of the world would no longer care about the Jiang family, only the Ying family. Therefore, this was a fight for reputation. It was also because of this that Xianlang had issued a tit-for-tat edict against Yingguang. The 29th of December was passing quickly. Ying Wuming was silent. He really hoped that no news would come, no news at all. It would be fine as long as the sun set. The first regret of the dragon exploded in the sky near Stupa Mountain, not far from Ying Wuming. It was only about 2,000 miles away, but it could not be seen from this distance. As time passed, the sun gradually set. No news was good news. As long as he successfully attacked the capital of Chu Nation, he would be able to destroy the king within a day. This would shock the world and Xianlang. He would let everyone know that there was only one Deqian in the world, and that was the Ying family's Deqian. Xianlang was just a boastful gigolo who could not protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms at all. Of course, he could not protect the people of the new Qian kingdom either. Even though the citizens of the new Qian kingdom still supported Yingguang and his father, they might still have some illusions about Xianlang. But now, they could abandon those illusions. Whoosh, the sun finally set. It was time. General Lan Tu stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it's time. You can send out your troops." By right, they should be able to send out their troops. It turned out that the deadline was set at sunset. However, Ying Wuming raised his hand and said, "There's no rush." There's no rush. He hoped that there would be no news, but he didn't want to miss any news either. Once his army crossed the border of the Chu kingdom, war would begin. He would have to conquer the Chu royal capital, and he would have to eliminate the Chu king. It was like a peerless treasured sword. Once it was unsheathed, it must see blood. Ying Wuke could lose, but he, Ying Wuming, could not. This was because he was the crown prince of the new Qian kingdom. Moreover, he represented Stupa Mountain at the Transcendental Forces Conference. His invincible body could not be broken. To a certain extent, Ying Wuming felt that he was more important than his father, Yingguang. Yingguang could only be the king of the new Qian kingdom in this generation. In Ying Wuming's generation, he would definitely be the ruler of the great Qian kingdom. He might even have to fight for the throne of the Eastern world. Please don't let any news spread. Just let Xianlang's reputation be ruined. Ying Wuming never prayed, but this thought kept appearing in his mind. However, suddenly, a snow eagle horseman flew over from the northwest. Ying Wuming's face trembled, and his scalp tightened. That snow eagle horseman got closer and directly rushed in front of Ying Wuming. It bowed and said, "Reporting to young master. 3.5 hours ago, a group of dragons regret descended from the sky and attacked our Stupa Mountain headquarters. However, they were successfully intercepted and did not cause any damage." Ying Wuming's body trembled, and he closed his eyes in pain. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't want any news, but the news still came. Xianlang had once again fulfilled his promise. An official at the side suddenly said, "Your Highness, this group of dragons regret was intercepted and did not cause us any damage. Therefore, Xianlang's threat has been shattered." He didn't realize his alarmist words. We can still continue to attack the Chu kingdom and destroy the Chu kingdom. Ying Wuming didn't even look at the official. There was no point in talking to stupid people. What was Xianlang's first target? It was definitely not Stupa Mountain, but the allied army at Vajra Peak. Since the dragon's regret had already attacked the Stupa mountain headquarters, it proved that there was more than one group of dragon's regret that had been launched this time. There was at least another group of dragon's regret that had landed at Vitra Peak. If the Stupa mountain headquarters could intercept the dragon's regret, could the army camp at Vitra Peak do the same? It was impossible. Ing Wuming clearly knew that they only had 3 ancient intercepting devices. The army, stay here and wait for news from the south, Ing Wuming ordered. Yes. Sure enough, a mere 30 hours later, Ing Wuming received news from the south. A large group of dragons regret exploded at Vitra Peak. More than half of the allied army was killed, and countless ancient equipment was destroyed. The New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain suffered heavy losses. Ing Wuming fell silent when he heard the news. He had already expected it. Your Highness, the king vomited blood, the messenger said in a low voice. This news shocked Ing Wuming. His father vomited blood, how was this possible? Although this was shocking news, his father's endurance was very strong. How could he vomit blood? The truly shocking news was 20 years ago. Jiangli had suddenly died. The great Qian Empire was on the brink of destruction, and so was the Ing family. But at that time, his father, Ing Guang, had managed to pull through. Could this piece of bad news make him vomit blood? Why? Your Highness, what should we do next? The officials and generals around him asked. Shenlang had actually launched another dragon's regret. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for their army to be exposed? Do we need to retreat? At this moment, the officials and generals of the New Qian Kingdom hated the dragon's regret. This weapon should not have existed in the first place. Station the army here and maintain a deterrent effect on the 3 nations. Get ready to attack at any time. Ing Wuming said, also, send the 3rd princess to the Flame Capital to meet the Crown Prince of Great Yin. Find out if Shenlang was the one who launched the 2 dragons' regret. Understood. Shenlang had received the news in Raging Tide City. The first group of dragons regret attacked Stupa Mountain's headquarters but was intercepted in the air. The second group successfully detonated, destroying countless soldiers of Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain's allied army. The Sky Sea Pavilions with Ci, Ing Guang, had regained his balance. Since the battle with Shenlang, he had lost close to 100,000 soldiers. Among them, the Blood Soul army numbered 50,000. Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain had also suffered 100,000 casualties. Among them, the Hell army numbered more than 60,000. After suffering so many casualties, Ci chose to retreat. What about Stupa Mountain and Ing Guang? What would the 2 of them choose? Would they continue to fight Shenlang, or would they retreat? This was because Shenlong's imperial edict clearly stated that the army outside Vitra Peak must retreat on the 29th day of the 12th month. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. Currently, half of the army was still surrounding Vitra Peak. Your Majesty, Prince Lian requests an audience again, Zhang Chunhua said. Your Majesty Shenlang, you should have received the news by now, right? Prince Lian said with a smile. His attitude had changed. He had regained his lofty demeanor. Clearly, the successful detonation of the 2 dragons' regret proved the might of the Great Yin Empire. A super long-range strategic strike. What a terrifying term. Although Shenlang had a dragon's regret, it could only be fired from 500 miles away. It was fine for self-defense, but to use it as an offensive weapon? That was a pipe dream, let alone intimidating the Great Yin Empire. Moreover, the Great Yin Empire's super long-range strategic strike could not only attack Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain, but also Raging Tide City. Stupa Mountain and Qian Capital had ancient interceptors, but did Shenlang have one? There was no need for words to express the threat. Shenlang gave Prince Lian a thumbs up and said, the Great Yin Empire is awesome. I'm shocked. Imperial Prince Lian said, of course, this is also a victory for His Majesty Shenlang. Next, you just have to wait for the admiration and worship of countless people in the world. The Wu, Chu, and Yu empires will be even more loyal to you, and your enemies will also tremble in fear at your generosity. The Great Yin Empire really did good deeds without leaving their names behind. By the way, Your Majesty Shenlang, our men should have arrived with the box by now. We can set off now, Prince Lian said. Shenlang asked, where is the meeting place? Prince Lian said, the sea 50 miles away from Raging Tide City. It's completely under your control. What great confidence. The items in this chest should be extremely valuable. However, the other party had brought them to Xianxia's territory. He was not afraid that they would snatch it away from him. The Great Yan Empire was that awesome. Could Xianxia snatch it? Of course not. The Great Yan Empire had just launched 2 strategic long-range attacks. They had not only intimidated Yinguang and Stupa Mountain, but also Xianxia. Alright, let's go now. Several hours later. A ship appeared on the sea 50 miles west of Raging Tide City. Xianxia and Prince Lian were quietly waiting for the messenger with the box to appear. After another hour, a snow eagle descended from the sky and landed directly on the deck of the ship. A warrior wearing ancient armor jumped down, holding a box in his hand. Was this the treasure box? It looked very ordinary, but it was not small. It was about 1 cubic meter. It was not as extravagant and mysterious as they had imagined. It was just an ordinary stone box. However, even Yen capital could not open it. Furthermore, they were willing to pay such a huge price to trade with Xianxia. What kind of treasure was inside? Your Majesty Xianxia, please. Prince Lian said, the outer shell of this box is very special. It is truly invulnerable. We tried to use plasma flames, but we were unable to cut it open. Of course, we could also use more powerful attacks, but that would trigger the box's self-destruction sequence. We have tried countless times and mobilized hundreds of grand scholars, but to no avail. Now, it's all up to you. Xianxia asked, what if I fail to open it? After all, there is a limit to one's abilities, right? Prince Lian said, if you fail to open it, it means that we have fired 2 remorse of the dragon at your designated location. However, we have not received any rewards. Therefore, we will retaliate equally. Prince Lian did not elaborate on what kind of retaliation was. However, it was very likely that 1 remorse of the dragon would descend from the sky and land in any of the 3 countries' capital cities. Then, they would publicly declare that it was Yinguang's revenge and that it had nothing to do with the Great Yan Empire. However, there were times when threats were meaningless. Prince Lian said, therefore, I believe that you will definitely be able to open it. Xianxia walked up to the box and scanned it with an X-ray. However, he found nothing. The outer shell of the box was very special. X-rays could not penetrate it at all. Then, he carefully examined the surface of the box. How exactly did it open? Did it require his special bloodline, his ancient king's ring, or his wisdom? With just a glance, Xianxia ruled out the first 2 possibilities. In this world, the Jiang and Ji clans had the noblest bloodlines. If Xianxia could fire the remorse of the dragon, so could the Great Yan Empire. This meant that the Great Yan Empire's bloodline authority was also very high. Moreover, this box did not have any indentations for the ancient king's ring to match. This was an ancient password box, but he did not know how many digits there were. The first row of the password box was blank, and there was a 3 in the upper right corner. The second row was the same, and the third row was the same. The last row did not have a password box, but only a number, 33. This was another super difficult mathematical problem. x3 plus y3 plus z3 equals 33. How to express 33 as the sum of 3 cubic numbers? No wonder the hundreds of scholars in Yan capital could not solve it after more than 10 years. This problem looked very simple, but in reality, it involved thousands of trillions of calculations. Modern mathematicians used decades, and with the help of computers, to complete its calculations. In this alternate world, this problem was so rare that it made people's hair stand on end. Moreover, it did not rely on luck. According to normal calculations, even 100 scholars would not be able to solve it in 100 years. Therefore, this box was a super password, with a total of 48 digits. If they were to try it one by one, even if they tried once a second, they would not be able to solve it in 10,000 years. Even if it was given to Xianxia's AI to calculate it, it would take a long time. But coincidentally, Xianxia knew the answer. Of course, it was not coincidental, because this problem was very famous in modern Earth. Xianxia had seen it many times, and there were records of it in the AI. After some thought, Xianxia said, pen. The mysterious warrior handed him a very special pen. Shenlang wrote 3 numbers on the password, 8,866,128,975,287,528. 8,778,405,442,862,239. 2,736,111,468,807,040. After he finished writing, Shenlang could clearly feel that the treasure chest messenger was holding his breath, looking very nervous. This person was tall, and this box was very important to Yen capital. He was even more curious. What was inside? Then, everyone waited quietly. Was Shenlong's password correct or wrong? Hundreds of scholars used more than 10 years to solve it, but how long did Shenlang use? Just a few seconds. If he could open it, it would be a shocking miracle. It even made people want to cut open Shenlong's brain to see what was inside. Gotcha. Just a second later. The box made a noise. This box was originally complete, without any gaps, and no one knew where the lid was. But now, there was a crack, which meant that it could be opened. At the same time, Shenlong's body trembled slightly. To be precise, it wasn't his body that trembled, but the dragon core device. Shenlang said, "Prince Lian, can you satisfy my curiosity? Let me see what's inside, just one look." Prince Lian smiled. "Your Majesty Shenlang, are you not going to rob it?" Shenlang said, "You must be joking." Prince Lian said, "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty Shenlang. I also want to satisfy your curiosity, and I'm even more curious than you are. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to do so. Not only can I not let you see it, I can't even see it myself." Then, the warrior carried the box and was about to leave. Prince Lian said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, if you don't intend to rob it or detain me, then we will be leaving." Shenlang glanced to his side. Chou Yaoer and a dozen other grandmasters were here, while the other side only had the mysterious warrior and Prince Lian. If he tried to rob it, he would basically succeed. However, Shenlang only considered it for a second before giving up on this decision. "Goodbye, Your Highness Prince Lian," Shenlang said. "Goodbye, Madam." The mysterious warrior from the Great Yen Empire didn't respond. He carried the box, mounted the snow eagle, and flew away. At the same time, something was hovering tens of thousands of meters above the raging Tidewater city. It was so high that it was completely hidden by the clouds. However, if there were any changes on the ground, a dragon's remorse would descend from the sky. It wasn't just the dragon's remorse. Countless experts with ancient equipment would also descend from the sky. Prince Lian of the Great Yen Empire mounted another snow eagle, but he didn't fly away immediately. "Your Majesty Shenlang, it was a pleasure working with you." Shenlang said, "Your Highness Prince Lian, is there anything else you wish to negotiate with me?" Prince Lian smiled and said, "Everything needs to be said, Your Majesty Shenlang. You are a smart person. There are many things that don't need to be said." Shenlang said, "In that case, goodbye." "Goodbye," Prince Lian said. Then, his snow eagle flapped its wings and flew north. At the same time, the thing tens of thousands of meters above the ground also flew away. Shenlang still looked up at the sky and didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "There's still a long way to go." This time, the Great Yen Empire had revealed a small part of its might to him. It was like a mysterious dragon that only showed its head and tail. Just showing a scale was enough to strike fear in others. Hila asked, "What is inside? Why did the Great Yen Empire pay such a huge price to open this box?" Shenlang shook his head. Even when the box was opened, he couldn't find anything when he scanned it with an X-ray. "Let's go back. Our battle with Ingguang and Stupa Mountain isn't over yet. The real climax is coming soon," Shenlang said. 2 days later. The Great Yen Empire's Prince Lian and the mysterious warrior descended from the sky and landed on the tall platform of the palace. Both of them entered the Great Hall respectfully. "Your Highness, everything went smoothly." Prince Lian knelt and kowtowed respectfully. The secret warrior carried the box and knelt on one knee. He did not say a word. The Great Yen Empire's crown prince nodded and said, "You've worked hard, Prince Lian. Go and rest now." Prince Lian cowed out and said, "I'll take my leave." The great Yin crown prince looked at the box and asked, "It's opened?" "Yes, it's opened," the secret warrior replied. "How long did it take Xianxia to open this box?" "About a few seconds." He only had a few seconds to think. The great Yin crown prince said, "This kid is truly one in a billion. Hundreds of scholars like us couldn't solve this problem after more than a decade, but he only used a few seconds." "All right, you've worked hard." The secret warrior put the box down and said, "I'll take my leave." Then, he left. The great Yin crown prince looked at the box. At this moment, he could easily open it and see what was inside. However, he did not do so because he did not have the authority to do so. He picked up the box and walked toward the forbidden tower in the palace. "Father, the box is open." As expected, Xianxia opened it effortlessly. The great Yin crown prince said, "Did I place it outside the forbidden tower? He's truly a miraculous person." "I'm in awe," the great Yin emperor said. "Crown prince, do you want to see what's inside?" The great Yin crown prince said, "I dare not." The emperor said, "I dare not, but do I want to?" The great Yin crown prince said, "I'm ashamed." The emperor said, "No, there's no need to be ashamed. You're the one who will rule the world in the future. All treasures under the heavens will belong to you. It's only natural for you to be greedy. Otherwise, how can you be the emperor?" "Do you know the origin of this box?" The great Yin crown prince said, "I don't." The emperor said, "I obtained this box from Jiangli. It should be the most important item. Hence, to a certain extent, it belongs to Xianxia." Then, the emperor said, "Since you want to see what's inside, open it." The great Yin crown prince fell silent for a moment. Then, he cowed out and said, "Yes, your majesty." Following that, he held his breath and opened the huge treasure box in an almost sacred manner. What's inside? A treasure sword, a scroll, a jade seal, or something even more mystical? However, when he opened the box, the great Yin crown prince was completely stunned. This was because the box was empty. There was nothing inside. What's going on? Note, this is the first update. Seeking monthly votes and support. Kowtowing to thank everyone. Although the crown prince did not know what was inside the box, he was certain that it was a peerless treasure. Otherwise, his father would not have mobilized hundreds of scholars and spent more than a decade trying to unlock the box's password. Moreover, this box was extremely important to Jiangli. Even on his deathbed, he carried the box with him. However, why was there nothing inside the box? Could the item have been stolen by Xianxia? That was impossible. Prince Lian had reported clearly that the box had not been opened at all. Apart from entering the password, he did not touch the box at all. Why did the item inside disappear without a trace? Moreover, if this item was so important, why didn't they force Xianxia to open it before this? They could have done it 3 to 4 years ago. At that time, Xianxia had already displayed astonishing talent in mathematics. Crown Prince, think carefully. Why is that? The emperor asked. After pondering for a moment, the Crown Prince said, "This box itself is a treasure." The emperor said, "That's right. Why did you let Xianxia open it only now?" The Crown Prince said, "This box is a treasure, but it's never been used before." The emperor said, "That's right. This box is an extremely important item from the ancient civilization. It's called the dragon box. One of its uses is to incubate dragon eggs." Incubate dragon eggs, that was definitely a strategic treasure. However, it was indeed useless because there were no dragon eggs being incubated in Yin capital at the moment. The emperor said, "Xianxia is cunning. He created a fake dragon egg to harm others." However, his train of thought was correct. That narrow crater was indeed created by the dragon egg. Moreover, it was created by the comet. The Crown Prince said, "Father, where is this dragon egg now?" The emperor said, "I don't know. However, Jiangli carried this dragon box with him when he died. However, there's no dragon egg inside. What does this prove?" The Crown Prince said, "Either Jiangli didn't obtain the dragon egg, or it's already incubated." The emperor said, "Which one do you lean toward?" The Crown Prince said, "The latter." The emperor said, "What else did you see?" The Crown Prince said, hundreds of scholars like us have spent more than a decade trying to open this box, but Xianxia opened it in a short time. Who was the last person to open the dragon box? Is it Jiangli? The emperor asked, what else? The Crown Prince said, Jiangli and Xianxia are both 1 in a billion. The emperor said, yes, of course there is something more important. The fire dragon comet was completely dead. It had turned into ashes. If that dragon egg really hatched, it meant that it might appear very soon. And if it was hatched from this dragon box, it will have a great attraction to it. After all, this is its nest, so now is the right time to open this dragon box. His Highness the Crown Prince cowed out and said, Father is wise. It was the new year again. There were no commoners in Raging Tide City, so there was no festive atmosphere. Everyone was working against time. The Great Qian Empire was still too weak. Everyone had to push forward with all their might and pull the Great Yan Empire to new heights. Of course, it was a different kind of atmosphere in Paradise Manor. The atmosphere there had been very strong since a few days ago. Spring festival couplets were pasted everywhere, and lanterns were decorated everywhere. On New Year's Eve, Xianxia went to have dinner with Ning Yuanxian and the children. Then, he gave each child lucky money and set off a fireworks display. Bang, 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 looking at the dazzling fireworks, Xianxia's eyes fell into a daze. He missed Mulan. They had been apart for 4 years, for whole years. Compeer was also Xinyi, who was already 8 years old this year. Xianxia was already 29 years old this year. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for almost 10 years. Baby Mulan, where are you? Do you know how much I missed you? Following that, things developed as expected. The news flew to the entire Eastern world as if it had wings. However, this time it was Xianxia and the Great Yan Empire who spread the news. His Majesty Xianxia had done it once again. He had actually dealt a devastating blow to Stupa Mountain and Yingguang. Yingguang and the allied army of Stupa Mountain had suffered countless casualties at the foot of Vajra Peak. In this game, His Majesty Xianxia had once again created a miracle and defeated Yingguang and his son. His boast had come true once again. The Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms were in an uproar once again. His Majesty Xianxia had actually mastered the ability to strike from a super long distance, that was simply too awesome. Meanwhile, the people of the New Qian kingdom had fallen into an extremely complicated mood. Of course, Xianxia did not dare to relax at all. This was because the true creator of this miracle was the Great Yan Empire, not him. Most importantly, he had yet to rescue the tens of thousands of Prince Jin's people. At this time, the energy of the ancient ruins on Vajra Peak was very close to being exhausted. If he did not rescue them soon, tens of thousands of Prince Jin's people would die inside. Therefore, even though it was the new year, he only stayed in Paradise Manor for less than a day. After that, he immediately returned to Raging Tide City to make arrangements for the next game. In this game, not only did he have to bring the tens of thousands of Prince Jin's people home, but he also had to deal another devastating blow to Stupa Mountain. The previous big show was staged through the Great Yan Empire. The next miracle will be performed by me personally. Xianxia smiled and said, this is the real show. Send an envoy, Zhu Wenhua, to visit the great castle in the southern seas and meet Yingguang and sect leader Ren. Yes. 6th of January. Dark Castle, the entrance to the giant ancient ruins in the southern seas, was also the most important place in Stupa Mountain apart from the headquarters. Xianxia's envoy, Zhu Wenhua, once again came to visit on a snow eagle. Prince Ying, sect leader Ren. Zhu Wenhua said, I have brought the latest ultimatum from His Majesty Xianxia. Yingguang said, speak. Zhu Wenhua said, on the 29th of December, His Majesty Xianxia fulfilled his promise and dealt a devastating blow to you. I believe Prince Ying still remembers it clearly. I don't know how many soldiers you lost, but it should be more than 60,000. Yingguang said, continue. Zhu Wenhua said, His Majesty asked you to immediately withdraw all the troops outside Vajra Peak and remove the siege on Prince Jin's troops. Otherwise, we will deal another devastating blow to your troops. The deadline is the 19th of January. Yingguang said, 19th of January, right? Zhu Wenhua said, yes. Before the deadline, you must withdraw all the troops outside Vitra Peak. Otherwise, His Majesty Shenlang will kill them all. Yinguang nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Zhu Wenhua said, "I have conveyed the message. If Prince Ying doesn't intend to kill me or detain me, I will return to Raging Tide City. Of course, I would like to ask, how do you intend to reply? Will you withdraw your troops as scheduled?" Yinguang said, "There is less than half a month until that day. You will see it very soon." Zhu Wenhua said, "Then we shall wait and see. I will warn you again. When the deadline is up, if you do not withdraw your troops, you will bear the consequences. His Majesty Shenlang does not wish for a repeat of the previous tragedy. Farewell." Then, he left on his snow eagle and returned to Raging Tide City. The ultimatum issued on the 29th of December had spread like wildfire and attracted the attention of the entire world. But this time, the ultimatum issued on the 19th of January was silent. Would Yinguang and Stupa Mountain withdraw their troops? Everyone in Raging Tide City was waiting anxiously. Hila said, "Little brother, will Yinguang really withdraw his troops?" Shenlang said, "We will know very soon." Hila said, "But the 2 regret of the dragon arrows were fired by the Great Yan Empire. Will Yinguang and sect leader Ren know about it?" Shenlang said, "Of course. Now, they want to play a game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Time flew. After sending off the Chinese New Year, it was the Lantern Festival. The 16th, 17th, 18th of January, there was only one day left until Shenlang's ultimatum. Would Yinguang and Stupa Mountain withdraw their troops? The 19th of January had officially arrived, the sun rose once again. Even though it was the first month of January, Vajra Peak was the southernmost tip of the Sand Barbaric tribe. With a typical tropical climate, even the rising sun was scorching hot. The sun shone on the earth. All the troops at the foot of Vajra Peak had disappeared without a trace. Yinguang and Stupa Mountain had really withdrawn their troops. There was no trace of their troops within a few hundred kilometers. Not even a single snow eagle night could be seen in the sky. Had they really been intimidated by Shenlang and completely complied with his ultimatum and lifted the siege on Vajra Peak? Raging Tide City. Your Majesty, all the troops outside Vajra Peak have disappeared. Yinguang and Stupa Mountain have withdrawn their troops. Shenlang smiled. Good, good, the show is finally about to begin. Let's go, we will bring Prince Jean and the rest home. A few hours later, Shenlang rose into the air on his ultrasonic flying beast and flew towards Vajra Peak. A dozen top-notch experts clad in ancient armor rode snow eagles and protected Shenlang in the middle. On an island in the southern seas. Yinguang said, "Brother Ren, our guess is correct." The 2 regret of the dragon missiles were not fired by Shenlang, but by the Great Yan Empire. Flame Capital has officially reported that Prince Lian did not return to Flame Capital immediately after leaving here. He only returned on the 3rd of January. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, "It's not surprising that Shenlang colluded with the Great Yan Empire. However, I did not expect the Great Yan Empire to be able to carry out a super long-range strategic attack. This is really unpleasant." Yinguang said, "We are not the only ones who are unhappy. Shenlang is also feeling uneasy. This means that the Great Yan Empire can destroy his Raging Tide City at any time. All 3 of our core locations have ancient intercepting devices, but Shenlang doesn't have any. Your Majesty, sect leader Ren, we have withdrawn all our troops from Vajra Peak. There is not a single person within a few hundred miles. Do you think Shenlang will really come?" A Stupa Mountain elder said, "But if he does come, he won't be able to escape. We have laid out a real trap." Yinguang and sect leader Ren did not answer him. The encirclement must be big enough. We cannot let Shenlang escape this time. Yes, it's big enough. Great Yan's remorse of the dragon brought us great losses last time. This time, we have no choice but to mobilize troops from Dark Castle, the Southern Sea Fleet, and even the ancient ruins. We won't let a single one of Shenlang's soldiers escape. The Stupa Mountain elder said, "Then will the Flame Capital launch another super regret of the dragon? Another attack on our army? That won't happen again. The last time they attacked us, Yan Capital had already achieved their strategic goal. It was a huge deterrent to us and Shenlang. And even if they really launch another super long-range strategic attack on us, our troops are already very scattered, so there won't be many casualties. Right at this moment, a snow eagle warrior descended from the sky, knelt down and kowtowed, "Your Majesty Ying, sect leader Ren, Xianlang is here. He is riding on that super flying beast and has already flown into the sand primitive race's territory." "How many people did he bring?" Ying Guang asked. "There are more than 10 of them, all wearing ancient armor and riding snow eagles that we captured." Ying Guang's eyes narrowed as he said, "Prepare the army, but don't act rashly. Don't scare Xianlang away. You must wait until the tens of thousands of people have left the Vajra Peak before you act." "Yes." Ying Guang took a deep breath. This time, he and sect leader Ren mobilized troops from Dark Castle and the ancient ruins just to capture Xianlang. They did not care about Jun Jin's tens of thousands of men. Only by capturing Xianlang would they be able to maintain their strategic deterrence against the Great Yan Empire. Even though Stupa Mountain and Ying Guang did not have the ability to launch long-range attacks, the regret of the dragon was enough to intimidate Great Yan. Otherwise, the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain would have to live under Great Yan's deterrent. It was too passive. "I repeat, all troops, do not move without permission. Do not expose your target. Wait for orders before you act. Everyone get ready. All troops get ready. Surround and capture Xianlang." On the 23rd of the first month, Xianlang finally arrived above Vajra Peak on his ultrasonic flying beast. Looking down from the sky, there was no one within a few 100-mile radius. Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain's troops had retreated so cleanly. This piece of land had been burned by fire, and there was no forest left. There was no place to hide anyone. However, Princess Dola and the rest were still worried. They rode on the Snow Eagle and explored the area within a few 100 miles to make sure there were no ambushes. Half of Vajra Peak was in the sea, so they had to search the surface of the sea. She rode on the Snow Eagle and searched the sea for a few 100 miles, but she did not see any warships from Stupa Mountain. After confirming that it was safe enough, Xianlang slowly descended on the ultrasonic flying beast. He landed on a huge platform in the middle of Vajra Peak. The entrance was here. Xianlang stepped forward and pressed his palm into the groove of a palm print. Immediately, the entire Vajra Peak rumbled, and a flash of light appeared. Then, a huge door slowly opened. It was more than 100 meters tall and more than 30 meters wide. After a few years, the entrance to Vajra Peak finally opened again. There was a moment of silence. Then, figures walked out one after another. The leader was Jin Jun. Even though it was as bright as day in the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak and even looked like the sun, he still narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the sun again. He finally saw the sun again. He finally left the ruins of Vajra Peak and came to the outside world. Tens of thousands of people followed behind him. They walked out of Vajra Peak. Countless people were so excited that they could not control themselves. After 2 whole years, they finally came out. Prince Jin came before Xianlang, knelt, and kowtowed. "Your subject Sha Jin greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Tens of thousands of people knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Your majesty Xianlang, long live, long live." Xianlang said, "Brother Jin, I'm here to bring you home. Let's go home." At the same time, 100 miles away, a special flying beast descended from the sky. It had been flying above the clouds, so no one noticed it at all. After landing on the ground, rumble, a door on the ground opened. There was a large underground fortress here. This Stupa Mountain special samurai quickly rushed in. "Sect leader Ren, your majesty Ying, Xianlang has landed and opened the entrance to the ruins of Vajra Peak. Prince Jin and tens of thousands of people have come out." Ying Guang ordered, "Army, attack and capture Xianlang. Let's close the net." Ying Guang ordered. Swish 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 swish, countless primordial arrows shot up into the sky before exploding. This was a special signal flare. Then, countless cracks appeared on the ground within 100 miles of Vajra Peak. Many doors to the underground fortress opened. Swish 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 swish. Countless soldiers of hell rushed out of the ground. The sea seemed to be boiling. Dozens of special ancient warships emerged from the sea and rushed to the shore. One had to know that half of Vajra Peak was in the sea. These special ancient warships were actually hidden in the sea. When these ancient warships opened, countless soldiers of Hell and special forces swarmed out and began to disembark. At the same time, thousands of Snow Eagle warriors flew over from the southern sea and rushed toward Vitra Peak. Yinguang and Stupa Mountain officially closed the net. More than 100,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 soldiers in the air formed a huge encirclement on the ground and in the air. It was an unprecedented inescapable net. Capture Shenlang, capture Shenlang. Yinguang and the allied army of more than 100,000 soldiers rushed toward Vitra Peak like a tidal wave and quickly narrowed the encirclement. In a short period of time, the army of more than 100,000 soldiers moved from the sea to the land and then to the air, surrounding Shenlang and Prince Jin so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Shenlang, you won't be able to escape this time. Haha. Note, finally finished. This chapter was so hard to write. Please support me and monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, little star, for being so handsome. Thank you for your 10,000 coins. The ancient world was truly awe-inspiring. They even had underwater warships. Why didn't they call them submarines? Strictly speaking, these underwater warships were not submarines. Their appearance was vastly different from modern submarines on Earth. They were more like enclosed warships, and extremely huge. Of course, they had their own combat system, but they did not rely on the ancient giant crossbows. However, these ancient giant arrows could be fired very far in the air and fly very quickly. Underwater, the Nightmare Stone's plasma flames could still be used, but the range and speed were greatly reduced. Most importantly, these ancient warships could not produce oxygen on a large scale, so they could not travel underwater for long periods of time. Therefore, these warships were probably an experimental weapon in the ancient civilization. They were still very immature. After Stupa Mountain excavated this huge ancient relic, they did not know what to do with these warships. This time, they finally came in handy. Bang, 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 all sorts of ancient giant arrows exploded into the sky, and all sorts of signal flares were detonated. The encirclement was simply too huge. It was difficult to rely on the Snow Eagle warriors to convey orders. Therefore, using signal flares was the most direct method. Stupa Mountain and Yinguang had paid a huge price in order to set up an inescapable net to capture Shenlang. First, he had to completely clear the area to ensure that no one was spying on him. Then, he had to dig a huge underground cave overnight to hide his troops. After about 20 days, he finally completed this huge project. Get into formation, get into formation. Advance, advance. Yinguang and Stupa Mountain's army formed a dozen long formations and quickly closed in. From the sky, the army formed a huge rectangle that spanned dozens of miles. Why was it not circular? They were worried about being attacked by the Great Yin Empire's Regret of the Dragon, because when it exploded, the area of effect was a huge circle. Continue forward, forward, forward. The encirclement of the army quickly shrank. At the same time, thousands of Stupa Mountain soldiers quickly assembled the ancient giant crossbows. They did not see their ancient energy cores. They were probably buried underground. The moment Yinguang and Stupa Mountain's army appeared, Prince Jin shouted, "We've been tricked. Your Majesty, leave, leave." At the same time, he immediately led tens of thousands of people back to the ancient ruins of Diamond Peak. But it was too late. His tens of thousands of people had already descended the mountain. At the same time, hundreds of special warriors riding snow eagles from Stupa Mountain rushed to the entrance of the Vitra Peak ancient ruins as fast as they could. There were only a dozen special warriors under Shenlang's command. It was impossible for them to occupy the entrance of Mt. Konggang, and their escape route had been cut off. Then, dozens of black dots flew over from the original spot and pounced directly at Shenlang. These dozens of black dots were very fast. They were probably special flying beasts that belonged to Stupa Mountain. Their bodies were smaller than snow eagles, but they flew very fast and very high. This was an ancient vulture. Even though it was smaller than a snow eagle, it was incomparably ferocious and warlike. Snow eagles usually flew at an altitude of about 5,000 meters, but this kind of ancient vulture could fly at an altitude of 11,000 meters. Its flying speed could exceed 400 kilometers per hour, but its carrying capacity was not as good as snow eagles. Squawk, 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 amid ear-piercing screeches, these ancient vultures continued to accelerate, wanting to surround Xianxia in the air. On the back of each vulture were the top experts of Stupa Mountain. All of them were grandmasters, and all of them were wearing the most advanced ancient equipment. More than 1,000 Stupa Mountain Snow Eagle warriors followed behind these ancient vultures in a neat formation. They flew over as if they were covering the sky. "Your Majesty, go, go!" Prince Jean shouted. Tens of thousands of people knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, go!" If they caused Xianxia to be captured in order to save tens of thousands of them, then they would have to die 1,000 times. Xianxia did not say anything. He directly rode on the ultrasonic flying beast, patted his neck, and said, take off, take off." Dachao had no feathers on his body, but he had bone spurs. At this moment, they stood up one by one, full of a strong desire to fight. He used all his strength to keep taking off. He was extremely fast. At this time, Dachao's back had been modified. Not only was there a seat, but there was also a safety belt. As Dachao continued to take off, the dozens of ancient vultures continued to accelerate frantically. They had to surround Dachao before he took off. This was a competition of speed. The dozens of ancient vultures were really like fast fighter jets, trying their best to pounce on Dachao in the air. But there was no doubt that Dachao was faster. In less than 2 minutes, he flew to a height of 13,000 meters. This height had exceeded the limit of the ancient vultures of Stupa Mountain, so Xianxia was temporarily safe. After a few minutes, the dozens of ancient vultures of Stupa Mountain finally flew over, but their limit was about 11,000 meters. They formed a circle in the air below, surrounding Xianxia. Another few minutes passed. More than 1,000 Stupa Mountain Snow Eagle warriors also arrived, forming an even larger encirclement at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Forward, forward, forward. The encirclement of more than 100,000 soldiers on the ground continued to shrink. Stop. 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 As the signal flare exploded in the sky, the generals of Stupa Mountain's Hell Army gave their orders. The army of more than 100,000 soldiers stopped advancing and formed a battle formation. A total of 150,000 soldiers formed a huge encirclement that was 40 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. More than 100 Snow Eagle warriors also completely occupied the entrance of the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people were completely surrounded. Immediately after, 2 ancient vultures flew over from the south. They were Stupa Mountain Sect Master Ren and Nuqian Kingdom Xinguang. A few minutes later, the two of them sandwiched Xianxia in the middle. The entire sky formed a very stunning scene, a true three-dimensional battle formation. Xianxia rode Dachao at the highest altitude of 13,000 meters. Sect Master Ren and Yingguang rode 2 vultures at an altitude of 11,500 meters. Dozens of Stupa Mountain Grandmaster experts, dressed in ancient equipment, rode dozens of ancient vultures, and hovered at an altitude of 11,000 meters. 1,000 Snow Eagle warriors at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Layer upon layer. On the ground, Prince Jin's 50,000 people formed 5 battle formations that spanned a few kilometers. More than 100,000 soldiers surrounded them and spanned dozens of kilometers. It was impossible to form such a complicated battlefield in such a short time on ancient Earth. There wasn't such a powerful army and command. Your Excellency Xianxia, we meet again, Yingguang said calmly. Xianxia shouted down from an altitude of 13,000 meters, how have you been, Your Majesty Yingguang, Sect Master Ren, I'm really flattered that the two of you came to capture me together. Yingguang said, you don't have to be so loud, we can hear you. They could hear me too? There was a difference of more than 1,000 meters between them. Yingguang's internal energy was strong and his voice could travel very far, but Xianxia couldn't. It would already be amazing if his voice could travel 100 meters. However, Yingguang and Sect Master Ren were so awesome that they could still hear Xianxia's voice. Xianxia said, you guys still can't catch me, right? This is your most advanced flying beast. It looks so fierce. Is this a vulture? It's already very powerful, but it can't compare to my super. It can't fly high enough and fast enough. As long as I want to, I can fly to an altitude of 15,000 meters and then escape. Nothing can catch up to me. Ingguang said, that's right, that's true. But what about the tens of thousands of people on the ground and the dozen or so confidants you brought with you? Can they escape? Are you willing to abandon them and watch as they all die? Shenlang fell silent. Sect Master Ren said, in order to capture you, we set up this huge trap. Shenlang, if you don't care about the lives of your subordinates, you can escape, but will you? Of course not. Everything Shenlang had done for the past few months was to save the tens of thousands of people in Prince Jean. Now that he had already succeeded 80%, would all his previous efforts go to waste? Then Shenlang's soul would probably be ruined. For years ago, when his identity was first exposed, he did not abandon the tens of thousands of people who were loyal to him. In the end, he completed a miracle of survival and successfully escaped. What about today? Of course he would perform an even more astonishing miracle. Ingguang said, Your Majesty Shenlang, my condition is very simple. If you obediently surrender, I will let the tens of thousands of people in Prince Jean go back to Furious Tide City. From now on, Stupa Mountain and I will never attack Furious Tide City again. Sect Master Ren said, Not only that, we will not torture you or turn you into a zombie. We will only put you under house arrest because we need you to fire the dragon's regret. Ingguang said, The Great Yan Empire has the ability to strike from a long distance. Both of us have fallen into an extremely passive position. We need to catch up, and this requires Sir Shenlang's wisdom. Sect Master Ren said, We will prepare a luxurious underground palace for you, as well as more than 100 beauties. You will live a luxurious life like a deity. Shenlang said, So you are treating me like a pig? Ingguang was silent for a moment, then said, You can think of it that way, but you will at least be able to save your tens of thousands of people this way. Sect Master Ren said, Sir Shenlang, aren't you supposed to be extremely intelligent? Not only did you steal 2 dragons' regret from us last time, but you also successfully escaped from our clutches. This time, even if we capture you, you can still think of a way to escape. You can definitely perform another miracle. Shenlang sneered in disdain. How could this be possible? If he was captured this time, it was guaranteed that his legs would be crippled immediately. After that, Ingguang and Stupa Mountain would think of ways to destroy his consciousness, turning him into a walking corpse that they could completely control. Ingguang said, Sir Shenlang, let's not waste any more time. We have to make a choice. Either you surrender, or we will slaughter your people. Shenlang said, Prince Ingguang, Sect Master Ren, there are 150,000 of your men on the ground, and 50,000 of mine. If a super regret of the dragon were to descend from the sky, the scene would be unimaginable. With both our forces here, the Great Yan Empire can wipe them out in one fell swoop. That won't happen. Ingguang said, The Great Yan Empire will not launch a strategic attack against us for a long time. They have already tested our strategy and confirmed that we have an ancient interceptor. The Great Yan Empire was the overlord, so their strategic vision was very high. They only cared about deterrence. Right now, Ingguang and Stupa Mountain's hundreds of thousands of men were scattered in formation. A single super regret of the dragon would not be enough to wipe them out. Would they use a long-range strategic attack just to wipe out tens of thousands of men? The Great Yan Empire's vision was not that low. If he couldn't destroy Dark Castle, Stupa Mountain, and Qian Capital, the rest of the attacks wouldn't make much sense. Shenlang thought for a moment, then said, Prince Ingguang, Sect Master Ren, there is only one reason why you want to capture me, and that is to launch the regret of the dragon to deter the Great Yan Empire, right? I can help you launch the regret of the dragon, as long as you place the strength of the dragon and regret of the dragon in advance, tell me the location, and let my men inspect the area in advance to see if there is any danger. Then, I'll ride a flying beast to help you activate and launch the regret of the dragon. Once the launch is complete, I'll immediately escape on my big super. Isn't that great? Why do you have to capture me? Ingguang's eyes revealed a cold glint. This Shenlang was always trying to sow discord, and he did it silently. Every time he addressed him, he would put Prince Ingguang first and Sect Master Ren second. What would Sect Master Ren think? One had to know that in this cooperative relationship, Sect Leader Ren held the initiative. Shen Lang continued, I believe Prince Yinguang has already guessed it. Not long ago, I colluded with the Great Yan Empire. Now, I can collude with you. The Great Yan Empire just launched a strategic attack on you, and you can retaliate. If you want to use the regret of the dragon to attack the Great Yan Empire, I will immediately help you launch it. Immediately, the two leaders were speechless. Could you, Shen Lang, be any more shameless? A month ago, you colluded with the Great Yan Empire to harm us. Now, you want to collude with us to harm the Great Yan Empire. Are you always the one taking advantage of us? Are you trying to win from both sides? Of course, this kind of thing was very common. During the Iran-Iraq War, more than one country first sold weapons to Iran, and then sold them to Iraq. There were even worse cases. For a long time during World War II, America sold weapons and oil to Japan. What was the point of integrity? In the past, Yinguang and Stupa Mountain were tempted by this proposal, but now, they could not. This was because the Great Yan Empire had already demonstrated their super long-range strategic attack ability. Provoking the Yan capital at this time? They were not that stupid. Alright, Shen Lang, don't waste time, Yinguang said. It's time for you to make a choice. Either you surrender, or I will kill all of your men. I will count down from 10. All Snow Eagle troops, get ready. Yinguang was awesome. His inner force was so strong that his shout reverberated throughout the sky. More than 1,000 Snow Eagle troops started to get into formation in the sky. More than 1,000 special warriors picked up their ancient crossbows and descended in an orderly manner. They flew directly to the sky 300 meters above the ground. More than 1,000 ancient crossbows aimed at Prince Jin's troops on the ground. These ancient crossbows could be fired continuously. Once they were fired, it would be like a downpour. The tens of thousands of Prince Jin's men on the ground did not have ancient armor. In fact, they did not even have new armor. They could not withstand these ancient crossbows. Once the Snow Eagle troops on Stupa Mountain fired, Prince Jin's tens of thousands of men would not be able to withstand it. There would be countless casualties. Hell troops, get ready. With that order, the hundreds of ancient giant crossbows of Stupa Mountain's ground troops all fired. All of them were ancient arrows that could explode, with a range of more than a few thousand meters. Once they were fired, they would be able to deal a devastating blow to Prince Jin's tens of thousands of men. Therefore, in at least half an hour, Yinguang and Stupa Mountain would be able to kill all of Prince Jin's 50,000 men. Yinguang said, in half an hour, or even a quarter of an hour, we can kill all of your men. Your Excellency Shen Lang, the countdown begins. It's time for you to choose your life. Whoosh, an archaic arrow shot into the sky and exploded violently. 10. Whoosh. The second primordial arrow shot into the sky. 9. 8. Yinguang quietly counted down. Once the countdown ended, he would immediately give the order to attack. He would not give Shen Lang any room for imagination. Only blood and death could prove the absolute will of Yinguang and Sect Master Ren. 5, 4, 3, stop. Shen Lang suddenly shouted. Stop. Yinguang shouted. Immediately, the ancient arrow's signal flare on the ground stopped firing, and the countdown stopped temporarily. Your Excellency Shen Lang, have you thought it through? Yinguang asked, are you willing to surrender now? Shen Lang looked at Stupa Mountain's master and said, Sect Master Ren, this ancient ruin in the southern sea is of utmost importance to you, right? It's as important as the headquarters. Of course. It was just like how the British Empire could not afford to not have colonies in India. It was just like what the British Empire said during World War II. They would rather give up their homeland than lose Manchuria. Stupa Mountain had a total of 3 ancient interceptors, and Dark Castle had one in the southern sea. Hearing Shen Lang's words, Sect Master Ren couldn't help but shiver. What are you trying to say, Shen Lang? Shen Lang said, comparatively speaking, am I more important to Stupa Mountain, or are the ancient ruins of the southern sea more important to you? Of course the ancient ruin was more important. It was the foundation of Stupa Mountain, and its strategic importance far exceeded Shen Lang's. Yinguang frowned. Shen Lang, I'm going to continue the countdown. Shenlang said, Sect Head Ren, I order all of you to immediately activate the encirclement and release Jun Jin and the tens of thousands of people back to New Tiao City unconditionally. If you don't agree, I will launch a destructive attack on the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea. Your most important strategic base will be completely buried at the bottom of the sea. Countless secret laboratories, secret warehouses, secret libraries, secret armory, and everything else will be destroyed. Sect Master Ren, the reason why Stupa Mountain can stand out and challenge the Empire of Great Yin is because of this ancient ruin. How much have you exploited it? Not even 30%, right? This ruin will decide the fate of Stupa Mountain for the next 100 years. What will happen if it is destroyed? Can Stupa Mountain withstand it? Sect Master Ren said slowly, Shenlang, you are right. This giant ancient ruin is the foundation of our Stupa Mountain, and it must not be damaged. But I want to know, how will you destroy it when it is thousands of miles away? Don't tell me you're going to fire the remorse of the dragon. This gigantic primordial relic was at the bottom of the sea. Even if the relic exploded at the bottom of the sea, it would be useless. It would not be able to damage the primordial relic at all. Otherwise, Shenlang would not be the one to do it. There was only one way to deal a destructive blow to the ancient ruins, and that was to sneak into the ancient ruins and detonate the gigantic energy cores inside. But to enter this ancient ruin? That was a complete fool's dream. The only entrance was at Dark Castle, where Stupa Mountain had amassed a large number of troops, including giant crossbows, Hell Legions, Snow Eagles, and even 2 Draconic Force Launchers, Dragon's Regret, and Ancient Interceptors. Even the powerful Empire of Great Yin didn't attack Dark Castle, let alone Shenlang's Wrath Tide. Even if he mobilized all his forces, they would be wiped out 2,000 miles away from Dark Castle. They couldn't even get close, let alone attack Dark Castle. Of course, Stupa Mountain had another entrance. It was the energy vortex connected to the ancient ruin at King Kong Peak. But outside that energy vortex, there were countless Stupa Mountain special warriors and Infernal Legion guards. In order to surround Prince Jin's army, Stupa Mountain had mobilized a large number of soldiers from the ancient ruin. There were still many Stupa Mountain warriors and Hell Guards guarding the energy vortex. Most importantly, only Shenlang could pass through the energy vortex, and Shenlang was right in front of Yingguang. That was why Shenlang said he wanted to destroy the ancient ruin. He must have lost his mind. Meanwhile, Shenlang raised his hand and said slowly, Prince Yingguang, Sect Leader Ren, you don't believe me? Do you think I'm daydreaming? I'm a few hundred miles away. How can I destroy your ancient ruin? If I have such a divine ability, why didn't I use it before? Of course, it's because I, Shenlang, am awesome. I was very unhappy about what happened on the 29th of December. Even though I successfully slapped you in the face, the main character on the stage was the Great Yin Empire, not me. This time I, Shenlang, am going to be the main character. I've already created all kinds of miracles. This time I'm going to create a big one. Shenlang shouted in a resounding voice, Prince Yingguang, stop counting down, because it's my turn now. Sect Leader Ren, I order you to immediately disband your army and put down all your weapons. Let Prince Jin's army leave this place and return to Fury Tide City. Otherwise, I'll destroy your ancient ruin. Don't say I didn't warn you. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Shenlang counted down, he gestured with his fingers. Whether it was his movements or his tone, they were full of traces of stage acting. How exaggerated. He loved acting too much. Compared to the previous Shenlang, he was even more Shenlang. Yingguang and Sect Leader Ren held their breaths as they stared at Shenlang and the direction of the ancient ruin at the bottom of the sea. They refused to believe it. They refused to believe it. Shenlang was not a god. How could he destroy an indestructible ancient ruin from a few hundred miles away? An indestructible ancient ruin? Even the Great Yin Empire could not do it. How could he do it? The countdown is over. Shenlang said slowly, it's time to witness a miracle. Then, he gently snapped his fingers. Snap. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion suddenly occurred on the surface of the sea a few hundred miles to the south. It was a series of explosions. Endless seawater rushed into the sky. Following that, flames rose into the sky. The most magnificent fireworks seemed to be staged on the boundless sea. Boom, 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 it was as though it was choreographed. Shocking explosions occurred one after another. The entire surface of the sea was trembling. Huge waves swept over. The entire surface of the sea was shaking. Yingguang and sect leader Ren were completely stunned. They stared at this scene in disbelief. That's right. That was the direction of the ancient ruin, where the foundation of Stupa Mountain was. A shocking explosion occurred inside his ancient ruin. It directly tore the seabed apart and created a tsunami. The incomparably precious city of the ancients collapsed piece by piece, completely smashed into pieces. The precious secret warehouse, the precious ancient laboratory, in this series of explosions, completely disappeared from this world. Although this wasn't the regret of the dragon, the scene was even more magnificent. It was like the largest fountain. Shocking waves shot up to a few hundred meters high. Shenlang entered an even more exaggerated performance. He closed his eyes in infatuation. His hands danced as he sang the symphony of fate. Dang 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 dang, dang 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 dang, boom, 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 boom. As his arms danced to the melody, the huge explosions on the surface of the sea continued. The collapse of the huge ancient ruin in the southern sea also continued. It was a super destructive show. The entire world and the entire sea had become the stage for Shenlang's performance. Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people, Yingguang and sect leader Ren, as well as the hundreds of thousands of soldiers present, had all become his audience. The raging waves and the roaring of the mountains and the roaring of the tsunamis were like the magnificent destruction scenes in the movies. Shenlang had fulfilled his promise. He had put on an unprecedented magnificent show, and he had become the absolute main character. But how did he do it? This was completely impossible, unimaginable. Note, the first update is here. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Can you vote for me? Cheer me up. Don't let me down. What on earth was going on? Could Shenlang really perform a miracle and blow up the ancient ruins in the southern seas from hundreds of miles away? Of course not, he was not a god. Moreover, if he was so awesome, why did he do it earlier? Why did he wait until now to make his move? If one wanted to enter the ancient ruins from the entrance, it would be thousands of miles away. However, if one wanted to directly enter the ancient ruins from Vajra Peak, it would only be a few dozen miles. Don't you think that this Shenlang outside of Vajra Peak is too Shenlang? Of course, his performance was flawless. It was extremely realistic, and there was no fault to be found. Chaplin had only gotten second place in the Chaplin imitation competition. Therefore, the person riding on the ultrasonic flying beast was not the real Shenlang, but a mirror wearing ancient armor. This was probably the most perfect substitute in the world. Every move, every gaze, every expression was flawless. When he was conversing with Yingguang and Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren, he was also at his best. Those two heavyweights didn't even notice, or it could be said that other than Shenlang's women and family, no one else could tell the difference between Shenlang and the mirror. Moreover, the number of people who knew of the mirror's existence was very small. So where was the real Shenlang? He and Chou Yaoer were dressed in ancient ruins, disguised as followers, riding snow eagles, and following behind the mirror, acting as his personal guards. Also, the substitute mirror could not open the entrance of Vajra Peak. In fact, it was opened by Shenlang, and the mirror was just pretending to press his palm on it. After the entrance of Vajra Peak opened, Prince Jin walked out first. This was because ever since Shenlang left, the people inside had been waiting for Shenlang to return. Moreover, they completely believed that His Majesty Shenlang would definitely return to save them. He would definitely do what he said he would. However, the energy in the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak was about to be completely exhausted. At that time, it would no longer be able to exchange air with the outside. The oxygen inside would gradually be exhausted, and the light would also disappear. Of course, even if the energy was exhausted, the air in King Kong Peak would still be enough to last for about a day or two. This was because there was still some air left in such a huge relic. However, it was a matter of life and death, so in order to save time, Prince Jin's 50,000 men had been waiting behind the entrance. Once the door opened, they would immediately rush out. The time before the energy ran out was getting shorter and shorter. At that time, Prince Jean and everyone else were trying their best to cheer. "Don't worry, everyone. His Majesty Xianlang will definitely come back. He will always keep his promise. I believe His Majesty Xianlang is outside." Then, 15 minutes before the energy ran out, the entrance to the King Kong Peak ruins opened, and His Majesty Xianlang's face appeared before everyone. Prince Jean and the tens of thousands of people were very excited, shouting, "Long live His Majesty!" His Majesty Xianlang was indeed as great as he had imagined. He would never disappoint. However, almost no one recognized that the Xianlang in front of them was just a substitute. Even Prince Jean found it difficult to tell at first, but he soon realized it. This was because when the crowd surged out of the ruins of MT King, two people went against the flow and entered the ruins instead. These two people were covered in ancient armor, but one of them made a very subtle gesture towards Prince Jean. "Brother Jean, leave Londa and Wu Lai to me. You guys continue to go out." Prince Jean was stunned, but he immediately understood. He ordered Wu Lai and Londa to follow behind Xianlang and Chou Yaoer. At that time, the Stupa Mountain vulture warriors were more than 10,000 meters up in the sky and hidden in the clouds. Moreover, Xianlang had entered the ruins under the cover of the crowd. It would be strange if they could discover him. After entering the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra, Xianlang and Chou Yaoer immediately went to a place where there was no one and changed into the armor of the Stupa Mountain special warriors. Then, Chou Yaoer put Xianlang under her waist and led Wu Lai and Londa towards the energy whirlpool in the east. This was because the energy of the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra was about to run out. There was less than 15 minutes left. What would happen once the energy ran out? The energy whirlpool would also close. What would happen once the energy whirlpool closed? The Stupa Mountain special warriors and the Hell Army were constantly guarding the other side of the energy whirlpool. Once the whirlpool closed, they would first be surprised and send people over to investigate. Then, a large number of Hell Army special warriors would rush over through the special passage of the ancient ruins and enter the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra. At this time, Xianlang could use the identity of a messenger to enter the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra without anyone noticing. There was one more thing. Elder Wu of MT King Vidra had been captured. With the help of the Nightmare Stone and the Truth Serum, Xianlang had a complete grasp of the Hell Army Special Warriors name list, ranks, passwords, tokens, and so on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, time was up. The energy of the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra had been completely depleted. There was no tremor. Everything was silent. However, the entire ancient ruins instantly darkened. All the light had disappeared. At the same time, the energy whirlpool between the two ancient ruins had disappeared. In order to form an encirclement, Yingguang and sect leader Ren had mobilized most of their troops. However, there were still a few thousand Hell Army soldiers and a few hundred special warriors guarding the energy whirlpool. The moment the energy whirlpool disappeared, the commander of the Hell Army was stunned. Then, he shouted, "Attack!" Then, the thousands of Hell Army soldiers and the few hundred special warriors attacked wildly. Countless ancient giant crossbows, and ancient bows shot out like a torrential rain. Of course, all of this was meaningless. There was nothing on the other side of the energy whirlpool. It was completely dark, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. At this time, the Hell Army general still did not dare to act rashly. He knew that there were tens of thousands of Xianlang's direct subordinates in the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra. He immediately sent a team of special warriors and a team of Hell Army soldiers to explore the special tunnel of the ancient ruins. There were dozens of them in total. In this special tunnel, not only was one unable to see their fingers in front of them, there were also several damaged and collapsed areas. There was a hidden room about 10 kilometers away. Therefore, Xianlang and Chou Yaoer, who were wearing the ancient equipment of MT King Vidra, easily snuck in and quickly rushed back. They passed through the border of the two ancient ruins and entered the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra. On the other side of the energy whirlpool, General Lin Yan of MT King Vidra was leading over 1,000 Hell Army soldiers and a few hundred special warriors in formation, ready to enter the ancient ruins of MT King Vidra at any time. At this time, Xianlang and Chou Yaoer, who were dressed in MT King Vitra's special warriors, walked out and said loudly, "General Lin Yan, the ancient ruins of MT King Vitra's energy has been completely exhausted. Prince Jin and tens of thousands of people are over there. We caught 2 captives, and they were preparing to ambush us in the special tunnel." General Lin Yan of the Hell Army was stunned. He looked at Wu Lai and Londa, unable to remember their identities. Portraits. Immediately, a large stack of portraits appeared in his hands. He quickly flipped through a few pages and immediately found the portraits of the 2. This was because among the tens of thousands of people under Prince Jin, Wu Lai had once followed Shenlang for a long time, and Londa had Jiang Li's special bloodline. Both of them were ranked very high. These 2 are not small figures. General Lin Yan said, "Lock them up in prison." "Yes." Shenlang said. "Wait." General Lin Yan said, "Take off your mask." Without saying anything, Shenlang directly took off his mask, revealing a very special face. Many blood vessels swelled up, like earthworms crawling on his face. This was a common characteristic of many special warriors. Because they had undergone many bloodline transformations, their faces were usually very frightening. "Go, these 2 prisoners are more important. Lock them up in the second prison." Elder Lin Yan said. "Yes." Shenlang said. Then, he and Chou Yao escorted Wu Lai and Londa to the second prison. Along the way, there was a steady stream of MT Stupa's special warriors and the Hell Army surging over. Because the 2 elders in the ancient ruins had received reports that the energy whirlpool had mysteriously opened, because they were worried that a battle would break out, the other MT Stupa's troops in the ancient ruins all came to support. Was Shenlang familiar with the ancient ruins of MT Stupa? Generally speaking, he wasn't familiar with the place, but he was very familiar with the area within a few hundred kilometers of the energy whirlpool. That was because Buddha Princess Ying had brought him here before and opened up many secret warehouses, laboratories, and libraries. And when he and Chou Yao escorted the 2 prisoners to the second prison, they were not suspected at all. Originally, Shenlang had prepared a lot of passwords to deal with them, but he did not expect that no one would ask him for them at all. Of course, Shenlang's destination was not the second prison, but a completely inconspicuous building next to it. It was in a very remote area of the ancient ruins. This building was about a few thousand square meters. Although it was not small, compared to other large buildings that were tens of thousands of square meters, it was not big, and it was not eye-catching at all. Then what was it? Energy Control Center. Within a few hundred kilometers, a total of dozens of ancient energy cores were controlled here, and there were dozens of control centers like this one. So this was the most important place. Then was the security here tight? It was not. This was because the door was closed and had not been opened before, and no one had been able to open it. This kind of situation was too common. Most of the buildings in the ancient ruins were closed, and thousands of grand scholars had spent 1 or 2 years to calculate less than 10 passwords and open less than 10 ancient buildings. And there were hundreds of secret warehouses, secret arsenals, secret libraries, and secret laboratories. In the eyes of MT Stupa, these places were not as important as this energy control center. Originally, there were 3 special warriors and 7 Hellcore warriors standing guard outside. However, the situation now was special. After 2 major battles, MT Stupa had suffered heavy casualties, with countless deaths and injuries. Moreover, in order to surround Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people, sect leader Ren and Ying Guang had mobilized hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Adding on the disappearance of the energy whirlpool, a large number of special warriors and Hellcore warriors had gone to reinforce them. And just how big was this ancient ruins? It was thousands of kilometers wide, and just this region alone was hundreds of kilometers wide. After most of the soldiers had been mobilized, it seemed very empty. As such, there were only 3 Hellcore warriors standing guard outside the energy control center. Along the way, Chou Yao checked her surroundings to make sure that there was no one in sight. According to the rules, the closest patrol warriors would only appear in about 39 seconds. Shenlang and Chou Yao directly walked over. Because they were wearing the ancient armor of the special warriors, their ranks were much higher than the Hellcore warriors. When the 3 Hellcore warriors outside the energy control center saw them, they immediately stood up straight and saluted. Greetings, General. Special warriors were rare, so in order to sound better, the Hellcore warriors would usually call them General. Xianxia and Chou Yaoer did not make a sound and directly arrived in front of the three. Attack! Chou Yaoer struck out like lightning, instantly knocking the three Hellcore warriors unconscious. Hurry, 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 everything had to be done quickly. At this time, the Stupa Mountain warriors were already a few hundred meters away and would soon appear in their field of vision. There were less than 2 seconds left. Xianxia quickly arrived outside the energy control center and placed the ancient king's ring in front of it. Originally, the door to the control center required a complicated password. Even if dozens of grand scholars worked for decades, they might not be able to figure it out. But the ancient king's ring's authority was too high, and Xianxia could easily open it. Whoosh, indeed, in less than a second, the door to the energy control center opened. Xianxia, Chou Yaoer, Wu Lai, and Londa rushed into the energy control center, and Xianxia closed the door as fast as he could. Soon, the Stupa Mountain warriors passed by and instinctively glanced over. Everything was normal. The door to the energy control center was open, and the three Hellcore warriors were still standing there, not moving an inch. This energy control center was the same as the other control centers. No one had ever entered before, because to the Stupa Mountain, it had no development value. It was not like it was a secret armory, or else there would be no need to enter. Of course, this was also Xianxia's first time here. Even though he had seen the blueprints in the ancient scroll in the sarcophagus, this was Xianxia's first time seeing such a large energy control center. There were more than a few thousand nightmare stones in front of him, flashing with all kinds of lights. Only Xianxia, who had read the ancient monarch scroll, knew what these things were. If it were anyone else, even if Stupa Mountain had been excavating this ancient ruin for more than 4 years, they still wouldn't be able to recognize these things. Xianxia took a deep breath, and once again pulled up the information related to the energy core control room from the AI. Yes, everything matched. Then, he quickly used the ancient king's ring to obtain the highest authority here. Then, he twisted the countless nightmare stones and chose 20 large ancient energy cores to self-destruct today. Of course, these ancient energy cores were not here, but in different areas within a few hundred miles. It was just that they could be controlled here. Xianxia took out his pocket watch and said, "Right on time." Jean Milan also took out her pocket watch. 3:25 p.m. Xianxia said, "Yes, 3:25 p.m." Then, he set the time for the 20 large ancient energy cores to self-destruct at around 3:50 p.m. This was also the time he had agreed with the mirror. Because everything was going smoothly, there was no rush at all. He completed everything 25 minutes earlier. Then, time ticked by. 25 minutes passed. In the energy core control room, countless nightmare stones began to flash, giving a countdown warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, 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 the 20 large ancient energy cores self-destructed one after another. According to the time set by Xianxia, the interval between each explosion was about 3 seconds. That was why there was such a magnificent scene on the surface of the sea. The undulating explosions were like a breathtaking giant fountain. These large ancient energy cores ranged from 3 to 4 meters in diameter to 10 meters in size. Although the power of the explosions was not as great as the regret of the dragon, each explosion was more than a few hundred tons or even 1,000 tons of TNT. In this explosion, the ancient ruins within a few hundred miles collapsed and were smashed into pieces. Of course, Xianxia had already calculated the explosion radius, so there was absolutely no problem for him in this energy core control room. The scene returned to the surface. In the realistic and exaggerated performance of the substitute mirror, the entire destructive explosion lasted for a whole minute. Then, it stopped. Temporarily. But the tsunami was already surging over. The tremors on the ground only stopped after half a minute. The mirror opened its eyes and said with a smile, "Prince Ing, Sect Leader Ren, how was the show of destruction?" Sect Leader Ren's face twitched. He looked at the surging tsunami and felt his heart wrench. Just that explosion alone had destroyed a few hundred miles of ancient ruins. How many secret warehouses, libraries, and laboratories were destroyed, and the hundreds of thousands of people present were also staring blankly at this scene. How was this possible? Was Xianxia a god? How could he destroy the ancient ruins of our stupa mountain from so far away? The mirror said, Sect Head Ren, I just destroyed a few hundred miles of your ancient ruins, which took up about 1/5 of your undeveloped area. Not only are you feeling heartache, but I also can't bear to do so. These are the treasures of the ancient civilization, and if they were to be completely destroyed, I would be a sinner. Please believe me, I feel as bad as you. But in order to save Prince Jin's people, I had no choice. Sect leader Ren said nothing. Ingguang said nothing. The mirror said, Sect leader Ren, I am going to start the countdown again. You need to immediately release the encirclement and let Prince Jin's people return to Raging Tide City. Otherwise, the second round of destruction will begin. Sect leader Ren still didn't reply. The mirror said, Sect leader Ren, it seems that my performance was not magnificent enough. Then let us continue. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The mirror snapped its fingers again. It was 3:55 p.m. in the afternoon. Boom, 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 the huge explosion on the surface of the sea started again. The magnificent drama of destruction was once again staged. The ancient ruins of Stupa Mountain were once again destroyed in large swathes. Stop, stop, stop. Stupa Mountain sect leader Rin suddenly roared. The mirror, who was intoxicated with the symphony of fate, immediately stopped waving its hands. Then, the huge explosion on the surface of the sea also stopped. It really looked as if he was commanding and controlling everything. But in fact, he was performing along with the explosion, staring at the time on his watch and performing without missing a single second. The mirror said, Sect leader Ren, do you believe me now? Then are you willing to hurt your pride a little and release the encirclement? Are you willing to let my people go? Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren closed his eyes for a long time. When he opened them again, he had calmed down a little, but he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. All Stupa Mountain warriors, put down your weapons, release the encirclement, and let Prince Jin's people go. Note, finally finished writing the second chapter. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support, this pastry cowhouse to thank everyone. Thank you me 1,216 10,000 coins. I'll update at around 9 p.m. Thank you, everyone. If you have a monthly ticket, please vote for me. Thank you, Cowdow. The strongest son-in-law in history has been restored. Update in a few hours. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Following Stupa Mountain Sovereign's order, the army broke free from the encirclement. Let's go. Following the order, Prince Jin led the army and left at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Stupa Mountain Sovereign and Ingguang had calmed down and exchanged glances. Everything that had just happened was too shocking, causing their minds to go blank. However, they had regained their composure and wisdom. The two of them immediately had a bold idea. How did everything happen? Could Xianxia really destroy the southern sea region's ancient ruins from a few hundred li away? He wasn't a god. Even though he had performed many miracles in the past, this matter was still too unbelievable. In that case, what had actually happened with the boldest imagination? Sect leader Ren and Ingguang were both extremely intelligent people. They immediately made a huge connection and came to the same answer. Was this Xianxia a substitute? Or a fake? The real Xianxia had already infiltrated the ancient ruins in the southern sea. Only he could activate the energy core control room and detonate those ancient energy cores. The two of them exchanged glances and were even slightly excited. If that was the case, what did it prove? It proved that they still had a chance to capture Xianxia. Even though the encirclement had been broken and Prince Jin and the rest had started to escape, they were still thousands of miles away from the Raging Tide City. If they wanted to be completely safe, they would have to reach the coast and board the Raging Tide City's fleet. Such a long distance would take at least a month. During this time, Stupa Mountain's army could eliminate them at any time. Next, the two of them looked at Xianxia, hoping to find a flaw in him. Both parties were 1,500 meters apart, but sect leader Ren and Ingguang's martial arts were too high. Even at such a distance, they could see clearly. However, they really couldn't find any flaw. Sect leader Ren and Ingguang knew Xianxia like the back of their hands. If it was a substitute, it would be impossible to hide it from them. However, this person before them was completely Shenlang. Not only did he look like him, but his expression and even his aura were the same. No substitute could be so similar. The two of them looked at each other again and exchanged their thoughts. It was easy to find out if Shenlang was a substitute. If they could find the real Shenlang in the ancient ruins, it would prove that the one in front of them was a substitute. There was still a lot of time. Prince Jean and the tens of thousands of people would need at least a month before they could completely leave. Therefore, if the real Shenlang was in the ancient ruins, he would have to stay inside for at least a month. This 1 month was more than enough for them to find Shenlang in the ancient ruins and surround him. I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to check on the damage in the ancient ruins, Sect Head Ren said. Brother Ren, don't worry, Yingguang said. Then, Stupa Mountain Sect Master Ren rode the ancient vulture and flew towards the entrance of the ancient ruins in the southern sea of the Black Rock Island in the east. Why didn't they enter from the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak? Of course not. First of all, the entrance to the Vedra Peak's ancient ruins was closed after everyone had left. Secondly, Sect Leader Ren didn't know that the energy in the Vedra Peak's ancient ruins had been depleted. He also didn't know that the energy whirlpool between the two ancient ruins had closed. Just like that, Stupa Mountain Sect Leader Ren first flew to the Black Rock Island and entered the ancient ruins in the southern sea of the Black Rock Island. Then, he flew a few thousand miles in the ancient ruins and arrived at the original location of the energy whirlpool. Along the way, his heart was bleeding. The destruction was too severe. The ancient ruins within a few hundred miles had been destroyed, and many places had been flooded by seawater. At least 100 secret warehouses and secret laboratories had been completely destroyed. Sect Leader, the damage is very, very great. At least 2,000 square kilometers of the ancient ruins have collapsed, and more than 10,000 people have died. Hearing this, Sect Leader Ren couldn't help but spit out blood again. More than 10,000 people died? Because the area where the big explosion occurred is the core area that we are currently developing. There are many scholars, Grand Scholars, and the Guarding Hell Legion. Currently, we have sent tens of thousands of people to repair the dome and cracks. Fortunately, these areas of the ancient ruins are isolated from each other. Otherwise, the entire Antiquity City would have been submerged. Even so, the situation is still very dangerous. Elder Lin said, once another big explosion occurs, the entire ancient ruins may be completely submerged by the seawater. When that happens, it will be even more difficult to develop it. Sect Leader Ren, the entire ancient ruins are very, very fragile. The Grand Scholar said, we really can't let another big explosion occur. Sect Leader Ren said, who was the person guarding the energy whirlpool at that time? It was my younger brother, General Lin Yan of the Hell Legion. Elder Lin said. Sect Leader Ren said, let him come here immediately. After a moment, General Lin Yan of the Hell Legion came over and knelt down. Greetings, Sect Leader. Sect Leader Ren said, when did the energy whirlpool disappear? General Lin Yan said, according to the time method invented by Shenlang, it should be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sect Leader Ren said, at the moment when the energy whirlpool disappeared, was there anyone behind it? No. General Lin Yan said, after the energy whirlpool disappeared, I immediately sent more than 100 people through the special passage to explore, but they didn't find anyone. Sect Leader Ren said, after that, did anyone sneak into our ancient ruins? General Lin Yan said, no. Sect Leader Ren said, did anyone come from the other side of the energy whirlpool? General Lin Yan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, there were 4 people. 2 special warriors were escorting 2 prisoners, both of whom could be considered as Shenlang's trusted subordinates. One was called Wu Lai, the other was Londa. Sect Leader Ren's face suddenly trembled. Are you sure those 2 were our special warriors? General Lin Yan said, I'm sure, it should be because I asked him to take off his mask. He indeed has the characteristics of our special warriors. Special warriors had all gone through more than one blood meridian transformation, so their facial and physical characteristics were very obvious. Sect Leader Ren's face trembled. He immediately deduced that those 2 people were most likely Shenlang and Chou Yao Er. Where did those 2 go? Sect Leader Ren asked. The second prison. Lin Yan said. Sect Leader Ren said, immediately send people to the second prison to search, see if those 2 prisoners are there. General Lin Yan of the Hell Army said, sect leader. The second prison was also within the range of the explosion, so even if those two prisoners were there, they would have been blown to ashes long ago. Sect leader Ren's face changed. He said loudly, immediately gather all the special warriors in the ancient ruins, all the Hell Army, and search the area within 100 miles. Give me the map, give me the map. Very quickly, the map of the ancient ruins appeared in front of sect leader Ren. All the buildings and the layout of the ancient city were clearly shown, and the areas that had been destroyed were also marked. Sect leader Ren quickly calculated on the map, then eliminated them one by one. His target was the energy core control room, because only here could the energy core self-destruct be carried out. Here, the energy core control room 39. Sect leader Ren said, men, follow me here. Then, sect leader Ren led a few elders and a few hundred special force warriors towards the control room of energy core number 39. It had to be said that he was indeed very powerful, to be able to find the exact destination in such a short period of time. A quarter of an hour later, Stupa Mountain sect master Ren led a few thousand people to surround the control room of energy core number 39. Shenlang, I know you are inside, sect leader Ren said slowly, that person outside is your substitute, right? It's too similar, there are no flaws at all, it's simply amazing. There was no response from the energy core control room. This place is really too far away from Raging Tide City, sect leader Ren said. So if Prince Jean and the tens of thousands of people want to return, it will take at least a month. What are you going to do during this period of time? Are you going to stay in the energy core control room forever? There was still no response from inside, but sect leader Ren firmly believed that Shenlang was inside. Men, sect leader Ren said. Immediately, the Grand Secretary came forward. Sect leader Ren said, when can the door of the energy core control room be opened? How long will it take to crack this password? Grand Secretary Futa Mountain said, the energy core control room is not important, so we didn't do the relevant calculations. We need to start from zero, at least 3 months. Sect leader Ren immediately wanted to slap this Grand Secretary to death. Bring Bitter Joy here, sect leader Ren ordered. 3 whole days later. Bitterhead Joy was brought over. He was still a battle monster without any intelligence. Shenlang, Bitter Joy is not only a person with Jiang Li's special bloodline, but also your most direct descendant. Sect leader Ren said, in order to save Prince Jean and the others, you are willing to risk your life. If you still don't appear, I will kill Bitter Joy in front of you. The energy core control room was still silent, there was no response. Shenlang, I know you are inside, sect leader Ren said. Right now, Prince Jean and the others are less than 500 miles away. If you want to continue threatening me, you have to stay in the energy core control room. I will count down from 10. If you still don't appear, I will behead Bitter Joy. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 2, 1, 0. Sect leader Ren's countdown ended, but there was still no response from the energy core control room. Kill. Sect leader Ren ordered. Elder Lin slashed down with his sword, intending to chop Ku Tu Huan's head into 2. However, his sword had just slashed Bitter Joy's neck when it immediately stopped. Because there was still no response from the energy core control room. He couldn't possibly kill Bitter Joy for nothing, right? He had already become a battle monster of Stupa Mountain. Next, sect leader Ren surrounded the energy core control room for another 5 days and used all kinds of threatening methods, but there was still no response from inside. The more it was like this, the more certain sect leader Ren was that Shenlang was inside. Continue to surround it, sect leader Ren said, Shenlang and Cho Yao Er must be inside, don't let them escape. Yes. Sect leader Ren rode the ancient vulture and left, returning to the surface. 12 hours later, sect leader Ren once again returned to Shenlang. Now that a few days had passed, Prince Jean and the tens of thousands of people were more than 1,000 miles away. Even if Mirror was impersonating the Shenlang, it was impossible for him to stay at an altitude of 13,000 meters for a few days and nights. He would disappear for half of the time every day to let De Chao rest and himself recover. But at this time, he happened to be here, because he wanted to make sure that Stupa Mountain's army couldn't chase after him and stayed where they were. Sect leader Ren said slowly, you are not the real Shenlang, you are just a substitute. Mirror flattened its mouth and shrugged its shoulders. It didn't give any response and didn't reveal any flaws. Sect leader Ren said, Shenlang is still in my ancient relic, energy core control room number 39. I have already surrounded him so tightly that he can't escape even if he has wings. Mirror still didn't say anything. Sect leader Ren said, so do you know what will happen in this case? I'd like to hear the details, Mirror said with a smile. Sect leader Ren said, you and Shenlang couldn't communicate with each other over a long distance. The two explosions at the beginning were completely at the agreed time, and you were just acting along with the explosions. Jinjun's tens of thousands of people have only walked a little over 2,000 li. My more than 1,000 special warriors can easily catch up to them and start a massacre. Shenlang, who is in the ancient ruins, has already been completely surrounded by me. He doesn't know what happened outside, so there won't be a big explosion. Mirror still smiled and didn't say anything. Sect leader Ren said, Snow Eagle Corps, get ready to catch up with Prince Jin's army and kill 10,000 people first. Yes, the leader of the Snow Eagle Corps said. Then, the 1,000 Snow Eagles soared into the sky and chased after Prince Jin. According to sect leader Ren's order, they would kill 10,000 people first. Of course, killing 10,000 people wasn't the goal. Although it was partly to vent his anger, it was ultimately to prove sect leader Ren's deduction. The Shenlang in front of them was fake. He was just a substitute. The real Shenlang was in the energy core control room. These 1,000 Snow Eagles were all special warriors. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill 10,000 of Prince Jin's men. They could even finish it in a few minutes. Substitute, it's not too late to tell the truth and surrender now. Sect leader Ren sneered. Otherwise, 10,000 of Prince Jin's men will die. Yingguang said, Shenlang substitute, didn't you claim to be Shenlang? Didn't you claim to be able to continuously destroy our ancient relic? Now that we're going after Prince Jin again, you're going to perform the great destruction again. You're going to perform the miracle of the great explosion again. Sect leader Ren said, Prince Jin is already 2,300 miles away. For the Snow Eagle Corps, they can catch up with him in 6 hours at most and then start a massacre. Mirror started to clap. Clap, clap, clap. Mirror laughed. What a brilliant deduction. It's almost flawless. Now, let's change the way the game is played. Sect leader Ren, order your Snow Eagle Corps to not take another step forward. Don't chase after my men. Stay where you are and don't move. Sect leader Ren said, why? Mirror said, in about 13 hours, the great explosion will start again. Moreover, it will explode every 24 hours. Right now, the dome of your ancient relic ruins must be on the verge of collapse. As long as there's another great explosion, the seawater will surge in and drown the rest of your ancient relic. Sect leader Ren's face twitched. Mirror said, because I've set up a self-destruction program for the 50 large ancient energy cores and set the self-destruction time. When the time is up, they will explode. It's very simple to prevent them from exploding. Just enter the password to stop the self-destruction. But it's a pity that only I know the password. Sect leader Ren and Yingguang's expressions changed. Mirror said, the next energy core to explode is number 135. It has a diameter of about 6 meters and contains close to 100 tons of metallic hydrogen. Once it explodes, you can imagine the power. If you don't believe me, why don't you go and take a look? Sect leader Ren's expression changed again and he waved his hand. Wu Ju flew over on an ancient vulture. Enter the ancient relic and check on number 135, sect leader Ren said. Yes. Wu Ju replied. Mirror said, the energy in the ancient relic of Vajra Peak has been exhausted. Therefore, the entrance and exit have also lost control. You can enter and exit from the ancient relic of Vajra Peak. This way, you will only be able to travel less than 100 miles. Sect leader Ren nodded. Wu Ju entered the ancient relic from Vajra Peak, passed through a special passage, and entered the ancient relic of the Southern Sea region. There was almost no air here. Therefore, Wu Ju's ancient armor had to carry its own air. He rushed to number 135 energy core as fast as he could. This large energy core was responsible for the energy of 3 secret laboratories and a secret armory. Once it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not many of these secret laboratories were destroyed. The key was that the dome was shattered and seawater gushed in. Previously, they only dared to detonate small energy cores. Moreover, even if the secret armory was destroyed, the weapons like the dragon's regret were very sturdy and would not be destroyed. However, the things in the secret laboratories would not be left behind. They would all be destroyed. Quick, 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 Wu Ju rushed to the front of the huge number 135 energy core. As expected, he heard the self-destruction countdown. According to the frequency, he could calculate that there were about 10 hours left before the self-destruction. Quick, order the team of scholars to immediately activate the self-destruction of this energy core, Wu Ju ordered loudly. Then, dozens of scholars rushed over. They tried everything they could to find the password, but it was destined to be in vain. A few hours later, Wu Ju once again returned to sect leader Ren and Yingguang. Sect leader, Prince Ying, the ancient energy core number 135 is indeed on the self-destruction countdown. There are less than 8 hours left. I have already stopped the team of scholars from cracking it. They are trying their best to deactivate the self-destruction, but I don't have much hope, Wu Ju said with a trembling voice. Sect leader Ren and Yingguang closed their eyes in pain. Mirror sneered. Now you believe me? There are still 25 ancient energy cores in the entire ancient ruins that have entered the self-destruction countdown. They will explode every 24 hours. You want to rely on your team of scholars to crack the password? It's completely impossible. There is only one way to protect your ancient ruins, and that is for me to give you the password. Sect leader Ren and Yingguang twitched again. They had once again lost the initiative. Mirror said, from now on, every 24 hours, I will send someone to deliver the password to deactivate the self-destruction of the energy core. Of course, there is only one condition. Your army must not give chase. Let Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people return to Fury Tide City safely. What if I find out that your army is dishonest? What if one of Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people is killed or injured? Please accept the misfortune of the continued destruction of the ancient ruins. Next, he threw a ball down. Inside this ball is the password to deactivate the self-destruction of Energy Core 135, Mirror said. Then I won't be accompanying you. Goodbye. Wu Ju stepped forward and caught the ball. He examined it carefully before handing it over to Sect Leader Ren. After Sect Leader Ren opened it, there was a piece of paper with a password written on it. There were more than 30 characters on it. It was indeed impossible to crack. Use this password to deactivate the self-destruction of Energy Core 135 and see if it works, Sect Leader Ren said. Yes. Wu Ju replied. Then, he entered the ancient ruins of Mount Jingang again and passed through a special passage to return to Energy Core 135 in the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea region. After entering the password on the paper, he successfully deactivated the self-destruction program of this energy core. A few hours later, Wu Ju appeared in front of Sect Leader Ren again. Sect Leader, what Xin Lang just gave us is indeed the password to deactivate the self-destruction of the energy core. Also, we found out that Ancient Energy Core 153 has activated the self-destruction program. The countdown is 28 hours. Our team of scholars has already started to crack it, but it should be. Sect Leader Ren let out a long sigh. At this moment, Xin Lang and his men had already disappeared without a trace. Order all the troops to retreat and return to the base, Sect Leader Ren said. Stop the pursuit of Prince Jin. And wait for Xin Lang to send us the password. Following Sect Leader Ren's order, the 100,000 troops completely retreated. The 1,000 Snow Eagle army also completely retreated and stopped pursuing Prince Jin and his men. Just like that, 25 days later, Prince Jin and his men successfully boarded the battleship of New Tiao City and returned to New Tiao City. At this point, Xin Lang's plan to save Prince Jin was a complete success. Xin Lang, Sect Leader Ren, and Yingguang had achieved a complete victory in this game. In the past 25 days, Xin Lang would send people to deactivate the self-destruction password every day. On the last day, all the energy cores in the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea region had stopped self-destructing. But just in case, sect leader Ren still ordered thousands of scholars, thousands of special warriors, and countless hell legions to temporarily retreat from the ancient ruins. He led a few special warriors and continued to surround the energy core control room. He still believed that Shenlang was definitely inside. As long as they surrounded this place, Shenlang would definitely not be able to escape. And at this moment, rumble, the door that had been closed from the beginning to the end opened. Dozens of special warriors rushed in, but it was empty inside. There was not a single shadow. Sect leader Ren walked in. Sect leader, Shenlang is not inside, General Lin Yan said. There is no one inside. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Shenlang was definitely controlling everything in this energy core control room. How could he not be inside? The one outside should be Shenlang's substitute. And at this moment, beep 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 beep, suddenly, a familiar ear-piercing sound could be heard. This was the alarm of the energy core self-destruction countdown. Wuju was horrified. Sect leader, this is a trap set by Shenlang. He guessed that we would definitely enter this place, so he wants to blow us up completely. Go, go, go. Actually, before Wuju could speak, sect leader Ren had already retreated at lightning speed. The second was Wuju. The remaining dozens of special warriors unleashed the power of the ancient armor to the extreme and retreated frantically. Beep 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 beep, the alarm of the self-destruction countdown became more and more urgent. Then, boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion occurred. An energy core exploded. The energy core control room was razed to the ground. Following which, a huge crack appeared on the dome of the ancient ruins and seawater surged in. Sect leader Ren's eyes were about to pop out as he shouted, "Isolate this place, isolate this place." If they didn't isolate it in time, the remaining ancient ruins would be submerged by the seawater. His heart was screaming and he was about to vomit blood. They had actually lost so badly in this game. Not only did he allow Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people to return to Fury Tide City unscathed, his ancient ruins were also destroyed. His body trembled violently and his head felt dizzy. Then he turned to Yingguang and said, ordering Wu Ming to attack Skyu City and exterminate the Ning clan's royal family. Revenge, 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 he must take revenge, the bloodiest revenge. After the explosion of the energy core control room ended, the dome had already been torn apart and the area was completely submerged by seawater. A crack appeared on the ground of the energy core control room and 4 figures came out. Shenlang, Chou Yaoer, Landa, and Wu Lai. 2 of them were wearing ancient armor while the other 2 were wearing the armor of the Hell Army. When the explosion occurred, they had escaped by hiding in the underground secret room. The dome here has already been destroyed. It leads directly to the surface. Wu Lai, Landa, the 2 of you immediately rush out of the sea and return to the surface. Find a place to land and return to Fury Tide City, Shenlang ordered. Chou Yaoer and I still have important matters to attend to. Yes. Wu Lai and Landa swam upstream. As for Chou Yaoer, she carried Shenlang and flew towards the west. Making use of this precious chaotic time, he rushed past the original energy whirlpool, passed through the ancient special tunnel, passed through the Vidra Peak ancient ruins, and entered the ancient plaza ancient ruins. He wanted to go to the ancient king's coffin to retrieve the king's sword. It was the sword that he couldn't pick up the last time. He already had the ancient king's ring and the dragon's heart. According to his guess, this set of equipment had 3 parts. The ancient king's ring was for protection, the dragon's heart was for defense, and it was still lacking in offensive equipment. Once he had all 3 pieces of equipment, Shenlang might be able to find a way to defeat Wu Ming fair and square. These 3 precious pieces of equipment formed a set, and Shenlang named the dragon's sword. Shenlang guessed that the sword held by the king in the ancient plaza's sarcophagus might be the dragon's sword. It was the key to defeating Wu Ming. Chou Yaoer carried Shenlang through several hundred kilometers of the special ancient passage. It had already been a month since the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak had used up all of its energy. The air inside had long since been depleted, and it was no longer suitable for anyone to survive. Chou Yaoer carried a few oxygen tanks and carried Shenlang as she ran. Half of the special ancient passage had already been severely damaged. Not only was there no air, but the temperature was also shockingly high. However, Chou Yaoer, who was wearing the ancient armor, was completely fine. At the end of the ancient passage, the energy whirlpool was also gone. It was the energy whirlpool between Vitra Peak and the ancient plaza. It had disappeared because it had used up all of its energy. Shenlang and Chou Yaoer directly crossed the boundary and entered the ancient plaza. The energy here was also about to run out because it was very dark. The entire plaza was still as eerie and quiet as ever. Hundreds of thousands of statues of the ancient humans still stood there in neat rows. Chou Yaoer couldn't help but be stunned when she saw these statues. "Hurry, we have to move fast," Shenlang said. "Bring me to the hall in the middle." Chou Yaoer carried Shenlang and quickly rushed into the hall in the middle of the plaza. There was a sarcophagus inside. Perhaps the ancient dragon's sword was inside. He would soon have all 3 pieces of equipment. Shenlang pressed his palm into the palm-shaped indentation on the sarcophagus and pointed the ancient king ring at the indentation. Rumble, instantly, the sarcophagus opened. Boom. The dragon's heart device in Shenlang's heart shook violently. The corpse of the ancient monarch was still lying there quietly, holding onto the glorious and luxurious sword in his hand. Was this the dragon's sword? Was this the key weapon that Shenlang would use to defeat Wuming? The most important piece of the ancient king's equipment, Shenlang reached out and grabbed the sword. Last time, he couldn't lift it even after using all his strength, but this time, he easily picked it up. This sword was originally an ordinary golden sword, but when Shenlang held it in his hand, it instantly emitted an incomparably bright light. It let out a series of roars that sounded like the roar of a dragon. And at this moment, suddenly, there was the sound of a slap. "Sire Shenlang, long time no see. How have you been?" Note, many brothers have asked me if I have any manuscripts, but I really don't. Over the past few days, I've been editing manuscripts for more than 10 hours every day. I've checked and revised the entire book 3 or 4 times, and I've slept no more than 4 hours every day. I'm exhausted and have no time to write. After the book was restored, I've been updating about 15,000 pages every day. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes to make up for my broken heart. Please. It had been a long time since he had last heard this voice. It had been more than 4 years. Moreover, this person could be said to be unforgettable. Although she did not have much contact with Shenlang, she had personally stabbed Shenlang with a knife at a critical moment. Her hatred for Shenlang was completely on par with Ning Han's. This woman was naturally Princess Ji Xian. She represented the Great Yan Empire in negotiations with the 6 transcendent powers. For years ago, Shenlang had used himself as the source of infection, causing her and Ning Han to be infected with the Black Death. Although she had been injected with penicillin at the last moment to save their lives, she and Ning Han had also been infected with all sorts of viruses. After that, she had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Back then, Jiangli had been extremely arrogant. He had claimed that he would let his son marry all the princesses in the world. According to tradition, the Ji clan and Jiang clan had been connected by marriage for generations. Therefore, Princess Ji Xian should still be Shenlang's wife. Sister Ji Xian, long time no see. It must have been 4 years. I've missed you so much. Shenlang's eyes were brimming with tears. Sister Xian, how have you been all these years? Thanks to you, I've been very well, Princess Ji Xian said. As Princess Ji Xian's voice fell, figures appeared one after another. 5, 10, 20, 30, forget it. Shenlang did not bother counting. There were simply too many of them. They were all special warriors wearing ancient armor, and all of them were at least grandmasters. There were hundreds of thousands of ancient human fossils in the plaza. It was very normal for dozens or even hundreds of people to be hiding. Over 100 grandmasters surrounded Shenlang and Chou Yaoer. Should this be called having no path to heaven, and no door to hell? However, Shenlang did not seem to feel anything. He was still full of enthusiasm as he said, Sister Xian, where have you been all these years? I heard you went to White Jade Jing. Is that true? It's true, Princess Ji Xian said. Shenlang said, have you seen my grandfather? Is he well? I miss him so much. Is he still in good health? How much food can he eat every day? Don't you have any shame? I don't even know if your mother is a princess of the White Jade capital. Even if she is, she doesn't want to acknowledge your identity. Didn't you see that the White Jade capital always draws a line between you and her? Princess Xian finally ignored him and slowly walked out. After staying in the White Jade Jing for 4 years, she had become like the White Jade Jing. Her body was snow white, her face was snow white, and her hair was azure. After not seeing her for 4 years, she had become even more beautiful, as if she was competing with Princess Ninghan for beauty. She wanted to stand at the top of the beauty pyramid. Her eyes, in particular, seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. When she looked at people, her gaze seemed to have a tangible form, causing people to tremble violently. Also, her figure was as if it had been painted by a master, forcibly adding a mysterious beauty to it. King enough. Princess Xian said, I don't care about the matters between you and Stupa Mountain. I also don't care about the matters between you and Yinguang. However, hand over the sword in this stone coffin. I don't care about you and Stupa Mountain. I don't care about you and Yinguang. But you have to hand over the sword in the coffin. Sister Xian, it's just an ordinary golden treasured sword. It only weighs a few hundred catties. Shen Lang said, You're the princess of the great Yan Empire. Do you really lack money? King said Princess Xian. Don't make me say it a third time. After saying that, Princess Xian suddenly pulled out her sword. In an instant, her dress turned from white to blue. At the same time, her entire body seemed to be glowing, especially her 2 eyes, which blossomed with light like twinkling stars. This was not a description, it really happened. Chou Yaoer is no match for me. Don't give up hope for her, Princess Xian said. Moreover, Xian was not the only one present. She had brought over 100 grandmasters with her. I will count to 3. If you don't hand over the sword, we will attack. If we hurt you or kill Chou Yaoer, don't blame me for being merciless, Princess Xian said. Shen Lang looked at the sword in his hand with reluctance. It was very likely to be the dragon sword. Even the ancient kings held it in their hands when they were buried. Without it, how could Shen Lang defeat Ying Wuming? If he did not defeat Ying Wuming, how could he resolve the situation? 1. Shen Lang said, Sister Xian'er, good sister, this sword isn't precious at all. It's just an ordinary golden sword. It's true, it's true. You know that I'm a person who doesn't know how to lie. You won't be able to find anyone more honest than me in this world. No one cared about his words. Shen Lang, you even told Jean Mulan every day that you were the most virtuous man in the world. In the end, you were caught by Mulan more than 4 or 5 times. 2. Shen Lang said, Sister Xian'er, how about we make a deal? An earth-shattering deal. As Shen Lang spoke, he sighed in his heart. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He did not expect Princess Xian to be waiting for him here. What did this mean? It meant that Shen Lang and Stupa Mountain's tricks were all seen by the Yan capital. Not only that, it also meant that the great Yan Empire had long discovered this ancient plaza and this sarcophagus, but they did not seem to have opened it. There was even another piece of information. On the west side of the ancient plaza, after passing through a long passageway, one would reach an abyss. There were countless huge caves there. Shen Lang found that these caves all had large-scale movements. At that time, he was very shocked. Who else had come to that abyss? And who had taken away countless ultrasonic flying beasts? Now, the mystery seemed to be solved. However, he did not know how many ultrasonic flying beasts the Great Yan Empire or the White Jade capital had taken away. Also, why did Da Chao stay behind? They came from the entrance of the abyss, which was not an energy whirlpool but a huge door. They had the authority to open this door. 3. Princess Xian's countdown ended. If Shen Lang did not hand over the dragon sword in his hand, she would forcefully snatch it and kill him. Sect leader Ren, stop watching the show and don't try to reap the benefits from the third party. Shen Lang suddenly shouted, this is close to the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea region. How can we allow others to sleep soundly next to our bed? Xian brought hundreds of grandmasters to invade your territory. Are you going to remain indifferent? The entire ancient plaza was silent. Shen Lang said, Sect leader Ren, are you going to let the people of Yan capital walk all over your neck and shit on you? As an outsider, I can't stand it anymore. Damn it. Just an hour ago, you and sect leader Ren were fighting to the death. Now, you are trying your best to sow discord. In the next second, dozens, hundreds of figures flashed and appeared in the ancient plaza. This was the first time he saw this place. Previously, he was separated by 2 energy whirlpools and could not enter at all. Sure enough, it was sect leader Ren from Stupa Mountain. He brought hundreds of special warriors in. Xianxia said, "Sect leader Ren is indeed formidable. Wanting to escape from your hands is indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven." Sect leader Ren said, "Don't stand on ceremony, Sir Xianxia. I almost let you escape too. You destroyed a large part of my ancient ruins. Do you feel good?" "No, I don't feel good at all." "Really?" Xianxia said sorrowfully, "This is the common treasure of the entire human race. It represents the ancient civilization of the entire human race. You must believe me. My heart was bleeding when I destroyed it. Although we have different standpoints in certain aspects, we are all the same when it comes to protecting the ancient ruins." Once again, the entire plaza was dead silent. It was too easy to end a conversation with a shameless person like Xianxia. This person was really too shameless. "How many ancient ruins have you destroyed in the past month? Now, you are actually talking about protecting the ancient civilization and the ancient ruins?" Xianxia said, "Sect leader Ren, we belong to the south. The Great Yan Empire belongs to the north. Now, Princess Xian actually came to the south to act like a tyrant. Even if you can tolerate it, I can't. How about we join forces and eliminate her?" Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren looked at Xianxia quietly and didn't say a word. "Why? Why can't I get a response to such a good suggestion?" Xianxia immediately looked at Xian and said, "Sister Xian, you are my fiancée. This Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren and I have a deep hatred for each other. This person is extremely despicable. Do you know that your aunt, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire? After marrying sect leader Ren, she was actually turned into a walking corpse by this bastard. She was such a noble and beautiful person, but he actually destroyed her consciousness. You might be able to tolerate such a cruel and inhumane thing, but I can't. She's not only your aunt, she's also my aunt. Why don't we join forces and eliminate this bastard, sect leader Ren?" Everyone looked at Xianxia again. Do you think we don't exist? Where did you learn to be so fickle?" Xian turned a deaf ear to him. "I have such a good suggestion, but you don't even respond to it." Xianxia looked at the hundreds of grandmasters that Xian had brought. Each of them was dressed in white robes that looked like snow. "Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunties, are you all experts from the White Jade Capital?" Xianxia asked. "I am the grandson of the White Jade Capital's ruler. We are all on the same side. Don't help Princess Xian just because she stayed in the White Jade Capital for 4 years. The Great Yan Empire does all kinds of evil. Don't help them. Is my grandfather well? I miss him so much. Is his body still strong and healthy? Does he eat a lot? Every time I think of him, I can't sleep at night." Finally, one of Princess Xian's subordinates couldn't help but say, "We are from the Great Yan Empire." "Huh? Not from the White Jade Capital? That would be too embarrassing." Next, the hundreds of people from both sides quietly watched Xianxia's performance. "Are you out of tricks? Jump, let's see how you can jump now." Xianxia looked at Qiu Yao and said, "Sister Yao what should we do?" Qiu Yao said, "I don't know." Xianxia looked at Princess Xian and said, "Sister Xian, if I give you the dragon sword, can you protect me and leave?" "No," Princess Xian said. "Why?" Xianxia said, "The Great Yan Empire should protect me and let me fight with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain until both sides die. You can just sit back and watch the tigers fight." "No reason." Princess Xian said, "If you can't even escape from this situation, what right do you have to fight with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain?" Xianxia raised the sword in his hand and said, "Get out of the way first. Don't let me destroy it. I'm really going to destroy it." Why does this scene seem so familiar? Back then, the mirror also claimed to destroy the dragon egg. "Do as you please," Xian said. Shen Lang raised the golden sword in his hand and smashed it at the stone coffin, stomping on it. In the end, the sword was undamaged. Shen Lang handed it to Chou Yaoer and said, You break it. Chou Yaoer took it. Throw it to sect leader Ren. Shen Lang roared. Chou Yaoer violently threw the golden sword in her hand, using all her strength to do so. Whoosh, in an instant, the golden sword drew a dazzling arc in the air, flying at a speed of 200 to 300 meters per second towards Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Princess Xian was too far away, and the dozens of experts under her command all leapt up, wanting to stop them in the air. But it was too late. Chou Yaoer's martial arts were too high. Her throwing speed was too fast, and the height was too high, directly exceeding the range of the ancient armor. Stupa Mountain sect master Ren couldn't help but be startled. He wanted Shen Lang, not this so-called dragon sword. But Xian actually brought over 100 people to stop this sword. It was obviously extremely precious. How could he miss this supreme treasure? Immediately, he and his subordinates leaped into the air to catch the sword. At the same time, Princess Xian and the 100 experts rushed towards sect leader Ren like lightning. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Shen Lang and Chou Yaoer dove into the ancient king's stone coffin. Rumble. In the next second, the lid of the sarcophagus directly closed. The stone coffin was very big, more than enough to hold Shen Lang and Chou Yaoer. It was even more than enough to hold the ancient king's corpse. In the end, it was Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren who caught the sword. Princess Xian and her subordinates immediately stopped. She extended her hand towards sect leader Ren and said, Please give it to me, thank you. She did not make any threats, but no threat was the greatest threat. One had to know that Yan Jing had just demonstrated an ultra-long-range strategic attack. Sect leader Ren was silent for a moment. Princess Xian, this sword may be very precious, but I want Shen Lang. You can't stop me. Alright, Princess Xian said, as long as you give me the sword. Sect leader Ren said, Shen Lang has already hidden in the stone coffin. You can't open it, and neither can we. He knew that Xian definitely couldn't open it. Otherwise, why would she lie in ambush here? Princess Xian said, That's right, I can't open it, but can the sword in your hand? Sect leader Ren said, Directly split it open? Princess Xian said, Yes, directly split it open. The stone coffin looked like it was made of rock, but it wasn't. It was made of an ancient special material that was completely indestructible. Princess Xian tried all kinds of methods but couldn't open it. Even the most violent methods were useless. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren hesitated for a long time. Princess Xian said, Sect leader Ren, greed is necessary, but it is more important to know what you want. Sect leader Ren said, Then what do you want? What does Yan Jing want? Why don't you have any intention of killing Shen Lang now? Princess Xian said, We naturally have our own reasons for not killing Shen Lang. Sect leader Ren said, It's not just to watch the tigers fight, right? Princess Xian said, Of course not, there is a more important reason. As for what the reason was, Princess Xian definitely wouldn't say. Sect leader Ren said, Then how about we make a deal? Xian said, Using Shen Lang to exchange for this sword, right? Of course. Sect leader Ren said, Then please leave the vicinity of the stone coffin. I will split this stone coffin open and capture Shen Lang. Then, I will give this sword to you. Sure. Xian said, Retreat 100 steps. Following her order, the hundreds of experts under her command all retreated 100 steps. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren stepped forward and held the sword in his hand. It looked really ordinary, just a golden sword. It was slightly more gorgeous, but in their eyes, gorgeous was the most useless color. Battle blade. Sect leader Ren said. The special forces warrior at the side handed over an ancient nightmare stone battle blade. This weapon was indestructible, and the moment it slashed, it could release a high temperature of over 10,000 degrees. It could cut through armor like mud. Bang! Sect leader Ren waved the ancient battle blade and slashed down fiercely. Pa! There was a loud sound as if a bolt of blue lightning had struck the surface of the stone coffin. The ancient battle blade in his hand broke into pieces. However, there was only a scorch mark on the surface of the stone coffin, and it was unscathed. It was indeed awesome. Following which, sect leader Ren threw away the ancient battle blade in his hand, gripped the golden sword tightly, and slashed down fiercely. Bang! There was a loud sound. The previously indestructible stone coffin's cover was directly slashed into two. It was completely effortless. It was unbelievable that there was actually such a powerful sword in this world, and it actually looked like it was forged from ordinary gold. Luckily, sect leader Ren stopped in time. If not, the entire ancient stone coffin and the person inside would have been slashed into two. Sect leader Ren's gaze landed on this golden sword for a few seconds. Was it really an ancient treasure? Was he going to hand it over to Xian just like that? Princess Xian said coldly. Sect leader Ren, you won't go back on what you promised, right? Sect leader Ren replied, of course not. Following which, his gaze landed on the crack on the stone coffin's cover. Xianlang, no matter how crafty you are, you still can't escape from the palm of my hand. Open it. Sect leader Ren commanded. Immediately, two special force warriors stepped forward and forcefully opened the broken stone coffin's cover. Following which, a few hundred men surrounded the stone coffin. Xianlang was trash, so it wasn't scary. However, Chou Yaoer was a top-notch expert, so they had to guard against her sneak attacks. However, in the next second, everyone looked at the empty coffin in astonishment. Where did Xianlang go? He and Chou Yaoer had clearly entered the stone coffin just now, so why wasn't there even a shadow of him now? This was a ghost. Even Princess Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Just now, everyone had clearly seen Xianlang enter the coffin under the watchful eyes of everyone. Was this some kind of magic trick? Not only had Xianlang and Chou Yaoer disappeared, even the ancient king's corpse had disappeared. Was there a secret passage under the stone coffin? Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren waved the golden sword in his hand continuously and very quickly. The entire stone coffin was broken. He didn't see any underground secret passage. Below the coffin was the ground, and there was no gap. He continued to wave the golden sword in his hand desperately. After digging down for a full 10 meters, he still couldn't find any secret passage. Moreover, the ground 10 meters below had already become very strange. It wasn't hard at all, but when any weapon hit it, it didn't have any reaction, nor did it break. Instead, it just bounced off. Order the Hell Army and Special Forces to go out from the King Kong Peak ruins and search every inch of the sea. Yes. Following which, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren, Princess Xian, and a few hundred others began to search. After a full half an hour, they found nothing. Below the coffin was an incomparably sturdy ground. There were no mechanisms, no secret passages, and no entrance. Then where did Xianlang go? Did he see a ghost? Did he fly into the sky or burrow into the ground? There's no need to search. Princess Xian said, Xianlang has already escaped. I can't sense his aura at all. Escaped again. The few hundred people on Stupa Mountain were almost going crazy. This Xianlang could really run. He could escape in front of a few hundred people and disappear without a trace. In fact, it gave off a feeling that unless Xianlang deliberately allowed himself to be captured, it would be impossible for him to be captured. He really was like a ghost. Princess Xian looked at sect leader Ren and her gaze landed on the golden sword in his hand. Sect leader Ren, will you return this sword to me? Xian asked. What do you think? Sect leader Ren said. Previously, he promised that if he caught Xianlang, Xian would get the sword. Now that Xianlang was missing, how could he give this sword to Xian? This was an ancient utmost treasure. Princess Xian looked at sect leader Ren for a long time and said slowly, goodbye. She still didn't sound any danger and directly left with a few hundred people. Next, sect leader Ren brought a few hundred people to explore every corner of the ancient plaza and every passage, but they didn't find anything. It was as if Xianlang had really flown into the sky and burrowed into the ground. Continue to guard here and don't leave even half a step. Once Xianlang appears, immediately attack, sect leader Ren said. Yes, the 100 special warriors replied. Sect leader Ren left with the remaining few hundred people and returned to the ancient ruins in the southern sea region. They were in a terrible state there. Xianlang could run away, but the temple couldn't. He had to return to New Tiao City eventually. Next, Ing Wuming's army would directly attack the capital of the state of Yu and wipe out the imperial court of the state of Yu and the Ning clan royal family. As the ruler of Great Qian, wouldn't Shenlang appear? Watch helplessly as the capital of the state of Yu was destroyed. Absolutely impossible. If he was so cold-hearted, he wouldn't have risked his life to save Prince Jin. Although he didn't capture Shenlang, he obtained a golden sword, the sword of the ancient king. Ji Xian and Shenlang traveled thousands of miles for it. It was definitely an ancient treasure. Then where did Shenlang go? Did he really fly into the sky and burrow into the ground? Almost. After entering the stone coffin of the ancient king, Shenlang originally planned to detonate the ancient energy core here. Even if he couldn't kill the few hundred enemies, he could at least scare them away. This was because the ancient ruins in the ancient plaza were huge and supplied the entire ruins with energy. Moreover, the control center was inside this stone coffin. But after Shenlang lay down, he discovered that there was not only the option to detonate the energy core, but also a nightmare stone with 3 words written on it, Yin Yang Road. What the hell was this? It sounded very bizarre. Almost instinctively, he pressed the Yin Yang Road button. So. Then, his entire body seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss. His speed was extremely fast. He first fell, then moved forward, and quickly traveled in an unknown direction. Shenlang had the ancient king's ring on, which could withstand extremely high speeds, but this speed was simply too fast. This time, he really felt like he was traveling through space. It really felt like the Yin Yang Road. That feeling was too strange and mysterious. At this time, he felt like a very long time had passed, but also like it was only an instant. In order to protect him, the ancient king's ring made him fall into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Shenlang woke up and opened his eyes. What the hell, where is this? How far have we gone? How long have I been unconscious for? After a long time, Shenlang finally regained his vision and found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. This was no longer the ancient plaza. At this time, Zhou Yaoer was meditating beside him. How long have I been unconscious? Shenlang asked. 3 days and 3 nights, Zhou Yaoer said. The ancient king's ring can protect you from harm, but there is a price. My spiritual energy, Shenlang said. Therefore, once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he immediately fell into a coma. Then, to Shenlang's surprise, the surrounding environment was somewhat familiar. Yes, it was both familiar and unfamiliar. Unfamiliar because he had never been here before. Familiar because the energy aura and the architectural style were very familiar. Yes, the ancient ruins that Prince Jin was in the Sand Barbaric tribe's 10,000 Snakes Cave. It was actually connected to the ancient ruins at the foot of King Kong Peak, Shenlang said. After we passed under the stone coffin, how far did you take me? More than 2,000 kilometers, Zhou Yaoer said. Yes, this was the ancient ruins that Prince Jin was in the 10,000 Snakes Cave. After Prince Jin went south, this place was occupied by the Horizon Sea Pavilion. After that, the Horizon Sea Pavilion completely withdrew from the state of Yu, and this place was occupied by Stupa Mountain. However, this ancient ruins was very small. Everything that could be developed had already been developed, and almost everything had been taken away. However, the place that Shenlang was currently in did not seem to have any traces of development. There is a chest here. It should have been left for you by Emperor Jiangli, Zhou Yaoer said. Shenlang was stunned. How could this be possible? When he took a closer look, the words on the chest were clearly written, "Those who are not my disciple are not allowed to open it." Jiangli. Moreover, Shenlang was shocked to find that this chest was very similar to the ancient treasure chest that the Great Yan Empire had asked him to open. Yes, it was very similar, but not exactly the same. Previously, Prince Jin had said that the prime number question at the entrance of the ancient ruins was extremely difficult, and he could not solve it at all. However, when he arrived here, the answer was already written on the chest. Emperor Jiangli had already explored this place and classified many precious ancient books. He had even deciphered many of them. From then on, Prince Jin regarded himself as Emperor Jiangli's disciple. Who would have thought that Emperor Jiangli's treasure chest would be left here, and that only his disciple could open it? What was inside must be extremely valuable. What could it be? Could it be a real dragon egg? Or even more exaggerated, note, the second update has been sent, and the update has been completed at 15,000. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. I will kowtow and thank you, please. Thank you, Daoha of Lanshan, handsome little star, pig-riding tiger for tens of thousands of coins. Thank you, I am Xiaolong, peak great ascension stage magician, Wu Ji Ri, master 1 Piao, Ran Rui, Tai Hu for tens of thousands of coins. Shen Lang examined the box carefully. It looked exactly the same as the one given to him by the Great Yan Empire. It looked like a complete cube without any gaps. It was about 1 cubic meter in size, but the two boxes were different in color. Of course, Shen Lang still did not know what the Great Yan Empire wanted him to do with the box. However, there was a problem. Why did Emperor Jiangli place the box here? Did he know that his descendants would come? This kind of thing was completely unpredictable. Or was there some other connection? Then how could he open the box? There was no place to enter the password. Shen Lang's gaze fell on the words, only my successor can open it. Jiangli. There was a depression below the word open. If there was a mechanism, it should be here. Shen Lang placed his finger on the depression. Could it be a fingerprint lock? It couldn't be that advanced. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his finger, as if he had been bitten. It was not as if he had been bitten. It was a very long and slender creature. It should be a type of snake. An ancient snake, this fit the characteristics of this place. This ancient relic was hidden by the 10,000 Snakes Cave, and there were countless snakes here. After biting Shen Lang and sucking his blood, there was a movement inside the box. It was as if an ancient snake was swimming inside. Suddenly, he felt as if the box was being unlocked from the inside. F*CK, isn't this too advanced? Living body lock, using the ancient snake to test the bloodline, and if the blood matched, it would open the box from the inside. If the blood did not match, then the person who was bitten would probably be poisoned to death. Very quickly, a crack appeared in the box. Let me do it, Qiu Yaoer said. She was afraid that there might be some mechanism inside that would harm Shen Lang, so she walked up to open the box. In the end, it was empty. Where was the treasure? The dragon egg? Why was there nothing? It was a 1 cubic meter box, and there was nothing inside. Was this appropriate? However, Shen Lang quickly found a letter inside. The envelope was blank, and there was nothing like "for my son." Shen Lang opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. Jiang Li's handwriting appeared. He had seen Jiang Li's personal letter. In the underground tomb of the Queen City of the West Luan dynasty, he had obtained a handwritten book. It was originally left by Jiang Li for his elder sister, Princess Helen. At that time, Jiang Li's words were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Every word was filled with arrogance and sword chi, as if they were about to fly out from the paper. On the other hand, the handwriting on the letter in front of him was much more restrained and even seemed to be a little tired. Although it was still his handwriting, the words on the letter were no longer floating up but sinking down. After a long while, Shen Lang finally collected his surging thoughts and looked at the contents. Child, I don't know if you're a man or a woman. I don't even know if you exist, but if you see this letter, it means that I've already failed and am no longer in this world. When he read the first paragraph, Shen Lang's heart could not help but twitch slightly. In everyone's impression, Jiang Li was high-spirited and filled with absolute confidence in victory. However, from this letter, it could be seen that he seemed to have some sort of foresight of his tragic fate. If you did not inherit my business, and lived your life peacefully as an ordinary person, that would be great. However, if you see this letter, it means that you've already walked on my path. As your father, I really want to summarize and tell you how to walk towards success, and how to avoid failure. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he could not write even half a sentence. If a person manages a small business, they often do not know how to succeed. If they fail, they do not know how to fail. Jiang Li's words had spoken a myriad of truths. This world was often like this. The success of a small business was often due to a gust of wind. When the wind came, even pigs could fly. When the wind left, even kites would fall. However, what we are undertaking is a big business, the biggest business in this world. If I fail, it can only mean one thing, and that is that my destiny has not arrived. Most of my plans will only bear fruit after a few decades. However, my enemies may not give me a few decades. Just this sentence alone made Xianxia want to curse. How many strategies did Jiangli plan decades ago? How many? In the end, they all benefited the great Yan Empire and the other transcendent powers. Perhaps not all of these plans will fall into your hands. However, as your father, I have left you the greatest inheritance. This inheritance surpasses everything that I have, and even surpasses the entire great Qian Empire. Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Such an amazing inheritance? What exactly was it? Was there anything more precious than the entire great Qian Empire in this world? Of course there was. To Xianxia, an empire did not have much value. His mission was to avenge the world and defeat the great Yan Empire. As long as it could help him achieve this goal, it would be the most precious thing. As your father, I have a shadow. His name is Ghost Noon. He is always hiding in the shadows. He has been protecting me since I was born. He is almost inseparable. Ghost Noon. Xianxia had never heard of this person. To a certain extent, Shuiyin could be considered as Jiangli's direct descendant. However, Xianxia had never heard her mention Ghost Noon. As your father, I asked Ghost Noon to bring that most precious inheritance away from the east and to the west. This object is the key to defeating the great Yan Empire. When you grow up, this object will also grow up and become a strategic weapon. This object can grow up? And a strategic weapon at that, what could it be? The first thing that came to Xianxia's mind was a dragon. This was because the dragon egg had left a deep impression on him. When the blazing dragon comet crashed into the ground, it left behind a narrow crater. The scale indentations really did look like a dragon egg. Xianxia boldly imagined that if Jiangli had really obtained the dragon egg back then and had already hatched it, how would he feel then? Time waits for no man. Even a newly hatched dragon would not have much combat power. It would need at least a few decades to grow. However, his enemies might not give Jiangli that much time. The final battle between him and the great Yan Empire was about to begin. Therefore, Jiangli sighed deeply. His destiny had yet to arrive. However, if Jiangli's most precious inheritance was really a dragon, then it would be truly heaven-defying. It would indeed be the true strategic weapon to defeat the great Yan Empire. Ghost Noon is in the fiery flame city in the west. My son, you can look for him and obtain my inheritance. Remember, before you obtain my inheritance, you must not fight against the great Yan Empire. Remember, remember. Fiery Flame City. Xianxia had been in the west for a long time, but he had never heard of Fiery Flame City. Finally, if I die, you must not investigate the cause of my death. Do not think about avenging me, and do not look for the so-called murderer. Remember, remember. In the end, I could not help but imagine your appearance in my mind. These were the last words of the letter. This was not just a letter. It could be considered as Jiangli's will. He did not want to reveal any of his emotions, but in the end, he could not hold it in. Xianxia stared blankly at the last words for a long time. After reading this letter, Xianxia only felt one emotion. Pessimism, despair, but also a hint of hope. Jiangli seemed to have foreseen his own failure, and even death. Moreover, he was completely unsure whether his son could be born or not, and whether he could survive. In this will, he tried his best to suppress all his emotions. This was not his personality, but rather, he did not want Xianxia to see any clues and guess some secrets, such as the secret of Jiangli's sudden death. Moreover, in this letter, he did not mention the location of the fiery flame city in the west, nor did he mention how to find Ghost Noon. He did not even mention what his most precious inheritance was. What did this prove? It proved that he did not dare to guarantee that this letter would definitely fall into Xianxia's hands, so he did not dare to speak too clearly. It was clear that Jiangli's situation at that time was already very pessimistic. However, in the eyes of the world, Jiangli was invincible. If not for his sudden death, he would have already achieved complete victory. He would have even defeated and destroyed the great Yan Empire. Just what was the reason? Why was he so pessimistic? Xianxia read the letter again and again, shining it against the light to see if there were any hidden lines or other clues. In the end, there were none. This was the entirety of the letter. Shen Lang scanned it again and again, scanning it in all directions and recording it in his brain. About a few minutes later, the letter suddenly combusted, and there was no way to stop it. In almost an instant, the entire letter was completely reduced to ashes. Shen Lang was stunned for a long time, not making a sound. Suddenly, Chou Yaoer said, "Why did Zhongli guess that you would come here?" Shen Lang shook his head. There were some details that he did not want to touch or think too deeply about, because the truth was like a ferocious beast. However, there was one thing that Shen Lang really wanted to know. How many copies of this letter were there? Was it just one copy, or were there many copies? Could it be that there was a chest in the most hidden depths of the ancient ruins that Zhongli had visited? Could it be that as long as Shen Lang went to one of them, he would be able to see this? Western World, Fiery Flame City, Phantom Noon. Dragon? These keywords appeared in Shen Lang's mind, but no matter what, he could not go to the Western World right now. He had not even destroyed Stupa Mountain and Yinguang, let alone the Great Yan Empire. There was also a very important point. Why did Jiang Li's will not mention the White Jade Capital at all? This was clearly not normal. The White Jade Capital was extremely important to Jiang Li. Shen Lang lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Everything here was carved out of ancient rocks, and there were all kinds of snakes. Putting aside the 10,000 Snakes Cave, the temple in the Vajra Peak also worshipped a man with a human face and a snake's body. It was very strange. The dragon sword has fallen into sect head Ren's hands. What should we do? Chou Yaoer asked. Shen Lang shook his head and said, "No, that is not the dragon's sword." No? Chou Yaoer said, "But it is very mysterious, and it fits all the characteristics of the dragon sword." Indeed, the dragon heart was installed on the body of the traitor of the ancient empire, the Jiang dynasty. Moreover, it was clearly written that the traitor was from the Jiang dynasty. However, Shen Lang had clearly seen the clothes on the two monarchs' bodies and the crowns on their heads clearly from the temple in the ancient ruins of the Vajra Peak and the stone coffin in the ancient plaza. Everything proved that they were monarchs and not emperors. What did this prove? That they lost the throne, because of the greatest traitor, the ancient Jiang clan, lost the throne, but without a doubt, these three people were all from the ancient Jiang clan. The traitor was from the earliest era, followed by the ancient king in the stone coffin, and finally the ancient king kneeling on the ground in the temple. Shen Lang boldly guessed that these three people were from 3 generations. The dragon heart was installed on the body of the traitor of the Jiang clan, and the ancient king's ring was in the hands of the last king of the Jiang clan. Then, the dragon sword should be on the body of the king in the stone coffin, and when he was buried, he was holding the sword with both hands. So, no matter what, the sword should be the dragon sword, but Shen Lang actually said it wasn't. The dragon sword is only my guess. Shen Lang said, "I can feel that there are 3 pieces in this set of equipment, and there must be another weapon. But whether it is a sword, a saber, or something else, is completely unknown. I can only be sure if it is in my hands, but the golden sword is definitely not it. I knew it when I held it. Although it is very precious, it is not the dragon sword." At this time, Shen Lang really felt that time waited for no man. He really wanted to have enough time to develop. Just like the old saying, develop slowly and don't be reckless. But the enemy wouldn't give you this time. This time Yinguang and Stupa Mountain suffered such a big loss. Not only did they not catch Shen Lang, but they also let Prince Jin and tens of thousands of people escape. Even the southern sea domain's ancient ruins collapsed, and there were countless casualties. What would they do? Of course, it was revenge, the cruelest revenge. Ying Wuming's army was currently at the northern border of Chu. What about you? You could directly kill your way into Chu and destroy the royal capital. But among the 3 countries, the state of Yu had the closest relationship with Shen Lang. If they wanted revenge, they could only give Shen Lang the most painful blow by destroying the state of Yu's royal capital. Let's go. Let's quickly leave this place. Shen Lang said, "If nothing unexpected happens, Ying Wuming's army has already headed south to carry out the craziest revenge against us." This was the deepest stone room in the 10,000 Snakes Cave. It should be a tomb. That was because Shen Lang saw a stone coffin. However, it was completely empty. If he guessed correctly, this should be the tomb of an emperor of the ancient Jiang royal family. But why was there no corpse inside? But if that was the case, then it wasn't a coincidence that Jiangli had left his will here. Because Xianlang was also a descendant of the Jiang royal family, it seemed normal to find his ancestor's tomb. This sarcophagus was completely empty, but there was a corpse inside. It was the corpse of the primordial king from the primordial plaza's sarcophagus. When Xianlang had activated the Yin-Yang Road Nightmare Stones button, this corpse had followed him here. Following that, Chou Yaoer had brought him along the primordial king's special passageway for over 2,000 kilometers before arriving here. Moreover, the corpse was still very lifelike, without any signs of decay. Put him in this big box, Xianlang said. Chou Yaoer put the corpse of the ancient Jiang royal family into the box. Next, Xianlang studied the tomb, planning on how to open it and leave. The tomb wasn't very big, only 100 square meters. The walls and floor were covered with reliefs of a man with a human face and a snake's body. This should be the totem worshipped by the ancient Jiang royal family. But there were no mechanisms, no entrances or exits. It was really strange. There were no nightmare stone buttons, no palm prints, nothing at all. How could he open it? How could he leave? Next, Xianlang studied it for a long time, even looking for the holes and eyes on every relief, but to no avail. Was he trapped here? That was impossible. Emperor Jiangli had entered and exited this place before. At that moment, a snow-white snake swam over. So familiar. It swam in front of Xianlang, raised its head, and looked him in the eye. It was still the Snake King from the 10,000 Snake Cave. It was even filled with mysterious colors, with a flesh crown on its head and a snow-white body. In the darkness, it even shone with light and a strong energy aura. Xianlang clearly remembered that the Snake King had left immediately after seeing Xianlang. Then, the hundreds of thousands of snakes had also left like a tide. They had an attitude of keeping a respectful distance from him. What about now? Long time no see, Xianlang said, then reached out to touch its neck. The Snake King was very arrogant. It dodged at lightning speed, but after a moment, it stopped again, allowing Xianlang to touch its neck. Xianlang sensed that its gaze had landed on his finger, on the ancient king's ring. How have you been all these years? How have your people been? Xianlang asked. Because this ancient relic had been occupied by the Sky Sea Pavilion and then looted by Stupa Mountain, he did not know if these hundreds of thousands of poisonous snakes had been harmed. The Snake King didn't respond to him. After being touched by Xianlang, it slithered away like a bolt of lightning and drilled into a hole. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of snakes of all kinds of colors appeared. They kept slithering inside the walls. Kacha, kacha, bang, 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 it was like the sound of countless locks being pushed open. Xianlang was completely stupefied. He did not think that the ancient tomb of the Jiang dynasty was not opened by the Nightmare Stone, but by the 10,000 snake key. The thousands of snakes were the key itself. Only when they felt the people of the Jiang dynasty would they open this place. After a moment, rumble 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 with a rumble, a door in front slowly opened. In front of them was a river, an underground river. Within the 10,000 snake cave, there was an underground river, but the river water did not flow into the ancient tomb. The Snow-White Snake King came out of the hole, and led the way into the underground river. Chou Yaoer carried the big chest on her left and held Xianlang in her right as she followed behind the Snake King. Rumble 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 the tomb door behind them slowly closed. Under the lead of the Snake King, Chou Yaoer brought Xianlang upstream in the underground river. Originally, Xianlang was worried that they would encounter the warriors of Stupa Mountain. However, he dispelled this worry later on. This was because the Snake King had swum for a very long time in the underground river. It had been more than 6 hours. With such a fast speed, they had already swum 100 to 200 kilometers. They had long left the range of the ancient ruins. Finally, the Snake King in front stopped. The underground river in front of them had already reached its end, and a door blocked the way. Xianlang saw another spectacle. The door seemed to be airtight, but water kept seeping out. On the door, there was also a human-faced snake carving. It was exactly the same as the carving in the temple in the Vajra Peak ancient ruins. The Snake King drilled into the hole of the door and started to swim inside. Asterisk kacha kacha, asterisk once again, the lock inside the door was activated. After a moment, the door opened. Outside was a normal river, and they could return to the surface. Xianlang looked at the Snake King and waved. Goodbye. The Snake King glanced at Xianlang, then the stone door slowly closed. It quickly swam back to the 10,000 Snakes cave. It turned out that the Snake King was the guardian of the ancient Jiang clan tomb. Its family had been guarding this tomb for generations. They rushed out of the river and returned to the surface. This was the northern part of the Sand Barbaric tribe, where Zhu Hongshua's fire had last burned. South of this line, all of the primordial forests had been burned. North of this line, all of the forests had survived. Chou Yaoer carried Xianlang as she sprinted. Her speed was too shocking, faster than any steeds. She could reach 300 to 400 miles per hour, and she was completely relying on her bloodline power, not inner force. She seemed to not know fatigue. In just a day, the two left the Sand Barbaric tribe's territory and entered the southern kingdom. After another half a day, the two entered the state of Yu's Tiannan province. After another half a day, Xianlang and Chou Yaoer had already returned to the Marquis Xuanwu residence. Greetings, Your Majesty, greetings, Your Majesty, hundreds of warriors knelt down neatly. Although this used to be his home, ever since Xianlang had returned, he had never stayed here. Jin Zhua and his wife, as well as Jin Muzong, had also never stayed here. Most of the time, they were in Raging Tide City. Because Mulan was not here, this former home did not feel like a home. In order to avoid being reminded of the past, no one was willing to stay here. Your Majesty, the Blackwater platform has an urgent report. Ying Wuming's army of hundreds of thousands has already entered the Chu kingdom. However, they did not attack the Chu kingdom's capital. Instead, they are heading east. If I am not wrong, his target should be the state of Yu's capital. Wu Chuiyue and the Deqian Empire both had the Blackwater platform, and their intelligence was almost the same. As soon as Xianlang returned to the Marquis Xuanwu residence, he immediately sent a special warrior riding a snow eagle to Raging Tide City to deliver the news. Because of the lack of time, Xianlang could not even return to Raging Tide City. This decree is for Prince Jin. Sha Jin is conferred the title of King of Danan, the Prime Minister of the Deqian Empire, and is in charge of internal affairs. Sunan is conferred the title of Deputy Secretary of the Deqian Empire's Bureau of Military Affairs. He will train the new army together with Lan Dao and Lan Feng. This is a secret letter for Shuayin. You must hand it to her personally. Tell Da Chao to come to the Marquis Xuanwu residence as soon as possible. Xianlang wrote a decree and stored it in the nightmare stone box before handing it over to the special warrior. Yes. This special force warrior of the Great Qian Empire immediately rode on a snow eagle and flew towards the Raging Tidewater City. A few hours later, a dozen black figures flew over the Marquis Xuanwu residence. Leading them was a supersonic flying beast. It directly swooped down and landed beside Xianlang. A moment later, a dozen snow eagles landed. Riding on them were more than 30 special warriors wearing ancient equipment. Send 10 people to escort this box back to Raging Tide City and hide it under the castle. Xianlang ordered. Yes. The 10 Grandmaster experts took off once again and flew towards Raging Tide City with the huge box. Xianlang did not stop either. He and Chou Yaoer rode on Da Chao and flew high into the sky. Full speed ahead. Our destination is Tianyue City. Following his order, the 20 Grandmaster Special Warriors rode snow eagles and followed behind Xianlang towards the capital of the state of Yu. It was truly urgent and could not be delayed for even a moment. Revenge, 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 this was the common will of Yingguang and Stupa Mountain sect Master Ren. This time, they had lost so badly with Xianlang. Not only had they lost face, but they had also suffered heavy losses. They had to return the favor to Xianlang and give him the most painful blow possible. The Ying father and son knew that even if they destroyed Tianyue City and killed the entire Ning clan royal family, they would not be able to bring any substantial damage to Xianlang. However, they would be able to make Xianlang's heart ache and bring about a devastating blow to his reputation. How close were Xianlang and Ningxing? How close were he to Zhang Chong, Bian Shao, and the others? If they killed everyone in the court of the state of Yu, It should be enough to make Xianlang's heart ache and make him vomit 3 liters of blood. Xianlang only had one dragon's regret, which was used to protect Raging Tide City. Let's see what other strength he had left to protect Xianxia City. As for Xianxia City's defense, in front of Ing Wuming's army, it was a complete joke. It should be known that more than 60% of Ing Wuming's army was the Hell Legion, a secret legion equipped with ancient equipment. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 special warriors in the air, as well as countless ancient giant crossbows and ancient giant crossbows. In front of Ing Wuming's army, the State of Yu's defense line was more fragile than a piece of paper. Moreover, it was a piece of paper that had been soaked in water. In less than a quarter of an hour, he would be able to destroy Xianxia City's defense line. In less than an hour, his special warriors in the air would be able to occupy the palace of the State of Yu and capture all the officials of the State of Yu in one fell swoop. Xianlang, you care about too many people. This means that you are destined to have too many weaknesses. Since Lady Jin's tens of thousands of people can't become our hostages, then the Yu Kingdom's monarch and ministers are the same. The commoners of Xianxia City are the same. We can use them to threaten you. You care about Prince Jin's tens of thousands of people, but don't you care about Ningxing and the others? After marching for several days and nights, they passed by many cities of the Chu State and the State of Yu. Ing Wuming completely ignored them and rushed straight to the Xianxia City. At this time, the capital of the State of Yu, Xianxia City, was right in front of them. Revenge, revenge, the cruelest revenge, Ing Wuming suddenly ordered, attack with the army. Kill every last one of the 200,000 defenders of the Yu Kingdom. Special warriors in the air, attack the palace of the State of Yu and capture all the officials of the State of Yu in one fell swoop. Following Ing Wuming's order, his army of more than 100,000 soldiers rushed toward the palace of the State of Yu like a tidal wave. More than 1,000 special warriors rode snow eagles and flew toward the palace of the State of Yu at lightning speed. Within an hour, we will completely end this battle. Note, the first report has been sent. I will go eat and write the second report. The monthly votes are very dangerous. Brothers, please lend me a hand. I bow and thank you. In a sense, the State of Yu's capital, Xianxia City, was impregnable. Ning Qi, the vice-envoy of the Bureau of Military Affairs and governor of Xianxia City, commanded an army of 200,000 men to guard the 50-kilometer city wall. They were equipped with brand-new armor and a certain number of new soldiers with more than 10,000 rifles. Not only that, but there were also more than 500 howitzers with all kinds of ammunition. Such an army naturally couldn't fight against the special warriors of the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain, or even the Hell Legion. However, they could definitely fight against the ordinary soldiers of the New Qian Kingdom, and they even had a significant advantage. However, nearly half of Ing Wuming's army was from the Hell Legion, and there were also more than 1,000 aerial soldiers. Xianlang's Raging Tide City wasn't developing fast enough. The path of combining technology and ancient civilization was correct, and many advanced weapons were already in the laboratory. For example, the new Hellfire Bomb, the new Nightmare Stone Bomb, and so on. Unfortunately, these weapons were still in the laboratory and couldn't be mass-produced or equipped on a large scale. Therefore, the 200,000 men of the State of Yu couldn't stop Ing Wuming. Within the State of Yu's palace, there was no morning court today. Most of the officials were at home, and only a dozen important officials and Ningxing were in the study. Some people say that our Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms are a burden to His Majesty Xianlang and that there's no need for the imperial court of our 3 kingdoms to exist. Or perhaps, our 3 kings should move the imperial court to Raging Tide City. Ningxing said slowly, but I don't agree with this. Raging Tide City is our temporary capital, and it represents the pinnacle of the Great Qian Empire. However, the manpower and resources of the 3 kingdoms are the foundation of the Great Qian Empire. If we leave, who will continuously send food, materials, talents, and soldiers to the Great Qian Empire? This was true. Raging Tide City was originally a trade city, but it had now become an industrial center, a research center for ancient and technological civilizations. Its population had skyrocketed from 60,000 to 300,000. In just over a year, the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms had sent hundreds of thousands of people and countless amounts of food and resources to Raging Tide City. It wasn't just Raging Tide City. There were also tens of thousands of people on Heavenly Wind Island and close to 100,000 people on Golden Mountain Island. All of them were supported by the three countries. Raging Tide City was no longer producing anything. There were hundreds of factories under Xianxia's command, and there were more than 200,000 craftsmen. They produced countless armors, weapons, and so on. Relying on Jinshan Island's steel and metal was no longer enough, so they still had to rely on the support of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. There was also the new army that the Deqian Empire was currently training. There would be more than 300,000 people, and they were still relying on the manpower of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Facing the enemy's special forces and secret army, Xianxia's original plan of using rifles and machine guns had completely changed. Due to the impact of the comet, he had obtained an astronomical number of nightmare stone crystals. The ancient civilization only knew how to use nightmare stones to create ancient crossbows. Ancient crossbows, even the dragon power launcher, still looked like a giant crossbow. Even a strategic weapon like the dragon's regret still looked like a giant arrow. Xianxia planned to go beyond modern rifles, machine guns, and cannons. He wanted to create nightmare stone rifles, nightmare stone cannons, and so on. He even planned to include nightmare stone aircrafts. This was the pinnacle of cooperation between the technological civilization and the ancient civilization. Using the design concepts of the modern technological civilization and the nightmare stone of the ancient civilization as a source of energy, they could create the most powerful weapons. Once these weapons were released and equipped on a large scale, Stupa Mountain and the Great Yan Empire's secret army would be no match for them. Hell armor? Ancient armor? Everything was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Unfortunately, these new weapons that were a combination of the ancient and technological civilizations were still in the experimental stage. Some were still in the drawing stage. It would take a long time to equip them on a large scale. As the saying goes, the future is bright, but the process is tortuous. Once these weapons were manufactured on a large scale and equipped with the new army of the Deqian Empire, there would be no need for Xianxia to take the risk. The new army could just sweep through the enemy. All this still depended on the manpower and resources of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but we can't stop Ying Wuming's tens of thousands. Why is that? Ningjing said, this is the result of the Great Yan Empire and the transcendent forces suppressing the other nations for a long period of time. They did everything they could to seal off the ancient civilization and monopolize it. As time went by, we became extremely weak. His Majesty, Jiangli, wanted to break this seal and liberate the advanced civilization. That was why he suffered a calamity and delayed this great process for more than 20 years. Now, His Majesty, Xianxia, has taken up this great mission and is leading us forward. Ying Wuming thinks that by capturing us as hostages, he can threaten His Majesty, Xianxia, and stop the great rise of the Great Yan Empire? This is just too ridiculous. Ningjing sneered, the kings of Chu, Wu, and I have already made up our minds. We, the three kings, can die at any time. The foundation of the Great Qian Empire's development is not us three kings, nor the ministers present here, but the tens of millions of people of the three kingdoms. As long as they are here, the rise of the Great Yan Empire will be unstoppable. This is because the tens of millions of people of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms are united as one. Dear ministers, it doesn't matter how close Ying Wuming's army is, or whether Ying Wuming's aerial army will reach the palace in the next quarter of an hour. Let's continue with our work. We must seize every minute to rise the empire. The dozen ministers present knelt down and said, as you command. Then, the Privy Council, the Secretariat, and the 6 ministries continued to work. They had endless things to do. Ying Wuming's army of more than 1,000 snow eagles flew 3,000 meters in the air and arranged themselves in dozens of large formations. The entire Tianyue city could see clearly that there were countless black dots in the sky, like a swarm of locusts. The world had changed. Many things that had never been seen or heard of before had appeared. Previously, because of His Majesty, Jiangli, the world had undergone a great change. This time, because of Xianxia's appearance, the entire world had undergone a drastic change. Ying Wuming's Snow Eagle Legion was getting closer and closer to Skycross City. Soon, they would fly across the line in the sky and enter Skycross City's airspace. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the entire sky. Ing Wuming, come out and talk. Then, the ultrasonic flying beast came out of the clouds. Shen Lang and Chou Yao were still riding on it. Letting De Chao fight the Snow Eagle Legion alone? That was almost impossible. No matter how powerful it was, it could not win. After all, it was only an ultrasonic flying beast, not a legendary dragon. Ing Wuming could not help but be stunned. This was Shen Lang's voice? Since when was he able to make such a loud voice? The heavens had pity on him. Shen Lang was too weak. Therefore, his voice was weak. It could not even reach a distance of 100 meters. Therefore, he had to use the big fool's so-called artificial loudspeaker every time. Now, his voice actually resounded through the entire sky. This was because Shen Lang's Nightmare Stone loudspeaker had finally been successfully manufactured. The principle of this thing was very simple. It was to amplify sound waves. Moreover, the blueprints in the ancient books were very clear. However, it was only recently that it had been successfully developed. Of course, Ing Wuming knew very well that Shen Lang had disappeared in the sarcophagus in the primordial square. Even though he knew the principle of a scourge living for thousands of years, Ing Wuming could not help but wonder if Shen Lang had completely disappeared this time. He did not expect that in just a few days, he would appear again. He was really a scourge that would last for thousands of years. Ing Wuming, senior brother, come and talk. Shen Lang shouted again. Ing Wuming rode the ancient vulture and flew up to an altitude of 11,000 meters to meet Shen Lang. Shen Lang rode Big Chao at an altitude of 12,000 meters. In any case, he always maintained a safe distance from Ing Wuming. After more than half a year, the two of them finally met again. Shen Lang waited. Senior brother Ing Wuming, can we not attack Xianxia City or the State of Yu's royal palace? What do you think? Ing Wuming said, Brother Shen Lang, do you think you can be so unscrupulous? You killed my younger brother, Ing Wuk. You toyed with my new Qian kingdom and Stupa mountain in the palm of your hand. You stole our dragon's regret and blew up our ancient ruins. All of these things are truly unforgettable. I'm gnashing my teeth in anger. That's why we must take revenge. We must take revenge cruelly. Shen Lang said, so what if you killed hundreds of thousands of people in Xianxia City? So what if you captured Ningxing and all the officials of the state of Yu? Ing Wuming said, vent my anger? Vent my anger? Can't I? Shen Lang said, but in your heart, isn't profit the most important thing? Shut up. Don't say anything. Ing Wuming said, it won't be too late for you to speak after I kill hundreds of thousands of your people. Wait until I capture Ningxing and Zhangchong. Shen Lang said slowly, senior brother, how is the dragon egg? Have you hatched it? Ing Wuming's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He looked around quickly, afraid that someone might hear him. Fortunately, Shen Lang's voice was very soft. He was the only one who heard it. It hasn't hatched, right? Shen Lang said, if nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to hatch this dragon egg even after a few decades or centuries. Shen Lang said, I made a deal with the Empire of Great Yin. The Empire of Great Yin performed a super long-range strategic strike and killed tens of thousands of your people at the foot of Vajra Peak. This is the price the Empire of Great Yin paid. What price did I pay? Do you know, senior brother? Ing Wuming didn't answer. He knew that there was a secret deal between Prince Lian and Shen Lang. However, he didn't know the details of the deal because no more than 5 people knew about it. He was also very puzzled. What price did Shen Lang pay? Why did the Empire of Great Yin pay such a huge price to perform a super long-range strategic strike? Shen Lang said, the Empire of Great Yin asked me to open a box, a very special box. I was very, very curious as to what was in the box. I couldn't figure it out. Countless grand scholars of the Empire of Great Yin spent decades trying to open it, but none of them could. It was because it involved an extremely difficult arithmetic problem that only I could solve. It was just like how I used the law of 4 colors to help you open the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea. Ing Wuming said, go on. Shen Lang said, there's one thing that I'm very curious about. The Empire of Great Yin had already confirmed my identity a long time ago. At that time I hadn't even destroyed the Shui clan. At that time they could have captured me and unlocked the password to that precious box. Why didn't they do that? Why did they ask me to open this box now? Ying Wuming already had an answer in his mind. He was slightly moved. Chen Lang said, after I opened it, I could sense that it was completely empty, and there weren't any treasures within it. Then, I made a bold guess. This box was used to hatch a dragon egg. The reason why it needs to be opened now is that the comet has just hit Dingyuan City and brought a dragon egg with it. Therefore, it's useless to open this box in advance. Senior brother Ying, you must take good care of this dragon egg. Don't let the Empire of Great Yen take it. Ying Wuming's eyes twitched as he said, Shen Lang, what does this have to do with my war today? Shen Lang said, Senior brother, the last time you deceived sect leader Ren, he already has a grudge. There must be absolute strategic trust between you and Stupa Mountain. The fact that you hid a secret base from him was enough to make him so angry. What will happen if they find out that you guys are hiding a dragon egg? Ying Wuming's face turned cold. Shen Lang had finally used this matter to threaten him. When Shen Lang was captured, he didn't use this matter to threaten Ying Guang and his son, even when his left hand was about to be chopped off. Now, in order to protect Tianyue City and Mingjing, he finally used this bargaining chip. Once sect leader Ren found out that Ying Guang and his son hid the dragon egg, the strategic trust between them would be gone. This matter is too important. Once sect leader Ren finds out, the rift between Stupa Mountain and sect leader Ren will be irreparable. Shen Lang said, unless you are willing to hand over this dragon egg to sect leader Ren. But are you willing? Ying Wuming said, there is nothing to be unwilling about. Not only am I the crown prince of the New Qian kingdom, but I am also the heir of Stupa Mountain. You know that Princess Futu betrayed sect leader Ren, so no one can replace me. So what if we hand over the dragon egg to sect leader Ren? In the end, it will still fall into my hands. Really? Shen Lang sneered. How can you be sure that sect leader Ren doesn't have other ideas or that he wants to skip generations? He should still be able to live for a very, very long time. As long as he finds a way to cure Ren Yingying and let her give birth to a son, Stupa Mountain may not belong to you in the future. Instead, it will belong to sect leader Ren's grandson. Shen Lang was right about what Ying Wuming was most worried about, and this situation wasn't uncommon. In the early Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao died, but Zhu Yuanzhang didn't pass the throne to his other sons. Instead, he passed it directly to his grandson, Zhu Yunwen. Shen Lang said, so don't say things like handing over the dragon egg to sect leader Ren. You guys won't be willing to do so. This is your lifeblood, and it is also the biggest bargaining chip for you guys to seize the Eastern world. Ying Wuming said, Shen Lang, I have a question for you. This dragon egg is so precious, but you actually let it fall into our hands. Are you willing to let it go? Ying Wuming should have been thinking about this question for a long time. Sigh. Shen Lang let out a long sigh and didn't answer for a few seconds. Then, Shen Lang said in a self-deprecating manner, the dragon egg is safer in your hands than in mine. An ordinary man is innocent, but it is a crime to possess a jade. If it is in my hands, how can my fury-tide city withstand the Great Yen Empire's super long-range strategic attack? I don't have the ancient intercepting device, and I don't have the martial arts of you and your father. But don't worry, after we become stronger and defeat you and your father, I will definitely get it back. Ying Wuming said, then you might have to wait for a long time. Even if you become a skeleton, that day may not come. Shen Lang continued, senior martial brother, the reputation of the Ying clan as a traitor doesn't sound good, right? Ying Wuming said, I don't need you to remind me of my identity as a traitor. I betrayed my adoptive father, Jiang Li, killed the Jiang royal family, injured Chou Yaoer, and captured you. You can go back and write our names 100 times. Shen Lang said, there is only one great Qian empire in this world. You and your father must be dreaming of the legitimacy of great Qian empire. The people of the New Qian kingdom look down on you, but for their own interests, they are still loyal to you. After my identity was exposed, even though they are willing to support me from the bottom of their hearts, they are afraid that the flames of war will continue to burn in China. They are afraid that I am not strong enough to protect them. So, they are still loyal to you and your father, right? Ying Wuming knew this better than Shen Lang. The people of the New Qian kingdom were too complicated. They were emotionally loyal to Shenlang, but intellectually, they were loyal to the Ying family. So, Shenlang had told Ning Yuanxian many times that he didn't want the flames of war to spread in the New Qian kingdom. He didn't need to. If he wanted to gain the loyalty of the New Qian kingdom's people, it was very simple. He just needed to defeat and kill the Ying father and son. As long as the Ying father and son were dead, Shenlang could gain the loyalty of the New Qian kingdom without shedding a drop of blood. This was because these people were originally loyal to Zhongli. Moreover, as long as Shenlang killed the Ying father and son, it would prove his strength and prove that he could protect the people of the New Qian kingdom. Shenlang continued, "Senior brother, your martial arts are really strong. Chou Yaoer is already the strongest person I know, but she still lost to you. You are indeed my father's only direct disciple." Ying Wuming said, "I have already said that I have everything Chou Yaoer has and everything Chou Yaoer doesn't." Shenlang said, "Senior brother, what do you think of my martial arts?" Ying Wuming shut his mouth and didn't speak. Even a single word would be a great humiliation. Shenlang's martial arts? Not only did he not have any martial arts, but he couldn't even defeat a goose. Even the weakest and most ordinary militia in the New Qian kingdom could kill Shenlang in an instant. Any random ruffian on the street could beat Shenlang in an instant. Shenlang said, "Senior brother, what do you think of my martial arts compared to yours?" Ying Wuming felt ridiculous and angry. Not only did he stop talking, but he even closed his eyes. Shenlang said, "Senior brother, the difference in martial arts between you and me is like the difference between a tiger and a rabbit. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. No, it's more than that. It's like the difference between a tiger and a maggot." This analogy of yours is very unique and very vivid. It's just that it's a little disgusting. Shenlang thought for a while and said, "Senior brother, I have a very crazy suggestion. Don't go crazy after you hear it." Ying Wuming's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Speak." Shenlang said, "Let's announce to the world that we will have a public martial arts competition on a date. If I lose, the name of the Great Qian Empire will belong to the Ying clan. You will no longer be rebels. From then on, the Ying clan will be the ruler of the Great Qian Empire. If I win, the people of the New Qian kingdom will be completely loyal to me and become a part of the Great Yan Empire. The Ying clan will automatically lose the throne of the New Qian kingdom. What do you think?" Ying Wuming was completely stunned by his words. He had experienced many things in his life. He was already an adult when Zhongli died. Although he looked no more than 30 years old, he was actually a middle-aged man. Of course, with his powerful martial arts, he could easily live to more than 100 years old. Therefore, it was reasonable to call him a young man at this age. After living for so many years, what had he not seen? However, Crown Prince Ying Wuming was completely shocked by Shenlang. Was Shenlang crazy? He had done many crazy things in the past, and he had succeeded in all of them. However, all of them added up were not half as crazy as this. It was so shocking that he wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Even Chou Yaoer couldn't defeat Ying Wuming, let alone Shenlang. Even 10,000 Shenlang couldn't defeat one of Ying Wuming's fingers. Shenlang said, "We can let the 6 transcendent factions, the Great Yan Empire, and all the other countries bear witness to this. If I lose, I will hand over the title of Great Qian Dynasty's sovereign to your Ying clan in front of everyone. From now on, you will no longer be rebels." Ying Wuming's heart raced. This was definitely the Ying clan's dream. Suddenly, Shenlang used the Nightmare Stone's loudspeaker and shouted, "Ying Wuming, let's have a martial arts competition to the death. Whoever wins will be the ruler of the Great Qian Empire. Do you dare?" The 6 transcendent forces, all the other countries, billions of people, and countless citizens of the New Qian Empire will bear witness. This martial arts competition can even be held in the Qian capital. Do you dare? The Nightmare Stone's loudspeaker was too awesome. It truly resounded through the ground and the sky. Of course, this was because there were hundreds of similar Nightmare Stone receivers installed on the ground. Therefore, Shenlang's voice could reach every corner of the area. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. He and Ning Yuanxian had come up with this plan several months ago. Moreover, he had arrived at Sky Moon City 2 days ago, waiting for Ing Wuming to attack the city. As he shouted, Ing Wuming's hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground and the Snow Eagle army in the sky heard it clearly. Then, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning, completely doubting their lives. Am I hallucinating? The weak Xianlang wanted to have a martial arts competition with His Highness Ing Wuming, and even decide the Great Qian Empire's ownership? Was there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? Xianlang shouted, Ing Wuming, do you dare? If Ing Wuming didn't dare, he would become the laughingstock of the world. Of course, he was completely enraged. Xianlang, you piece of trash, what right do you have to challenge me? What do you take martial arts for? You're even inferior to a fly. What right do you have to challenge me, a flood dragon? Xianlang shouted again, Ing Wuming, do you dare? His voice once again resounded through the sky, and the hundreds of thousands of troops under Ing Wuming's command heard it clearly. Ing Wuming said, Xianlang, are you sure? Xianlang said, we can announce it to the world, and the whole world will bear witness. We can even send our challenge letter to the palaces of all the countries and to the table of the leaders of the 6 transcendent forces. Ing Wuming stared at Xianlang for a long time and said slowly, lunatic, you're a lunatic. Xianlang said, senior brother, now it's your turn to make a choice. Either you continue to attack Sky Moon City, and I'll tell Sect Master Ren about the dragon egg. Or you retreat, and we'll have a duel to decide who the Great Qian Empire belongs to. Didn't you father and son fight your whole life for a legitimate title? You can easily get it now. Ing Wuming didn't speak for a few minutes, his emotions surging like a raging tide. After an entire quarter of an hour, Ing Wuming opened his eyes and said slowly, Xianlang, to me, competing with you is the greatest humiliation of my life. I would rather chop off my own hands than compete with trash like you. This is a complete stain to the martial way, and it's also a stain to the dozens of years of my life I've lived. You're right. Xianlang said, but you'll agree, won't you? The benefits are too great, and I'm His Majesty Jiangli's only son. There's nothing shameful about a duel with me. Shameful, very shameful, Ing Wuming said, but I'll fulfill your madness. I accept your challenge. Xianlang said, it's a deal. Ing Wuming said, it's a deal. Southern Sea, Dark Castle. Ing Wuming told the master of Stupa Mountain and Ing Guang the whole story. Father-in-law, father, I'm sorry I didn't get your permission. I've already promised Xianlang, Ing Wuming said. He said it in front of hundreds of thousands of people. I couldn't refuse, and I couldn't back down. At this moment, even Sect Head Ran and Ing Guang were completely dumbfounded and remained silent for a long time. They knew Xianlang was a madman, but they didn't expect him to be this crazy. He wanted to challenge Ing Wuming to a one-on-one duel. After a while, Sect Master Ren said, is His Majesty Jiangli really that crazy? Ing Guang shook his head. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Sect Master Ren laughed. Interesting. This is too interesting. We're going to be the center of attention. Ing Guang closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said, announce it to the world. Also, send a letter to the Flame Capital, to the other countries, and to the other 5 transcendent forces. Let them bear witness. Over the next few days, the new Qian Kingdom and Great Qian Empire's imperial edicts spread throughout the eastern world. Xianlang and Ing Wuming would duel, and the winner would receive the title of Great Qian Empire. Thousands of imperial edicts flew to every vassal state and major force like snowflakes. Then, the entire world was shocked. The moment hundreds of millions of people heard this news, they first thought that it was a rumor, a complete rumor. Not even 10,000 Xianlang could defeat half a finger of Ing Wuming's. When they confirmed that it was Xianlang's imperial edict, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. His Majesty Xianlang, we know you're good at creating miracles, but this is too shocking. But if you really beat Ing Wuming, then you'll be a god. The sun will rise from the west. Note, second update. Dear benefactor, your monthly tickets are waiting to be fed. The book had disappeared for 4 days without a single monthly ticket coming in. At this moment, the 9th place was already in danger. He didn't want to act pitiful, because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move everyone, but instead make himself cry. He just wanted to say one thing. I don't want to lose the 9th place. "Benefactor, please grant me this wish." The pastry bowed deeply. "If it's possible, I won't be able to stand up. Brothers who have monthly tickets, please vote for me. Thank you all for granting me this wish." Tears of gratitude. He bowed deeply. "The strongest son-in-law in history, please grant me this wish." Benefactor, currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Inside the Flame Capital Palace. The Crown Prince of the Great Yan Empire had also received the imperial edict from Shenlang and Yingguang. His mouth twitched, but he did not make a sound for a long time. "Your Highness, although Jiangli started a war with us back then, he did not truly leave the Great Yan Empire at the very last moment. As the ruler of the Eastern world, we must pay close attention to this matter and investigate it," Prince Lian said. Great Yan's crown prince nodded and said, "Prince Lian, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip to Raging Tide City and Qian capital. Ask them what they're up to. Without the approval of the Great Yan Empire, this so-called martial arts competition is completely illegal." "Yes, Your Highness," Prince Lian replied. He immediately rode on his snow eagle and flew towards Raging Tide City. In fact, not only the people of the world, but even Shenlang's own people were shocked speechless. After both sides issued the imperial edict, Ying Wuming stopped attacking Tianyue City and withdrew his troops. After all, even if he destroyed Tianyue City and the imperial court of the state of Yu, he would only be venting his anger. After that, he would only be dealing a huge blow to Shenlang's reputation. However, now that Shenlang wanted to have a martial arts duel with him, the loser would lose the legitimacy of the Great Qian Empire. Not only would Shenlang's reputation be damaged, but he would also lose his most precious asset. In the eyes of the world, what was the most powerful thing that Shenlang possessed? Of course, it was his identity as Jiang Li's son. Therefore, even if he was alone and weak, countless people regarded him as the emperor of the Great Qian Empire, or even the human emperor of the Eastern world. This was the inheritance that Jiang Li had spent his entire life fighting for him. As for Yingguang and his son, no matter how strong they were, how many troops they had, and how much land they controlled, they would still be regarded as traitors. Now, Shenlang was using the legitimacy of the Great Qian Empire as a bargaining chip. This was more than just the behavior of a prodigal son. Even the most useless hedonistic son would not do this. This was equivalent to a hedonistic son competing with others to see who could urinate further and using his own mansion as a wager. At that time, Ningjing was in court, and it was a minor court meeting. When he heard Shenlang's edict, he dropped the memorial in his hand. One had to know that Emperor Ningjing was a person who would not change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Yet, he was so scared that he dropped the memorial. All the officials in the court instantly lost their voices and their minds went blank. After a long while, everyone looked at each other. "Are we going to lose the name of the Great Qian dynasty in the future?" Ningjing bent down to pick up the memorial, cleared his throat and said, Let's continue." Following such a monarch was destined to be frightened often. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire once again paid a visit to Raging Tide City. However, he did not sneak around this time. Instead, he came openly. "Your Majesty Shenlang, are you sure you're not joking?" Shenlang said, "Prince Lian, when have I ever made a joke?" Prince Lian said, "Are you sure you're not plotting something? In that case, I have to tell you that there can't be any conspiracy. It must be a pure martial arts competition. If you're trying to create a diversion, the Great Yan Empire will not agree to it." The people of the world were truly afraid of Shenlang. Ever since he came to this world, Shenlang had played all of the 36 stratagems from the beginning to the end. This was especially true when it came to the seductive tactic. He had used it countless times. What? There was no seductive tactic among the 36 stratagems? That was not important. Shenlang said seriously, "Prince Lian, I'm sure this is a pure martial arts competition. There are no other schemes or tricks." Prince Lian said, "You should know that as the ruler of the Eastern world, you and the Ying clan will be under the supervision of the Great Yan Empire in the fight for the rightful position of the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, if this martial arts competition really takes place, the Great Yan Empire will have to be responsible for its fairness and the safety of both sides. If something crazy were to happen in the martial arts arena or outside the arena, the empire of Great Yan would definitely deal a fatal blow. Shenlang said, I agree. Prince Lian said, also, are you sure you want to hold the martial arts competition in the capital? That is the headquarters of Yingguang and his son. Shenlang said, yes. I want all the subjects of the New Qian kingdom to witness me defeating Ying Wuming. I want to tell everyone in the New Qian kingdom that I have the ability to protect them. Prince Lian grinned. Although his martial arts skills were far inferior to Ying Wuming's, he could defeat 100 Shenlangs with just half a finger. Prince Lian said, if you promise that there are no other schemes or tricks, the Great Yan Empire will vouch for you during this martial arts competition. Not only will we supervise the entire process, but we will also ensure your safety outside the martial arts competition. We will also allow your envoy to enter and leave the capital safely. Shenlang said, thank you. Prince Lian said, however, in return, the Great Yan Empire's seal must be stamped on the martial arts competition between you and Ying Wuming. This further confirmed the Great Yan Empire's identity as the ruler of the Eastern world. However, Shenlang had never denied this fact. Even Emperor Jiangli had never denied it. He had always been the sovereign lord and not the emperor. This was because there could only be one emperor in the entire Eastern world. Unless he completely defeated the Great Yan Empire, he would never be the emperor. Next, Prince Lian took out a copy of the Great Yan Empire's imperial edict. The content was exactly the same. It announced that Shenlang and Ying Wuming would have a martial arts duel, and the winner would receive the official title of the Great Qian Kingdom. However, this edict was written from the Great Yan Empire's point of view. Once Shenlang and Yingguang signed it, it would mean that they acknowledged the Great Yan Empire's identity as the ruler of the Eastern world. If it were someone else, such as Lan Feng or even Xianxia, they would never be willing to sign it. This was because in their minds, the Great Qian Empire was also the ruler of the Eastern world. It was on equal footing with the Great Yan Empire. Why should they obey the Great Yan Empire's edict? However, Shenlang was an absolute realist. He didn't care about this at all. In this world, only the Great Yan Empire could protect him and the diplomatic mission in the Qian capital. Therefore, Shenlang signed the edict and stamped it with his seal. I'll take my leave then. I still have to make a trip to the Qian capital, Prince Lian said. After that, he rode the snow eagle and flew toward the Qian capital. There was a very important detail. He first came to the raging Tide City, and then went to the Qian capital. Prince Yingguang, we don't care how ridiculous this martial arts duel is, and we don't care what the outcome will be. However, since the Great Yan Empire is the guarantor of this martial arts duel, we must ensure absolute safety. Do you understand? Prince Lian said, I don't care how deep the hatred between you and Shenlang is. However, during the martial arts duel, you can't do anything to Shenlang and his diplomatic mission. When the time comes, not only will Shenlang's diplomatic mission be here, but the other kingdoms and the 6 transcendental forces will also send representatives. This is a grand event, and nothing must happen. If anything happens, the Great Yan Empire will retaliate at all costs. Yingguang's eyes narrowed, and he said, Prince Lian, the Ying clan will not commit such a heinous crime. At this moment, he was extremely angry. Prince Lian, what do you mean by that? Do you think that a traitor like me will take advantage of this opportunity to cheat, or even take out all of Shenlang's henchmen in one fell swoop? If I do that, the Ying clan will be cut off from the rest of the world. Prince Lian said, very well. Prince Ying, please sign and stamp your seal on this edict. Yingguang received the edict from the Great Yan Empire and carefully read it. Regardless of what Shenlang's goal was, this show was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no turning back. Even the Great Yan Empire, the ruler of the East, had joined the game. Yingguang signed his name and stamped his seal on the edict. Prince Lian said, very well. This matter is settled. The martial arts duel between Ying Wuming and Shenlang will take place on the 19th of March in the Qian capital. At that time, the vassal states and the 6 transcendent forces will send envoys to participate. Please prepare to receive them. Yingguang said, my Ying clan will welcome you with open arms. Farewell, Prince Lian said. After Prince Lian returned to the Yan capital, the Great Yan Empire's several hundred snow eagle envoys took to the skies and spread the edict in all directions. The entire world was shocked once again. Now, not only had Shenlang and Yingguang announced it to the world, but even the Great Yan Empire had made an official announcement. This martial arts duel was going to be a fateful event. It was too late for Shenlang to back out now. Regardless of whether it was Yingwuming or Shenlang, if either of them were to back out, they would be deemed to have lost and lose the title of Great Qian Dynasty. The entire world was waiting for the arrival of the 19th of March. The various kingdoms had already begun to organize envoys. Even those from the remote vassal states had begun to make their way to this fateful event. Dozens of vassal states were present in the Eastern world. At that time, the number of envoys to witness this martial arts duel might exceed 10,000. Together with the representatives of the new Qian kingdom's subjects, there would be tens of thousands of people. At this time, the raging tide city had fallen into a strange silence. Shenlang's decision had not been discussed with the Xianxia Tai or the Privy Council. Only Ning Yuanxian and Chou Yaoer knew about it beforehand. All along, Shenlang had always been the one to make the crucial decisions, and there had never been any discussion. As the subjects of Raging Tide City, the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms could only accept and trust him. At that time, His Majesty Shenlang had said that he would wipe out the 650,000 soldiers of the Great Yan Empire's Western Army. Who would have believed him, in the end? He did it. After that, he said that he would rescue the tens of thousands of Prince Jin's men unscathed. He did it again. However, the decision he made this time was too shocking. Although the previous miracles seemed impossible, there was still room for maneuver and he could still rely on his intelligence. However, in this martial arts duel with Yingwuming, relying on intelligence was probably completely useless. There was no room for imagination. However, since His Majesty Shenlang had announced it to the world, then, everyone could only choose to believe him and start praying. Although most people didn't even know how to pray. Pray that Yingwuming would suddenly faint during the martial arts duel, or pray that the heavens would suddenly send a bolt of lightning to strike Yingwuming dead during the martial arts duel. None of these were very reliable. Moreover, even the heavens might not be able to strike Yingwuming dead. Of course, many people had already made up their minds to lose the name of the Great Qian Empire. Although their hearts were bleeding, losing the name was better than losing His Majesty Shenlang's life. It was also better than losing their foundation. At worst, they could just wait until the Raging Tide City's new army was fully trained. Then, they could defeat Yingguang and Stupa Mountain and take back the name of the Great Qian Empire. Everyone was praying for Shenlang's fate. But what about Shenlang himself? During this period of time, he had been studying the incomparably obscure scroll of the ancient king. To be precise, he had already studied most of it before he officially sent the duel invitation to Yingwuming. First of all, his guess was correct. The name of the traitor of the Jiang clan in the ancient prison was Xianxia. He was the last crown prince of the Jiang clan. Because of his betrayal, the lost empire of the West grasped the key secrets of the ancient Eastern Empire. This allowed the Lost Empire to win the following battles and dealt a fatal blow to the ancient Eastern Empire. It was also because of this that the ancient Jiang clan lost the throne and was replaced by the Ji clan. The king in the stone coffin in the ancient square was not Xianxia's son, but his grandson. And the last king kneeling in the temple of the Vajra Peak was Xianxia's great-grandson. In other words, about 100 years after Xianxia betrayed the ancient Eastern Empire, the entire world experienced the Great Nirvana, and the ancient civilization was destroyed. This Xianxia was the same as Shenlang. He did not have the strength to even truss a chicken. However, he was a genius. The dragon's heart, the ancient king's ring, and the dragon's sword were all personally created by him. They were the personal treasures of the ancient Jiang clan. Not only that, but a large part of the Eastern Empire's nightmare stone civilization system was created by him. He didn't know any martial arts, but with these 3 pieces of ancient equipment, he still possessed astonishing fighting power. His physique was very weak, but his spirit power was extremely strong. Therefore, this set of ancient equipment was able to unleash its absolute power. So, did Shenlang have a way to defeat Yingwuming? Yes, he had been searching through the scroll of the ancient king for a very long time, and finally, he found a fatal move. Of course, this wasn't the most powerful move. It was just that this move required the most spirit power. With Shenlang's super weak spirit power, this was probably the only move he could use. But what was this move? An energy whirlpool. That's right, it was an energy whirlpool between several ancient ruins. Those with authority could easily pass through it, but those without authority would be smashed into pieces. What Xianxia needed to do was to use the energy in the dragon's core and the dragon's sword to form an energy whirlpool with his spirit power. What would happen if Ying Wuming rushed into this energy whirlpool? It was completely unimaginable. The key was that this energy whirlpool completely relied on the energy supply of the dragon's core. Xianxia only needed to use his spirit power to organize this energy. This was already the most spirit power-saving move. When Xianxia was studying this ancient king's scroll, he really saw infinite possibilities in this set of equipment. What a pity. If Xianxia hadn't betrayed him, he would have been the greatest emperor of the ancient Eastern Empire. Why would he betray his own empire? Just because of love? Just because he was attracted to Queen Medusa? This didn't seem very reasonable. Also, what top secret did Xianxia sell to Queen Medusa, causing the ancient empire to be constantly defeated by the lost empire in the next 100 years? Because it was clear from these ancient ruins that Queen Medusa's army had directly killed their way to the border of the ancient Eastern Empire. Of course, this information was put aside for now. Xianxia was 80% sure that he would win, so he sent Ying Wuming an invitation to the duel. Now everything was ready, except for one last thing. He still lacked one thing, the dragon's sword, the most important weapon among the 3 pieces of equipment. What the hell, it was already close to the duel, but he still hadn't found the weapon. He originally thought that the golden sword in the ancient king's sarcophagus was the dragon's sword, but it turned out not to be. Then where was the real dragon's sword? Was it like looking for a needle in a haystack? No, Xianxia first had an absolute clue, and then he determined the hiding place of the dragon's sword. Xianxia betrayed his own empire and sold the key secret to Queen Medusa of the Lost Empire. As for what secret caused the ancient empire to fall into a passive position in the next 100 years of war, this was unknown. However, after studying a large number of ancient books, especially this ancient king's scroll, Xianxia had a general inference. The ancient Lost Empire was very strong in terms of individual combat power, and had a relatively mysterious ability. Therefore, within the Devil's Triangle, there were all kinds of sea monsters, the biggest of which was even bigger than a castle. The ancient Eastern Empire was strong because of all kinds of weapons, and the ancient civilization system was built on the foundation of the Nightmare Stone. Therefore, could it be understood that the ancient Western world did not have the metal hydrogen energy core, nor the Nightmare Stone system in the beginning? Was it because Xianxia sold these secrets to Queen Medusa that the Western world had these things? Of course, this had nothing to do with the dragon's sword. The key information was that before Xianxia was arrested, he also handed the dragon's sword to Queen Medusa. Then, was Queen Medusa so heartless that she let Xianxia become a prisoner? Also not. From the bottom of the ancient prison, it could be seen that there had been a great battle there. The entire seabed was completely torn, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Another point was that the secret base discovered by the Zhu family was used to launch the dragon's regret. Obviously, at the critical moment, the people in this base did not launch the dragon's regret, but instead turned into fossils. Why did this happen? Xianxia boldly inferred that Queen Medusa led the Lost Empire's army to rescue Xianxia, and the ancient Eastern Empire planned to use the dragon's regret to destroy them. However, the commander of this secret base did not do so, perhaps because of Medusa's beauty, or because he was loyal to Xianxia. Of course, in the end, Medusa's rescue of Xianxia should have failed. Or perhaps Xianxia himself did not want to be rescued, and was willing to atone for his crimes in prison. In short, by studying this ancient king's scroll, Xianxia uncovered many key secrets of the ancient world. Moreover, this secret was related to him and the Jiang family. These secrets were very important, but at this time, the most important thing was to find the dragon's sword and defeat Ying Wuming. And this dragon's sword was in the Devil's Triangle. For a long time it was Queen Medusa's personal possession, because it was a gift from her lover. The duel between Xianxia and Ying Wuming was on the 19th of March, which was about 50 days away. This date was jointly decided by Xianxia, Ying Guang, and the Great Yan Empire. This was because all the kingdoms needed time to send envoys to the Qian capital. The furthest vassal state was more than 10,000 miles away, and there were no snow eagles. If they relied on horses, it would take more than a month. Within these 50 days, Xianlang needed to go to the Devil's Triangle again to retrieve the dragon's sword. Are we bringing Yao Yao? Chou Yaoer asked. Yao Yao is a spiritual descendant of Medusa. Xianlang could not help but think of Queen Medusa, the person who had once occupied Chou Yaoer's body. Previously, Xianlang felt that this was a coincidence, but now it seemed like an ill-fated relationship. Of course, Queen Medusa was different from the Empress. The ancient Lost Empire ruled over tens of thousands of miles of land and sea in the Western world. Queen Medusa was the supreme leader, and Queen Medusa was the equivalent of the vassal king of the ancient Lost Empire. The ancient Eastern Empire had the Ji clan, the Jiang clan, the Ren clan, and so on. In the ancient Lost Empire, there was perhaps only one royal family, and that was the Medusa clan, a woman with a human face and a snake body. However, there was something very strange. Why was the totem of the ancient Jiang clan also a man with a human face and a snake body? Yes, should he bring Yao Yao along? Yao Yao was invincible in the Devil's Triangle. For example, the Great Pyramid, which could not be opened no matter what, was easily opened by Yao Yao. At this time, Xianlang needed to rely on his intuition. First, he did not want Yao Yao to take risks for him. He only wanted her to grow up without worries. Secondly, this time, he was using the identity of Xianxia's descendant to retrieve the dragon's sword. Xianxia betrayed his own empire for the sake of Empress Medusa, causing the ancient Jiang clan to lose their throne and be demoted to a royal family. Then, wasn't he special to Empress Medusa and the forces of the Lost Empire? Before, Xianlang had no way to prove his identity, but now that he had the dragon's core and the ancient Jiang clan's king's ring, he should be able to prove that he was Xianxia's descendant. No, I won't bring her, Xianlang said. Let her continue to live her life without worries. Afterwards, Xianlang did not bid farewell to anyone. Under Chou Yaoer's protection, he rode Big Chow towards the Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Raging Tide City. Fortunately, he had Big Chow. If he had taken a boat, it would have taken far too long. In just over a day, Xianlang rode Big Chow to the outer edge of the Devil's Triangle. This place was still like the end of the world. There was no day or night here, and the thick black fog was like the wall of the world. It stood in the sky and the sea for 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers. Countless lightning bolts randomly appeared in this thick black fog, and countless tornadoes appeared, sweeping everything. Even at this time, the Devil's Triangle was still a forbidden area. Whether it was the snow eagles or the ancient vultures, none of them dared to enter this area. This was because the lightning was everywhere, and the countless tornadoes could easily crush any flying beast to pieces. Not only that, but there were also countless sea monsters here, more than a few million of them. Some of the sea monsters were so powerful that they could suffocate people, and they could easily destroy a large castle. To them, this was the territory of the Lost Empire, and no outsiders could enter, or it would be an invasion. Previously, Xianlang had fearlessly entered without permission, but this time was different. Moreover, after he had come into contact with the crisis of the Devil's Triangle Pyramid, the sea monster army had sent him out safely and did not attack his people. This was a tacit understanding. Even though the sea monster army did not say it out loud, Xianlang had tacitly agreed that he would never invade the Devil's Triangle again, nor would he enter the Lost Empire's territory. Xianlang took out the Nightmare Stone loudspeaker and shouted, "Empress Medusa's troops, descendants of the Lost Empire? I am Xianlang, requesting to enter the Devil's Triangle." There was no response from the Devil's Triangle. Xianlang said again, "Descendants of the Lost Empire, I am Xianlang, requesting to enter the Devil's Triangle." There was still no response. Next, Xianlang still did not barge in without permission, and shouted again and again. 1 day and 1 night passed. 2 days and 2 nights passed. Da Chao was impatient and was about to break in with Xianlang. Xianlang could feel that it was full of hostility towards the Devil's Triangle. This should be related to its genetic memory. They were probably bred to fight against the Lost Empire. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Xianlang shouted tirelessly, "Descendants of the Lost Empire, I am Xianlang, requesting to enter the Devil's Triangle." Boom! 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 Suddenly, an astonishing thunder resounded between heaven and earth. A shocking tsunami was set off on the sea. Lightning spanned hundreds of miles, as if to tear the entire world apart. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The entire wall of the world, that is, a huge face emerged on the thick dark fog of 6,000 to 7,000 miles. The strange and terrible face did not look like a monster, but more like a devil. This is also a race of the ancient lost empire, but Xianxia had never seen such a sea monster. She still had a snake-like face, but also like a human, but there was an eye in the middle of her forehead, and her head was covered with countless horns, not knowing if they were bone spurs or horns. Opening her mouth, there were layers of teeth inside, crisscrossing. What an ugly monster, like a demon, like an alien, and also like the most primitive and ugly Naga beast in the game. In short, he did not know what this thing was. Because its face was composed of countless smoke, it was extremely huge, hundreds of miles high. Your Excellency Xianxia, we have reached a tacit understanding that no one is welcome to enter. This is the territory of the Lost Empire. The demon's face twisted, and countless bone spurs also twisted, releasing a strong hostility. Your Excellency Xianxia, please leave, or else I will start a massacre. The monstrous face formed from the dark mist began opening its mouth, which was tens of miles in diameter, forming a terrifying tornado. Of course, it was not that this monster was that big, but that it controlled the dark fog to form a huge demon face. If Xianxia did not leave, it would devour Xianxia, De Chao, and Chou Yao together, completely crushing them. Xianxia, Your Excellency Lost Empire's Marshal, I have important matters to attend to in the Demon Triangle. The demon's huge face began to count down, 3, 2, 1. Then, its mouth began to crazily devour. The huge tornado trembled, releasing a shocking suction force. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, Xianxia, De Chao, and Chou Yao were still directly devoured into its mouth. In front of this power of heaven and earth, there was no resistance at all. Then, the tornado inside released a powerful force, wanting to crush Xianxia to pieces. Xianxia raised the ancient king ring in his hand and shouted, I am the descendant of Empress Medusa's lover, His Majesty Xianxia. I am his only heir, and I represent the ancient Jiang clan to take back the dragon sword that belongs to us. Following Xianxia's shout, his ancient king ring instantly released a dazzling light. Note, first update, in the last 20 hours, please do not let the monthly votes be overturned. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, dream. Handsome little stars reward of 10,000 coins. When Xianxia woke up again, he was already inside the Great Demon Triangle. He was inside a stone building, but it was surrounded by rocks, so he couldn't see anything outside at all. Xianxia, Your Excellency, the last time I came to the Great Demon Triangle, I saw almost all the descendants of the Lost Kingdom, but I didn't see you. The demon slowly said, Your Excellency Xianxia, if you know enough about the Lost Kingdom, then you should know who I am, right? Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't study much about the Lost Kingdom, and although there were some descriptions of the Lost Kingdom in the ancient Jiang clan scrolls, there weren't many. Xianxia, Your Excellency, if I'm not wrong, my ancestor Xianxia should have a contract with the Lost Kingdom, right? I can take back the things he gave to the Lost Queen, because these things belong to the Jiang clan after all. The demon laughed, that's right, the Crown Prince Xianxia gave the Lost Kingdom a few very important things, but do you know what they were? Xianxia really didn't know, the only answer he got from the ancient king's scroll was the dragon sword. The only thing I want to take back this time is the dragon sword. Xianxia said, this should be one of the few things that Crown Prince Xianxia gave to the Lost Empress, right? The demon slowly said, that's right, it should be there. Xianxia asked again, Your Excellency, why didn't I see you in the Great Demon Triangle last time? You should be the leader of the Lost Kingdom's descendants, right? The demon replied, because history has changed, the world has changed, and some ancient things have awakened. Because of the impact of the fire dragon comet? So it caused some ancient creatures to awaken. Xianxia, let's get back to business, I'm here to take back the dragon sword that belonged to my Jiang clan. The demon said, Your Excellency Xianxia, I heard you are the smartest person in the world? Xianxia, you flatter me. The demonic beast said, Crown Prince Xianxia was once a wise man in the Eastern world, so it doesn't mean that you are his successor just because you wear the ancient king's ring, and it doesn't mean that you have his bloodline. The key is wisdom, do you understand? Shenlang, I'd like to hear the details. The demon said, I'll ask you 3 questions. If you can answer them, I'll give you the dragon sword. How about it? This means that you have the qualifications to become the successor of the ancient crown prince Xianxia. 3 difficult questions, is it? Please. Shenlang said. The demon said, then please watch carefully. This is the first question. Then, a black fog appeared in front of Shenlang, condensing into 10 circles to form a triangle. In other words, this was the shape. Oh, the demon replied, Sir Shenlang, you can only move 3 circles to turn this triangle upside down. You only have 3 seconds. In other words, a regular triangle becomes an inverted triangle, which is what it looks like below. Oh, you only have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, the countdown is over, the demon said. Shenlang went straight to the point. Move 1 circle up and 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 1 circle down. This way, 4 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Don't move the ones in a row of 3, then move 1 circle to the left and right. This question was really too simple, something a 10-year-old could do. It didn't seem like a question from an ancient demon at all. Clap, 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 the demons of the Lost Empire started clapping. Next is the second question. Sir Shenlang, please listen carefully, the demon said, excuse me, who am I? You still only have 3 seconds. This question was really difficult. Just now, when Shenlang saw its face, he was shocked beyond belief. On the reality wall, the face was made of thick black fog. It was huge, about 100 miles tall. And this face was terrifying, strange, and mysterious. Shenlang had never seen it before, not even in the ancient records. Who knows who this demon was? He didn't even know what species it was. 3, 2, 1, the countdown is over, the demon said. You can't answer? Then I'm sorry, you're not smart enough. I can't return this dragon sword to you. Shenlang said, Lost Demon Mother, or should I call you the Cursed Queen? We meet again. How have you been? How is my Auntie Angela? Where is she? That fiendish demon was completely taken aback by his words. Shenlang actually saw through her identity? How was this possible? Speaking of which, this cursed queen, or the lost demon mother, was almost the strongest creature Shenlang had ever seen in the Western world. She had unparalleled mental energy. Her mental energy had existed for thousands of years, and she would take over a new body every few decades or centuries. The last body she took over was Gila's mother, the founder of the Skeleton Party, and the leader of Angela's party. Furthermore, this cursed queen also controlled a giant octopus, which allowed her mental energy to cover the entire ruins of the lost nation. This was why the Skeleton Party's fleet had been imprisoned for more than a decade, never to come out. 2 years ago, Shenlang detonated an ancient energy core and killed that giant octopus. However, Angela was nowhere to be found, and the cursed queen's mental energy had disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that she would come to the Devil's Triangle? Did I answer correctly? Shenlang asked. Your Excellency? The demon was silent for a long time before saying, You're indeed very smart, but don't be too happy. There's still the third question. The cursed queen and Shenlang had a grudge before, so she definitely did not want to help Shenlang. This third question should be extremely difficult. It might even be an unsolvable question. After a long while, the demon said, Listen carefully to the third question. Our world is a planet. May I ask how big this planet is? F*ck, F*ck, F*ck. This question was really difficult. It was completely unsolvable. There was no relevant information in any of the ancient books that Shenlang had read. There was not even a word about it. The demon said proudly, You also only have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Your Excellency Shenlang, is there no answer? Then I'm very sorry, but I can't give you this dragon sword. The volume of our planet is 396736758998 cubic meters, Shenlang said. Hearing this answer, the cursed queen was completely stunned. She could not believe her eyes. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. this question was already extremely difficult. How could Shenlang know? There was no way he could calculate it. However, Shenlang's answer was extremely accurate. It was even more accurate than her answer by 5 digits. The cursed queen did not calculate it herself. She got the result directly from the ancient civilization. After a long while, the demon said, You read the relevant records? No, Shenlang said. I calculated it. The demon said, That's impossible. It can't be calculated or measured at all. Shenlang said, This question is very simple. This planet is in the shape of a circular arc. When the wind is calm and the waves are calm, a mast that is 20 meters tall on the surface of the sea will not be able to be seen no matter how far away it is. Using this, we can calculate the radian, and using this radian to calculate the radius of the planet, and then using this radius to calculate the volume. I've done this experiment 135 times, and finally calculated the most accurate number. Of course, this number is still not absolutely accurate, but it's already much more accurate than the answer you know. There was complete silence again. After a long while, the demon said, Your Excellency Shenlang, you are indeed the smartest person in this world. Shenlang said, Thank you for the compliment. In that case, please return the dragon sword to me. You win, Your Excellency Shenlang, the demon said. I will take you to get the dragon sword. A few moments later, a firefly appeared in front of him. Please follow this firefly, the demon said. Shenlang stood up and followed the firefly. After passing through a long tunnel, he kept going down, down, down to the point where he started to doubt his life. 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. He didn't know how many doors he passed along the way, but he didn't need to open them. As long as he walked in front of them, the stone doors would automatically open. Finally, he arrived at a tomb at the deepest part of the pyramid. There was also a sarcophagus here. The demon said, Your Excellency Shenlang, there are 3 items inlaid on the surface of this sarcophagus. A sword, a scepter, and a mirror. Shenlang took a look. Sure enough. The demon said, These 3 items were all buried with Empress Medusa, but only one of them is the so-called dragon sword. You only have one chance to choose, please choose 1 inch. Shenlang narrowed his eyes and looked at these 3 items. He should be able to sense the dragon sword. After all, it's a set with the ancient king's ring and the dragon core. But the hell is that all 3 of them can sense each other, and they're almost exactly the same. Do I need to gamble on luck? What do I do? Shenlang named it the dragon sword, so it should be a sword, but this kind of thing is very difficult to explain. Shenlang only named it this way because he didn't know what the weapon looked like. Your Excellency Shenlang, you must quickly make your choice. You still only have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Countdown is over, please choose. The demon's voice sounded again. Without saying anything, Shenlang took the mirror. The demon immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Your Excellency Shenlang, you are indeed the smartest person. You have already obtained what you want, so please leave. This mirror is the dragon sword. Then the demon's voice completely disappeared. Shenlang walked back, left the pyramid's underground tomb, and followed the secret passage up, up, and up. After walking for another tens of thousands of meters, using almost all of his strength, he finally walked out of the underwater pyramid. The Devil's Triangle was still so peaceful and beautiful. The seawater here was like a mirror, and the entire Lost Empire was hidden on the surface of the sea, half in the water and the other half above the sea. This architectural style is really different from the ancient Eastern world, but it's really close enough. It can be seen that the ancient Lost Empire expanded very quickly, and to a certain extent, Queen Medusa had the upper hand in the war against the ancient Eastern Empire. Outside the giant pyramid, De Chao was playing in the water, while Cho Yao sat cross-legged outside the pyramid with her eyes closed. You got it? Let's go, Cho Yao said, then she waved at De Chao. De Chao reluctantly flew over. He still hadn't played enough, and the energy here was too intoxicating. Cho Yao carried Shenlang and jumped onto De Chao's back. De Chao spread his wings and flew north, wanting to leave the Devil's Triangle. At this moment, a flame-like bird appeared in front of him, leading the way. Because the Devil's Triangle's world wall was too dangerous, without the guidance of a descendant of the Lost Empire, almost no one would be able to walk out, and they would forever be in the dark fog, not to mention the countless lightning and tornadoes in the dark fog. Dachao kept flying and flying. When Chou Yaoer saw the thing in Shenlang's hand, she couldn't help but ask, "The dragon sword is actually a mirror?" "That's right, the dragon sword is actually a mirror? But this seems more reasonable, the mirror is more mysterious, and it also seems more like a mysterious weapon." However, Shenlang suddenly laughed coldly. "Curse Empress? Are you having fun? Creating countless illusions, it should be very fun." As soon as these words came out, a strange laughter seemed to ring out in the air, and then everything in his field of vision began to distort and change. Then, everything around him changed. Shenlang wasn't in the Devil's Triangle at all. The surrounding sea, the Great Pyramid, the ruins of the Lost Empire, and countless buildings had disappeared. Everything around him was dark fog, and not far away, tornadoes were constantly sweeping, and lightning was crazily striking. He was still within the fog of the world wall, still within the vortex of the demon's face formed by the dark fog. Everything he had experienced just now was just an illusion. This was the lost demon mother's specialty. "Ha ha ha ha." The Curse Empress said, "Your Excellency Shenlang, you are indeed very smart. The illusion I created 2 to 3 years ago didn't fool you, and it still won't fool you today." Bang, 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 hundreds of kilometers of lightning crazily tore through the sky, and huge tornadoes kept sweeping over, as if they were going to tear Shenlang and Dachao into pieces at any moment. Danger lurked everywhere. The demon, who was also the Curse Empress, lost demon mother, said slowly, "Your Excellency Shenlang, if you want to take back the dragon sword that belongs to Prince Xianxia, I have no objections, and I won't stop you. However, I won't help you either. If you have the ability, go through the 500 kilometers of fog and countless lightning and vortexes to enter the Devil's Triangle. This should be as difficult as ascending to heaven. No matter how powerful your flying beast is, it won't be able to resist the lightning and tornadoes. And even if you enter the Devil's Triangle, can you find the dragon sword? The entire Devil's Triangle is 7,000 kilometers long. You don't even know what the dragon sword is, and you don't know where it is. How are you going to find it?" The demon laughed and said, "So give up, Your Excellency Shenlang, go back. This thing belongs to the Lost Empire, so don't even think about taking it back." However, Shenlang seemed to have the help of God. He controlled Dachao to fly and shuttle through the 500 kilometers of dark fog. He could actually dodge all the lightning and all the tornadoes. How was this possible? These lightning and tornadoes were completely random. How did Shenlang dodge them? The demon trembled and said, "How did you dodge them?" Shenlang said, "These tornadoes and lightning seem to be random, but in fact, there is a trigger formula. For more than 10,000 years, the tornadoes and lightning are produced at a certain time and place according to this formula. As long as I go in and out twice, I can calculate this formula in the shortest time possible and find an absolutely safe path. It's really not easy. It takes hundreds of millions of calculations." The demon was once again amazed. This time, she really realized that Shenlang was the smartest person in the world. Just like this, Shenlang calculated an absolutely safe path according to the formula in his mind. He controlled Dachao to fly through the 500 kilometers of dark fog, avoiding all the lightning and tornadoes, and entered the Devil's Triangle. And this time, he really entered. The Devil's Triangle was still as quiet and beautiful as before. However, with the appearance of Shenlang, countless sea monsters emerged from the sea. Dozens, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The largest sea monster was as big as a giant castle. However, the cursed queen from the ruins of the Lost Kingdom in the west was nowhere to be seen, but she seemed to be everywhere. Shenlang didn't know how she came to the Devil's Triangle from the west. And why did she only come now? However, once Shenlang revealed his identity, the sea monsters in the Devil's Triangle could no longer hurt him because he was the descendant of Xianxia and he had the ring of the king of the Jiang clan. To some extent, Crown Prince Xianxia saved the ancient Lost Kingdom, and he was also the lover of Queen Medusa. "Your Excellency Shenlang, you are really amazing." The demon, lost demonic mother, said, "But the Great Devil Triangle is boundless, 7,000 miles wide, and there are countless buildings here. Do you know where the dragon sword is? You don't even know what it is." This should be called looking for a needle in a haystack. Your Excellency Xianlang, I still say the same thing. You are the descendant of Crown Prince Xianxia. I can't hurt you, nor can I stop you from retrieving the dragon sword, but I can stand by and watch. You can stay here for a few years, or even decades, and you may not find the dragon sword. This sentence was true. It was really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention a few decades, they might not even be able to find it in a few hundred years. In fact, the lost demon mother was absolutely sure that Xianlang would not be able to find it, because the dragon sword was hidden in the most secretive place. However, Xianlang headed straight for his target. He controlled Big Chow and kept going deeper into the Devil's Triangle, flying toward a building complex. He flew for a full 3,000 miles. Stop. At Xianlang's command, Big Chow stopped and floated in the air. This place was surrounded by densely packed buildings, but apart from that, there was nothing else. The place where Xianlang was hovering was just an empty stretch of the sea. Xianlang closed his eyes and began to recall. He began to call up the image in the artificial intelligence system. Your Excellency Xianlang, just give up, just give up. The lost demon mother laughed and said, you won't get anything, you won't find anything. Xianlang kept calculating in his mind, then ordered, Big Chow, fly 189 meters up. Big Chow was the smartest. It directly rose vertically and flew for a full 189 meters, not a bit more, not a bit less. Xianlang said again, Big Chow, fly forward for 19.5 meters. Big Chow flew forward for another 19.5 meters, still not a bit more, not a bit less. Xianlang reached out and grabbed it, but it looked like it was completely empty. After grabbing it, he gently pulled it back. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire sea began to tremble, and the color of the sky suddenly changed. The lost demonic mother sucked in a breath of cold air and made a sound of disbelief. How is this possible? How could Xianlang find it? And so fast and so accurate? At this time, the image in front of Xianlang was like a movie shaking, and there was something in his hand. The image in front of him flickered again, and then a huge statue stood on the sea. This was the statue of Queen Medusa, and it was her back. Xianlang did not dare to look at it directly, because if he was swept by the statue's gaze, it was very likely that his soul would fly away and disappear. What Xianlang pulled out was an ear stud from her statue. This was the dragon sword. It was the most important weapon among the ancient equipment. Just now, whether it was the dragon sword or the huge statue of Queen Medusa, they were invisible and could not be seen at all. The lost demon mother trembled and said, Xianlang, how did you find it? What book did you see it from? Xianlang said, there is no book. Do you remember the ruins of the lost kingdom in the west? Every day, a huge mirage would appear, and this light screen was the huge statue of Queen Medusa. When countless sea monsters saw this statue, they immediately fell into a trance, stopped all attacks, and even disregarded life and death. Yes, it was true. That scene left a very deep impression on Xianlang. Xianlang said again, at that time, I guessed that the statue of Queen Medusa should be in the Devil's Triangle, because this was the frontline city of the Lost Kingdom's expedition to the east, and it was also the temporary capital. Although the statue of Queen Medusa was invisible at this time, I clearly remembered the layout of the buildings on the mirage. I only needed to find the corresponding buildings on the sea. Even if she was invisible, I could still calculate her exact location. The lost demonic mother sucked in a cold breath again. Xianlang said again, when I saw the mirage, although I remembered every detail, I did not dare to look at it too much. This time, in order to find the dragon sword, I pulled out these memories and studied every detail. In the end, I found that there was no place on the statue where the dragon sword could be hidden. The only place was on the ear. Her Majesty's statue did not have an ear hole on the left ear, but there was one on the right ear, and there was also an ear stud. So, it must be the dragon sword. Xianlang looked at the dragon sword in his hand. Yes, it was it. It had formed a strong energy resonance with the ancient king's ring and the dragon core. It was not a sword, not even an iron rod, but more like a mace. However, the ancient Chinese truncheons were quadrangular in shape, while the dragon sword in Xianlang's hand was triangular in shape. There were no runes or carvings on it. It looked very ordinary and was about 1.5 meters tall. It was originally very heavy, but Shenlang held it in his hand as if it was nothing. It was not because Shenlang was strong, but because of the dragon core. So it should not be called the dragon sword? Should it be called the dragon mace? Forget it. Since it was named, there was no need to change it. Now that he had succeeded and obtained this treasure, he would be able to defeat Ying Wuming. Moreover, he would be able to do it in an instant. In terms of wisdom, Shenlang was invincible, even in the face of a monstrous opponent like the Lost Demon Mother. Shenlang said, "Lost Demon Mother, I have already obtained the dragon sword. Do you still want to stop me?" At this time, the scene in front of Shenlang flickered again, and then the huge statue of Queen Medusa became invisible again. The whole sea fell silent. Shenlang said, "Lost Demon Mother, we have had our differences, but we are not enemies. We are even allies, aren't we?" The ancient crown prince Xianxia was an ally of the Lost Empire and the lover of Queen Medusa. There was still no response. Shenlang said, "Then can you tell me why Crown Prince Xianxia betrayed the ancient Eastern Empire and helped the Lost Empire? Was it just because he fell in love with Queen Medusa?" "I don't think that's the case." The Lost Demon Mother was still silent. Shenlang said again, "Lost Demon Mother, we are not enemies." "Really?" After a long while, the Lost Demon Mother said, "Yes, I know. We are not enemies. So after you showed me the ring of the king of the Jiang clan, I never hurt you again." Shenlang said, "Can you come out and meet me?" "No, that's not necessary." The Lost Demon Mother said, "I don't want to." Shenlang said, "Then can you tell me why the ancient crown prince Xianxia betrayed his own empire? Exactly what did he give Empress Medusa? What is the secret behind all this? Why did Queen Medusa come to conquer the ancient Eastern Empire?" The Lost Demon Mother said, "No comment." Shenlang said, "What is your specific identity? What is your identity in the Lost Empire? Because you once established the second Lost Empire, which is in the Western ruins. It has only been 3,000 years since then." The Lost Demon Mother said, "No comment." Shenlang said, "There is a pyramid at the peak of the Great Snow Mountain in the ruins of the Lost Empire. What secret is hidden inside? What kind of mysterious force is inside?" The Lost Demon Mother said, "No comment." Shenlang said, "What about my Auntie Angela? Is she still alive?" The Lost Demon Mother said, "Yes." Shenlang was excited and asked, "Then where is she?" The Lost Demon Mother said, "No comment." Shenlang sighed, "All right, then. I'll be on my way. See you." Shenlang said, "Your Excellency, Lost Demon Mother, goodbye. Take care." The other party was silent and didn't show up at all. Shenlang patted Dechao's shoulder and said, "Let's go home." Dechao spread his wings and flew towards the north. A few hours later, Dechao once again flew into the dark mist. Under Shenlang's guidance, Dechao successfully passed through the dark mist for 500 miles, rushed out of the Demon Triangle, and arrived at the surface of the sea outside. Shenlang turned around to look at the Great Devil Triangle. There was something going on here, and something big was brewing. It was a shocking change. However, Shenlang didn't have time to think about it. The most important thing now was to defeat Ying Wuming. Now that everything was ready, and the east wind was coming, defeating Ying Wuming was only a matter of time. Go back, go back. Next, it was time to show the mysterious power of the dragon sword. Note, the second part is too difficult to write. My head is about to explode. In the last 10 hours of the month, I'm about to lose the 9th place on the monthly votes list. I'm only 100 votes away. Please, benefactor, thank you. As soon as Shenlang landed in Raging Tide City, Zhang Chunhua rushed up to him. Your Majesty, these few days must be our lucky days," she said excitedly. She appeared to be very excited as she said, "I have 3 pieces of shocking good news to tell you. You definitely won't be able to imagine what kind of astonishing development our laboratory has made. This world is really too wonderful. Previously, we were worried for an entire year or two, unable to make any progress. But suddenly, it was as if everything had suddenly become clear, and one problem after another was solved." Shenlang was stunned. what was the result? How could it make Xianxia so happy? But scientific experiments were really strange. They could fail thousands of times, and then suddenly succeed several times in a day. It was completely unreasonable, as if they had been kissed by the goddess of victory. After landing, Xianxia was directly pulled into the huge underground laboratory by Xianxia. This is Grand Secretary Twain from the Xianxia Pavilion. He used to be a colleague of Grand Secretary Zhang Yuan. After you erased the Xianxia Pavilion's library, he was the first to surrender to us, Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at Grand Secretary Twain and found that he was a white man. He wore thick glasses, his hair was messy, and his eyes were red. He looked like Einstein. Your Majesty Xianxia, in fact, I'm not a Grand Secretary in the Xianxia Pavilion. I'm not even a scholar. Twain said, I'm just a transcriber. When I was 49, I obtained the status of an assistant scholar. So, this Grand Secretary still needs Your Majesty to confer a title. Twain smoked as he spoke. There were cigarette butts all around him. Oh, Your Majesty, I hope you don't mind me smoking. Of course, my cigarettes are specially made. I hope you don't mind. Twain shook his head vigorously every time he spoke. He looked very strange. Zhang Chunhua said, because every time he encountered a difficult situation in his research, he would use the nightmare stone to stimulate his brain. It formed a kind of conditioned reflex. This was a mad scientist. Grand Secretary Twain said, Your Majesty, you originally wanted us to study the nightmare stone rifle, right? We adopted 19 plans. The mainstream plan was how to put the idea of the ancient bow and arrow into the rifle. But I don't think this idea works. I think it's more reasonable to put the dragon power launcher on the nightmare stone rifle. Huh? Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Dragon power launcher? That was a super behemoth that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds and took up hundreds of square meters. Grand Scholar Twain said, so, we need to subtract the dragon's power launcher. We need to remove the unnecessary nightmare stone device and make it smaller. Of course, I encountered incredible difficulties, so I dismantled the ancient welfare boots and studied the nightmare stone device inside. Xianxia was stunned. What did the nightmare stone have to do with the boots and the rifle do? In about 19 days, I've created it. What you have in front of you is the world's first nightmare stone rifle. Grand Secretary Twain said, our gun barrels are plated with tungsten, the bullets are all steel, and the bullets are also plated with tungsten. Furthermore, we can completely discard the propellant. Xianxia picked up the nightmare stone rifle to test it out. It really was a big guy. In a way, it no longer looked like a rifle. The barrel was very thick, and it was densely packed with nightmare stone devices. The inside of the stock was even more complicated. There was an even more complicated nightmare stone device. Your Majesty, please try it, Grand Secretary Twain said. Xianxia picked up the strange rifle, aimed at the target in front of him, and fired. Whoosh, Xianxia was shocked. The initial speed of the bullet was too fast. His AI quickly recorded the image and made some calculations. The initial speed of the nightmare stone rifle had actually reached 1,300 meters per second. This had almost surpassed the speed of a sniper rifle on Earth. Furthermore, its effective range was over 3,000 meters, far surpassing that of ancient bows and crossbows. Your Majesty, the target in front is the armor of the Hell Legion. It's 1,300 meters away, Grand Secretary Twain said. Be it the Hell Legion, the Blood Soul Legion, or the Heaven Punishment Legion, the armor of these transcendent forces' secret armies was similar. They all had a layer of tungsten on the surface, a secret alloy on the inside, and a heat insulation layer on the innermost. Currently, none of the weapons on Xianxia's side could penetrate the armor of the Hell Legion. Not even the Hellfire arrows or thermite cannons could penetrate the armor of the Hell Legion. This was because the armor could withstand temperatures of more than 4,000 degrees Celsius. It was also because of this that Xianxia's army was basically unable to participate in the battle. In the successive crises and raging tide, Xianxia had to take the risk and use a strategic weapon like the Dragon's Regret. Xianxia's tens of thousands of troops could only watch from the sidelines. There was no weapon that could penetrate the enemy's armor. If these troops participated in the battle, wouldn't they just be throwing their lives away? The Transcendent Force's secret army was very strong. They had shocking speed, strength, and agility, but they could still be killed as long as their armor could be penetrated. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised the Nightmare Stone rifle, aiming at the new Hell Legion armor that was 1,300 meters away. Fire! Whoosh! Then, Xianxia pulled the trigger. It was almost instantaneous, only a little more than a second. Bang! With a crisp sound, the indestructible hell armor was directly pierced through, and a huge crack was torn open. Long live, good, good, Xianxia was very excited. This was a great victory. From now on, his raging Tide City's army could no longer fight back. Whether it was the Nirvana army, Amazon army, or Skeleton army, they could all enter the battlefield now. Xianxia finally had a weapon that could wipe out the Transcendent Force's secret army on a large scale. Then, Xianxia fired continuously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he emptied the magazine in one go, directly turning the Hell Legion armor into a hornet's nest. Stoop a mountain, I'll let you be even more awesome, I'll let you be even more awesome. With this weapon, not only could it be used on the ground, but it could also be used in the air. Xianxia's large airships had long been manufactured, but for more than a year, these airships could only play a supporting role on the battlefield. At most, they could only be used for reconnaissance. When the enemy Snow Eagle army, especially the ancient Vulture army, took off on a large scale, Xianxia's airships didn't even have the chance to play a supporting role because they might be shot down directly. Now that the Nightmare Stone rifle had been invented, it wasn't far from the Nightmare Stone heavy machine gun. As long as it was equipped on a large airship, it would be able to deal a devastating blow to the enemy's aerial army. Moreover, Xianxia's WAP project had long been upgraded from the steam engine to the internal combustion engine. This way, the flying speed would be even faster. Of course, once the internal combustion engine was successful, it would mean that the propeller plane could also enter the research project. After all, the earliest planes were only made of wood and canvas. We have previously tried to install the ancient Nightmare Stone power plant on the airships, but until now, there are still a series of problems that haven't been solved, Grand Scholar Twain said. Xianxia said, Zhang Chunhua, you said that there were 3 pieces of good news. The first is the Nightmare Stone rifle. This is definitely good news and epic making. What about the second piece of good news? Zhang Chunhua said, the second piece of good news is also related to Grand Scholar Twain. Please follow me. Following that, Xianxia returned to the ground and arrived at a secret testing ground on Liuzhou Island. This is our small dragon power launcher. Zhang Chunhua said, actually, he has completely abandoned the original concept of dragon power. It should be called a large Nightmare Stone rifle. Xianxia could see it. The original dragon power launcher was very strange. It was completely in the shape of a giant crossbow, and the regret of the dragon was also in the shape of a giant arrow. The small dragon power in front of him was a bit like a cannon, but it was square and round when it was fired. Countless Nightmare Stone devices wrapped around the entire launcher. The dragon power launcher can throw anything, including ancient energy cores, Grand Scholar Twain said. But I feel that this is very unnecessary. We can completely fix the caliber. It was very reasonable. It would be more orderly this way. And in order to maximize its power, our small dragon power is mainly used to fire giant artillery shells, Grand Scholar Twain said. Xianxia asked, giant artillery shells? How big? Grand Scholar Twain said, 2 tons. Instantly, Xianxia's heart trembled. It was indeed a giant artillery shell. During World War II, Nazi Germany had created the insane Dora cannon. It was nearly 43 meters long and the barrel was 48 meters long. The entire cannon weighed 1,350 tons, and the shell it fired weighed more than 7 tons and had a range of more than 40 to 50 kilometers. Of course, this super cannon did not display the power it should have during the war. Xianxia asked, how much does this small dragon power weigh? Grand Scholar Twain said, 16 tons. This weight was still too heavy, but at least it could be moved. Don't forget that Xianxia still had a group of super strong people, so the small dragon power could be used on the battlefield. Xianxia asked, then what is the furthest range of this small dragon power? 65 kilometers, Grand Scholar Twain said. awesome, it surpassed the Dora cannon on Earth. Unfortunately, it still did not surpass the dragon power. That thing could be fired for 500 kilometers. Grand Scholar Twain said, of course, if we hit the tail of the artillery shell on the Nightmare Stone device, it will be able to emit flames on its own. This way, the range will be more than 200 to 300 kilometers, but the accuracy will be completely out of control. We are currently unable to create something as accurate as the regret of the dragon. 65 kilometers? That's enough, Grand Scholar Twain said. Currently, the thing that limits us is the artillery shell. Our explosives have reached the limit. According to the formula provided by His Majesty Xianxia, we still managed to create the most powerful explosives, but it is still far from enough. We still cannot deal a large amount of damage to the enemy's secret army. Our Nightmare Stone bomb has not entered the experimental stage. I'm very sorry, this is not within the scope of my research, so I can't give any more meaningful suggestions. Xianxia nodded. Scholar Twain's attention was focused on the research of launching vehicles and not on the explosive power of the explosion. What's the third piece of good news? Xianxia asked. Zhang Chunhua said, Your Majesty, please come with me. Next, Xianxia came to another secret laboratory. This secret laboratory was very far away from raging Tide City's castle. Moreover, it was located very deep underground and was a top secret. It was a top secret because the most dangerous biological experiments were conducted here. Respected His Majesty Xianxia, it's an honor to see you again. A Western woman bowed and said, I used to be High Priest Annie of the Fire God sect, but now I'm Grand Scholar Annie of the Great Qian Empire. Then, she took out a glass bottle. There was a glowing dot inside, like a firefly, but it was much smaller. Xianxia recognized it at a glance. It was a hellfire bug. Just 3 to 5 hellfire bugs could burn a person to ashes. It could inject special substances into the human body and react with the blood, turning it into a terrifying incendiary. Moreover, the powder of the hellfire bug could be used to create the most shocking flame weapon, which could release flames of 4 to 5,000 degrees Celsius. If it was used to make artillery shells on a large scale, the destructive power would be absolutely shocking. Unfortunately, the hellfire bug was too precious. Even though the Fire God sect had sent gifts several times, Xianxia only had a few dozen kilograms. It was impossible to make artillery shells on a large scale. This is the box that you sent. It's probably the most mysterious box in the world, High Priest Annie said. This box was taken out by Xianxia from the ancient Jiang mausoleum. It was the box that contained Jiang Li's will. Its appearance was very similar to the mysterious box in the Great Yan Empire, but the color was different. Priestess Annie placed the hellfire bug into the box and closed it. Your Majesty Xianxia, let's wait for 3 hours. Then, a miracle happened. Then, the few of them waited quietly. 3 hours passed. High Priest Annie opened the box and took out the glass bottle containing the hellfire bug. Instantly, Xianxia was completely stunned. There was only one hellfire bug just now, but now, there were so many of them in the bottle. There are a total of 256. High Priest Annie said, the hellfire bugs in this mysterious box can rapidly split themselves. They can split 8 times in 3 hours. This was too scary, too strange. This was not just splitting, it was also constantly replicating. This box was indeed a super treasure. Moreover, the hellfire bugs that were split were exactly the same as the original one. Their energy did not decrease, but instead, they were stronger. Of course, this was illogical. It did not seem to follow the law of conservation of energy. There were many creatures on Earth that could split themselves, but they all needed energy. Even plants needed photosynthesis. Could it be that the hellfire bugs in this box could replicate themselves? Of course not. Xianxia could conclude that the box itself had lost energy during the process of the hellfire bug splitting and replicating. Then what was the energy source of this box? What would happen if the energy was depleted? Dragon blood marrow. Xianxia easily got the answer because he smelled a very familiar energy aura from this box. It was the energy aura of the regret of the dragon. It was as if everything had returned to its original state. The so-called Nightmare Stone was a dragon crystal. And the energy source of the regret of the dragon was the dragon blood marrow. So, dragons were the most important strategic resource in the ancient world? The most important energy source, only this kind of box could incubate dragon eggs. This was very understandable because it was an exchange of energy. To hatch a dragon egg into a dragon, it required a huge amount of energy. Moreover, it needed to be of the highest level. Only this kind of box could provide it. So what was this box called? Dragon box. Xianxia could not help but think of the heart of the dragon that he had on him. This thing provided a constant source of powerful energy, and it was actually a small reaction device. Its energy source was still the dragon blood marrow. Xianxia even saw it. The engines on Earth needed to be injected with gasoline, and this heart of the dragon required the dragon blood marrow. Of course, if it was only used to split the hellfire bugs, the energy consumption of this box was negligible. Then this box was very important. Not only could it be used to split the hellfire bugs, but it could also be used to charge the special nightmare stone. Even Xianxia felt that the creation of the regret of the dragon could not be done without it. This was a super strategic resource of the ancient civilization. Xianxia said, "Have Scholar Twain continue to work hard and quickly miniaturize the nightmare stone rifle. Then, put it into mass production and equip the new army. Especially the small dragon power. It would be best if it could be miniaturized again. The weight should be limited to 10 tons. I will then make about 30 of them." Yes. Xianxia said, "Use this dragon box to massively split the hellfire bugs. If we can't make the nightmare stone bomb for now, then make the hellfire bomb or even the hellfire warhead on a large scale." Yes. Zhang Chunhua said, "Is time very tight? Who are we going to fight?" Xianxia said, "Stupa Mountain and the New Qian Kingdom. More importantly, we need to let the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms have the ability to protect themselves." Zhang Chunhua said, "Yes, but this way, our nightmare stone crystal will be greatly depleted, and it is almost impossible to replenish it." Yes, the nightmare stone crystal was the dragon crystal. Other than the comet impact, there seemed to be no other nightmare stone crystal in this world. Xianxia had already explored many ancient ruins, but he still did not find any traces of the original nightmare stone crystal. All of them were ready-made nightmare stone devices. These 3 pieces of good news were really exciting. This meant that Xianxia's Deqian Empire was finally no longer passive and could only rely on the regret of the dragon to protect themselves. Even if the nightmare stone rifle and the miniature dragon power were still relatively primitive, it was enough for Xianxia's army to display astonishing combat strength. It was enough for him to kill his way out. Of course, Xianxia's top priority was still to defeating Wuming. The production of the nightmare stone rifle, miniature dragon power, and hellfire bombs all required time. Next, Xianxia wanted to continue his research on the energy whirlpools. The ancient king's ring, the heart of the dragon, and the sword of the dragon were all complete. The ancient king's ring provided the authority, the heart of the dragon provided the energy, and the sword of the dragon was an offensive equipment. Then, there was another very important thing, and that was Xianxia himself. He was the soul of this equipment. The lost demon mother was right. Only the smartest person could inherit Crown Prince Xianxia's equipment. This equipment could provide countless possibilities, but Xianxia had to design every attack pattern, including the energy whirlpools. The level of the energy whirlpools was also different. For example, in the ancient prison, Xianxia could not even enter the second energy whirlpool. If he wanted to organize the attack of the energy whirlpools, he would have to thoroughly understand and analyze them. After that, Xianxia spent most of his time in the ancient prison, facing the energy whirlpools. Open, close, open, close. Over and over again, he went through the whirlpools to see and feel. Then, he loaded all the data into the artificial intelligence system for analysis. In the end, the amount of data obtained was shocking. It was more than a few hundred gigabytes. And this was only the amount of data from one energy whirlpool. Fortunately, Xianxia's brain could be used as a storage medium. Otherwise, the artificial intelligence system's hard disk would not have been enough. The human brain's memory storage capacity was about 1 billion terabytes. Just obtaining the data of the energy whirlpools was not enough. He also needed to read ancient books and scrolls, which had the most in-depth explanation of the composition of the energy whirlpools. If Xianxia wanted to rely on the most direct arrangement of the energy whirlpools to directly release an energy whirlpool, even with his spiritual power and artificial intelligence system, he would not be able to release even 1,000th of the energy whirlpool. This was because there were astronomical numbers involved. Which point, which coordinate, what kind of energy needed to be released, and what level of energy? This was equivalent to using special energy pixels to connect together to form an energy whirlpool. How was this possible? What Xianxia had experienced was impossible. There had to be an energy formula. He only needed to analyze this formula and then let the heart of the dragon and the sword of the dragon produce a corresponding energy reaction. Then, he could release the energy whirlpool. So what Xianxia needed to do next was to use his intelligence, artificial intelligence system, and the research of ancient books to write the simplest energy whirlpool program. This way, he could save thousands of times the spiritual power. When Xianxia understood this point, his heart was truly shaken. Xianxia was too amazing. He had truly broken away from bloodline, physical strength, and martial arts. He had completely used his intelligence to turn himself into a top expert. And this process was also extremely difficult for Xianxia. He had found all the ancient records, but there were not many about the energy whirlpool. There were records in the ancient king scrolls, but they were too cryptic and profound. Xianxia was a genius, so there were many things that only he could understand. To others, it was like a heavenly book. This was probably the biggest test of Xianxia's intelligence. It was also the biggest test of his artificial intelligence system. His brain and artificial intelligence system were overloaded with calculations at almost every moment. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, a whole 28 days had passed. It was now the 5th of March. Xianxia still had not completed the energy whirlpool formula. 6th of March. 7th of March. After a month of sleepless work, Xianxia had finally completed the elementary energy whirlpool program. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. After inputting the energy whirlpool program into the artificial intelligence system, when it needed to be released, Xianxia's artificial intelligence system and brain would quickly work, mobilizing the energy of the heart of the dragon to form an energy whirlpool and then release it through the sword of the dragon. Energy whirlpool attack, begin. Xianxia's thoughts moved abruptly. In an instant, all his spiritual power was used up, and he fell into a deep sleep. His spiritual power was too weak. Releasing the energy whirlpool once would exhaust it. But, it still did not succeed, the elementary energy whirlpool was not released, and he had already fallen into a deep sleep. After sleeping for a whole 16 hours, Xianxia woke up. Only then did his spiritual power completely recover. He fell into a state of confusion and disappointment. Why did it fail? His energy whirlpool program should have been completely correct. Why did it fail? That's impossible. Could it be that something went wrong? Xianxia could not figure it out. He was unwilling to give up, so he tried again. Energy whirlpool attack, begin. In an instant, the spiritual power that he had just recovered was completely used up again. But it still failed. The energy whirlpool was still not released. When he woke up again, it was already the 9th of March. There were still 10 days before his duel with Ying Wuming. Xianxia was almost questioning his life. Why did it still not work? Wasn't it completely correct? Why? Why, he was so smart, and his artificial intelligence system was so awesome. Why did it still not work? Right at this moment, Chou Yao said, "Why don't you let baby Yao take a look?" Xianxia was stunned. Although Yao Yao was extremely smart, she was so young and had never come into contact with the energy whirlpool. She shouldn't be able to help, right? However, Xianxia quickly remembered that baby Yao Yao had the spiritual memory of Queen Medusa. Even if she didn't understand many things, she had ancient memories. Moreover, baby Yao Yao is an absolute soul painter. The paintings she draws are absolutely similar, as if each one has a soul. Xianxia rode Dachao to Paradise Manor and found Yao Xiao. "Baby, help daddy take a look. What's wrong with this painting?" Xianxia asked. Then, he took out a huge picture scroll that was a full 10 square meters. On it was the specific image of the energy vortex, and it seemed to correspond to every energy pixel. It was super complicated. It could be said that almost no one in the world could understand Shenlang's painting. After baby Yao Yao looked at this painting, she seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Then, her eyes changed and condensed a very mysterious light, a light that didn't belong to humans. At this moment, Shenlang seemed to feel the special eyes of the Medusa royal clan. The eyes of the Medusa royal clan were very terrifying. Those who were chosen by the Medusa queen would directly turn into stone. Even the eyes of the Medusa queen statue could make millions of sea beasts fall into a dream, almost disregarding life and death. Very soon, baby Yao Yao seemed to have searched through ancient memories. She took out a paintbrush, but she couldn't reach it. Cho Yaoer picked her up. Next, baby Yao Yao changed 3 places on Shenlang's huge energy vortex painting according to the Medusa royal clan's ancient memories. As expected, Shenlang still made mistakes. Even though he only made 3 mistakes, which was less than 1 in 10,000, it still caused the energy vortex to fail. After baby Yao Yao finished making changes, Shenlang immediately felt enlightened. "Daddy, I'm done. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." Baby Yao Yao leaned in front of Shenlang and kissed him. Then, she fell asleep in Cho Yaoer's arms. Ever since Queen Medusa disappeared, baby Yao Yao's illness was cured. She never felt sleepy again. Instead, she seemed to be full of energy. This was the first time in 2 or 3 years that she felt sleepy. It was obvious that searching through ancient memories had caused a huge overdraft of her energy. Shenlang's heart ached. "Baby, I'm sorry. It's all Daddy's fault." He swore that he would never let baby Yao Yao overdraft her spiritual power again. Otherwise, how could he be considered a qualified father? Looking at the energy vortex painting that baby Yao Yao had modified, Shenlang modified the energy vortex program in the AI. This time, it should be fine. It definitely would be fine. He took a deep breath. Energy vortex, attack. Shenlang's thoughts moved abruptly. Whoosh. A huge energy vortex shot out and directly shot out. In an instant, everything in front of Shenlang turned into ashes. The indestructible statue, the remains of the ancient armor, and everything else was smashed into smithereens. Awesome. Awesome, success. Ing Wuming, you're dead meat. Ha 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 ha. Note, the next chapter will be an instant duel. June is coming. Please give me the guaranteed monthly tickets. This is really my lifeblood. Brothers, I beg of you, really, really. Indeed, the might of this energy vortex was frightening. Furthermore, this was merely an elementary-level energy vortex. However, after releasing it, Shenlang was once again emptied out. Once again, his mental power was completely depleted. Of course, he fainted every time he failed, but this time he didn't faint after successfully releasing the energy whirlpool. It showed that the correct procedure of the energy whirlpool still needed to save some mental strength. It was March 10th, 9 days before the duel with Ing Wuming. After sleeping for 16 hours, Shenlang went to Paradise Manor again. He seemed to have developed a habit of talking to Ning Yuanxian every time something big happened. To some extent, Ning Yuanxian was his bosom friend, and they had many rehearsals together. It was interesting that Prince Jin came to see Ning Yuanxian 3 times after returning, but Sunan and Namgong Ao didn't come even once. After all, they had betrayed him. "What's your plan after this duel?" Ning Yuanxian asked. Shenlang said, "I want to stall for at least half a year." This duel seemed to be extremely absurd, but in Shenlang's opinion, it was already a sure win. What would happen after he won? Ning Yuanxian said, "It's written clearly in the 3 imperial edicts that whoever wins this duel will get the rightful title of the Great Qian Empire." Shenlang said, "Yes. And according to my agreement with Ing Wuming, once I win, the new Qian kingdom must be loyal to me. There can only be one Great Qian Empire in this world." Ning Yuanxian said, "Is half a year enough?" Although Yinguang and Stupa Mountain have suffered great losses, they still have a powerful secret army. Next is the duel with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. Was half a year enough? It was barely enough, but it was enough. In another half a year, it would be almost 4 years since Shenlang returned to the Eastern world. Although the territory of his Great Qian Empire hadn't changed, its national power had been upgraded. Especially recently, the combination of the technological civilization and the ancient nightmare stone civilization had finally blossomed. In half a year's time, the first-generation nightmare stone rifles, mini dragon power, and hellfire cannons should be enough to equip the first batch of new soldiers. Currently, Xianxia had 7,000 Amazon army, 2,000 Nirvana army, 35,000 skeleton army and 50,000 Prince Jean army under him. If the new weapon could equip all 60,000 people, it would be a blessing in disguise. Xianxia was confident that he could win the upcoming decisive battle. The key was whether the situation could give him half a year's time. The more time there was, the more advantageous it would be for Xianxia, because he now had a few thousand scholars under his command. Now that the combination of the ancient civilization and the scientific civilization had achieved some results, there would be a continuous period of explosive growth. The final battle. The final battle. It was like this every time. Before the battle had even begun, they would have to prepare for the next one. Xianxia smiled and said, "If it is possible, I would rather drag things out as long as possible. This is because we will have to face the incomparably powerful Great Yan Empire after the decisive battle with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. However, time never stops, and the footsteps of our enemies never stop as well." Yinguang had been suffering from the radiation of the so-called dragon egg every day. It had been almost a year now, and the longer it dragged on, the more damage it would cause to his body. Moreover, once the outcome of the battle between Xianxia and Yinguang was decided, the Great Yan Empire would immediately launch a devastating attack. Super long-range strategic strike. Just the sound of it made one's hair stand on end. Therefore, in this half a year, not only did Xianxia have to prepare for the final battle with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain, but he also had to find a way to resist the Great Yan Empire's regret of the dragon. Xianxia said, "Do you have a plan for how to fight for the next half a year?" Xianxia said, "Yes, it's a good plan." Both of them slowly played chess. Xianxia was very serious because he was old and needed to use his brain frequently. On the other hand, Xianxia was absent-minded. At this time, among the thousands of scholars under him, there were already dozens of outstanding scholars. However, he still coveted one person, Emperor Zhongli's disciple in the Western world, Adolf. This person was a true genius. Unfortunately, he should still be in prison in the White Capital. Xianxia said, "Father-in-law, have you heard of Fiery Flame City? It's in the Western world." Xianxia shook his head. He had never heard of it. The Fire God sect and Xianxia had a close relationship. They had sent 3 batches of scholars to support them. Therefore, there were more than 300 priests in the Fire God sect who were loyal to Xianxia. He had tried to find out more about Fiery Flame City, but to no avail. Fiery Flame City, Fire God sect. It sounded so fitting, but the other party had never heard of this city. "By the way, I heard that the Xianxia Pavilion has made some gains in the Great Desert," Xianxia said. Xianxia said, "It's not surprising. Cabinet Masters with CI is very reliable. If he wasn't 80% sure, he wouldn't have given up everything in the Eastern world and risked everything to develop the Great Desert. The ancient ruins of Stupa Mountain in the Southern Sea were amazing enough, and the Great Desert was one of the 3 major life-forbidden zones in this world. The Devil's Triangle, the Great Desert in the far north of the continent. The first 2 places were considered to have been visited, but the Great Desert was still a complete mystery. No one knew how much the Xianxia Pavilion had made this time and how amazing the ancient ruins would be. Also, would Cabinet Masters with CI attend the competition between Xianxia and Yingwuming? He had attended the Transcendental Forces meeting last time. When talking about the Xianxia Pavilion, Xianxia's hand paused for a moment. Xianxia knew that he was thinking of Ninghan. Since that battle, Xianxia had never mentioned Ninghan again, nor had he asked about her life or death. After returning to Fury Tide City, Prince Jean directly took over all the internal affairs. As the king of Danan, he also became the prime minister of the Deqian Empire. He was extremely busy every day. Sunan became the Privy Council deputy, responsible for training the new army. "Your Royal Highness, Prime Minister Sua." Sunan bowed. Sua Xian said, "You look so good. It's been almost 10 years, but you haven't aged." Sunan said, "Isn't Prime Minister Sua the same?" Sua Xian asked, "Are you busy recently? Yes. Sunan said, after coming out of the Mount Jingang ruins, although our physical fitness has been greatly improved, our fighting mentality is still lagging behind. We can't keep up with His Majesty's new war mentality, so we have to learn from scratch. The so-called new army not only has new clothes, but also new mentality. Xianxia said, yes, our enemy is too special. The old methods won't work. Fortunately, we have His Majesty, who is like the sun guiding us forward. Otherwise, we would still be wasting time in the darkness. Your good days are coming. His Majesty has returned to the Eastern world for more than 3 years, and the army of the Deqian Empire is finally not a burden anymore. This kind of words was pure personal worship, but it was very popular in Fury Tide City. Speaking of which, there is really nothing we can do. Xianxia continued, after the Danan king came, our Deqian Empire finally has a prime minister, but the Privy Council deputy is still empty, and no one can take it. There was really no one who could be the Privy Council deputy of the Deqian Empire. Lan Feng couldn't, Jack Tang couldn't, Hela couldn't, and Xiao Yaoer couldn't either. This position not only required talent, but also qualifications. This was because the Privy Council deputy of the Deqian Empire was one level higher than the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, but there was no one in Fury Tide City who had more experience than Bian Shao and Wu Ji. There was one person who was the most suitable, and that was King Chu. Whether it was talent or status, he was enough, but the Chu kingdom still couldn't do without him, so Xianxia temporarily took this position. Not only was the Privy Council deputy empty, but the Blackwater platform governor's position was also empty. Because there was no suitable person, Duke Xianxia had to take this position again. However, the real person in charge of the Blackwater platform governor's position was Shuayin, and she was suitable for this position. Xianxia was finally made a duke, and he was a duke of both the Deqian Empire and the state of Yu. Originally, Shenlang and the Jin family did not care about this, but the kings of Suaxian, Lan Feng, and Wu Chuyu, the 3 kingdoms, repeatedly petitioned for Xianxia to be conferred the title of duke, and Shenlang's adoptive father Shenwan to be conferred the title of duke. In the end, only Xianxia was made a duke, and Shenlang's adoptive father Shenwan firmly refused. He said that he could only be a servant, and not a noble. This time, when His Majesty goes to Qian capital for the martial arts competition, we also need to form a diplomatic group. Xianxia said, I have discussed with the Danan king many times. It is not suitable for this diplomatic group to be led by a civil official, because this is a demonstration, so it should be led by a military official. Therefore, this diplomatic official needs to be transferred from the Privy Council. Count Xianxia has a high status, but his status is too close to His Majesty, so we want you to lead the team. Sunan was stunned. Him representing the Deqian Empire's diplomatic group? Is this appropriate? Prince Jin said, we know that you are very busy, and you can't be absent for even a day to train the new army, but following His Majesty to Qian capital is more important. You are skilled in martial arts, experienced, and capable, so you are the most suitable person to lead the team. Sunan said, since His Majesty and Sua Shongrua trust me, then I will go. Prince Jin said, all right, this matter is decided. Speaking of which, there was an interesting matter. The Deqian Empire wanted to accompany Shenlang to Qian capital, so the size of the diplomatic group couldn't be too small. Otherwise, it would look shabby. However, a large-scale diplomatic group lacked mounts. In order to save time, it was best to ride on snow eagles instead of horses. Furious Tide City was more than 10,000 miles away from Qian capital, and if they were to ride horses, it would take forever. However, the total number of snow eagles in Furious Tide City did not exceed 30. Therefore, Prince Jin negotiated with Yan capital, requesting the Great Yan Empire to lend 100 snow eagles to the Deqian Empire, and return them immediately after the diplomatic mission. When Prince Lian heard this request, he broke down. How can this be? We are enemies, and you still want to borrow snow eagles from me. Isn't your Great Qian Empire a little too poor? However, the Great Yan Empire still showed their grace in this matter. The Great Yan Crown Prince personally issued a decree, approving the loan of 100 snow eagles to Furious Tide City. However, the decree clearly stated that the snow eagles could not be used for any war purposes, and they must be returned after the martial arts competition in Qian capital. On the 11th day of the 3rd month, Xianlang rode to Chao and left Furious Tide City under Qiu Yaoer's protection. He headed to Qian capital to participate in the martial arts competition with Ying Wuming. The Deqian Empire's Privy Council deputy Su Nan accompanied him with a diplomatic group of 200 people. After 5 days of flight, Xianlang's diplomatic group finally arrived at the capital of the Xianxia Kingdom, Qian capital. There were 3 capitals in the world: White Jade capital, Yan capital, and Qian capital. Qian capital used to be the most glorious city in the Eastern world. For about 10 years, it even surpassed Yan capital. That was also the time when Emperor Jiangli was at his peak. In the entire Eastern world, only Yan capital and Qian capital were qualified to be called imperial capitals. When Xianlang's diplomatic group flew above the Xianxian kingdom, he still appeared calm, but the entire diplomatic group was already excited. This was the homeland of the Deqian Empire. Even though it was still under the rule of the Ying father and son, it still belonged to the Deqian Empire. Every inch of land, every village, town, and city belonged to Emperor Xianlang. Even though it had been completely dismembered, the Xianxian kingdom was still very big. It was almost 3 times the size of the state of Yu. When Qian capital was in sight, the entire diplomatic group cheered. Long live the emperor! The Raging Tide City was only the temporary capital of the great Qian Empire. In all the maps of the Raging Tide City and all the official documents of the great Qian Empire, there was only one imperial capital. It was just that it was still in Yingguang's hands. This was the first time Xianlang, Qiu Yaoer, Hila, and most of the people present had seen Qian capital. Even Su Nan was looking at it from the sky. It was the 2nd largest city in the world, second only to Yan capital. This city was like a crouching tiger or a coiling dragon. Whether it was majestic or domineering, it far surpassed the capital of the Chu kingdom, the capital of the state of Yu, and the capital of the Wu kingdom. As for the Raging Tide City, it was even uglier. Qian capital did indeed have the aura of an emperor. Even though Xianlang had imagined it many times, he was still shocked when he looked down at the panoramic view of Tianjin. It was too majestic, too grand. The population of this city should be more than 1 million, and the circumference of the city walls was more than 100 miles. Even the ancient Chang'an and Bianjing didn't have such a shocking aura. After all, Xianlang was the ruler of the Deqian Empire. When he flew above Qian capital, the great Yan Empire's Prince Lian and Yingguang personally came to welcome him. Your Excellency Xianlang, is my Qian capital still majestic? How does it compare to your Raging Tide City? Yingguang asked. It's more than 100 times more majestic, Xianlang said. Su Nan said, Prince Ying, Qian capital is His Majesty's Qian capital. Your Ying family is only occupying it. Why are you talking about your Qian capital? Yingguang glanced at Su Nan, then looked at Xianlang. Your Excellency Xianlang, I don't mind you looking at my Qian capital from above, but don't have any improper thoughts. The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, All right, it's getting late. Let's enter Qian capital now. Then, Xianlang's diplomatic group landed and entered through the east gate of Qian capital. This was the first time Xianlang set foot on Qian capital. It was also the first time the citizens of Qian capital saw Xianlang's face. There was an eerie silence. No one made any noise. No one was even discussing. The citizens of Qian capital looked at Xianlang with complicated gazes. When Xianlang looked at them, they even averted their eyes. It had only been less than 30 years since Jiangli's sudden death. Everything was still fresh in people's minds. Perhaps everyone clearly knew in their hearts that Xianlang was the true master of Tianjin. Yingguang and his son were merely rebels. However, the citizens of Qian capital chose to serve Yingguang for the sake of their lives. It wasn't just the citizens of Qian capital. The ministers of the new Qian Empire were even more complicated. Most of these ministers were in their 60s or 70s. When Jiangli died, they were still in their prime. They used to be ministers of the Jiang family, but now, they were loyal to the Ying family. How could they not feel complicated when facing the son of their former master? In short, the atmosphere was very awkward and heavy. The envoy from Raging Tide City was very angry. They felt that the citizens of Qian capital were too cold to His Majesty Xianlang. This was their true master. Why didn't they kneel and swear loyalty to him? Couldn't they at least show some warmth in their eyes? This was especially true for the Lan brothers, Tu De, Tu Er, Lan Bao, and the others. They were all people with special bloodlines nurtured by Jiangli. Qian capital was their home. Now that they had entered Qian capital, they actually felt like outsiders. It's fine if Yingguang and his son are cold to us, but even you citizens of Qian capital are so cold. One had to know that when His Majesty Shenlang's identity was revealed, there were warriors from small countries tens of thousands of miles away cheering and rushing to Raging Tide City to swear their loyalty to His Majesty Shenlang. Where were the people of the new Qian Empire at that time? Where were the people of Qian capital? You are the ones who should be the most loyal to His Majesty Shenlang. Perhaps everything will change after the duel between His Majesty Shenlang and Ying Wuming, Lunatic Lan said. Following that, Shenlang and the diplomatic mission were arranged to stay in the original Duke Lin residence. It was Jiang Lin, the uncle who died for Shenlang. During this period of time, no one came to visit Shenlang. Be it the officials or citizens of Qian capital, they didn't even dare to walk past the entrance of the Duke Lin residence. They didn't dare to get within 100 meters of the residence for fear of causing a misunderstanding. There was still a long way to go to win over the hearts of the citizens of the new Qian Empire. Of course, this duel was a good opportunity. Shenlang and Ning Yuanxian had said that as long as the Ying family was destroyed, the citizens of the new Qian Empire would have no other choice. They couldn't possibly pledge their loyalty to the great Yan Empire. 18th of the third month, the diplomatic mission from all the countries and the 6 transcendent forces had arrived. This was the most eye-catching moment in the past few decades in Qian capital. After Jiang Li's sudden death, the only center of the world was Yan capital. Qian capital was marginalized. Even after Yingguang ascended to the throne, there wasn't such a large diplomatic mission. None of the countries and the 6 transcendent forces were absent. Even the White Jade capital sent an envoy. It was still that familiar lady, the one who attended the conference of the transcendent forces. The Ren sect leader of Stupa Mountain, the young master of Punishing Sky Pavilion, the master of Sky Sea Pavilion, the master of Tong Tian Temple, and the second in command of Xiankong Temple were all present. The kings of Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms were all present. The king of Great Jin, the crown prince of Northern Militant, and the king of Liang Kingdom were all present. This was a magnificent lineup. Only the great Yan Empire had the power to gather all the countries and transcendent forces. All the members of the diplomatic mission added up to more than 10,000 people. Although the duel between Shenlang and Ying Wuming was rather absurd, it would determine the ownership of the great Qian Empire. This was a serious and important matter. In fact, it was the biggest event in the past few decades. It was even more important than the murder of the Chu king. The kings of Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms also stayed in the Duke Lin residence. This was the first time King Wu met Shenlang. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. On the night of the 18th of March, as the host, Yingguang held a grand banquet in the palace to entertain the diplomatic missions of all the countries and the 6 transcendent forces. He couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first time. This was the first time so many diplomatic missions had come to his palace. Perhaps, they would have to wait until they defeated the great Yan Empire and the Ying clan became the ruler of the world. Only then would they be able to witness such a magnificent scene. Of course, Yingguang felt that he wouldn't be able to see it in this generation. If he wanted to defeat the great Yan Empire, he would have to wait until the death of the great Yan Emperor and the ascension of the Crown Prince. But this time, it was a glorious victory. After all, the Ying family would officially become the ruler of the great Qian Empire after tomorrow. They would no longer be rebels. The most noble families in the world were the Ji family and the Jiang family. In Yingguang's opinion, Shenlang didn't just give up the title of the great Qian Empire. He also gave up the title of the second most noble surname in the world. From tomorrow onwards, the Ying family would replace the Jiang family as the second most noble surname in the world. There was nothing to write about this grand banquet. There was no truth to be said, nor was there anything useful to be said. He didn't even say a word during the whole process. In everyone's eyes, Shenlang was almost a dead man. Many people couldn't even imagine if Shenlang had lost his mind. How could he make such a decision? It was simply insane. He gave up the title of the great Qian Empire just like that. he was the #1 prodigal in the world. The political legacy that Emperor Jiangli had spent his entire life building was ruined by Xianlang in less than a day. No one cared about Xianlang's fate in the entire banquet. They only cared about one thing. What kind of ancient relic had the Xianxia pavilion discovered in the Great Desert? Moreover, Pavilion Master Xuezi didn't have to come this time. Why did he come? But still, no one dared to ask. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, this astonishing but strangely quiet banquet ended. Xianlang returned to the Duke of Lin's mansion. Ying Wuming didn't show up throughout the whole banquet. Midnight, Ying Wuming, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren, and Ying Guang stood in the courtyard of the palace. The moon shone brightly in the sky. Even though this was a ridiculous competition, and even though Ying Wuming was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than Xianlang. However, he was still meticulous and made all the necessary preparations. He put on the most advanced and powerful ancient armor, which was enough to withstand all damage from ancient weapons. This ancient armor is the treasure of Stupa Mountain. It is the highest level armor found in the ancient relic in the Southern Sea. Its previous owner was a prince of the great ancient empire. This ancient armor has an independent energy source. Even if the dragon's regret explodes not far away, wearing this armor will not be in danger. Sect leader Ren helped Ying Wuming put on the ancient empire's prince armor. This is an ancient ring. In the ancient empire, it has an extremely high level of authority. Moreover, it can protect your body from most energy attacks. Sect Master Ren put a ring on Ying Wuming's finger. It looked similar to Xianlang's ring. In the ancient square, Xianlang could clearly see that many of the upper echelons of the great ancient empire had rings on their fingers. The ring that sect leader Ren gave Ying Wuming was of a very high level among ancient rings. Even though it couldn't compare to Xianlang's ancient king ring, it could still withstand most negative damage. In addition, Ying Wuming was so strong that even if the real dragon's regret exploded not far away, he wouldn't be killed. This is the sword of the great ancient king. It is indestructible and can easily destroy any ancient equipment. Sect leader Ren handed the golden sword to Ying Wuming. This was what he had found in the stone coffin in the ancient square. Xianlang used to think that this was the dragon's sword. After all, it used to belong to the great ancient king. Xianlang is extremely cunning. His previous bragging has all come true. So even if your martial arts are 1,000,000 times stronger than his, you must give it your all. Ying Guang said, of course, there must be a reason why Xianlang dared to propose this martial arts duel. However, it's nothing more than some ancient equipment. But no matter what ancient equipment he has, it's far inferior to the equipment you have on you. There's no doubt that you will win this martial arts duel. Sect leader Ren said, don't kill Xianlang. Just cripple him because we still need him to fire the dragon's regret. Ying Wuming said, yes. The 19th of March. The day that everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. The grand event that attracted the attention of the Eastern world had finally arrived. The Great Yan Empire and the New Qian Kingdom had been preparing for the martial arts duel between Xianlang and Ying Wuming for 50 days. The duel would take place in the Qian capital Grand Duel Arena. The Grand Duel Arena was huge. It was more than hundreds of thousands of square meters and could accommodate 50,000 people. There were about 10,000 people from all the countries and the 6 transcendent forces. The remaining 40,000 people were the nobles of the New Qian Kingdom and 10,000 were the representatives of the common people. There were 50,000 people, and there were no empty seats. Of course, in everyone's mind, this was a martial arts duel without any suspense. It was also the most ridiculous duel in history. Therefore, no one made any bets. Even if the odds were 10,000 to 1, no one would make such a bet. This was because even if the sea flowed backward, the mountains were overturned, and the sun rose from the west, there would be no other result. Xianlang was instantly killed. Whether it was in a dream or reality, or even in the most ridiculous books, this was the only ending. However, wasn't it great to witness this moment in itself? Although this martial arts duel was ridiculous, Xianlang was the son of Jiangli after all. Moreover, he had created so many miracles. Therefore, his defeat was also a historical event. Watching him being killed by Ying Wuming was also witnessing history. This was especially so for the nobles and common people of the New Qian Kingdom. Many of them had originally supported Xianlang. However, ever since he proposed this duel, everyone's hearts surged towards Ying Guang and his son like a tidal wave. They were all loyal to the Ying clan. This was because Shen Lang was too crazy. Even a lunatic wouldn't propose this martial arts duel. Was he treating the great Qian Empire's name as a joke? Who would dare to pledge allegiance to a lunatic? Who would dare to let a lunatic protect them? There were only smart people in the world. The 50,000 people in the grand duel arena were silent. The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian was reading the Yan capital's imperial edict. After reading for more than half an hour, he finally finished. Your Excellency Shen Lang, Your Excellency Ying Wuming, let's confirm one last time. Will this duel continue? Prince Lian asked. Yes, Shen Lang replied. Yes, Ying Wuming said. Prince Lian said, let's confirm one last time. This martial arts duel will determine the Great Qian Kingdom's rightful owner. The loser will completely lose the Great Qian Kingdom's name. Are you sure? Yes. Yes. Prince Lian said, this is a duel. Weapons have no eyes. We will bear witness to its fairness, but we will not interfere with his life or death. This is the life and death agreement. Are you sure you want to sign it? He took out a bloodied life and death agreement. It was written in cinnabar ink by the Crown Prince of Great Yin. Once the life and death agreement was signed, life and death would not matter. Even if Shen Lang was cut into pieces by Ying Wuming in the duel arena, he would not be held responsible. He would not be accused of treason. Ying Wuming was meticulous, while Shen Lang seemed a little casual. Both of them signed their names on the life and death agreement. The Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian raised the life and death agreement and the 3 imperial edicts. He shouted, the Great Yan Empire will bear witness to this martial arts duel. The representatives of the 6 transcendent forces raised their hands and said, we will bear witness. The representatives of the various nations raised their hands and said, we will bear witness. The nobles and the citizens of the new Qian kingdom raised their right hands and said, we will bear witness. Prince Lian said, the world will bear witness to this martial arts duel. The winner will obtain the Great Qian Empire's rightful title. Your Excellency Shen Lang, Your Excellency Ying Wuming, please enter the circle. Shen Lang and Ying Wuming slowly walked to the center of the duel arena. It was a circle with a diameter of about 30 meters. The two of them stood opposite each other, 25 meters apart. More than 10 chiming bells and 20 hourglasses were placed in the most conspicuous place in the duel arena. The duel would officially begin at noon. The golden sand in the hourglasses flowed continuously, and time continued to pass. The time of the duel was getting closer. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, everyone had begun to hold their breaths. They tried their best to open their eyes wide and not blink. This was because this martial arts duel would be very fast. It would be over in an instant. This was the moment to witness history, the moment to witness Shen Lang's demise. Not a single moment could be missed. Wu, Chu, Yu, the 3 kings, Sun An, and the others could barely breathe. Their hearts were throbbing with pain. Although they were full of confidence in Shen Lang and believed that His Majesty Shen Lang was born to create miracles, the disparity in this martial arts duel was too great. Even in their most bizarre dreams, they dared not dream that Shen Lang would win. 10 seconds to the start of the duel. 9 seconds, Ying Wuming squinted his eyes and slowly raised his golden sword. And Shen Lang also raised the dragon sword in his hand. Both of them held their breaths. Ying Wuming's eyes began to turn crazy, as if he was drunk. Listen, the footsteps are getting closer. Soon, the Ying family will no longer be rebels. We will be the only legitimate family of the Deqian Empire. Soon, the Ying family will replace the Jiang family and become the 2nd most noble family name in the world. His Majesty Jiangli, you have done a great favor for the Ying family. Your death has helped us succeed the throne. Now, your son will help us succeed again. His demise will help the Ying family's great ambition. The Ying family is destined to rise by stepping on the corpses of the Jiang family. 3, 2, 1, time's up, all the hourglasses had run out. All the bells rang, as if it was a death knell. Clang! The duel officially begins. Ying Wuming's body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Shen Lang like a meteor. Shenlang, you trash, die, become a walking corpse and help the hegemony of my Ying family to come true. At the same time, a thought flashed through Shenlang's mind. Energy vortex, elementary, activate. Instantly, the power from the ancient times, the power from the dragon blood marrow, and the highest level of energy in this world condensed in the dragon heart. Through Shenlang's body, it drilled into the dragon sword. Then, it suddenly burst out. The entire world seemed to be filled with an inaudible dragon roar. A huge energy whirlpool swept towards Ying Wuming. Bang, there was no loud sound. It was just soundless. Ying Wuming, the crown prince of the New Qian kingdom, the world's top expert, and the direct disciple of His Majesty Jiangli, was sent flying for thousands of meters. The things on his body were crushed inch by inch. The duel had just begun, but it was already over. In an instant, he was killed. Note, here's the second update. Benefactor, please pray for monthly votes. Kowtow and shed tears. Thank you, Buddha's Radiance, Pig Riding Tiger, standing at 30 for a reward of 1984 coins. Because I was missing 4 days, I only updated 400,000 words this month. This is the lowest number of words I've ever had since I was published. Should I have a nickname? At least 400,000 words a day, a nickname that makes people want to cry. Because of the 4 days I disappeared, the daily sales plummeted and the subscriptions were greatly reduced. Therefore, these days have been really difficult. I have to work hard to get rid of these negative emotions when I'm writing, to keep myself burning. Brothers, I want to stop my losses, I want to pull my results back. Therefore, June's monthly votes ranking is very important, more important than ever. But this month, it will be much more difficult for me to get votes. I can only use 120% of my strength to write with all my might, to move you. Benefactor, I need your support more than ever. Please give me the monthly votes. I want to do everything I can to pull my results back. Brothers, I need you very much. At this time, brothers who are still reading the D version, come back, please vote for me, give me a hand. Pastry shed tears of gratitude. Bang, Ying Wuming's body flew out like a cannonball. Just now, the speed at which he charged towards Shenlang was extremely fast, but now, the speed at which he was bounced back was even faster. While his armor was shattered, there was a series of explosions coming from within his body. Bang, 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 following the series of explosions, blood spurted out like a fountain. But the moment it spurted out, it shattered into endless red powder. Therefore, Ying Wuming's body was really like a red bomb. When he flew in the air, endless red mist burst out. Immediately after, his body slammed into a huge stone pillar in the grand duel arena. There was a loud noise. The stone pillar, which was more than a meter in diameter, broke. Then, Ying Wuming's whole body was red, and he lay on the ground, motionless. F***CK. At this time, Shenlang's mental strength was completely exhausted. He barely managed to hold on and not faint. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The power of the energy vortex shouldn't be so great. Ying Wuming was wearing a top-notch ancient armor, but it was now almost completely shattered. Not a single inch of his body was unscathed. There were probably tens of thousands of small holes on his body, all of which had exploded. Why did it have such an effect? The primary energy vortex was very powerful, but it didn't have such a heaven-defying effect. The reason for this was that Ying Wuming's martial arts were too strong. This fight was a complete disgrace to him because Shenlang was too weak. Even if he killed Shenlang 10,000 times, it would be useless. In the future, when everyone mentioned Ying Wuming, they would remember the fight between him and Shenlang, and they would instinctively look down on him. This was equivalent to Lin Jieling and Sister Feng competing in beauty in front of the whole country. Even if she won 100 times, her value would plummet. Therefore, in this fight, besides turning Shenlang into a cripple, the most important thing was to create an effect that would amaze everyone. He wanted to condense all the internal energy in his body and perform a stunning performance. Internal energy super resonance. First, he used half a finger to send Shenlang flying a kilometer away, turning him into a cripple. Then, Ying Wuming gently stepped on the ground, and all the internal energy and true qi in his body burst out. The arena, which had a diameter of 30 meters, had completely collapsed. Everyone was crushed into pieces and turned into dust. This was the inner strength super resonance. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely shocking, absolutely able to make people remember this scene forever. In the future, when this martial arts competition was mentioned, they would only remember this scene, and not the fact that he had defeated Xianxia. After destroying the martial arts arena with his internal force resonance, Ying Wuming calmly said, "This martial arts competition is a disgrace, so I've destroyed this arena. Just pretend that today's events never happened." If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a super successful show-off. Therefore, at that time Ying Wuming's body had been brewing all the internal force and bloodline power. His whole body was like a shocking bomb that was going to explode outside his body. However, before Ying Wuming could unleash his inner force, Xianxia's energy whirlpool collided with it, destroying the ancient armor on Ying Wuming's body. The astounding inner force in Ying Wuming's body exploded. That was why Ying Wuming had turned into a red bomb, riddled with holes. It was simply too terrifying. The entire arena was dead silent. Everyone's mind was blank, and they had almost lost all ability to react. This included the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian. To be honest, he had witnessed many of Xianxia's miracles with his own eyes. Therefore, he had a different view of this martial arts competition. Although he did not know how Xianxia would win, he had a faint feeling that Xianxia might not necessarily lose. However, when it really happened, he still felt as though he could not breathe. How was this possible? What had just happened? How did Xianxia do it? King Ningjing of Yu, King Wu, and King Chu were also completely stunned. Everything had happened too quickly, not even a second had passed. It had ended almost as soon as it had started. Moreover, their Emperor Xianxia had won and defeated Ying Wuming in an instant. God, even in the most absurd of dreams, they would not dare to dream of such a scene. After the complete shock, they fell into a temporary numbness. After a full half a minute, boundless ecstasy completely exploded. God, we won. His Majesty Xianxia won. He has once again created a miracle. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty Xianxia! Long live His Majesty! The Wu, Chu, and Yu kings were the first to shout, followed by Su Nan and all the members of the furious Tide City delegation. Su Nan, in particular, was still in a daze. He could not help but recall what had happened a few years ago. He had also been defeated in such an inexplicable manner. It was obvious that he would win, but then he suddenly received bad news that the Chang king, Alutai, had died, and the Chang kingdom's army had been completely annihilated. Then came the news that the Su clan's army that had besieged Xiangchang's White Knight city had been completely annihilated. At that time, the situation had clearly been favorable, but they had lost completely. In the end, the entire clan had been forced to die just to protect Su Nan. However, Ying Wuming was probably even more confused now. He did not even know what had happened before he was directly annihilated. After a long time, Su Nan shouted in his heart, "His Majesty Xianxia is awesome." After a long time, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire finally remembered his mission. He slowly walked toward the place where Ying Wuming had landed. Everyone's eyes followed him as he moved. After walking for a long time, Prince Lian finally arrived in front of Ying Wuming. He first checked Ying Wuming's breathing, then touched his carotid artery. Then, his gaze fell on Ying Wuming's chest. There was a large hole in his chest. Even his heart had been blasted through. Ying Wuming was too powerful. All the inner force and vital energy in his body had exploded in his blood vessels. How powerful was that? It was a tragic sight. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Prince Lian instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but found that his throat was blocked. Scenes of Ying Wuming in the flame capital surfaced in his mind. He was a very powerful person. Nearly a year ago, he had just represented Stupa Mountain in the Transcendental Forces meeting. How high-spirited and heroic he had been back then. In fact, it was not just a year ago. All these years, he had been a frequent visitor to the flame capital. He was an influential figure in the entire Eastern world. But now, he was gone, just like that. Everyone stared at Prince Lian. "Why don't you say something?" Prince Lian said slowly. "Crown Prince Ying Wuming is dead." There was still a deathly silence. Prince Lian raised his voice and said, "Crown Prince Ying Wuming is dead." Then, the entire dueling arena erupted into a frenzy. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. How could this be? Crown Prince Ing Wuming was more than 10,000 times stronger than Shenlang. And now, he was dead. Wasn't Shenlang supposed to be weak and weak? Moreover, he had not even touched Ing Wuming. After a long while, everyone's gaze fell on Ing Guang. He was once again the center of attention. As the host and the king of the New Qian kingdom, Ing Guang naturally sat in the most prominent position. Beside him were sect leader Ren and pavilion masters with CI of the Sky Sea Pavilion. Those with the highest status were all seated in this row. This was a separate grandstand. It was high up and dazzling. Ing Guang's tall figure stood there motionlessly, staring at Ing Wuming's body from afar. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire repeated, "Crown Prince Ing Wuming is dead." Immediately. Pfft! Ing Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. His tall figure shook violently as if he would collapse at any moment. Prince Ing. Pavilion masters with CI reached out to help him up. Ing Guang raised his hand to stop him. After shaking for a while, he stood still. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ing Guang jumped down from the grandstand and slowly walked toward Ing Wuming's body. With every step he took, blood dripped onto the ground. With every step he took, the ground cracked inch by inch. Deep footprints were left on the extremely hard ground. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ing Guang slowly walked up to Ing Wuming. It was too horrible to look at. The shape of his body couldn't be seen at all, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. His whole body was riddled with holes. There was a deep hole in his heart. Ing Guang's body trembled violently. His tall figure was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Huff, 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 every time he breathed, he spat out blood. It was like the roar of a wild beast, and everyone in the arena could hear his breathing. Ing Guang was very sad when he heard the news of Ing Wu's death. However, Ing Wuming was dead. His entire world seemed to have collapsed, and he felt like his heart had died. This was his pride and his lifelong hope. Ing Guang's ultimate dream was to defeat the Great Yan Empire and become the ruler of the Eastern world. However, he did not dare to hope that it could be accomplished in his generation. He had placed all his hopes on Ing Wuming's generation. Now, however, his hope had been destroyed. Ing Guang carefully carried Ing Wuming's body and slowly walked back to the center of the arena. It was the circle with a diameter of 30 meters. At this moment, Shenlang was standing outside the circle. He looked at Shenlang quietly and said, "My son is dead. So, I need hundreds of thousands of your people to accompany him." Then, Ing Guang gently stomped his foot. Pung! In an instant, the 30-meter diameter arena collapsed. Everyone was crushed into pieces. Ing Wuming had failed, but Ing Guang had done it. It was amazing. This was the inner force super resonance. It was really awesome. What kind of powerful martial arts was required to achieve this? At least, Shenlang could not imagine it. This was because it was not a direct explosion. Instead, it was soundless, just like the precise explosions of modern Earth. In an instant, the entire building collapsed without any debris flying. The scene in front of him was even more amazing. The entire arena was instantly reduced to rubble, and the sound was even softer than the sound of a balloon bursting. Shenlang, I don't care how you did it, and I don't care how you created this miracle. But, I want you to bury 1,000,000 people with Wuming, Ing Guang said again. Then, he carried Ing Wuming and left. The arena was still completely silent. The Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian returned to the monarch's grandstand. He needed to discuss with the envoys of the various countries and the representatives of the 6 transcendent forces. This martial arts competition was witnessed and supervised by the Great Yan Empire's imperial edict. However, the entire process was too strange. So, they needed to hold a meeting to discuss whether this demonstration was real and effective. There were no more than 30 people in the monarch's grandstand, and the representatives of ordinary small countries were not qualified to speak. I strongly doubt the results of this martial arts competition. Everyone knows that Shenlang is weak. How did he defeat Crown Prince Ing Wuming? The Tongtian Temple Master said, "There must be a conspiracy." This is definitely a conspiracy. This is a stain on martial arts. The Tongtian Temple and Shenlang had a deep-seated hatred. So, they chose to stand up at the first opportunity, even though Jiangli was a great benefactor to the Tongtian temple. Then, the great Liang Kingdom king said, I also doubt the fairness of this martial arts competition. I propose to summon Shenlang and ask him to thoroughly explain how he killed Ing Wuming. The punishing Heaven Pavilion young master Ji Wulian said slowly, I also agree to thoroughly investigate Shenlang and find out how he killed Ing Wuming. The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian looked at the White Jade Capital Envoy, the Stupa Mountain Master, and the Sky Sea Pavilion Master and said, What do the three of you think? Stupa Mountain Master Ren said, Then summon him for questioning. The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, Sure. Summon His Excellency Shenlang. A moment later, Shenlang arrived at the challenger's grandstand and sat down in front of the 30 judges. His mental energy was almost completely depleted. He could fall asleep at any time. The new Qian Kingdom's Prince Ing Wucheng said coldly. Shenlang, how did you kill my brother? Summon him immediately. Ing Wucheng was feeling complicated. Ing Wuming and Ing Wuk were dead. Would he be the next crown prince of the new Qian Kingdom? The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, His Excellency Shenlang, everyone knows that you are weak, right? Shenlang said, Yes. The Prince Lian said, Then, are you still like this? Do you not know any martial arts? Shenlang said, Yes. The Prince Lian said, You have no martial arts at all. How did you defeat Ing Wuming and kill him? The entire arbitration committee is very suspicious of this. So, we want to know the truth and give the world an explanation. No comment, Shenlang said indifferently. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. You, Shenlang, are so arrogant. The representatives of the 6 transcendent forces were all here. Whether this competition was fair or not was entirely up to them. Yet, he said he had no comment? How could he be so arrogant? The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, His Excellency Shenlang, this competition is not just a matter of life and death. It also concerns the great Qian Empire's legitimacy. If you don't give us a clear explanation, we will not be able to give the world an explanation. Shenlang said with a smile, Aren't you just shocked? How could a weakling like me be able to kill Ing Wuming? You are afraid of the unknown. That's why you want to get to the bottom of this. Are you trying to seek justice for Ing Wuming? His words were even more arrogant. Bang! The king of the Jin nation slammed the table and said coldly, His Excellency Shenlang, don't forget that you, the so-called emperor of the great Qian Empire, have not received the recognition of the world. You even called yourself emperor behind closed doors. If you continue to act like this, don't blame us for being too harsh and just. Because you may not only be guilty of fraud, but also murder. The Tongtian Temple Master said, His Excellency Shenlang, you must explain today how you killed Crown Prince Ing Wuming when you were so weak. Otherwise, we can only declare today's competition invalid. Shenlang raised a finger and said, First, I am the emperor of the great Qian Empire. Why would I need your recognition? When I completely unify the Eastern world, you can just submit to me. All of you here are kings at most. What qualifications do you have to recognize the emperor of the great Qian Empire? Second, my main goal in today's competition was to kill Ing Wuming. Now, I have accomplished it. I am very happy. As for the rest? It doesn't matter. Third, I still don't have any martial arts. Ing Wuming is 1,000,000 times stronger than me. But I killed him in seconds. This is a miracle. Do you want to know how I did it? I won't tell you. Fourth, Sect Master Ren of Stupa Mountain. Now that Ing Wuming is dead, there is no one to marry with your Stupa Mountain. We have had our differences, but not to the point of death. Let bygones be bygones. The most important thing to do is to look forward, isn't it? How is Princess Reninging? I miss her very much. I will still say the same thing. I can cure Princess Reninging, restore her to normal, and give birth to children for her. Shenlang said passionately, Before, there was still Ing Wuming between us. Now that he is dead, there are no obstacles between us, right? My marriage with Stupa Mountain is a match made in heaven. Once I cure Princess Reninging, you will have a successor, right? In the future, what kind of bloodline will her son have? How heaven-defying will he be? think about it, how powerful will your Stupa mountain be in his hands? Therefore, sect head Ren, please go back and consider it carefully. We are all men and there is no unforgivable hatred between us. Let us just let the grudges from yesterday go with the wind. Father-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Shenlang stood up and cupped his fists towards sect head Ren. Everyone present was completely stunned and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Shenlang, aren't you going too far? Ying Wuming's corpse hasn't even turned cold, and you're already openly snatching his fiancée? You're already openly sowing discord between Stupa Mountain and the New Qian Kingdom, Shenlang continued, sect leader Ren, now that Ying Wuming is dead, the New Qian Kingdom has no one to carry on its throne. Please don't hang on to this tree for too long. I'm the true heir of tomorrow, and I'm your ideal son-in-law. After I wake up, shall we have a good chat? Huh? The entire crowd fell silent as they quietly watched Shenlang's shameless performance. Many people even looked at each other in dismay because many of them had never interacted with Shenlang before. Brother, has Shenlang always been this shameless? Yes, he has always been this shameless. This is simply amazing. There is no most shameless, only more shameless. Stupa Mountain sect Master Ren's face turned green. Shenlang, you bastard. You scoundrel. How dare you say such words in front of everyone? What do you take my Stupa Mountain for? A horse nest? The great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said coldly, Your Excellency Shenlang, are you really going to look down on our authority? Shenlang slowly said, Prince Lian, please be clear about this. This is a duel between Ying Wuming and I, a duel to the death. What's fair about it? If I can kill him, I will win. I'll say it again. You can decide how you want to decide the outcome of this duel. In any case, I'm not the one who will lose face, but the great Yan Empire. Following that, Shenlang stood up and said, Alright, you guys can discuss this slowly. I'm extremely tired, and I'm going to sleep. Big Sister Yaoer, come in and carry me. I can't walk anymore. As soon as he said this, the entire crowd violently convulsed. Cho Yaoer walked in, carried Shenlang in her arms, and walked out. Goodbye, everyone. In Cho Yaoer's arms, Shenlang waved his hand and said, Sect Master Ren, father-in-law, remember to have a chat with me. I can cure Ren Yingying, give you a heaven-defying grandson, and give Stupa Mountain a successor. Following that, Shenlang yawned and fell asleep in Cho Yaoer's arms. Everyone's faces twitched again. They glared at Shenlang, wishing they could pierce him with 1,000 holes. Was this the thing that killed Crown Prince Ying Wuming? How wise and mighty was Ying Wuming? How could he die at the hands of this thing? The heavens were truly blind. After Shenlang left, the regal spectators' stand fell silent again. Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, Everyone, there are tens of thousands of people outside waiting for us to announce the results. Let's hurry. New Qian Kingdom's Ying Wuchang said, The New Qian Kingdom does not recognize the results of this duel. Shenlang cheated and is suspected of murder. I request the Great Yan Empire to form a committee to investigate this matter. The Tongtian Temple's master said, I also think that this duel was unfair. I agree to form a committee to thoroughly investigate Shenlang's cheating and murder of Crown Prince Ying Wuming. Following that, a group of people spoke up one after another, expressing their desire to deny the results of this duel. This was because it did not concern victory or defeat, nor was it a matter of life or death. It concerned the legitimate name of the Great Qian Empire. Once it was determined that Shenlang had won, then the Ying family would lose the throne of the Great Qian Empire. There could only be one Great Qian Empire, not even the New Qian Empire. Moreover, according to the agreement between Shenlang and Ying Wuming, if Shenlang won this duel, not only would the Ying family have to abdicate, but the New Qian Kingdom would also have to be handed over to Shenlang. The entire New Qian Kingdom's subjects would have to swear loyalty to Shenlang and become part of the Great Qian Empire. In fact, Ying Guang would have to immediately withdraw from the Qian capital and allow Shenlang to reside in the Qian capital, making it the imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire. Prince Lian said, Those who want to deny Shenlang's victory, please raise your hand. Immediately, more than 70% of the 20-odd people present raised their hands. It seemed like everyone couldn't stand Shenlang and didn't want him to be complacent. Did they not want him to win, let alone let him become the rightful ruler of the Great Qian Empire? Did they want Yingguang to continue being the emperor of the new Qian Empire? Did they even want to charge Shenlang with cheating and murder? Prince Lian's eyes flickered. No one could tell what he was thinking. Of course, it was very easy to know what he was thinking. All they had to do was consider the interests of the great Yan Empire. Balance, between Shenlang and Yingguang, the great Yan Empire would suppress the stronger one. Prince Lian stood up and said, "All right, let's proceed to the official voting. Please be serious because this is a very sacred matter. Not only does it concern one's reputation and life and death, but it also concerns the ownership of the great Qian Empire. If Shenlang wins, then the Ying family will lose the throne, regardless of whether it's the great Qian Empire or the new Qian Empire. Shenlang will also become the rightful ruler of the great Qian Empire, and the world will recognize him. If this duel is declared invalid, then Yingguang will continue to be the ruler of the great Qian Empire. Shenlang's so-called ruler of the great Qian Empire will be illegal and unjust because there can only be one great Qian Empire. This matter will be recorded in the annals of history. Every vote here will determine the history of the Eastern world. Please be serious and sacred." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Let's vote." Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire said, "Esteemed envoy from the White Jade capital, please vote for us." The envoy from the White Jade capital said, "Shenlang wins." She would not waste a single word. Everyone's faces trembled slightly when they heard this. Prince Lian looked at the Sky Sea Pavilion leader and said, "Esteemed pavilion leaders Ci, would you like to say something?" Ci said, "This is a duel, not a martial arts competition. Life is decided, death is decided. What fraud is there? What murder is there? Shenlang wins." Instantly, everyone's expression changed again. Prince Lian said, "Esteemed sect leader Ren? Would you like to say something?" Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, "I'm the interested party, so I abstain." Not only did everyone's expression change, but they were also trembling. What did sect leader Ren mean? Ying Wuming was his son-in-law. The new Qian Empire and Stupa Mountain were one. Prince Lian looked at the young master of the punishing sky pavilion, Ji Wulian, and said, "Young master Ji, please speak." Ji Wulian wanted to say that Shenlang lost and trample on him 100 times. However, the punishing sky pavilion had to maintain the same stance as the great Yan Empire in public. He wanted to say that he should abstain too, but he could not. "Shenlang wins," Ji Wulian said. Prince Lian continued, "Master Ji An of the Xiankong Temple, what do you think?" Elder Ji An of the Xiankong Temple said, "Shenlang wins." Prince Lian said, "What do you think, Tong Tian Temple?" The face of the temple master of Tong Tian Temple twitched. Just now, he was the one who firmly wanted to deny Shenlang's victory and investigate his crimes of cheating and murder. But now, after taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "The temple master of Tong Tian Temple forfeits." Prince Lian said, "Prince Jin, what do you think?" From the standpoint of the great Jin kingdom, he was naturally willing for Shenlang to lose and for Yingguang to become the ruler of the great Gan kingdom, standing on the front line against the great Yan Empire. However, the great Jin kingdom could not oppose the great Yan Empire, they couldn't even abstain. After a while, the king of the great Jin kingdom said, "Shenlang wins." Prince Lian said, "Your Highness, Crown Prince of the Warhounds Kingdom, what do you think?" The Warhounds Kingdom was a nomadic kingdom with a vast territory. Moreover, it had been outside of the Eastern world for a long time. Hearing Prince Lian's words, the Warhound's crown prince smiled and said, "I originally wanted to say that Shenlang won, but now all of you are saying that Shenlang won. Should I abstain? This is meaningless, I want to oppose all of you. Shenlang lost. Moreover, he is guilty of fraud and murder." After saying this, the Warhound's crown prince laughed. He was truly arrogant. Prince Lian's face twitched and then he looked at King Chu. "His Majesty Shenlang is supreme, he wins. His Majesty Shenlang is supreme, he wins. His Majesty Shenlang is supreme, he wins." The rulers of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms spoke at the same time. The next dozen people didn't need Prince Lian to call them out. One by one, they stood up and said, "Shenlang wins. Shenlang wins." Even the king of the Great Liang Kingdom, who had declared that Shenlang was guilty of murder, couldn't help but stand up and say that Shenlang won. In the end, everyone voted. Of the 30 people in the arbitration committee, 26 people voted for Xianxia to win, 3 people abstained, and 1 person voted for Xianxia to lose. Prince Lian said, after a sacred vote, the results have come out. Xianxia has won this duel and obtained the rightful title of the Big Dry Kingdom, becoming the only ruler of the Big Dry Kingdom. Prince Yinguang needs to abdicate as soon as possible. If there are no objections, I will announce this result to the world. Note, first, I beg for your monthly votes. No words can describe the desire and urgency in my heart. Brothers, help me. Prince Lian immediately went outside. Instantly, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at him with complicated expressions. Prince Lian cleared his throat and announced, on behalf of the 6 transcendent forces, the Great Yan Empire, all the countries in the world, and the arbitration committee, I officially announce that Xianxia is the winner of this duel. The entire dueling arena was in an uproar for a moment before it fell silent again. There were no cheers or cries of "Long live the Emperor." Apart from being shocked, the tens of thousands of people present had complicated emotions that could not be described with words. Sunan and the others scanned the arena, especially the officials of the New Qian Kingdom and the 10,000 commoner representatives. His Majesty Xianxia has won. He is your true master, the only emperor of the Great Qian Empire. He has created another miracle today by defeating and killing Ying Wuming. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Are you going to follow the traitors of the Ying family to the end? Previously, you thought that His Majesty Xianxia was too weak to protect you. However, he has already defeated Ying Wuming. Isn't that enough to prove himself? How many miracles has he created? Don't you believe in him? However, the entire arena remained silent. No one cheered for Xianxia. Their expressions were still complicated. Let's go, Sunan said coldly. Then, he led the few hundred members of the Raging Tide City's diplomatic corps out of the arena. The news of Xianxia defeating and killing Ying Wuming spread like wildfire. It was like a boulder had been thrown into a pond, but it did not set off any waves. Everyone in the capital was shocked. They even felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies and they were doubting their lives. How was this possible? Ying Wuming crown prince was so much stronger than Xianxia, but Xianxia actually won. What the hell was going on? Faced with such an outcome, were the people of the capital happy? He couldn't be said to be happy, nor could he be said to be unhappy. It was just that his emotions were extremely complicated. It was supposed to be an explosive effect, but it was strangely quiet. Even the doors of the households were tightly shut. Before the duel began, everyone thought that Xianxia would definitely die. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to avoid him. Now that Xianxia had won, they still had the same reaction. When Xianxia's carriage left the arena and returned to the Duke Lin residence under the protection of the Raging Tide City's envoys, the entire street was empty. Not to mention that no one was cheering, there weren't even any onlookers. Almost every household had closed their doors. Xianxia still received an unprecedented cold reception. Perhaps the citizens of Tianjing had not decided how they should face Xianxia. In any case, it was wishful thinking that they would not receive the treatment of a hero. One of the families was a scholarly family. Their grandfather was an elementary scholar, their father was a high scholar, and their grandson was also an elementary scholar. Only their father was an official outside, and was even a registrar. He had been an official for 20 years, and had never been promoted. This was because he had no backing. In fact, this family was not even qualified to watch the duel between Ying Wuming and Xianxia. When the old scholar grandfather heard the news of Xianxia's victory and Ying Wuming's death, he was completely shocked. He did not have any reaction for a full 15 minutes. Then, he took out a pot of wine and quietly sipped it without saying a word. "Grandfather," his grandson asked, "what are you thinking?" According to the imperial edict, if Emperor Xianxia wins, he will be the only ruler of Great Qian. Emperor Yinguang will have to abdicate. The old scholar grandfather drank another mouthful of wine and said, "When Emperor Jiangli was on the throne, our capital city was the center of the world. Our limelight almost overshadowed Yan capital. At that time our Great Qian Empire was invincible. Even if our citizens went to other countries, they would still be arrogant. Even if I, a small scholar, went to Jin, I would still dare to scold those officials. It was truly the demeanor of a celestial empire. His grandson said, "Grandfather, did you have such a glorious time?" The old scholar grandfather said, "At that time, when I went to Jean to study, I saw a sixth-grade official who had wrongly judged a case. So, I stepped forward. At first, they wanted to arrest me, but after I explained that I was an elementary scholar of the great Qian Empire, they retreated. Even that sixth-grade official was punished by the governor. All of this was because of Emperor Jiangli's prestige. He could not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. Moreover, he was very protective of his people. You don't know this, but when Emperor Jiangli gave an order, the entire Great Qian Empire's millions of people obeyed him. No matter what order he gave, tens of millions of people would cheer for him. No matter what he asked us to do, we would do our best. It was truly a period of passion. Even if your grandfather was a weak scholar, he was still willing to shed his blood." His grandson said, "Grandfather, you should be happy. Emperor Shenlang won. He will become the only ruler of the Great Qian Empire." His Majesty Shenlang won. I was extremely happy. When I heard that he was still alive in this world, I got drunk for 2 days and was incomparably excited. His Majesty Jiangli finally has a successor. The grandfather, the old scholar, continued, "However, one's blood will eventually turn cold." His grandson said, "Grandfather, then do you support Emperor Shenlang to rule over the Great Qian Empire? Do you support him to become the ruler of the Qian Empire?" The old scholar grandfather said, "We don't have the final say on such matters. I am only a small scholar." Scholar Sun Tzu said, "Grandfather, we are only discussing it behind closed doors. No one will spread it out." The grandfather drank another mouthful of wine and closed his eyes for a while. When he opened his eyes, he shook his head and said, "No, I do not support Shenlang to become the ruler of the Qian Empire." Scholar Sun Tzu said, "Why? Emperor Shenlang has created one miracle after another. Why don't you support him? Moreover, he is the son of Emperor Jiangli, the only son." The grandfather said, "He is too demonic, too abnormal. I long for peace and do not wish for any more turmoil. Emperor Ingguan is a traitor, but, at least he has given us more than 20 years of peace." After saying that, the old scholar downed cup after cup of wine. He gritted his teeth and said, "It is best that nothing changes. If Shenlang wins, then so be it. Then hurry back to his new Tiao city and never come to the Qian Empire again. No one can think of messing up our lives. We really do not want to experience that disaster again." Then, he drank the wine in the wine pot in one go. Without saying anything, he went straight to his room to sleep. When he fell asleep, the old scholar curled up into a ball and cried in his sleep. "Emperor Jiangli, this old man has sinned. This old man has sinned." This time, Shenlang slept for a full 14 hours. When he woke up again, he saw a very rare guest. It turned out to be Xianxia Pavilion's pavilion masters with Ci. "What a rare guest." Shenlang said, "Pavilion masters with Ci, how have you been?" Ci nodded and said with a smile, "Other than the strong wind and dry weather in the great desert, everything else is fine." Shenlang had also heard that Xianxia Pavilion had gained a lot in the great desert. However, this kind of thing was not something that Shenlang could take the initiative to ask. Pavilion Masters with Ci was not a person who was good with words, so the two of them fell into a short silence. He could have congratulated Shenlang on his victory, but in the end, he did not say it. Shenlang said, "Pavilion Masters with Ci, what can I do for you?" Pavilion Masters with Ci said, "Sir Shenlang, isn't human thinking very paranoid? The smarter a person is, the more paranoid they are and the more they feel that they are right." Shenlang nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. However, Pavilion Masters with Ci, do you think that I am wrong? Do you think that I was wrong to kill Ling Wuming, or do you think that my ideal of having no enemies in the world is wrong?" Pavilion Masters with Ci shook his head and said, "Ever since Xianxia Pavilion left, Your Majesty Shenlang has won glorious victories again and again. Each miracle is more amazing than the last. It is really surprising. However, sometimes I still want to advise Your Majesty Shenlang to think about his own path and whether it is really right and righteous." Of course, the word righteous might sound a little ridiculous coming from my mouth. Shen Lang thought for a while and then said, I have thought about it and I don't think there is any problem. My ideal of having no enemies in the world is not wrong. The path I am taking is the right one. Then, Shen Lang said, by the way, Pavilion Masters with CI, I have a question to ask. Pavilion Masters with CI said, please speak. Shen Lang said, Pavilion Masters with CI, is there any way to improve mental strength in this world? For example, are there any scrolls? After cultivating for a month, one's mental strength will skyrocket by 100 times. Or is there any elixir that will skyrocket by 100 times after taking it? Or is there any secret realm that can skyrocket by 100 times after cultivating for a month? Pavilion Masters with C's face twitched, and he resisted the urge to slap Shen Lang to death. What do you think mental strength is? It is even harder to improve than martial arts. However, Shen Lang was really desperate for mental strength. Especially after he obtained the heart of the dragon, the ancient king ring, and the dragon sword, mental strength had become extremely precious. The energy whirlpool he released today was so awesome that it killed Ing Wuming instantly. However, after releasing it once, his mental strength was completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. It was so bitter. Could it be that from now on, he could only release one move forever? How embarrassing would that be? Of course, as the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, he did not need to fight often. However, if he could release a big move like he did today, wouldn't it be very awesome? However, there was still an extremely crucial problem. Intercepting the regret of the dragon. After Shen Lang's ancient king ring was combined with the heart of the dragon, it had a very powerful ability, which was to intercept any ancient weapon. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, with Shen Lang's mental strength, he could only intercept one ancient arrow. He could not stop the regret of the dragon at all. Previously, he had repeatedly emphasized that Shen Lang had to always look 3 steps ahead before taking a step. He had to prepare for the next battle, or even the battle after that. Now that the duel with Ing Wuming had ended, and he had achieved a complete victory, the next step would be to kill Ing Guang and stoop a mountain. But what about after that? He would have to face the Great Yan Empire directly. Yan Capital had a super long-range strategic attack capability. Once Shen Lang completely destroyed Ing Guang and stoop a mountain, Yan Capital would not say anything. They would just throw a few regret of the dragon at Raging Tide City, and then Shen Lang would have nothing left. Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain both had ancient intercepting devices that could intercept the regret of the dragon from afar. However, Shen Lang did not have one. Moreover, almost all of his assets were in Raging Tide City. Once that place was razed to the ground, how could he defeat Yan Capital? Currently, there were 2 ways to intercept the regret of the dragon. The first was to obtain the ancient intercepting devices from Qian Capital or Stupa Mountain. However, that would require destroying Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain first. The second method was for Shen Lang to obtain a powerful mental strength. That way, he could intercept the regret of the dragon. Moreover, the second method was not as simple as intercepting the regret of the dragon. He could directly seize it. His heart of the dragon and ancient king ring were too powerful. When the ancient arrow was shot at him, it was immediately stopped in midair. It did not detonate and fell directly to the ground. What did Shen Lang lack now? Wasn't it just the regret of the dragon? Once he obtained a powerful mental strength, he would be able to intercept the regret of the dragon no matter how many arrows Qian Capital shot at him. That would mean that he would also have a strategic deterrent against the Great Yan Empire. Then, the balance would return. Hence, mental strength was extremely important to Shen Lang. However, if he needed to painstakingly cultivate, then forget it. Shen Lang really did not have the time. He only had a few months at most. Moreover, with his terrible mental strength, it was useless to increase it by 1 or 2 times. He needed at least a few dozen times. After a long while, Pavilion Masters with CI said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, there is no such scroll, no such secret realm, and no such elixir. Shen Lang said, Is there no way to directly increase one's mental strength by a few dozen or even 100 times? Pavilion Masters with CI said, No. Shen Lang said, But I seem to have seen such an example. Which example? Of course, it was Chou Yaoer. She had once been possessed by Queen Medusa's soul, and her martial arts had become much stronger. Most importantly, her mental strength had become incomparably strong. Although Ing Wuming was very strong, he was still far from being comparable to Queen Medusa. Pavilion Masters with Ci said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, please explain it more clearly." Shenlang said, "Is it not possible to take over someone else's body?" Pavilion Masters with Ci said, "Take over someone else's body? Do you mean to let someone else's soul take over your body? Then are you still Shenlang the same as Shenlang? Moreover, no one can take over someone else's body unless the soul no longer has a body." Shenlang said, "But I've heard Princess Ninghan say that she wants to change her body." Pavilion Masters with Ci was stunned. "So you were waiting for me here?" Ninghan had indeed said it several times before. Pavilion Masters with Ci said, "What she said before is different from what you said. She needs an empty body without a soul, and not a normal human at that. Your Majesty Shenlang, in your current situation, you need someone else to seize your body. In that case, your own soul will vanish into thin air or be suppressed to the point where you will never be able to rise again. Could it be that you are willing to lose the control of this body?" "Of course not." Shenlang said, "Pavilion Masters with Ci, is there such a soul? It doesn't have a body, only a soul?" Pavilion Masters with Ci said, "Your Majesty Shenlang should already have an answer. Why are you still asking me?" That's right, Shenlang really did have an answer. He knew that there was a pure soul, and that was the cursed queen of the demon triangle, the lost demonic mother. Her soul had lived for thousands of years, and she had once possessed Angela. Did she have a body now? Perhaps she did, but she couldn't see anyone. Otherwise, why hadn't she appeared in the demon triangle? However, her situation was too special, and the demon triangle was her territory. It was too difficult to take over her soul. Most importantly, in Shenlang's plan, the sea monster army in the demon triangle would be his ally in the future. This army might be useful in the final battle against the Great Yan Empire. Therefore, Shenlang didn't want to offend the cursed queen or become her enemy. There was another powerful soul in this world? Who was he? The divine master of the Great Tribulation Temple. The Great Tribulation Temple was extremely powerful in the past. They could summon the wind and rain in the eastern world, suppressing the Tongtian Temple and the Shankong Temple. They even invaded the territories of the Stupa Mountain and the Sky Sea Pavilion. If not for Jiangli, the Great Tribulation Temple would have become stronger. As the Great Tribulation Temple was good at using sorcery and bewitching people, Emperor Jiangli led the lawless world to destroy the Great Tribulation Temple. Now, the Great Tribulation Temple at the peak of the Snow Mountain was in ruins. However, the Great Tribulation Temple was very powerful in terms of understanding the ancient civilization. Who was the most powerful person in the Great Tribulation Temple? It was the Divine Master of the Great Tribulation. Legend had it that the soul of the Great Tribulation Divine Lord would never be extinguished. When the current Great Tribulation Divine Lord died, he would enter the Ghost City in advance. Then, his soul would float out and be sealed in the Ghost City. His body would die quietly. Next, the Great Tribulation Temple would search for the most talented young man in the world and send him to the Ghost City so that the Great Tribulation Divine Lord's soul could enter his body. This way, although the body would change continuously, the soul of the Great Tribulation Divine Lord would never change. It had been passed down for thousands of years. When people in this world died, their souls would turn into ashes. However, legend had it that the soul of the person who entered the Ghost City wouldn't dissipate even after death. It would remain in a condensed state. This was the reason why the Great Tribulation Temple was so powerful. It was all thanks to the Great Tribulation Divine Lord. It was said that when Emperor Jiangli destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple and took down the Great Tribulation Palace, the Great Tribulation Divine Lord was already dead. Moreover, he wasn't the one who killed him. Therefore, the soul of the Great Tribulation Divine Lord might still be in the Ghost City. Moreover, this soul had been passed down for thousands of years. Of course, all of these were just legends. Pavilion Masters with Ci, you also participated in the battle of the Great Calamity Palace back then. You even followed His Majesty Jiangli to hunt down the Great Calamity Divine Master, Shenlang said. Then when you discovered the Great Calamity Divine Master, was he already dead? Does that mean that his soul is still in the Ghost City? Does that soul of his have an incomparably powerful mental strength? Then may I ask where the ghost city is? Hearing Xianlang's series of questions, Pavilion Masters with CI looked at Xianlang in disbelief. This was a lunatic. He actually dared to have such an idea? The Great Tribulation Divine Lord was the absolute target of Emperor Zhongli. Now, you actually wanted to steal his soul. After a long while, Pavilion Masters with CI said, Your Majesty Xianlang, firstly, the Great Tribulation Divine Lord's soul inheritance is a legend. Secondly, even if the Great Tribulation Divine Lord's soul really exists, even if he has strong mental power, once you go there, you will be immediately taken over and lose control of your entire body. You will never be able to make a comeback because his mental power is many times stronger than yours. In the end, no one knows where the ghost city is. In fact, no one even knows if it really exists. Xianlang squinted his eyes and said, Really? Pavilion Masters with CI, please don't lie to me. Pavilion Masters with CI said sternly, Your Majesty Xianlang, you have done many crazy things. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, you will be consigned to eternal damnation and your soul will be destroyed. However, Xianlang did not believe it. After all, he had the ancient king ring. It could resist all kinds of energy attacks, including soul attacks. Xianlang said, Pavilion Masters with CI, do you really not know where the ghost city is? I don't know. Pavilion Masters with CI said, Also, the Great Tribulation Temple is the most evil place in the world. Even the 6 transcendent forces will not allow it to rise again. The Great Yan Empire will not either. Xianlang said with a smile, I'm just joking. Please don't take it seriously. I hope so. Pavilion Masters with CI stood up and said, Farewell. Then, he left without looking back. After the duel between Xianlang and Ying Wuming ended, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire rode his snow eagle back to the Flame Capital to report the news to the Crown Prince. The Emperor was still cultivating in seclusion. No one knew how long he would stay in seclusion or what he was doing. Did Xianlang really win? Great Yan's Crown Prince asked. Yes, Your Highness. Prince Lian said, Your Highness is wise. You said that Xianlang might win, and he has indeed won. The Crown Prince said, It's one thing to make a prediction, but it's another to actually see it happen. It's unbelievable. Prince Lian said, According to the Imperial Edict, there can only be one Great Qian Empire. If Xianlang wins, he will be the only ruler of the Great Qian Empire. Ying Guang will have to abdicate. What should we do next? Please advise, Your Highness. The Crown Prince did not answer immediately. Instead, he continued to play with the chess piece in his hand. He was thinking about Ying Wuming. Over the years, he had dealt with Ying Wuming many times. It was a pity that Ying Wuming had died so suddenly. This Xianlang is really strange. Ever since he rose to power, I don't think he has ever been defeated. Phew. The Crown Prince let out a long sigh. Then, he said, Since the Imperial Edict has been written, let's do it this way. Let Ying Guang abdicate. Prince Lian said, I'm afraid he won't be willing. The Crown Prince chuckled. Hee hee. Then, he wrote a decree. There is only one Great Qian Empire. If Xianlang wins the throne, Ying Guang will abdicate on this day. Hereby. The Crown Prince's decree was simple and concise. There was nothing fancy about it. Naturally, he wrote this decree on behalf of His Majesty. Otherwise, he would not have used the word emperor with his status. Prince Lian said, Your Highness, I know that suppressing the strong and supporting the weak will bring balance to the world. However, Xianlang is too monstrous. If we continue to support him, I'm afraid we'll attract disaster. The Crown Prince waved his hand. He did not explain. Instead, he said, Go and announce the decree. Prince Lian cowed out and said, Yes, Your Highness. He could not imagine that Ying Guang had just lost his most valued successor. Now, the Empire of Great Yan was forcing him to abdicate. This was more than adding insult to injury. It was more than adding fuel to the fire. The entire world would probably tremble again. Prince Lian did not know what these 2 supreme martial artists of the Empire of Great Yan were trying to do. After receiving the Crown Prince's decree, Prince Lian flew non-stop from the Flame Capital to the Qian capital. After flying for a day and 2 nights, he once again arrived at the palace in the Qian capital. At this time, the entire palace was covered in white. It was not because it was snowing. Instead, it was because of Ing Wuming's funeral. Therefore, white cloth was everywhere. Everyone in the palace and even in the Qian capital was wearing white cloth. The entire New Qian kingdom was in mourning. Even the king of the New Qian kingdom, Ing Guang, was dressed in a white robe. This was truly a funeral for his son. The grief in his heart could not be any greater. Ing Wuming's coffin was placed in the main hall. Ing Guang had been guarding it for several days. He sat motionlessly at the side. At this time, his hands were constantly caressing the coffin lid as if he was caressing his son, Ing Wuming's face. His eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent and determination. A despairing man was the scariest. An injured tiger was also the scariest. After all, Ing Guang was much more powerful than Ing Wuming. Prince Lian had dealt with Ing Guang many times before. He was indeed fearful of little Jiangli. Right now, the imperial decree in his hand was almost a fatal blow to Ing Guang. After brewing for a while, Prince Lian said loudly, "His Majesty's decree." "Receive it, Prince Ing." Ing Guang raised his head and glanced at Prince Lian. Then, he slowly stood up. He had no intention of kneeling. Prince Lian said loudly, "Prince Ing Guang, receive the decree." Ing Guang continued to stand upright, looking at Prince Lian without moving. His posture was truly frightening. If Prince Lian insisted on making him kneel, Ing Guang would probably fall out with him. Prince Lian sighed inwardly. Then, he acted as if nothing had happened. At this time, it didn't matter whether he knelt or not. In recent years, Ing Guang had always been arrogant and unruly. Moreover, he had just lost his crown prince. In accordance with the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that there is only one great Qian kingdom. Shen Lang has won the throne of Great Qian. Ing Guang will abdicate the throne on this day. After reading the decree, Prince Lian's heart trembled. He forced a smile and said, "Prince Ing Guang, receive the decree now. You can't defy the decree." At the same time, in the Qian capital's Duke Lin residence, Shen Lang had really welcomed an even rarer guest. He had never imagined that this person would really come. Moreover, he had come in disguise. Who was this person? Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren. Dozens of people behind Shen Lang surrounded him to protect him. Sect leader Ren stood quietly by himself, his face full of sarcasm. "Your Majesty Shen Lang, you just killed Ing Wuming in a second. Why are you still so afraid of me?" Sect leader Ren said, "Since I came alone, how could I possibly hurt you?" Shen Lang said, "Sect leader Ren, what do you want?" Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, "Your Excellency Shen Lang, do you still stand by what you said before?" Shen Lang said, "What did I say?" "I've said too many things." Sect leader Ren said, "About the marriage between us, about you marrying my daughter. Ren Ying. You actually called her Ren Ying? This is the name Shen Lang gave your daughter." Shen Lang was overjoyed. He said, "Sect leader Ren, you've finally thought it through. Ing Wuming is already dead. Princess Ren Ying and I are a match made in heaven. Moreover, I can fire the remorse of the dragon. My great Qian Empire and your Stupa Mountain are the best combination. Only by working together can we defeat the great Yan Empire, right? Sect leader Ren, this is definitely the wisest choice you've made. You will never regret it." Shen Lang was right. If he and Stupa Mountain worked together, it would indeed be greater than 1 + 1 = 2. Shen Lang had wisdom. Moreover, his combination of ancient civilization and technological civilization would soon produce many results. Stupa Mountain had the remorse of the dragon, a giant ancient ruin, countless ancient books, ancient equipment, a powerful hell legion, and special warriors. These were the two sides that complemented each other. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, "If you want to marry my daughter and become the son-in-law of Stupa Mountain, it's very simple. I only have one condition." Note, the second update is here. Today's update is 15,000. For some reason, he felt very upset. That was why he wrote this chapter for 5 to 6 hours. If you have a monthly ticket, can you vote for me to boost my mood? I really need it. Thank you. What condition? Tell me, Xianxia said. Sect leader Ren asked, what did you rely on to defeat and kill Ling Wuming? It's definitely not your own martial arts, right? Perhaps it's some kind of ancient weapon? Xianxia said, as wise as you are. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, then what exactly is it that has such power? As he said this, sect leader Ren's gaze fell on the dragon sword in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia raised the dragon sword in his hand and said, that's right, it's this thing that I named the dragon sword. In the ancient plaza, I once thought that the sword in the stone coffin was the dragon sword, but it turned out that it wasn't. Didn't I disappear into the stone coffin afterward? Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, yes, that scene is still fresh in my memory. Xianxia said, after that, I traveled to another very mysterious place. That place should be the real ancient tomb, and I obtained the sword there, which is the real dragon sword. Then, he looked at sect leader Ren and said, why don't I perform for you? Sect leader Ren said, sure. Then, he instinctively gathered all of his inner energy. As long as Xianxia attacked him, he would immediately float away. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Should he attack sect leader Ren directly, but he quickly gave up because the other party was already prepared, and it was too difficult to hit him directly. Energy vortex, activate. Xianxia's mind moved. In an instant, an energy vortex burst forth. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. Whether it was the furniture, the walls, or even the rockery outside, they were all reduced to ashes. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren was completely stunned. This dragon sword was really powerful, and it was completely unblockable. After a long time, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, Xianxia, if you want to become the son-in-law of Stupa Mountain and marry Ren Yingying, I only have one condition. Take this dragon sword as a betrothal gift. How about it? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone around Xianxia changed. Sect leader Ren, aren't you being too greedy? Not only is the dragon sword the lifeblood of Emperor Xianxia, but it is also the lifeblood of the great Qian Empire. You actually want to snatch it away, Sect Master Ren said, Xianxia, you are not marrying my daughter alone. The key is to obtain the support of my Stupa Mountain. You should know the weight of this. Xianxia looked at the dragon sword in his hand. Without it, Xianxia would lose all his offensive capabilities. Xianxia asked, Sect leader Ren, now that Ling Wuming is dead, why are you still hanging on to the new Qian kingdom? I believe that your rationality knows that I am the best son-in-law for you. Only I can cure your daughter, Ren Yingying, and help her get married and have children. That's right, I killed many people from Stupa Mountain and destroyed a large portion of the ancient ruins in the southern sea. However, the benefits I will bring will far exceed your losses. We are obviously a match made in heaven. Why do you still have to mention betrothal gifts? Can't you marry your daughter off without a betrothal gift? Are you marrying off your daughter or selling her? Sect Master Ren said, don't all men in this world give betrothal gifts when they marry their wives? It's very normal. Xianxia said, in that case, I am willing to offer 1 million gold coins as a betrothal gift. Sect Master Ren waved his hand and said, I only want your dragon's sword. You can decide what to do with it. Do you want my entire Stupa Mountain or a dragon's sword that you can only use a few times in your life? Xianxia closed his eyes and pondered, as if he was making a difficult decision. At the same time, over at the Qian Imperial Palace, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire was extremely nervous. He was really worried that Yingguang would turn hostile. This was little Zhongli, who had just lost his son. His martial arts were shockingly powerful. If he turned hostile and started a massacre, it would be frightening. Prince Ying, you aren't planning to defy the imperial edict, are you? Prince Lian asked again. Yingguang said, Prince Lian, what's the point of doing this in Yan capital? Prince Lian said, what do you mean by that, Prince Ying? Yingguang said, why? Continue supporting Xianxia and reap the spoils from the sidelines? That's not necessary. Your great Yan Empire is so powerful. There's no need to do this. What is His Majesty thinking? Prince Lian felt helpless. I don't know either. How would I know what His Majesty is thinking and what he wants to do? Yingguang said, he wants to use Xianxia to destroy me and Stupa Mountain. Xianxia is cunning and good at using tricks. He's good at leveraging others' strength. However, if he wants to destroy Stupa Mountain and the New Qian Kingdom, he needs a real army. Have you ever seen an emperor personally fighting a war to destroy a country? How many times has Shenlang put himself in danger? How many more times can he do it? Is he going to destroy the entire New Qian Kingdom by himself? Prince Lian smiled and said, Prince Ying, we've gone off topic. Then, he stopped smiling and said, however, the Flame Capital's decree is here. Are you going to obey it or go against it? Or go on a killing spree? Everything will follow your will. Go on a killing spree? Ying Guang said, kill who? Kill you? Kill Shenlang? All the countries and the representatives of the 6 transcendent forces are in Qian Capital. Who can I kill? Prince Lian said, the previous decree clearly states that whoever wins will become the ruler of Great Qian. Moreover, it has been announced to the world. We have to give the world an explanation. We can't go back on our words. We can't let others think that the Ying family can't afford to lose. Ying Guang nodded and said, I accept the decree. Prince Lian said, Prince Ying Guang, are you sure you want to accept the decree? You will have to abdicate the throne immediately after you accept the decree. Ying Guang said, I understand. I accept the decree. Prince Lian said, all the country's envoys and the representatives of the 6 transcendent forces are still here. If you accept the decree, we will set a date for the ceremony. Ying Guang said, what ceremony? Prince Lian said, of course it's your abdication ceremony. Ying Guang said, you mean you want me to return the throne of Great Qian to Shenlang? Prince Lian said, yes. Ying Guang said, moreover, you want me to return the entire Qian capital and even the entire New Qian kingdom to Shenlang? Prince Lian said, strictly speaking, yes. Ying Guang suddenly burst into laughter. After that, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked to the coffin and gently patted the lid. He said slowly, all right then. My abdication ceremony and the succession ceremony of Great Qian's throne shall be held 5 days later. Prince Lian said, why 5 days? Ying Guang said, because my son Ying Wuming's funeral will be held in 4 days. In Duke Lin's residence, Shenlang was still making a difficult decision while sect leader Ren was waiting quietly. After about 15 minutes, Shenlang said, all right, I agree. As soon as he said this, the people around him gasped. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Even Chou Yao looked at Shenlang with a look of disapproval. Your Majesty, how important is the dragon sword? How can we hand it over to someone else? Our Great Qian Empire doesn't need Stupa Mountain to achieve our goal of having no enemies. There's no need for you to make such a sacrifice. Shenlang waved his hand, and everyone quietened down. Shenlang said, however, sect leader Ren, I have a request. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, please speak. Shenlang said, we can't make an agreement in secret like this. We have to carry out the marriage openly. While the Great Yan Empire, the other kingdoms, and the ambassadors of the 6 transcendent forces are still here, we'll conduct the marriage in front of everyone. We'll accept the betrothal in front of everyone. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren's face twitched slightly. What did this mean? It meant that he, sect leader Ren, had betrayed Ying Guang. Stupa Mountain's daughter was fickle. Ying Wuming had just died, and she couldn't wait to find another family. This also meant that the alliance between Stupa Mountain and the New Qian Empire had officially fallen apart. Stupa Mountain was going to collude with Shenlang. Of course, this was a fatal blow to Ying Guang. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said coldly, how will the world see me if I do this? First, we'll secretly get engaged, then slowly reveal the truth. Since the marriage is already a fact, why should we show it to the world? If we carry out the marriage openly, won't I be a despicable and shameless person in the eyes of the world? Moreover, brother Ying Guang has just lost his heir. If I do such a thing, won't I appear to be heartless? Shenlang said, sect leader Ren, Ying Guang was unjust first. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren said, are you talking about the secret underground base in Huanlu City? That matter is over, and I've already forgiven him. Shenlang said, no, it's the dragon egg. Hearing this, sect leader Ren's face trembled. He seemed to have lost all his senses. Dragon egg? What dragon egg? Shenlang said, do you still remember the comet that hit Dingyuan City? It left behind the deepest and narrowest crater. It was empty except for a dragon egg. The other craters contained countless dragon crystals and mystic metals. Only the last crater contained a dragon egg. This dragon egg was taken away by Ying Wuming and is now in Ying Guang's hands. The Ying clan never told you about this, did they? Immediately, Stupa Mountain sect master Ren held his breath as explosive sounds rang out from within his body. Dragons were just legends in this world. No one had ever seen one before. However, that comet was called the Fire Dragon Comet. This world's ultimate weapon was called the Dragon's Regret. Moreover, it was said that the Great Yan Empire could rule the world and even control the 6 transcendent forces because a dragon was hidden in the Taboo Tower. It was even said that this dragon came to this world 1,000 years ago. That was when the Fire Dragon Comet appeared for the first time, and the first meteor shower. Not long after, the Great Yan Empire rose to power. Hence, the dragon became the totem of the Great Yan Empire and its guardian divine beast. Mastering the dragon represented destiny. It meant that one could become the true dragon and son of heaven. If Ying Guang really obtained a dragon egg behind sect leader Ren's back, it would be the biggest lie. The mutual trust between the two sides would be completely gone. According to sect leader Ren's will, his daughter and Ying Wuming's son would not only become the master of Stupa Mountain, but also the ruler of the new Qian Empire. Now, Ying Guang had secretly hidden the dragon egg? What did this mean? He must be up to something. When this dragon hatched in the future, what would the Ying clan do? When this dragon became stronger, what would the Ying clan do? Of course, they would kick the Ren clan of Stupa Mountain away and swallow up the foundation of Stupa Mountain. When the Ying clan and Stupa Mountain merged, they made it clear that both sides must share all strategic secrets, strategic resources, and strategic bases without reservation. Now, you're even hiding a strategic item like the dragon egg. What are you trying to do? Farewell. Sect leader Ren of Stupa Mountain left without another word. After leaving Duke Lin's mansion, sect leader Ren entered the new Qian Imperial Palace. He didn't seem angry, but he exuded a cold aura that struck fear in others. After sect leader Ren entered the main hall, the door was tightly shut. No one was allowed to approach. Hence, no one knew what he and Ying Guang talked about. However, sect leader Ren only left after 4 hours. After leaving the Qian Imperial Palace, sect leader Ren was still expressionless. However, some observant people noticed that a piece of black cloth had been removed from his sleeve. That night, sect leader Ren went to Duke Lin's mansion to see Xianxia again. However, this time, he only stayed for less than 3 minutes before saying, "Alright, we'll do as you say." "Alright, we'll do as you say. Go and find a matchmaker. Let's have a formal marriage. Accept the betrothal in front of everyone." After he finished speaking, sect leader Ren left immediately. He didn't look happy at all. The next day, 2 days before Ying Wuming's funeral, Xianxia once again secretly visited Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire. "Prince Lian, should I address you as uncle?" Xianxia asked, "Is my grandmother also your aunt?" Prince Lian's eyebrows twitched. "Is Xianxia calling me uncle?" He immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. "I need your help with something," Xianxia said cautiously. "Speak," Prince Lian said. Xianxia said, "I'd like you to be a matchmaker." Prince Lian said, "Aren't you married?" "Your first wife, Jean Mulan." Xianxia said, "No, no, no. I'm the son-in-law of the Kim family. That's why Jean Mulan is Xianxia's only wife. However, Jiang Lang doesn't have a first wife." "Huh?" Prince Lian was stunned. "You aren't you a little too shameless? You want to be the ruler of the Great Qian Empire and the ruler of the world with your current appearance?" Prince Lian asked, "Who do you want to marry?" Xianxia said, "The princess of Stupa Mountain, Ren Yingying." Prince Lian was taken aback. "There's no one named Ren Yingying on Stupa Mountain." Xianxia said, "I don't know what her previous name was, but she'll be called Ren Yingying from now on. Moreover, her mother is Princess Ji, the younger sister of the current emperor. She was once my father, Jiang Li's fiancée." Ren Yingying was personally conferred the title of princess by Great Yan's emperor. Prince Lian was speechless. "Can't you two curb your shamelessness a little?" Ing Wuming has just died and hasn't even been buried yet. His corpse has yet to turn cold, and you want me to be your matchmaker? This isn't as simple as marrying off my daughter. Does this mean that Stupa Mountain has changed its strategy? Are they abandoning the Ing family and choosing a marriage alliance with Shenlang? This is an earth-shattering event. How can it be so simple? Moreover, what will happen if Stupa Mountain forms an alliance with Shenlang through marriage? Shenlang will instantly become powerful. What will happen if the massive ancient relic falls into Shenlang's hands? He dared not imagine. Will this be detrimental to the empire of Great Yan? This matter is too serious. It has completely exceeded Prince Lian's authority. However, he had no choice but to do it. He cursed inwardly, Shenlang, can't you be a little more obedient? I've just been on the move for a few days and nights, flying from Qian capital to Yan capital, and then back again. Now, you want me to fly back to Yan capital? Flying at such a high altitude is not comfortable at all. If not for Prince Lian's superior martial arts and his ancient equipment, he would not have been able to withstand it. Just you wait. Prince Lian said angrily, I'll go ask sect leader Ren, then report back to Yan capital. You can continue to seek your own death. Are you afraid that Ing Guang isn't angry enough? Are you afraid that he won't start a massacre? Next, Prince Lian angrily went to look for sect leader Ren. When he discovered that it was true, he once again mounted the ancient vulture helplessly. The snow eagle was too slow, and he was worried that he would not be able to make it back in time for Ing Wuming's funeral. Prince Lian did not even have time to rest. He once again took to the skies and returned to Yan capital. At this rate, he was going to develop a phobia of flying. The ancient vulture was twice as fast. In less than 10 hours, Prince Lian once again landed in the empire of Great Yan's palace. When the crown prince of Great Yan saw him, he could not help but be shocked. Prince Lian, we just met not too long ago. Are you still here? Prince Lian's eye sockets were dark, and his face was pale. He took a deep breath. Yan capital was located in the north, and the weather was relatively cold. Moreover, it was only March. Moreover, the ancient vulture frequently flew tens of thousands of meters in the air. Even though he was wearing ancient armor, he was still freezing. Your Highness, there's something that I can't decide. Please enlighten me, Your Highness, Prince Lian said. Speak, the Crown Prince of Great Yan said. Prince Lian said, Shenlang wishes to marry the Princess of Stupa Mountain. He's asking me to be his matchmaker. They intend to hold the betrothal ceremony the day after Ing Wuming's burial. Then, they'll announce the marriage to the world. Huh? The Crown Prince of Great Yan was speechless. This was not just rubbing salt in Ing Guang's wounds. This was practically tearing the wound open and roasting it with fire. Were these two really that aggressive? Prince Lian said, in my opinion, Shenlang may seem weak on the surface, but if he gains the full support of Stupa Mountain, everything will change. He'll be too big to deal with, and he'll bring us trouble in the future. The Crown Prince of Great Yan did not say anything. He continued playing with the chess piece in his hand. This world is indeed full of surprises. You want to direct a show, but the development of the show often deviates from the original script. Interesting, very interesting. Prince Lian said, moreover, the alliance between Ing Guang and Stupa Mountain took decades to form. Are you telling me that it'll fall apart in just 1 or 2 years because of Shenlang? The Crown Prince of Great Yan still did not say anything. Prince Lian said, that's why I don't think it's appropriate, very appropriate. The Crown Prince said, speaking of which, Shenlang is my younger cousin, and the Princess of Stupa Mountain is my younger cousin. To a certain extent, the two of them are a match made in heaven. The Ren clan was one of the 12 kings conferred by the Ji clan in the ancient era. Although they are not as noble as the Jiang clan, Shenlang is now a fallen phoenix. The Ren clan is barely worthy of the Jiang clan. Prince Lian said, but Your Highness, the Crown Prince said, I heard that Shenlang and the Princess of Stupa Mountain are in love. Why should we be the bad guys and forcefully break up this pair of lovebirds? We'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. We want to make someone else's good fortune come true. Huh? Prince Lian said, then, shall I agree to be the matchmaker? The Crown Prince said, you alone won't be enough. Bring Pavilion Masters Wasi along. He's important enough. If the two of you act as matchmakers, it'll show how important this marriage is. Prince Lian's scalp went numb. What's going on? What is the crown prince trying to do? All right, you may go, the crown prince said. Yes, your majesty. Prince Lian left the palace once again. He did not even take a sip of tea. Once again, he rode on an ancient vulture and flew back to Qian capital. Who loves flying? Step forward and I'll let you try flying for a few days and nights. After Prince Lian landed in Qian capital, he immediately sought out Sky Sea Pavilion's pavilion masters with CI. What? The two of us will be the matchmakers and propose to sect leader Ren on behalf of Shenlang? Pavilion masters with CI asked. Prince Lian bowed and said, Thank you, Pavilion masters with CI. This is also the Yan capital's wish. Pavilion masters with CI narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Prince Lian, don't go overboard. Be careful that you don't clean up the mess. Prince Lian said, everything is under control. Pavilion masters with CI said, I'm very busy in the west. If I'm the matchmaker, will I have to attend the engagement ceremony as well? Prince Lian said, that should be the case. Pavilion masters with CI said, I don't think I have enough time. Prince Lian said, according to the agreement, the engagement ceremony between Shenlang and Princess Stupa Mountain should be held the day after tomorrow. Pavilion masters with C's eyes twitched. The day after tomorrow? That's the day Ying Wuming was buried and Ying Guang abdicated? Are you crazy? Are you all crazy? Are you afraid that Ying Guang won't be enraged and start a massacre on this day? Prince Lian said calmly, of course, Pavilion masters with CI can refuse. Pavilion masters with CI sneered and said, I've already left the state of you and no longer care about Great Yan's affairs. Why can't I, an outsider, do something? I'm just afraid that you'll burn yourselves by playing with fire. Prince Lian said, in that case, please. Prince Lian and Pavilion masters with CI went to Duke Lin's mansion to meet Shenlang again to confirm his engagement with Princess Stupa Mountain. Sir Shenlang, are you sure you want to hold the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow? Prince Lian said, not only is it the day after Ying Wuming's burial, but it's also the day Ying Guang abdicates. Are you sure you want to hold the engagement ceremony on this day? Shenlang replied, of course. Prince Lian said, are you sure you want to use your so-called dragon sword as a betrothal gift? Shenlang replied, yes. Prince Lian said, however, Ying Guang's abdication ceremony requires your presence. He needs to hand over the Great Qian dynasty's imperial seal, crown, and royal register to you. You're the only king of the Great Qian dynasty. Shenlang said, in that case, we'll hold our engagement ceremony in another palace in Qian capital. I'll be wearing a red wedding robe to attend Ying Guang's abdication ceremony as soon as I'm engaged. I'll receive the Great Qian dynasty's imperial seal, credential, royal register, Great Qian dragon robe, and crown. Huh? I can't believe you came up with this. How did someone like you manage to survive until now? Shouldn't you have been beaten to death a long time ago? You're going to steal someone else's wife and throne from someone else's palace? Isn't this equivalent to having an affair with someone else's wife in front of them? You even want them to applaud you. A person like you should have been chopped into pieces a long time ago. Why? Can't I? Shenlang asked. Prince Lian sneered. Whatever you say. In any case, you're the one who'll be crushed to pieces in the end. Shenlang said, then I'll have to trouble you two matchmakers. After saying that, Shenlang waved his hand. Someone actually brought 2 plates of gold to Prince Lian and Zhou Ci as a reward for being the matchmakers. The two of them gritted their teeth as they accepted the gold. Shenlang said, Prince Lian, please tell my father-in-law that Princess Reningying must come to the engagement ceremony and hand her over to me. We'll hand over the betrothal gift, the dragon sword, and the bride. We'll also announce to the world that the Great Qian dynasty's sovereign, Jiang Lang, has a marriage alliance with Stupa Mountain. Alright, I'll pass on your message, Prince Lian said. Then, he and Pavilion Masters with Ci left the Duke Lin residence and headed for Sect Leader Ren's residence. Sect Leader Ren was slightly surprised to see Prince Lian and Pavilion Masters with Ci. They actually called these 2 big shots to be the matchmakers? How much does Shenlang not trust me? Is he trying to make this marriage alliance known to the world? Prince Lian said, His Majesty Shenlang wants to hold the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow. Sect leader Ren said, but the day after tomorrow is Prince Yingguang's abdication ceremony. That's right, what a coincidence. Prince Lian said, His Majesty Shenlang wants me to pass on a message that during the engagement ceremony, Ren. Princess Yingying must be there to hand over the bride and hand over the betrothal gift. Sect leader Ren said, understood, I've already sent someone to pick up my daughter. Prince Lian said, we know that your daughter can't see the sun, so the engagement ceremony will be held before dawn. After the engagement ceremony, we will immediately arrange and attend Prince Yingguang's abdication ceremony, as well as the Great Qian dynasty's succession ceremony. Sect leader Ren twitched and said, Isn't Shenlang afraid of angering Yingguang by doing this? Does he have no bottom line? Prince Lian said, We're just matchmakers. We're just passing on Shenlong's words. As the bride's parent, you have the right to refuse. Sect leader Ren said, No, I agree. The engagement ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. We'll hand over the bride and the betrothal gift, and announce it to the world. Prince Lian said, If that's the case, then it's settled. Sect leader Ren said, It's settled. Prince Lian said, It's almost dawn. Let's take the time to wash up and attend Yingguang's funeral. This day was solemn and sorrowful. All the countries, the 6 transcendental forces, and countless citizens of China attended the funeral of the crown prince of the New Qian kingdom, Ying Wuming. At the funeral, Ying Wuming's son did not shed a single tear. Of course he had sons, and he had more than one, even though he and Princess Yingying were once engaged. Yingguang did not shed a single tear either. The entire funeral was filled with a fearsome aura, like the calm before a volcano eruption. Yingguang's suppressed anger seemed to want to destroy everything. During the whole process, no one dared to come within 10 meters of him. He did not say a single word for the entire day. In the evening, the funeral ended, 29th of March. This was a day destined to be recorded in history, because Yingguang would abdicate today and hand over everything in the Qian kingdom to Shenlang. 3:00 in the morning, Princess Yingying entered China. Because her body was transparent and she could not be exposed to sunlight, the engagement ceremony had to be held at night. After the engagement ceremony, it was time for Yingguang's abdication ceremony. Under the auspices of Prince Lian and Pavilion Master Zhuzi, the engagement ceremony between Shenlang and Princess Futu Mountain officially began. Note, first update, even the 10th place on the monthly votes list is in danger. Brothers, please help me out. I can only immerse myself in writing to repay you. Thank you very much. I recommend my friend's new book, Crossing Border Strategy. It's good. End of chapter 588. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.